For all the times they never heard your battle cry. Now even angels sing along, 'cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never dies. Like a lover who won't back down, pull you over to the side, look you straight into the eyes. No good song ever. No good song ever. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song ever. turn a blind eye. You know I've got your back. Would you ever do that for me? For me? For me? For me? Well, Billy Boy's gifted. You know you can't deny it. Don't leave us empty-handed, 'cause you know we don't deserve that from you. From you. From you. From you. I wanna break my baby. You know she loves to fake, yeah. I wanna break my baby. Yeah, hold it down, break her down. Oh no, I'll take you in and spit you out. You're only worth how much you sell. Yeah. You've come too far, we both agree. Just give the people what they need. Well, will you turn away? Will you take my place? Does it start to show? Now the pressure's on. Will they call my name? When it all goes up in flames, oh, will you be by my side? I wanna break my baby. You know she loves to fake, yeah. I wanna break my baby. Yeah. Hold it down. Whoa, break it down now. Whoa, break it down. You know she loves to fake, yeah. Lay my baby down.
Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. But we show no remorse. Go get a bag, I drip in our sauce. Catch a tag, we knocking them off. After I hit, boy, she hit the door. And them hundreds be coming in, all of this money, and I gotta give me some more. Big bag, bet it won't hit the floor. Talk hot, then we run your jaw. I'ma hop in the foreign and zoom off. That be my dog, I'm calling him Rudolph. I'm in love with the way I get chewed off. Pull up with Blake, he getting screwed off. Brand new Mozzie, big body, we cruise off. He think he hot, we knocking your crew off. Call me nasty the way that I shoot off. Youngie with drip, I got the juice on. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my niggas, they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my niggas, they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. I'm in the track trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my grilling. You on my chain, come and get it. You tripping. Listen here, cussy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you
Last mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Anyone in the chat want to confirm this? 1, 2, 3.
Keep us on deck, he be moving with it. You can on your block, we don't know who did it on the block, and I'm about to go feeling. Man, they took it in early, they know we spending.
Me too. 1, 2, 3.
Put a hole up in it. We gon' empty them, so you know we dipping. And my dubby so high, he keep rolling. Gang. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
Good afternoon, sports fans. Welcome to another wonderful edition of ML Bop Ball. Commish LB here with you. I'll bring it alongside JD Gregory here in the booth in one moment. First off, I am Commish LB. You can call me Commish. My friends call me LB. My wife generally calls me things with four-letter words. Be kind. It's my first time here on the mic here on ML Bop Ball. And let's leave her. She earns the right to call me that. So we hope you are enjoying your 4th of July. Be safe out there for our U.S. friends. Everyone else, beautiful Saturday. Hope you are enjoying the weather. And fans, we got a good one to start here today, as the Minnesota Twins will be in town for game 2 of 3 against the Cleveland Indians. And JD, this is going to be an important series for both, of course. Twins won yesterday, 12-6. And Pineda with his first win as well, too. With that, Indians now have a 3-game lead, they're back 3 games from the Twins, excuse me. And the White Sox being 1 game back. White Sox are facing Texas today. And they defeated the Rangers 7-4. So it's got to be a pivotal game here for the Indians in particular. What do you think?
I absolutely think that the Indians had a chance to try and take hold of this Central Division earlier in the week, and they dropped 2 games to Houston. They need to step up and start winning some games, or they're going to left on the outside looking in as far as the playoff picture goes, because the AL Central race this season has been quite something else, and if you can't maintain, then you're going to be left out.
Indeed. It'll be a good test on the mound for both of our pitchers in today's contest. Each of them are second-year veterans, so a couple of sophomores on the hill today. We got Devin Smeltzer on the hill against Zach Plesac. What are your thoughts on today's matchup?
Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing both of these youngsters. Of course, Zach Plesac is the nephew of former MLBer Dan Plesac, who also works for MLB Network. So we'll see how these 2 youngsters handle these power lineups today, because it's going to be quite the task, I think.
Indeed. And speaking of, Smeltzer is the lefty, And historically speaking, this Indians lineup has been very potent against righties. What's your thoughts? Do you think that gives Cleveland an advantage here to gain some ground against the Twins?
I absolutely do. This Cleveland team is bolstered with left-handers. I think that's what gives them the advantage, and they're patient, and they have a lot of power in their bats. So they could definitely unload, and today would be a good day for them to do that.
Indeed it is. It is the 4th of July. We expect fireworks in the evening. There'll probably be some fireworks here at Progressive. It's the Twins. It's the Indians. It's going to be starting soon, and it's next.
I'm from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 cents. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sucker rich, the clothes off.
I'm cool, yo. I'm starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, dog. How much you think my coat costs? I'm spitting like
Good comment by Buddha in the chat, thinking Smeltzer's 88 mile an hour fastball is going to be crushed. We will see against this very potent right-handed lineup here. Advantage of switch hitters, indeed. So as we get ready to get started, let's look at today's lineup. We'll first look at the Twins. Max Kepler will be leading off, playing right field. Jorge Polanco hitting at second and playing short. Mitch Garver will be hitting third behind the plate today. Nelson Cruz, the venerable 40-year-old, will be DH, and at cleanup, Eddie Rosario. Left field, batting fifth. Josh Donaldson will be sixth at third. Louis Arise, second base. Miguel Sano at first, Byron Buxton at center, and first pitch underway. We're off in Cleveland. First pitch from Plesac is over for a called strike.
Well, I'm going to be interested to see what happens with these starters today, because on Thursday night, the Indians cruised through 5 innings, and then things fell apart for them in the 5th inning. So we'll see how they handle things today.
Indeed. 0-2 coming from Plesac to Max Kepler. Going to be grounded into the shift. Played by Lindor. Over to first. We've got one out.
Good first out to get there. Kepler has really done a lot of damage to the Indians in the past, so it's good to start off by getting him out.
That'll bring up Jorge Polanco, benefactor of a 5-game hitting streak. Chulo, who turns 27 tomorrow, hitting .307 this season with 18 home runs and 53 runs batted in. First pitch right down Broadway for a called strike. Beautiful day for baseball, partly cloudy out here. Wind is blowing a little bit towards right field. We'll see if that has a factor. Big sweeping curveball in there for a called strike 2. The 0-2. Defensive swing, fouls that one off, stays alive. Polanco with the 2019 All-Star. Had a career high 186 hits last season. He goes swinging at the pitch, high and away for a called third strike. Looked like it would have been a strike anyway, but that is the second out of the inning. First strikeout for Zach Plesac.
Plesac looks like he's got some good command going right there. Nice, nasty pitch right there to end that bat by Polanco.
That'll bring up the catcher, Mitch Garver. Phenomenal year, 337, 23 home runs, and 59 runs batted in. First pitch swinging, grounded right towards Lindor. Just in time, maybe a couple steps. It's a 1-2-3 inning. Go the Indians. We're halfway through the first here in Progressive Field. Twins, nothing. Indians coming up. sophomore Devin Smeltzer, the left-hander, 24 years old. Voorhees, New Jersey. Does that mean he specializes in knowing everything about Jason? He is 6-2 this season with a 4.77 ERA, making his 15th start this season. Can be prone to the long ball, which is definitely a factor against this potent Indians lineup.
Well, that's why it's so important to get off to a good start early for these Indians, and this is exactly the type of pitcher that the Indians struggle against. So let's see if they're able to stave that off here today.
First pitch was away, 1-0 to Lindor, Mr. Smile. Lindor swinging at pitch low and away for foul ball, 1-1.
Well, he's definitely earned that nickname of Mr. Smile. He just has a really great characteristic way of handling himself in the dugout and on the field and in the clubhouse. So you don't see too many players like that today.
Goes chopping down the line at a ball that just missed foul, probably about 6 inches to the right of the bag. It's going to be a 2-2 count. 2-2 pitch. Smeltzer trying to go on the inside, does not get the call. We got a full count here. Lindor, first round pick back in 2011, native of Puerto Rico. Looping curveball and frozen, called third strike looking. That is the first strikeout of the game for Smeltzer, and we got one out here in the first.
That was a beautiful pitch right there to swing at, and Lindor let it go. I think he knows that he should have tried to offer at it.
That'll bring up Jose Ramirez. Call looked a little high, but it was over for a strike.
That's a ball.
Curveball is low in the dirt, 1-1.
Ball, that's too high.
Now the fastball high. This time he does not get the call. 2 balls, 1 strike here. Jose.
I was going to say that looked like it was in the same area that the last pitch was.
That one's going to be lifted in towards center. Byron Buxton didn't have to move much. Can of corn. 2 outs.
Batting third, the first baseman.
Well, not the best start right here for the Indians. They needed to try to jump out early here. They haven't done it so far. Let's see what Carlos Santana can do.
Santana, a.k.a. Slamtana, coming in 280 on the season. 26 home runs and 58 runs batted in.
Well, he's turned out to be a proven power hitter over the last couple of seasons for the Indians. He struggled a little bit to start his career off with, but he has turned out to be a very potent bat.
And it's Smeltzer with the 0-1 pitch. Goes hard against the curveball and is going to miss for swinging strike 2. The 0-2 pitch. Inside part of the plate. Santana fouls that one off. Stays alive with an 0-2 count.
The count is 1-2.
You talked about Santana. Coming into this game, he is 8th all-time on the Indians before this season on the home run list. That was before the season, yeah. So from an ML ball point of view, he has advanced to passing Andre Thornton, Larry Doby, and Hal Trotsky to advance on the all-time home run list.
That's pretty good company to be there. He's going to get a
chop that. Just caught by Polanco. The jumping stab at it makes the catch on the liner, and that side is going to be retired. 1, 2, 3 go both sides here in the first at Progressive. It's no score.
Leading off for the Twins, the designated hitter, Nelson.
And I'll bring up the venerable Nelson Cruz. 27 home runs on the year for the Boomstick. That now places him 50th all time on the home run list, passing the likes of Mike Piazza, Alfonso Soriano, and Mark Teixeira. 16 seasons for the veteran. Second with Minnesota.
He was a big part of those Texas Rangers teams that went to the World Series in 2010 and 2011. This guy has always swung for a lot of power. A great guy to have in the middle of that order for whatever team he's played for.
1-1 pitch coming to Cruz. He will let that one by from Plesac. It's 2-1. You mentioned power. Interesting stat. 3 of the top 5 players from last season on the chart of highest hard hit rates of balls in play are in this game. And that is defined as balls that come off the bat in play at 95 plus miles an hour. Miguel Sano leads that at 57.2%, followed by Nelson Cruz and then Framil Reyes, who we'll see next inning.
Those are interesting that all the players are playing in this game today.
3-2 pitch. Looks like Cruz was expecting some heat. He got the changeup. Plesac wins that battle. Second strikeout of the game for him.
The left fielder.
And went out here in a second.
Eddie Rosario.
Eddie Rosario looks at a ball. 1-0. Puerto Rican. Go ahead.
Rosario's a guy that the Indians want to pitch carefully to because he has had a few different games where he has hit multi-home runs against them. So definitely be on the lookout here.
Indeed. Fooled by the changeup there. 1-1 count coming to Rosario from Zach Plesac. Gets a piece of the slider. Count will be 1-2.
Seeing a lot of swing. We're seeing a lot of swings from these Twins hitters. Obviously, they like what they see.
They do. They do indeed. It's going to go against the shift, and that is going to get into center field for a base hit. Ball was overrun, but no damage caused. Rosario will get on to first with the single.
Well, that was a play right there that could have turned into be very dangerous if the left fielder there would not have been able to stick his glove down. Good job controlling it.
And with 1 out, 1 on, that brings the bringer of rain, the 34-year-old Josh Donaldson. 229 this season, 15 home runs and 39 runs batted in for the Pensacola, Florida native.
Donaldson is a former Indian. Indians made a trade for him, bringing him in during the 2018 season.
There's the run on the play. He is safe.
Well, I don't know about that right there, partner. I think that he might have gotten that. It looks like Hernandez lifted his glove up a little early, but Perez is a pretty good defensive catcher. Too bad that throw didn't work out.
Donaldson fouls that fastball back 0-2. That stolen base by Rosario. That's his 4th on the year. Has been caught once.
Nope, that's down.
The 0-2 going to miss low with the fastball. 1-2.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Trying to fool him with a changeup. Seeing a lot of changeups by both pitchers so far.
Right now, Donaldson's not taking it either.
The 2-2. Probably went chasing out of the zone for ball 3. He'll foul that one off and stay alive. It's 2-2.
The count is full. 3-2.
Can't get the call. It's going to be a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out. He turns on that inside pitch, slams it hard down the line, but foul. And very much the reason that we have safety nets up here at Progressive. Another 3-2 pitch, fouled off.
I think that's going to be something that you're going to see a lot of. You want to keep fans safe, and there's been a lot of severe injuries over the last couple of years with balls getting hit in the stands.
Chop towards second. Cesar Hernandez throws over to first. Retires Donaldson. Rosario moves over to third on the play. And there's now 2 outs. That'll bring up Luis Ariz. Ariz, the Venezuelan, 23 years old in his second season, hitting .299 with 2 home runs and 35 runs batted in. That's kind of a swinging bunt towards third. Play will be made in time. Kind of a little bit of a chuckle here from that play by Ramirez. The side will be retired. Twins leave a runner over at third. They do not score. We'll head to the bottom of the second. No score.
Leading up for the Indians, the center fielder, Oscar Mercado.
First pitch swinging by Oscar Mercado here to start the bottom of the second. Grounded towards Donaldson over to Sano in time for 1 pitch, 1 out.
Batting fifth, the second baseman.
Well, you're not going to get too many runs if you swing at the first pitch like Mercado just did. There needs to be a little bit more patience.
Gonna bring up Cesar Hernandez. The 30-year-old switch hitter, .310 on the year, 9 home runs and 45 runs batted in.
Back outside.
Hernandez was acquired in free agency. He was brought over to replace Jason Kipnis. He's signed to a 1-year deal. But if he keeps having a season like this, he could find himself here a little bit longer.
Nope.
Next pitch from Smeltzer outside, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Grounded right towards third. Donaldson's going to do it again. He'll make another play. 2 straight ground outs to third, and we got 2 outs.
Nice little play by Donaldson right there to keep the ball in front of him and make a nice throw to first.
2 outs now. That'll bring up Jordan Luplo. And first pitch swinging there, grounded towards second. Easy play for Ariz. If stretching to your left is, but he does it effortlessly, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Twins here. We're through 2 at Progressive. No score.
Leading off for the Twins, the first baseman, number 22, Miguel.
That'll bring up Miguel Sano here to start the top of the third. And what do you think, JD? When you've got a player of the power-hitting caliber of Miguel Sano hitting this deep in the lineup, you got to be pretty potent.
You absolutely do. And that's going to scare a lot of teams because it's going to create a lot of matchup problems for opposing pitchers.
Turns early on the 1-0 pitch right down the zone, fouls that off. It's 1-1.
It'll create problems for managers too because we have to account for pretty much everybody in the lineup.
He absolutely turns on that off-speed pitch on the outside part of the zone. That is going to stay fair, and that is gone. That ball's tour of duty is over.
Not much you can do right there. Sano saw the pitch he wanted, and he took it a long way.
First fireworks on this July 4th taking place off the bat of Miguel Sano. 15th home run on the season for him. And it is now a 1-0 ball game.
So Plesac might have grooved that pitch there, and Sano made sure he didn't miss it.
Plenty of distance on that one. Projected just under 400 feet on that shot.
Batting ninth, the center fielder, number 25.
And with 1 in here in the third, that brings up the number 9 hitter, the speedy Byron Buxton, who watches the pitch outside. 1-0. Hitting .220 on the season with 4 home runs and 26 runs batted in. Pitch right down the middle. Changeup for a called strike from Plesac. Plesac was a 12th round pick in 2016 by Cleveland out of Ball State University.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the count.
Pitch low in the zone, swung on and missed. 1-2. Saws him off with that bat. Plesac avoids the debris, fields it well over to first in time. Good athletic move by Plesac on that play.
Good placement location right there by Zach Plesac, putting the ball up on his hands and making sure he's able to recover after giving up that home run to Miguel Sano.
And with that, we'll go back top of the order to Max Kepler, who had a monster day yesterday, JD. 4 for 6 with 2 homers and 6 runs batted in. Continues to feast on Indians pitching.
Well, he's always been a problem. He seems, the lights really seem to go on whenever Kepler sees an Indians uniform.
0-1 pitch. He was swinging for the downs on that one, but he will swing right through that, and that's strike 2.
I got the count. 1 and 2.
Plesac delivers the fastball low. 1-2. Kepler with a career high 36 home runs last season, hitting a very solid 320 this season. Going to chop that ball towards first. Santana will take it 2 steps to his left, and that is the second out.
Well, again, a good job here by Zach Plesac to not let that leadoff home run he gave up bother him. He gave up that home run, and he's come back and gotten 2 outs. Let's see how he does against Polanco here.
And as mentioned, Polanco.
Ball.
First pitch he sees, misses low and away for ball 1. Chulo, as mentioned, turns 27 tomorrow, so happy early birthday to him.
2-0.
In his 7th season with Minnesota, the Dominican native. He is signed through 2023. Team has a vesting option for 24 with him, and also a team option for 25.
Inside ball.
Be around a long time. He could be a real nice clog there for the Minnesota Twins. Nice piece to try to build around.
Plesac getting ready to throw his 44th pitch of this contest. It's a 3-0 pitch to Jorge Polanco.
Nope, that's ball 4.
That one is going to miss high. I don't think we've seen some strikes get called right where that was, but that's going to be ball 4 this time around.
Some inconsistent umpiring right here. As you said, there were some times in this game where that would have been called a strike. Plesac doesn't get the pitch right there. I don't blame him for being frustrated.
So that's the first walk of the game by either of the pitchers. That brings up Mitch Garver. 0 for 1. Throw from the knees, but that is not going to be in time, and that's going to be a stolen base for Polanco. That is his 6th on the year against 3 caught stealing.
I like this approach right here. Minnesota's being aggressive. They're starting runners. They're making sure that they get bats on balls that they're able to. This could eventually be a long night for the Indians.
Nope.
0-2 pitch, going to miss inside. Try to get him to chase on that waste pitch. It's 1-2 to Mitch Garver. Chop towards short. Lindor has it. Over to first. Will retire Garver, and that will retire the Twins, but not before Miguel Sano shows us what the 4th of July is about with some opposite field power. It's Independence Day here on ML Bop Ball. Twins lead it 1-0.
Leading off for the Indians, the designated hitter.
As we start the bottom of the 3rd. Franmil Reyes standing in. Going to turn 25 a little later this week for the 6'5", 275-pound beast from the Dominican Republic.
Well, I really like the potential that Reyes brings to this Indians lineup. He has power in his bat, and that's one of the knocks that's always been on the Indians, that they don't have enough right-handed power bats. I think Reyes can be that guy.
He showed some distinctive power just fisting that ball right off on the lower part of the inside zone. Sends it right back up the middle. No chance for anyone to catch that except the umpire. Nice job, ump. Don't get that. Got a leadoff hit here in the bottom of the third. That'll bring up Roberto Perez.
His average is down a little bit this year, but Perez is always somebody that can be known to come up with a big hit. Let's see if he's able to move Reyes over a little.
And speaking of moving over, since we've seen some aggressiveness already, it's important to note that Reyes is 4 for 4 in stolen base attempts this season.
Very interesting.
Ball, that's out.
First pitch away to Perez. 1-0.
Reyes is a tall guy. You wouldn't think he'd have that much speed to him.
2 balls, no strike.
I'll put it this way. If a 6'5", 275-pound guy comes towards me, and I used to play second base, I don't know if I would want to stay right in there for that play. I'm just fearing my life.
Yeah, I would too. I would not want to get hit by a body like that. That is for sure.
Gonna miss high, 3-0. Delano DeShields Jr. standing on deck here. The 3-0 pitch. That one will catch the outer part of the zone for a called strike for Smeltzer. And Smeltzer in his second season. Was traded to Minnesota in a deal back in 2018 that involved Logan Forsythe that sent Brian Dozier off to Los Angeles. That shot's going to be sent back up the middle, ranging over as Buxton makes the play easily for the first out. Reyes will retreat back first.
Batting ninth, the left fielder, Delino DeShields.
That'll bring up the number 9 hitter today, Delano DeShields Jr. Snacks, as he's known. First pitch going to be at the knees, called strike.
Well, it's my understanding that sometimes people in the Indians organization watch these games, and it came out in real life yesterday that Delano DeShields has the COVID-19 virus, a mild case. So, Delano, if you're watching one of these, we hope you get better soon, buddy.
Indeed. Well wishes. 0-2 pitch coming to Delano here from Smeltzer. He's going to stay alive, foul that off. We've kind of had questionable calls up in the zone, so probably smart by DeShields there.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think it's going to force these hitters to swing the spat because you don't know where that pitch is going to get called.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Going to miss away 1-2. And DeShields came to the Indians by way of a trade that involved Corey Kluber, going to be on the mound for the Rangers today. And I would think that the Indians are going to be cheering for the Rangers to beat the White Sox.
I would absolutely think so. That is a division rival.
The 2-2. Got him swinging. Went up to shoot. Couldn't catch up with it. That's the second strikeout for Smeltzer. And it's 2 outs.
Rock and fire right there. DeShields was just overmatched. Going back to Corey Kluber, that was a very disappointing trade for a lot of Indians fans. They did not think that they got enough in return for him, but I guess that's something that only time will tell.
That's out.
First pitch to Francisco Lindor is going to miss away, ball 1. Going to slap that one towards second, but well played by Rise to make the catch as he ranged over to his right. Timed it well. Good range by the second baseman, and that will retire the side. Indians get 1, but they do not score. We're through 3 here at Progressive. It's 1-0 Twins. As Heidi Watney comes and tells a little story, let's do some Twins trivia here. Or actually, let's do some Indians trivia because we're at Progressive. So let's have a little fun.
Sounds good.
On July 11th, 2013, this starting pitcher made his MLB debut for the Tribe. He took a no-hitter into the 6th inning against the Blue Jays and struck out 7 overall in 6 full innings, the most strikeouts for a debuting pitcher for the Tribe since 1964. Who am I talking about, Jack?
Sounds like that might be Danny Salazar, but I don't know for sure.
answer at the end of the half of this inning. Cruz fouls that one off right side. It's quickly 0-2 to the 40-year-old.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Waste pitch there from Plesac. 1-2. Again, Cruz just turned 40 3 days ago.
2-2, count.
Hard to believe he's that old because he's been such a good player for so long.
Fooled with the changeup there, and that is going to be a strikeout.
That is a big out right there by Plesac. Of course, he started the last inning off with a home run against the power hitter, so it's good to come back and get another strikeout there.
Indeed, that was the third strikeout of the game for Zach Plesac. One out here in the fourth. Eddie Rosario is your hitter. He had a single, and he stole a base.
Nope, ball 1.
First pitch, looked like that was in, but it is not. 1-0.
I'm not sure what's going on with this umpiring today. They're not very consistent at all.
The 1-0 pitch. Slapped hard, foul. Third base coach had to duck there.
That was one of those pitches that was up in the zone that we were talking about. Sometimes gets called and sometimes doesn't.
Aye.
Fastball in the zone. That's going to be a 1-2 count coming to Eddie Rosario. You saw the pitch count there for Plesac. Getting ready for pitch number 57 here through 3 1/3.
Twins have done well making him throw a lot of pitches.
Questionable called strike there on the outer part of the plate, but Rosario does not argue with it. And the Plesac will be the benefactor of a looking K. 4th strikeout of the game and 2nd in a row.
Well, it's clear that he didn't like that call, though, with his body language on his way back to the dugout.
Chat believes that the umpire had too many drinks before this game. That might be possible. So let's talk. What's the drink of choice? You think he's on the pina colada?
Could be. It could be some Corona. It could be Coors Light. Who knows?
Anything but Corona.
Oh, I see. Well, it is a holiday weekend, so I guess anything is possible when it comes to that.
0-2 pitch coming. Big swing and a miss at the curveball. Zach Plesac's going to strike out the side here in the 4th. 1-2-3. Go the Twins. They lead it 1-0. Back on that trivia question. If I can find where it went, it just vanished on me.
Well, while you're looking for that, I'll give my analysis. That was a big inning by Zach Plesac right there, striking out the side. If you're the Indians, it's time to start taking advantage of when you do get runners on base. You're starting to get into the middle innings here, and the less you're able to get runs on the board, the less likely your chances of pulling out a game you really need to win.
Indeed. 1-1 count coming to Jose Ramirez here, 0 for 1 today. He's going to chase after that curveball inside, foul it off. Lucky he did not hit that off his feet. It'll be 1-2.
Well, I believe he did that in a game last year and broke his foot and missed some time.
The 1-2 pitch coming to Jose. He will foul that one off right side. He's trying to turn this into a good at bat here. It's still 1-2.
I got to count 2-2.
In the dirt. 2-2.
If Ramirez gets on, I might take a page out of the Twins playbook and try and send him. He has a little bit of speed, and he's been known to steal bases in the past.
2-2 pitch coming to Ramirez. Going to hit that out in towards left field. Going back. Rosario to the track. Makes the catch.
That's a good wood on that ball. Looks like it just kind of hung up just a little too long there.
That'll just be a loud first out here in the fourth. And with that, here's the answer to the trivia question. So back on July 11, 2013, the starting pitcher had made his MLB debut for the Tribe, and he took a no-hitter into the sixth inning against the Blue Jays, striking out 7 over 6 innings. The most strikeouts for a debuting pitcher for the Tribe since 1964. The answer was, you were right, JD, it is Danny Salazar.
I think I remember that game. I believe my dad was actually at that game, and he was telling me about it.
1-1 pitch coming to Carlos Santana. Gonna miss low and outside of the zone. It's a 2-1 count. Santana had a line shot to short in his first at bat. Swings right through the fastball there. It's 2-2. 87 on the gun there for Devin Smeltzer. Santana found a pitch that he liked, probably a little outside of the zone though, but fouls it off, and we'll do the 2-2 again.
So Santana likes to fight pitchers off. Let's see how long this at bat lasts.
Pitch doesn't catch the outside of the zone. Brief stare in from Smeltzer. There'll be a full count here with 1 out in fourth. The 3-2. Gonna send that back up towards the middle. Arise ranges to his right. Makes the play to get the slow-footed Santana. And there's 2 outs.
A couple of loud outs right here. Santana just not having any luck here in this game. He was robbed a couple of times of the hit now today.
That'll bring up Oscar Mercado. He grounded to third in his first at bat. He'll go first pitch swinging and go opposite field, and that is going to be trouble. That finds the gap. He's got some range on him. Ball gets in, but not before Oscar Mercado stands up at second with a 2-out double.
Second baseman,
A good look there by Oscar Mercado, sending the ball to the opposite field. Mercado has been a good young prospect for the Indians, and he's continuing his tear here, I guess, this season.
First pitch to Cesar Hernandez will be fouled off down the first base side. 0-1. And JD, you just mentioned Mercado, who had a phenomenal rookie year, hitting .269 with 15 homers, 54 runs batted in, and as you mentioned, also a speed threat too, as he stole 15 as well. So you've only got to think those numbers are going to go north.
You absolutely did. He's got a lot of room for improvement. One of those guys that's got a nice, like Lindor, it's got a nice blend of power and speed. The guy that they want to keep around for a while.
1 ball, 2 strikes coming from Devin Smeltzer. Got him looking with the fastball, and the side is going to be retired. Mercado with the loud double, loud hits that inning, but all for naught. They leave a runner in scoring position. We're through 4 here at Progressive Field. Twins lead it 1-0.
Leading off for the Twins, the second baseman, Luis Arraez.
Back live here at Progressive Field. Commish LB alongside JD Gregory here with you in the broadcast booth as Louis Arraez is going to stand in. Got Arraez, Miguel Sano, Byron Buxton coming up this inning.
Outside, that's a ball.
First pitch from Zach Plesac will miss outside. 1-1. That pitch will catch the outside corner for a called strike. 95 on the gun there from Plesac. Definitely a big difference between these two pitchers.
Absolutely throws for a little bit more power. This has been a pretty good outing from him so far. He's only given up 2 hits today, but unfortunately one of them was a home run.
Grounded towards first. Santana steps over to the bag. He will make the play on his own, and it's the first out of the 5th.
Keep getting him to put the ball on the ground if you're Plesac. Try and get these innings a little bit shorter and give your team a little bit more of a chance.
That'll bring up Miguel Sano, who had the opposite field home run, his 15th on the year, being the difference in this 1-0 game. He had a home run in his last contest as well.
That's ball 2.
1-0 pitch is a curveball inside, 2-0. Fastball down the middle on a 2-0, going back into center field. Mercado takes the catch about 5 feet in front of the warning track, and that is the second out.
The center fielder, number 25, Byron Buxton.
And with 2 outs here, that'll bring up Byron Buxton. Byron grounded back to Plesac in the 3rd inning for his first at bat, 0 for 1. Goes to a knee as he fouls off the first pitch on the inside for a call for a strike. Buxton, the former first-round pick back in the 2012 draft by the Twins. He's a native of Baxley, Georgia.
No, that's low.
Changeup is going to miss just low. Count is now 2 balls and 1 strike. Buxton watches the fastball catch the outer part of the plate. 2-2.
Full count, 3-2.
2-2 pitch will miss high. We'll have a full count here with 2 outs here in the 5th. He'll foul that one off to stay alive like a BG. It's 3-2.
Buxton hanging in tough here.
Again, he'll foul that one off. He's turning this into a battle. 7 pitches so far in this at-bat. Buxton, a Gold Glove winner back in 2017. Also had a career-high 29 steals that year. Watches the slider not slide. Tries to catch the front door. No can do. That's ball 4.
Please act like that pitch. I can't believe that he didn't get it, but he's going to have to come back up here and regain his composure with Max Kepler.
Indeed. Lineup turns over. That was the second walk of the game issued by Plesac. Max Kepler standing in 0 for 2 today. They're going to check on the runner over at first, Buxton.
This guy's a little bit of a speedster. Got to keep your eye on him.
They'll check over again. No can do. Buxton this season has 14 stolen bases. However, surprisingly, he has been caught 7 times. Slide step. No can do as they do the pitch out, thinking he was going.
Kind of a high number of getting caught for a guy like Buxton.
A 1-0 pitch to Kepler. They're going to do another pitch out. They are definitely worried after seeing the 2 stolen bases earlier, as we've seen Rosario and Polanco steal a base already today. They're thinking that the most obvious stolen base guy is on his way.
Well, that's what you got to do because this team, Minnesota Twins team, hits the ball well. If he gets the second, a hit could score Buxton.
And again, Plesac showing he is totally off of his game right now as he's paying a lot of attention to Buxton. That might not be good with a couple of, at least 300 hitters coming up here.
No, sometimes you just gotta worry about the task in front of you, and when you're too worried about the other thing, then another comes into play.
The 2-1. It's going to catch the outside part of the zone. That's a called strike. 94 on the gun from Plesac here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on first. Tries to tempt him going high, but I don't even think an 8-footer would have swung at that one. That's ball 3. Full count here. Buxton will be off.
No, I don't think so either.
Kepler catches a piece of the changeup. Plesac definitely featuring that changeup a lot today. Fouls that off. We're going to do the full count again. Driven towards third base side. Lindor makes the play to retire Kepler. Side is retired. They'll leave one. We're halfway through this ball game here at Progressive Field. Happy Independence Day, everybody. It's 1-0 Twins. So as Heidi Watney comes back, let me see if I can find some Twins trivia that I have had. I thought I had something set up, but I guess I don't. So I might just cheat and do the Cleveland one again.
Leading off for the Indians, the right fielder, Jordan Luplow.
First pitch to Jordan Luplow.
Yep, that ball went out.
Gonna miss outside 1-0 to the 26-year-old. In his fourth season, second with the Indians.
Ball 2.
That ball will miss high. It's 2-0.
No strike.
Luplow, you might not know, is the great nephew of Al Luplow, who played for the Indians in 1961 through 1965.
That is something I did not realize that. That was a fact I did not know about Jordan Luplow.
That's going to be grounded towards second. On the move, Arise. He bobbled it. He knew Luplow had some speed, probably looked up. We'll check and see what the scoring decision will be on that one. And it looks like they're going to call a base hit on that one. Go ahead, JD.
Here's a chance for the Indians to try to make some noise and get the leadoff runner on. You've got a power hitter coming up. You've got to find a way to, at the very least, get Luplow to second or third.
As mentioned in steps, Franmil Reyes. First pitch he looks at is low for ball 1. First pitch he saw in this game, he sent right back up the middle for a single back in the third. 1-0 pitch. Going to catch the inside part of the plate. 1-1.
Reyes was acquired in a trade last year that sent Trevor Bauer out of town to the Reds. Reyes actually came over from San Diego. It was a multi-player, multi-team trade.
Grounded towards second. Arias over to short for 1. Polanco airmails it back to first.
Now batting, catcher.
They'll get 1, but unfortunately, due to the error, Reyes is going to find himself on second base.
And it looks like that was a little bit of a takeout slide on the part of Jordan Luplow, and bothered Polanco on that throw to first.
So Reyes will be at second here with 1 out after the E6. And that steps Roberto Perez. He'll go first pitch swinging, and he will swing and miss for called strike. I like to say called strike, apparently. 0-1 pitch is in there, so that's a called ball because no one swung.
Interesting.
That pitch will miss low, ball 2 to the 7-year veteran. All of his years with Cleveland.
This is a guy that the pitching staff, the Indians really like. He calls a great game. As we've seen a couple of times, he's got a pretty good arm. I think this guy's a guy that's going to be around for a while.
3-1 pitch is going to miss low. Smeltzer kind of looked away, not believing that one was not called, but that is ball 4. And we're going to have 2 aboard with 1 out here in the 5th. Delano DeShields will be your hitter.
Well, I think that pitch could have been called a strike because it looks like it might have gotten through the bottom part of that strike zone. I don't blame him for being frustrated a little bit.
Looks like there's action starting to warm up behind Smeltzer. Looks like Julius Chassin might check and see Fernando Romero also warming up as well. First pitch to DeShields is going to be in there, called strike. Garver nodding his approval on that pitch.
Shane spent a little bit of time with the Indians. I don't think that he ever made the Major League club, but he was signed to a minor league deal in 2015.
Interesting development there as the Shields attempted to bunt, and he airmailed that one high into the air. Easy play over at first for Sano.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the Shields was thinking right there.
He must have been thinking, try to surprise him, advance, bunt for a hit. Instead, it will be the second out. Runners still at first and second. Francisco Lindor is now our hitter, and it's an 0-1 count. Going to send that one right side. That's going to get through for a base hit. Well played by Kepler to advance on that ball, and that is going to stop the runners 90 feet. We're going to have bases loaded here with 2 outs. Jose Ramirez going to try to do some damage.
Well, looks like that might have been a good decoy job on the part of Reyes, too. Maybe making the runners think that he had a play on that ball and keeping that runner at third instead of coming across the plate and tying this game up.
The 1-0 pitch to the two-time All-Star is going to miss inside. 2-0. Franmil Reyes standing over at third. Roberto Perez at second. Francisco Lindor at first. 2 outs here in the 5th. Indians trying to threat to get on the scoreboard. Smeltzer. Sorry.
This would be a huge out right here if he can get it, because the stat just popped up that Ramirez is 333 with runners in scoring position this year.
Well, he's going to be even deadlier here, looking at a 3-0 count. Does he have the green light? He does, but he will foul it off. Pitch number 75 coming from Devin Smeltzer here. Gonna jam him on the inside, pop it up. Miguel Sano calls for it, makes the catch. Huge pitch by Devin Smeltzer as he retires the side with leaving the bases loaded. The Tribe leaves the Tribe. We're through 5. Twins lead it 1-0.
Leading off to the Twins, the shortstop, Jorge Polanco.
6th inning coming up. Jorge Polanco up after this at bat. We'll have one more round of Indians trivia. Checking Indians bullpen. We've got Dominic Leone, Oliver Perez starting to warm up behind Zach Plesac.
No balls, 2 strikes.
The 0-1 pitch swung on in the dirt, missed. 0-2. Polanco is 0 for 1. He has struck out. He has walked. He's also stolen a base. The 0-2. Fouls that one off right side. Ramirez moves over right near the batter's box. Third base coach box, excuse me. Mr. Blackley moves out of the way, makes the catch. 1 out. JD, what's your thoughts on how Zach Plesac and Devin Smeltzer have done so far in this contest?
Well, I think that it was that Plesac has done a nice job settling in and recovering after he gave up that leadoff home run to Miguel Sano. He's done a good job keeping the Twins hitters, keeping the ball on the ground, and Smeltzer has just been phenomenal. I think there was a chance that he could have been in some real trouble with the bases loaded there in the bottom half of that last inning, and he found a way to work out of it. He was clearly frustrated in that at bat with Jose Ramirez, and they got him to settle down.
Count is 2 balls, 1 strike. Coming to Mitch Garver, who's 0 for 2 today.
Ball, inside.
That'll miss inside. 3-1. Garver grounded out to short in the first and to second back in the 3rd inning.
I think this is going to be a pretty important out to get, because you don't want to have a runner on with the guy on deck. Nelson Cruz coming to the plate.
Well hit down the left side, but foul as that bounces off the tarp. Full count. Pitch coming from Zach Plesac. Pitch number 91 in this contest.
Ball 4, that's
He's going to miss high on the fastball. That's ball 4.
Not a good batter to lose right there.
Now batting.
Now you're putting yourself at a little bit of risk with a guy like Nelson Cruz coming up.
Indeed, that's the third walk issued by Plesac in this contest. That'll bring up Nelson Cruz, the recent birthday boy, turned 40 a few days ago. He has struck out in both at-bats so far here. He's going to try to avoid the hat trick. Pitch gets the outside part of the zone on the fastball, called strike. The 0-1. Driven out towards center field. Going back, plenty of room. Mercado makes the play. And 2 outs.
Zach Plesac has had some ice water in his veins here. He's bent a little bit, but he's been able to recover and he's made mistakes.
With 2 outs here in the 6th, Eddie Rosario standing in. He is 1 for 2 today.
ball, that's out.
First pitch missing outside. Rosario, 25 home runs so far this season. That's good enough for 6th currently in the American League.
Definitely a bat to fear in this Twins lineup.
As we alluded to earlier, when you can have a Miguel Sano, who comes off a career-high 34 home runs in 2019, hitting 8th, you've got a deep lineup.
Yes, you do. And I think that this game here has proven today that Rocco Baldelli needs to be credited because he knows how to get the most out of this Twins lineup. He's had them stealing bases. He's had them aggressive at the plate. He's done a really impressive job in his tenure as manager here.
2-2 pitch coming. Grounded towards first, bobbled a little bit by Santana. Great behind the back flip over to Plesac, who covers. Well played by Santana to stay with that. That will retire the side. We're through 5.5 here in Cleveland. Twins lead it 1-0.
Leading off for the Indians.
As we get ready to start the bottom of the 6th, I promised Indians trivia. I'm a little late with it, but here's the trivia. Which Indian hit a grand slam in his first at-bat of his major league career in 2006?
Count 1-0.
Again, which Indian hit a grand slam in their first at-bat of their major league career back in 2006?
I'm going to say Shin-Soo Choo on that one.
We'll give the answer at the end of the 6th inning.
Come up with some good trivia questions today.
I'm glad you like it. And knowing you are a Tribe fan, I figured I might as well just stick with it since I couldn't find a good Twins one.
Hopefully you'll be able to, a little bit of time, maybe you can come up with one.
2-1 pitch. Carlos Santana looked a little high, but called for a strike. Again, a little bit of erratic calling from the umpire here.
That could be part of the reason for the lack of production from the Indians bats this afternoon, too.
And ball's lifted in the air towards left field. Eddie Rosario makes the play on the can of corn. 1 out.
Up next for Cleveland, the center fielder, Oscar Mercado.
That'll bring up Oscar Mercado. As you see the graphic for team ERA leaders, both the Twins and Indians in the top 5 here.
Rays on top. I got a chance to see them yesterday, and they really carved up that pitching, or that offensive lineup for the Cubs. I think that's a team to keep your eyes on.
First pitch to Mercado. He goes the opposite way again. This one a little easier for Max Kepler to range over to. Will make the play, and there is now 2 outs.
The second baseman.
Well, get a little first pitch swinging type of thing. He got the ball in the air, but it's an out. You can't continue to squander opportunities like this for the Indians.
With 2 outs here in the 6th, let's bring in Cesar Hernandez, 0 for 2 today. He grounded to third and struck out in his last at bat. Oh, 1 pitch coming from Smeltzer. It's going to be another fastball up in the zone, but called strike 2, 0-2. As you see the pitch count for Smeltzer here, 83 pitches through 5 2/3 innings.
He's definitely been at work today.
That fastball does not catch the upper part of the zone. That's going to be a 1-2 count. Smeltzer with 3 strikeouts in today's contest. It's been more of a pitch to contact type of situation for him, but he's been efficient.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
He's shown he really knows how to handle these Indians hitters today, too.
2-2 pitch coming to Hernandez.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Doesn't get the call on the inside corner. It's going to be a full count here with 2 outs in the 6th.
Smeltzer's tried to go on that inside corner quite a few times and get a call, and the umpire just isn't giving it to him.
Here comes the full count pitch. That'll be fouled left side. Do it again, 3-2. The 3-2.
That's ball 4.
That'll miss high, ball 4. Hernandez waits him out, draws the walk,
The right fielder, number 8.
and is the second walk issued by Smeltzer.
And a bat like that right there is why I'd kind of like to see Hernandez get some looks at the leadoff spot, because you can try and set things up for the middle part of your lineup. Guys like Santana and Ramirez, and you could even slide Lindor in there and take advantage of his power a little bit better.
First pitch to Jordan Luplow will be fouled back, 0-1 for the 3rd round draft pick back in 2014. Originally from California State University. 3rd round selection, as mentioned.
1-1.
Miss high, 1-1. And earlier I brought up the great nephew of Al Luplow, who spent 61 through 65 with the Indians. He also had a couple years with the Mets, as well as the Phillies. He'll lift that one towards right field, going back. Kepler, about 10 feet in front of the track, will make the catch, and the side is retired. Devin Smeltzer, 6 scoreless innings. That sounds like a quality start to me. We're through 6 at Progressive. It is 1-0 Twins.
Now pitching for the Indians, number 53, Gallen.
We're going to start at the top of the 7th. We're going to have a new pitcher replacing Zach Plesac. That'll be the 28-year-old Dominic Leone from Norwich, Connecticut.
The third baseman, Josh.
He's in his 7th season. This is his first with Cleveland. He's 3-1 on the year with a 5.29 ERA. He's had stints with Seattle, Arizona, Toronto, and St. Louis as well. First pitch he throws to Josh Donaldson will be in there, called strike.
Interesting fact about Leone, he looks like he went to the Norwich Fire Academy, so he's a firefighter on the Indians roster today.
Speaking of, they're going to do their best to keep the fire put out on the Twins, to only give up that one as they try to come back. It's now 0-2 to Donaldson.
Donaldson's another one of these scary lineup batters the Twins have in their lineup.
He'll rocket that line shot right into left. And we've got a leadoff base hit for the bringer of rain.
Now batting,
Not a good
the second
start
baseman,
for Dominic Leone.
Orion.
See how he can recover.
First pitch swinging from a rise over to Santana for 1. Lindor back to Santana. And that is a classic 3-6-3 double play.
Well, I said to see how he recovers. Well, he was able to get the Twins to put the ball on the ground and hit into a double play, so that's a huge recovery for Leone.
Santana's been busy over at first. That'll bring up the number 8 hitter, Miguel Sano, who again on this July 4th responsible for the only fireworks we have seen thus far. That third inning home run shot opposite field, almost 400 feet. It's 15th on the year, and the reason, it's a 1-0 game.
Well, that's the one mistake Plesac made today, and unfortunately, he's had to pay for it.
Ball one. Ball one, no strike.
First pitch is outside, 1-0.
Nope, inside, ball two.
Two-0 count coming to the 27-year-old Dominican.
That's ball three.
That's going to miss low, ball 3. Sano was third in Rookie of the Year voting back in 2015, behind some guy named Correa and Lindor. Oh, come back here, Miguel. That was a called strike. 3-1.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
He was swinging to go for another home run there, and instead he's going to now get it to a full count. It's 3-2. Slider thrown outside. Sano obliges, and he swings right through it. That's strikeout. He will retire the side. Shaky start for Dominic Leone, but he comes back. Gets the big guy. 7th inning stretch time. Get up, Indians fans. 7th inning stretch. Your tribe's still down 1. They're going to need you.
Now pitching for the Twins, number 36, Tyler Clifford.
And as we start this bottom of the 7th, that's also going to be the day for Devin Smeltzer, as longtime veteran Tyler Clifford coming in. 35-year-old making his 38th appearance on the season with a 5-3 record, 3.05 ERA. Amazing whip this season, 1.06. He has been lights out coming out of the bullpen this season.
He's always been a very good, reliable reliever. He spent a couple of years here in Cleveland with the Indians.
Apparently Heidi will never tell. I'm not sure what she will tell.
I'm not sure. That's a little scary saying that. I don't even remember asking her anything.
It may be about the trivia question, which I haven't given the answer yet. We will after Reyes. Fastball is going to miss inside from Clifford. It's 2 balls, 1 strike to Framil Reyes. He had a single in his first at bat. He reached on an error on the the foiled double play attempt when Lindor airmailed him. Excuse me, I'm mixing my people up. That was when Polanco airmailed it. Two balls, 2 strikes. Fouls off the pitch that was away, and he will stay alive. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes now.
There's still time for the Indians, but you cannot waste opportunities like you did at the end of the 5th.
Clifford tries to go high, does not get the call. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Framil Reyes. Here it comes. He will foul off that curveball and stay alive. Clifford, in his 14th season, 10 different teams that he has been on.
That proves that he's well wanted around the league.
Also important to note that he is a 2-time All-Star, 2011, 2014 as well. Again, splitter coming from Clifford. Reyes doing well to just get a piece of it. And he is definitely living the life of a BG where he is staying alive. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
I like that little correlation right there.
3rd time's a charm for Clifford on that splitter as he gets it away. Reyes obliges. That is the first out of the game for Clifford, first strikeout. And we got 1 out here in the 7th.
Nasty pitch right there to finish Reyes off by Clifford.
Here's the answer to that trivia question. Which Indian hit a grand slam in his first at-bat of his major league career back in 2006? I'm sorry, this time around you didn't get it right, JD. The answer is Kevin Kuzmanov.
Wow, that is a definite name in the past. I don't think he really made too many shockwaves in the major leagues.
0-2.
Clippard feeling it with the splitter as he throws a second straight splitter to Perez. It's now quickly 0-2.
One ball, two strikes, count.
Gonna miss inside 1-2. I see we have a pro announcer from the race circuit in the chat. Welcome. I do sim racing, so I know exactly what you're talking about. 1-2 pitch. Perez does not oblige. Change up away. It's 2-2. Two balls, two strikes, one out here to Perez. Got him swinging. Threw the fastball inside, jammed him completely. That is the second straight strikeout for Tyler Clippard. He is showing why he is very lights out. There's two outs here in the seventh.
Now, these Indian hitters are just out of sync here this afternoon. There you see frustration on the part of Roberto Perez. It's just not been a good day for them.
1-0.
Brings up the number 9 hitter, Delano DeShields. He will watch the splitter in the dirt. Ball 1. DeShields struck out in his first at bat, and he popped up in what was only called a weird bunt attempt back in his last at bat in the 5th.
That was weird. I'm not too
He's
sure.
going to try to bunt again. Donaldson goes with it, and that is going to be an out as he grabbed it before it went into foul territory. One-hands it, underhanded throw. Beautiful play by the bringer of rain. We're through 7 here in Progressive. The Twins still lead it 1-0.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Indians, number 39, Oliver Perez. Leading off for Minnesota, the center fielder, number 25, Byron Buxton.
Oliver Perez here on the mound for the Indians. The line in the first pitch. There's a strike in there for strike 2, forcing fastball.
Thank you for covering for me, JD. Silly me forgot this flashing light in front of me means I'm on mute.
Oh, no problem.
So as mentioned, the soon-to-be 39-year-old Oliver Perez, with a very El Tiante motion, jams him inside with a fastball up and in. Strikeout for Perez. There's one out here in the 8th.
And that's the way for him to come after these Twins hitters. Perez has been an important part of this Indians bullpen the last couple of seasons. He's showing that he still has stuff and he can still make an impact.
I'll circle back on that in a moment as the first pitch to Max Kepler coming. It's going to miss inside. Ball 1. Kepler 0 for 3 today. He is grounded to short twice, and he is lined out, or he is grounded to first as well. So back on Perez. This season, it's his 28th appearance. He's 1-4 with a 6.85 ERA and a WHIP of 1.97. Do you feel the new rule for the three hitters really affects a guy like Perez in particular?
I do, only because in the past, these left-handed pitchers, Terry Francona has liked to bring them in just strictly for lefty-on-lefty matchups and then go back to another guy in the bullpen, and of course now he can't do that. But I think that Perez has shown the ability to handle a lineup all the way around.
1-1 pitch was squared up good by Kepler, but all he could do is foul it off. It's going to be 1 ball, 2 strikes. One-two, grounded back up the middle, but right into the shift where Lindor is waiting. Plenty of time to take out Kepler. That's the third straight time Kepler has grounded out to Lindor, and there's now 2 outs here in the 3rd. In the 8th, too. Sometimes the mind goes ahead of the mouth.
Yes, absolutely does.
2 outs here, and the switch hitting Jorge Polanco. Standing in. First pitch from Perez.
That's outside.
It's going to miss outside with ball 1. Lifetime, 2 for 8 in this contest. Going to chase after the sinker, foul that off 1-1. Important to note that the 2 hits Polanco has have both been doubles. For the San Pedro de Macorís native. 1-1. Grounded towards short. Another play for Lindor. Still make it in time. Good play to get that one from possibly hitting in the dirt by Santana. That's a 1-2-3 inning for the Twins. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Time running out for the Tribe. They're trailing by 1.
Gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Twins, number 65, Trevor May.
And as we start at the bottom of the 8th, the commish of the MLB Players League during COVID, Trevor May coming in. The 6'5", 240-pound native from Longview, Washington, making his 27th appearance on the year. He's 1-1. Very potent 1.78 ERA. Very effective bullpen for this team.
Especially in that last part of it, and here when Lindor pops it up, and it looks like the outfielder's going to come over and make the grab for out number 1.
See, Kepler's being kept busy here recently.
He has been.
Now batting, the third baseman, Ramirez.
1 pitch, 1 out for Trevor May, 30-year-old. 18 holds on the year for the 4th-round pick, originally in 2008. First pitch he throws a 97-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer half of the plate. Strike 1. Ramirez, 0 for 3 today. He's flied out to center, to left, and to first.
Good time for him to get a hit.
Well, he can't fly out to every single position. We don't want the game to go that long, do we?
No, we don't want that to go that long at all.
The 0-2.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Inside, almost caught Ramirez. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I got the count
Look
2
at
and 2.
Another slide of it, bit really hard. Ramirez did not seem to like that one. Stood in on the last one, but this one, not so much. 2-2 pitch coming.
Full count 3-2.
Again, trying to work him on the inside. Cannot catch it. It's going to be a full count here with Carlos Santana waiting in the wings. The full count pitch. High chopper towards first. Sano going to go and tag Ramirez.
Now batting, first baseman, Carlos.
Thought he'd just go step on the bag, but says, hey, tag, you're it. 2 out.
Well, here's a guy that you really want to see at the plate in this type of a situation. Carlos Santana, let's see if he can get one of his famous at-bats together.
Santana 0 for 3 today.
That's the ball.
He's lined to short, grounded to second, and flew to left field in his last at-bat. There is called strike on the curveball. 1-1. Santana this season became 2nd all-time in Indians history for walks issued. Next person in line, longtime Tribe, Mr. Indian himself, Jim Thome.
Thome was one of my favorites, that's for sure.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Inside, it got him. Ouch bite.
Well, Want to get on base any way you can. Obviously, you'd rather it be with a hit, but hey, we'll take that.
I know I should try to be original on that, but it's the only thing that comes to mind on that situation. You know, it's not intentional. Santana gets aboard most painful way possible. He is going to be pulled for a pinch runner. It's in the form of Christian Arroyo. Infielder is... Go right ahead.
You brought up Jim Thome just a little bit ago. It was on the day yesterday that Jim Thome hit the longest home run in the history of Progressive Field. It was a 511-foot bomb to straightaway center field.
Now that is a moonshot. That is fireworks. 0-1 pitch. Mercado waved at that pitch as it was way out the zone. Hard biting slider. He put himself in a bad spot. He's now behind 0-2. Drives that into left field as Polanco would not have an opportunity to get that. And we've got 2 out fireworks taking place here in the 8th.
Well, the Indians here have a little bit of a chance to try to get on the board. They've got a runner on second base. That's a clutch hit there by Mercado.
Only the 4th hit of the game by my count for the Indians. Now Cesar Hernandez is going to try to capitalize. And the first pitch he sees, he loves it, is it stays fair. It's gone. It doesn't look like it is.
That would have been a big fly right there by Hernandez. If he could have, the ball would have just stayed in play. Would have been another one of those terrific comebacks here at Progressive Field. Progressive Field is known for weird things happening late in games. No lead is ever safe for Progressive Field.
Nope, that's a ball.
1-1 pitch. Slider is going to miss outside. It's now 2 balls, 1 strike to the 30-year-old switch-hitting second baseman. The 2-1. Goes chasing after that curveball, and he will miss. 2-2. Carlos Santana at second. Oscar Mercado, runner over at first. Excuse me, Christian Arroyo, check that at second now for Santana. 2-2 pitch. Well connected, but early on that swing and fouled off. Put a lot into that as he dropped to one knee. The 2-2. Ball tails away. He will foul that back just behind the dugout. The 2-2 again. 2-2. Going to be lifted in the air. Max Kepler kept busy here the last few innings. Makes the play in regular right field, and that is going to retire the side. Indians threaten again, but they will leave 2. We're going to head to the 9th inning. Twins still holding on to a 1-0 lead.
Your attention, please.
Partner, I think I've got some breaking news for you that I just saw that relates to this game. It looks like Miguel Sano is tested positive for COVID-19.
Ouch.
That's a big loss for the Twins.
Indeed, indeed. Again, we will hope that he, as well as anyone else dealing with COVID, will recover well, be able to get back at it soon.
Absolutely. They say that is a nasty, nasty illness. It's very unfortunate.
We're going to start the 9th. Indians bringing in their closer, the Brotato, Brad Hand, 30 years old this season. Not a save situation for him. Probably no better guy on the mound as the first pitch he throws to Mitch Garver in there for a called strike.
Absolutely, especially if you're just trying to hold a team at bay and holding out hope for one last at bat.
And on the air, 1-0 with a 0.88 ERA. And 25 of 28 save opportunities. The 1-1 pitch.
1 ball.
Garver chases after that one outside part of the zone, and it's quickly 1-2. And throws a slider low in the zone. It's not going to catch. 2 balls, 2 strikes coming to Garver.
I think Hand was expecting a strike on that right there. He didn't get it.
Fastball is going to be fouled off as he was a little late on that swing. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2. Got him. Froze him on the slider. Checked his swing. It was called strike 3 anyway. First strikeout of the game for Brad Hand. And there's 1 out here in the 9th.
And that is a huge out to get right there. You're getting into that power part of the lineup for Minnesota, so that's a good little building block for Hand to build his confidence on.
Speaking of lineups, if we get when we get to the bottom of the 9th, expect to do up Jordan Luplow, Fremil Reyes, Roberto Perez. Nelson Cruz 0 for 3 today. Couple strikeouts. Flew out to center field in his last at bat back in the 6th. He'll chase after the slider, and it will be quickly 0-2. And the Indian, originally from Minneapolis, Minnesota. He's going to miss low on that fastball. It's 2-2. 1-2, excuse me.
Trying to shut down the team he probably grew up rooting for.
The 1-2.
Nope. That's inside.
Inside, did not catch the zone with the slider. 2-2. And was a 2nd round pick back in the 2008 draft by then Florida, now the Miami Marlins. Spent 5 seasons with them. A couple seasons with the Padres. And he throws a 94-mile-an-hour heater. Absolutely froze Cruz. Downside for Cruz, that's a hat trick. There's 2 outs here in the 9th.
That is a nasty pitch by Brad Hand right there. Sano just can't believe he doesn't swing at it. Or Cruz, excuse me.
2 outs. Eddie Rosario is your hitter. And he goes really after that first pitch slider. Really regretted that right away. 0-1. Probably about as bad of a pitch that I would think a guy of Rosario's caliber would make.
Absolutely.
The 0-1. Again, going to try to send the slider away. He fouls that one off back behind. And it's quickly 0-2.
Hand was acquired in a steal of a deal. All it cost them was catching prospect Francisco Mahle.
He throws another slider. Rosario cannot catch up to it. Brad Hand has struck out the side here. We're going to go to the bottom of the 9th. Last chance for the Indians. We got Luplow, Reyes, and Perez coming up. It's 1-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for Minnesota, number 55, Taylor Rogers.
Bottom of the 9th here at Progressive Field. Happy Independence Day to all of you in the United States.
Leading off for the Indians,
We thought we'd see a lot of fireworks in this offensively powered game, but it is 1-0 here in the bottom of the 9th. That means Taylor Rogers on the mound for the Twins. 29-year-old from Littleton, Colorado, looking to get his 25th save on the year. He has only blown 1 save.
Pretty incredible. It's been a very well-pitched game so far.
First pitch he throws to Jordan Luplow is a ball 1. Luplow 1 for 3 today. He had a single back in the 5th.
Nope, that's it. Ball 2.
I have a little stat for you here. I had talked about earlier about how weird things happen at Progressive Fields and how no lead is safe. In 1995, the Indians had 27 wins in their last at bat. So that just goes to show you how scary it can be late in games here at Progressive Field. Now, they don't have the names like Ramirez, Bell, and Comey that they had back then, but let's see how things go for them here.
On the 3-0 pitch, sinkers in there for a called strike 1. 3 balls, 1 strike coming to Jordan Luplow. We will watch that slider in there, and it's now 3-2. And he watches the sinker, doesn't take the bat off the shoulder, and it is a caught-looking strikeout. First out of the 9th, first strikeout of the game for Taylor Rogers.
You can't have that right there if you're the Indians, you're late in the game, you've got to be willing to swing the bat at some point.
Franmil Reyes is definitely the type to do so. Well, first pitch he watches, though, is a slider in there for a called strike. Important to note for the Indians fans, again, Indians trailing the Twins by 3 games here, in danger of that getting worse. We've got the White Sox 1 game back on the Twins. They're facing Texas later. Dane Dunning on the mound for the White Sox, 0-1 with a 5.33 ERA. He'll face off against former Indian Corey Kluber, 7-6 this season with a 3.73 ERA. That'll be an important game to watch here on the 4th of July, regardless of the outcome of this one.
It absolutely will be, and if you were the Indians, you could ill afford to have a game like this. It looks like you're going to go down, and this could have some pretty serious consequences to it.
And just as you said, another sharp slider and another case of the bat frozen. Swooping strikeout with the pitch high up in the zone. Second straight strikeout for Reyes. Both Brad Hand, Taylor Rogers showing why they are the closers on each of their respective clubs. Indians down to their last out. It's in the form of Roberto Perez.
Well, Perez can swing a pretty good bat. He can get clutch hits, so let's see if he's able to come through for the Indians here.
They'll be quickly behind 0-2. It's important to note he is 0 for 9 with 5 strikeouts in his career against Taylor Rogers. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Grounds that towards short. Jorge Polanco. Plenty of time. Over to first. And the Twins will win the second game of this 3-game series. They've won 2 in a row. The Indians have now dropped 3 straight, at least. And it is a 1-0 ball game here at Progressive Field. Devin Smeltzer is going to pick up the win on the year. That's a 7th win on the year. Zach Plesac, the hard luck loser. Only his 4th loss on the year. And only 1 mistake in the form of that home run to Miguel Sano. JD, your thoughts?
Well, this is a very well-built Minnesota Twins ball club, and they showed it here this evening. If you're the Indians, you got to get this figured out. You got to get the problems with your bats figured out, because you're coming up to the All-Star break, and time's going to be slipping away pretty quickly.
For Cleveland, no run.
Indeed, indeed. So looking at the final totals, Minnesota only managed 3 hits in this game. So the Indians pitching was extremely effective. It is literally just the 1 mistake to Miguel Sano that is the difference in this game. And when you have a number 8 hitter be able to hit a home run, who comes off a season 1 short of hitting 40, that tells you exactly what you need to know on how potent this lineup is. And even on a tough day, they're able to make a big difference on this. Who would you give the player of the game to?
Well, I think you got to give it to either Miguel Sano for getting that home run on the board, or Devin Meltzer. He worked his way out of an absolute jam in the bottom of that 5th inning, and he came back and really handled that Indians offensive stack the rest of the game.
Indeed, indeed. So the 24-year-old lefty goes 6 solid today. I believe he only let up 2 hits. No, I'm incorrect on that one. But like Jason, the native of Voorhees, New Jersey, that is, he really was a nightmare to the bats for the Tribe. They left quite the village on the base paths as well. So really got to chalk this up to a day of lost opportunities.
Yes, you do. You can't leave runners stranded and runners in scoring position, and that's exactly what the Indians did today. They had him on the rope a couple times and let him off. And
my mistake, I had mentioned 2 hits, but it was actually 4 hits in the end on that that Smeltzer had let up on that. But well-pitched effort by him. Good effort still by Plesac all around. We were delighted with pitching. So for fireworks, it was actually strikeouts that was the real case of fireworks for today.
It sure was. It was a treat to watch.
Indeed. So with that win, Indians are going to fall 4 games back at this time as the Twins now improve to 59-31 on the season. Again, the White Sox and the Rangers will be going off later today. Dane Dunning will be facing off against Corey Kluber. Indians fans will be rooting for Kluber one more time in Rangers gear. Try to not fall too far behind on the White Sox as they are currently 1.5 games back in ML Ball.
I believe Texas is kind of up there in the standings too, so they could use a really great game today from Kluber.
Indeed. I believe our team is coming in. I believe we are going to pass it off to Charlotte and Hines here as they've got coverage. I believe you've got the Rays and the Cubs.
Yeah, we do. Should be a good one. Got 2 sort of sneaky Cy Young Award potentials today with Ryan Yarbrough and Kyle Hendricks. And yesterday, JD and I were on the call for the first game of the series with a lot of long balls, that's for sure.
Yes, we definitely saw a lot of long balls yesterday, and hopefully Hines, the Cubs hitters, won't get as dominated as they did yesterday. That was a really discouraging thing to see.
Yeah, what was it? 6 strikeouts to end the game. 6 of their last 7 hitters only working 1 walk in that period, so not the best outcome there.
Indeed. So we will call it a day for us here in Cleveland. For my partner, JD Gregory, this is Commish LB saying thank you very much for putting up with me on my first ever attempt at doing this with you. I have enjoyed my time here on ML Ball. Happy 4th, everyone, where you are. Enjoy the fireworks. Be safe. Enjoy the hot dogs and the burgers as well. That's all from Progressive Field. We're going to pass you off to Wrigley Field. Venerable Wrigley Field. Watch out for that, Ivy. Take it away, Hines and Charlotte.
All right, thank you very much. You can get a look here at the Tampa Bay Rays lineups. Same as yesterday with another righty on the mound. 3 homers came from this lineup yesterday from Meadows, Renfroe, and Zunino. And, well, Charlotte, this was a very potent lineup yesterday. It's not the most potent in the American League, not even in that division. What do they have to do today against Kyle Hendricks, a completely different pitcher from Chatwood yesterday?
Well, this lineup is actually, as you said, a little bit of, it's a very strong lineup, but doesn't look like it on the surface. Not tons of leaders in the standings. They're not really at the top, but they can be very, very good. They just need to get through to Kyle Hendricks, try and get some walks out of him, try and get him to slip up, try and crack that facade a little bit.
And of course, they'll be having their, I would say their pseudo ace on the mound in Ryan Yarbrough. He's not number 1 per se in terms of on the scorecard, so to speak, but definitely with the stats, he's been their best pitcher.
And this Rays rotation is just absolutely incredible, and he's been a top pitcher in the American League. He has the 3rd fewest losses, 3rd fewest home runs given up. He has a shutout on the year, a really low ERA, really low whip, and he's just been absolutely lights out this season.
Well, both of these pitchers also mainly focusing with ground balls, trying to, especially with Kyle Hendricks, that heavy sinker he throws, almost Greg Maddux-like. And then Yarbrough also focusing with mainly a cutter, changeup, sinker, sort of trying to keep the ball on the ground, which if you miss with those, we could be seeing a couple more on Waveland Avenue like we did yesterday. But I think a lot of it will come down to the weather today at Wrigley Field. I think me and JD brought this up yesterday. It's, you know, there are 2 main extremes, and that's, you know, wind blowing out, you hit one on the street. Wind blowing in, you can't get it out of the infield.
Absolutely. Another similarity between these 2 starting pitchers is their lack of speed. Kyle Hendricks known for being throwing a lot of slow pitches, one of the slowest pitchers actually in the lead right now. Yarbrough also not a lot of heat in the lineup, and it's really relying on those ground balls, as you said.
Looks like we're going to take a look at the Cubs lineup here. They're going to be facing a lefty today, so a couple things change. Just a switch between Contreras and Schwarber in the lineup. Contreras moving up to clean up, Schwarber down to 5. And then Ian Happ and Jason Hayward switching. Happ moving up to the 6th spot, Hayward dropping down to the 7. Obviously, he's definitely struggled against left-handed pitching. Ian Happ, though, not known for hitting from the right-handed side of the box, but yesterday, a homer off of a lefty off of Jalen Beeks.
This Cubs up actually a lot of left-handed hitters. They're essentially alternating, as you can see there. And yeah, Ian Happ with that big home run yesterday, 2 RBI, really great game yesterday, trying to carry some of that momentum into this game and end the little losing streak that the Cubs have here.
And I see Albert Almora going to be batting in the 9 spot today. Been a recent change to the lineup. He's been coming in. He originally came in a couple of weeks ago, replacing David Bodie, getting the start in center field with Ian Happ, who is the regular center fielder, moving over to his more natural second base. But now Almora's been hitting 9th in the lineup as a double leadoff, trying to get somebody on base when the lineup turns over to those big bats. Give Bryant and Rizzo somebody on base to try to get some more runs across.
That's a really interesting strategy for the Cubs, putting Almora in the 9 spot instead of Hendricks. And I think that with such a powerful bat and in Chris Bryant leading off for you, that is a fantastic strategy that could really pay off.
So we're going to be taking you out to Wrigley Field here. Opened since 1914 and home of the Cubs for over 100 years. It's been a great place to go to, one of the go-to stadiums in my opinion. It's always nice to see those old ballparks, get to see the Wrigley Field ivy growing, the bleacher bums out in the outfield, all the fans on the Wrigleyville rooftops across Waveland and Sheffield. See, we are here taking you out to what is a sunny day, it seems, here at Wrigley Field. 2 teams above the 50 win mark before this All-Star break. Both teams potential to break the century mark by the end of the season, so that's something to watch for as these teams prepare for some Stars and Stripes spot ball here today. And here is the Cubs starting pitcher, Kyle Hendricks.
Kyle Hendricks, the 30-year-old, drafted in 2011 in the 8th round out of Dartmouth College. Nicknamed the Professor, actually, because he went to an Ivy League. And we mentioned some of those impressive stats, really having a great season so far.
Well, he'll be facing Willie Adames. Had a good 2-for-3 outing with an RBI and an extra base hit yesterday, as the first pitch here on the 4th of July is a curveball low. 1-0 here to start the ball game.
First pitch, 120.
Cubs first in the NL Central, currently holding a 5-game lead up on the second place Cincinnati Reds. That one looked low, called strike. Wind blowing in from center field here in Chicago. A nice 79 degrees, so nice weather, though I'm sure those power bats of Bryant, Rizzo, Baez, along with all those on the Rays, will not be relishing that wind blowing in from center field.
No, and that might force these powerful bats to play a little bit of a smaller game here, trying to string together like base hits such as singles and doubles instead of just knocking it out of the park.
Well, that's a quick ground ball to second base. Adames grounds it over to Happ. Happ throws over to first.
Number 8.
Starting lineup for the Rays today: Adames, Lau, Meadows, Renfroe, Choi, Diaz, Zanino, Kevin Kiermaier, and the starting pitcher Ryan Yarbrough. First pitch into Brandon Lau is down. That's going to be a 1-0 count here. Second pitch to Brandon Lau. Chopped down to third base. Chris Bryant makes the play, throws it across the diamond, and out number 2 here in the 4th on 6 pitches for Kyle Hendricks.
Batting third. The
This is a great start for Hendricks as he's quickly retiring these batters. He is very capable of pitching with very few pitches thrown, so keep an eye out on his pitch count here as he might try and get a complete game with the Cubs bullpen a little bit worn out from yesterday.
Well, Kyle Hendricks did throw that 81 pitch Maddox, a complete game shutout with less than 100 pitches is the qualifying for a Maddox. Of course, gets his nickname not only from Dartmouth, but the professor, referencing the Cubs and Braves Hall of Famer Greg Maddux, whose number 31 flies on one of the Wrigley Field foul poles here. 2-1 pitch is grounded through the middle for a base hit from Austin Meadows. He's been very hot of late. 2 hits yesterday and another one here to start this ball game.
Batting fourth. The left fielder.
As you can see in that replay, he just caught the breaking ball on the break. Not a bad pitch from Hendricks, but great read by Austin Meadows to give Hunter Renfroe a base runner. And Renfroe also a pretty strong outing yesterday with a home run.
Yeah, that homer going 461 feet, landing on Waveland Avenue. Almost predicted by our friend Big Fund, who was delivering the trivia question of the day, which referenced a homer over Waveland. It's 1-0 here on Hunter Renfroe. One of the big power bats in this lineup, as you said. And he gets a pitch to drive. Great play by Baez. Throws to get the force at second base. Nice off-balance throw and a nice play there by Baez to end the inning. So 1 hit goes for nothing here for the Rays. The Cubs will be coming up in the bottom of the 1st. So here is that lefty of this staff, Ryan Yarbrough. Man, he's been not only the best pitcher on this team, he's been pretty much the best pitcher in the league, maybe with the exception of Garrett Cole.
He really has, and looking through the stats and the leaders in all of those stats, you can see most of them go Cole number 1, Yarbrough number 2. And he's really turned into a fantastic pitcher for the Rays. He was traded to the Rays in 2017 from the Mariners and actually holds their rookie record for wins with 16 wins in 2018.
Was mainly used as the bulk guy for Kevin Cash in that opener system that they didn't necessarily start, but they were one of the first major league teams to opt to use that on a regular basis, and he was essentially I believe he only started about half of the games he pitched in most of those times, starting behind Ryan Stanek was one of their main guys, who's now since was traded to the Miami Marlins last season. Down to Chris Bryant, 3-0. This is what the Cubs are going to have to do today, earn their walks and try to play a little bit of small ball here.
And we saw this with the Cubs on Sunday when they faced Garrett Cole, able to draw a really large amount of walks as Bryant takes first there. And Yarbrough actually the fewest walks in the American League out of any pitcher. So an uncharacteristic start for him.
Funny enough, that's the exact thing we said when we called that game with Garrett Cole. It was man, he's not looking like Garrett Cole today. So we'll see if this is a standard Ryan Yarbrough start or not. As you mentioned, his walks are low. His strikeouts also Definitely higher than Kyle Hendricks, but not up there either. So he's going to be looking to force some double plays when he gets those guys on. First pitch here to big Anthony Rizzo. Chops it over to short. Adames over to Lau. Over to Choi. 6-4-3 on the double play. Almost as if I had known it was going to happen.
The shortstop, Javier.
So with the runner knocked off the base paths, Javier Baez has plenty of pop to beat the wind here. One of his best homers coming in game 1 of the 2016 NLDS against Johnny Cueto. Hit one, he looked like he hit 500 feet and it landed just barely in the basket in left field. So he swings big there and misses at the cutter.
That's a ball. I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
At the shoe tops with the cutter, it's 1-1.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Baez, of course, one of those big first round picks that the Cubs had over a long period of years, along with Almora, Schwarber, Bryant, Ian Happ now, and they're all making the starting team.
And looking through this lineup, you see the first round picks for the Cubs, I think 2011 through 14, all in the starting lineup, and that's some amazing drafting done by the Cubs. You got to give it to their scouts there, because really with the draft, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, and the Cubs did a great job.
Yeah, all that front office work has paid off for the Cubs. Epstein and Hoyer doing a great job, and this year drafting the shortstop out of high school, local kid from Chicago. Looks to be just a great pick for them. We see 2-0 here on Ji-Man Choi.
Ji-Man Choi, another one of those Rays players who had a great game yesterday. He was 2 for 4.
Well, right there, he grounds it very slowly to Rizzo. Kept it fair and taps the bag. So out number 1 pretty quickly, and Yandy Diaz with that 5-game hitting streak is going to try to extend it here in the second inning. First pitch to Diaz. Curveball catches the inside part of the zone, called strike 1.
There's that slow curve from a Hendricks, about 71 miles an hour usually.
Ball, 1 strike.
Mainly a sinker changeup guy, and that curveball, when you're looking for either a good sinker like that one there, like that he's thrown earlier, and changeup like he just threw there, when that curveball breaks an extra, 5 inches, that's hard to hit, as that's hit in towards the gap. Almora is going to cut it off, and Diaz will be held to a single here with 1 out.
Good piece of fielding there from Almora to cut that pitch, that ball off before it got too far in, and keeping Diaz at first base. He could have easily made it to second if Almora hadn't gotten there in time.
So that'll bring in the catcher for the Rays, Mike Zunino, hitting .235, but as mentioned yesterday on the broadcast with JD, he's a very premier defensive catcher, so he earns his spot in the team through his defense more than his offense, though yesterday proving us wrong with another long home run, one of the 3 solo shots, along with Meadows and Renfroe.
Zunino, the winner of the 2018 Wilson Defensive Player of the Year award for the catching position, but was actually had a bit of an off-season defensively last year, as he had 6 errors, which was 4th in the American League among catchers.
He's hit in a 2-2 count here. Hendricks looking to induce a double play. Instead gets the strikeout, sinker boring in on him. swung on and missed, and that's the first K of the night for Kyle Hendricks.
The center fielder, Kevin Kiermaier.
And that one really confused Zunino. Awkward swing there as it just dropped right out from under him. Great pitch from Hendricks, as he's not a big strikeout guy, as we mentioned earlier, but still more than capable of getting the Ks when he wants to.
And in stands another premier defensive player, Kevin Kiermaier, 5-time Gold Glover. He's known for making some insane catches, him and Kevin Pillar both. As that's chopped to second base, Ian Happ opts to go to second base. I don't know what he's thinking there, and he'll be charged with a throwing error.
And that was a confusing play by Ian Happ, as Kiermaier is fast. He could have beaten him out, wouldn't have been able to get him at first anyways, even if the throw had come into second base for the force. So really the good play would have just been to get out Kiermaier and end the inning.
And now Yarbrough will hit. Should be, I say, an easy out, but never know pitchers. They can always swing the bat, and it's always interesting to see when they do. However, Hendricks would have much rather liked to have him leading off the third inning. Gets ahead 0-2 on him. Ryan Yarbrough in his career, an 0 for 3. Obviously a young pitcher, and he's not played many National League games.
Inside, ball one.
Hendricks comes set, and the 1-2 pitch. Tried to get him with that same sinker he got Zunino with, but no chasing from Ryan Yarbrough.
And even though he most likely will end the inning, really smart by Yarbrough to just wait it out on those pitches out of the zone and try to just get Hendricks to throw a few more than he needs to.
2-2 on Ryan Yarbrough. Got a foul ball. This time chops another one foul, so that's gonna make it a 6-pitch at bat so far. So he's definitely working the count almost more than any of the other Rays position players so far. And he serves that one into center field. It will drop. Jason Hayward picks it up. The runner heading to the plate. He will score. So Ryan Yarbrough helping himself out with an RBI bloop single.
And I was not expecting that, honestly. You can see there his first major league hit. And really solid contact there. Great job to hit that one to the opposite field, falling right at the, or rather, falling right there in front of Hayward and scoring a run.
And that'll bring up Willie Adames, already batting again in the second inning. Grounded out to second in his first at bat, and now with a runner in scoring position for him.
Adames 9th in the American League in hits.
Hayward ranged back, made the catch. I thought that one almost got over his head, and that could have spelled a big inning here for Tampa, but they will take the 1 run, 2 hits and an error. It's 1-0 mid-2.
Leading off for the Cubs, the catcher, Wilson.
So Wilson Contreras leading off the second inning. The Chicago Cubs really need to get some bats going. As we mentioned, they ended last game on a very low note, unable to even hit the bullpen there. But here, Wilson Contreras will get a base hit for the Cubs' first hit of the ball game.
Wilson Contreras, I think more known for his defense, more special to this Cubs team for his defense, but really having a great offensive season, batting .292, showing off his hitting ability there.
And that'll bring up Kyle Schwarber. Moved down 1 in the lineup with the lefty starter, but he's still got some pop against left-handed pitching if he can get a hold of one. First pitch from Yarbrough. That one is low with the cutter. Not by much, though. 1-0. That one right down the heart of the plate with the cutter. Schwarber ahead of it. They're going to have to tone down after seeing Charlie Morton throw 97 with Yarbrough on the mound today.
Yarbrough still with the really low pitch count here. That was just number 15. As we saw Hendricks' count getting up a little bit. And if Yarbrough can stay in for this whole game, that would be absolutely lethal to the Cubs offense.
Chops that one foul. 2-2 the count to Kyle Schwarber. And the pitch. Looping curveball out of the zone. Schwarber chases it, so that's going to be strikeout number 2 for Yarbrough on the game.
And when you've got a power hitter like Schwarber, they're usually a little bit prone to strikeouts, taking those big cuts, and a great pitch by Yarbrough got him chasing.
0-1.
So 0-1 to Ian Happ, as we mentioned, a homer off of a lefty yesterday. 460 feet, not a wall scraper by any stretch of the imagination. As he gets pitch inside, that's going to be a 1-1 count.
Happ drafted by the Cubs in 2015, 9th overall out of the University of Cincinnati.
The count is 1-2.
1-2 pitch to Ian Happ. In the dirt, 2-2. So Cubs working some counts here against Yarbrough this inning. Like to get some offense, however, on the board as that one is fouled back. Good job to just get a piece of the changeup. Another foul ball by Happ. Good job to battle against Ryan Yarbrough with Jason Hayward standing on deck for the Cubs.
Really putting up a good fight here. He's another guy who strikes out a lot, and just his ability to make contact that he's displayed in this at-bat is really impressive.
That's going to be 4-6-3. Another double play grounded into by the Cubs. Not something you want to make a habit of doing. Yarbrough pumped on the mound. Still 1-0. Heidi Watney here to report about this Cubs pitching staff. Look at those numbers. Top 3 are ERA, whip, opposing average, home runs allowed, and walks.
And a career season here for Kyle Hendricks. As you can see with the numbers there, the whole Cubs pitching staff really fantastic this season, and showing how important to the Cubs' success the pitching success is.
Kyle Schwarber's 2.34 ERA, ranking 4th in the National League. Only behind Quintana, his teammate, Walker Buehler, and Madison Bumgarner. Looking to try to equal that 2.14 ERA, which led him to the ERA title in that 2016 World Championship season.
I got the count 1-2.
In the dirt to Brandon Lau, it's 1-2.
I got the count 2-2.
The 2-2 pitch in from Kyle Hendricks. Curveball grounded. Rizzo tosses over to Hendricks, covering first. Good piece of defense by the Cubs, and that's one away.
Good speed there from Hendricks. Rizzo flipped it to him a little bit early, and I was worried that he was going to have trouble beating out Lau there at first. But able to leg it over there just in time.
So that'll bring in Austin Meadows. Of course, came over to the Rays in the infamous Chris Archer deal. one which the Pirates will be looking back upon for years to come as one of the big flops in trade history in recent years.
And that one really did not work out well for the Pirates. I honestly don't really know what they were thinking with that one, and it's gotta hurt now seeing Chris Archer not even playing right now, and Austin Meadows and Glasnow having fantastic seasons with the Rays.
Chris Archer was actually a former Cub minor league prospect, got traded along with Robinson Chirinos, Brandon Geyer, Cleveland Indian, and Sam Fold over to the Rays in exchange for Matt Garza back in 2011 as Austin Meadows gets a base hit, his second of the ball game.
Now batting, the left fielder, Hunter Renfroe.
And Austin Meadows continues to have himself a day here. As you said, 2 for 2 already with 2 singles, really stimulating this Rays offense.
Hunter Renfroe at the dish, watching low. Came over in the offseason in that Tommy Pham deal.
That was a deal that really confused a lot of people after Tommy Pham had such a great season with the Rays, and then they just traded him away. And I don't know if Hunter Renfroe has proven himself to be worth it.
Yeah, there are definitely different types of players. I would put Hunter Renfroe more on the side of a DH rather than a defensive player, and it definitely under the 3 true outcomes, walk, strikeout, homer category, whereas Tommy Pham was much more of a complete player. Defense, not necessarily a crazy defensive outfielder, but certainly a capable defender along with hitting for both average and power, as we see a 3-2 count on Renfroe. Hendricks comes set. Full count pitch. Chopped that changeup back, so we'll do it again here. That's grounded to second, forward, a 6-3. Double plays have been wild today. The third of the ball game. We head to the bottom of the third, 1-0 Rays.
Leading off for the Cubs, the right fielder.
So here is Jason Hayward. Already made a good defensive play today. Had a couple of good defensive plays on the run yesterday. And now trying to prove himself with the bat.
You can always count on Jason Hayward for those strong defensive plays, but the bat a little bit less reliable, batting .234 this season with 8 home runs. Not horrible. Yesterday 1 for 4 with a double.
Well, interestingly enough, he actually hit a homer off of a couple homers off of left-handed pitching this season, so it's not like he's been absolutely horrible against same-sided pitchers. And here showing the veteran plate discipline that he has, trying to work walk number 37 on the season. The 3-0 pitch is watched for a strike, and it's, I think, crucial that he gets on base a little more with Kyle Hendricks and in general the pitcher spot in the 8th spot, trying to maybe bunt him over to second and allow Almora to try to get something out of the 9-hole.
That would be a very productive way for the Cubs to start this inning. As Hayward thought that one was ball 4. But Hendricks saw Yarbrough hit that beautiful single. He might want to show that he can hit too.
Well, Hendricks has proven himself with the bat occasionally in his career. He's only 3 for 30 this whole season. As there is ball 4, so good working of the count by Hayward. That's the second walk issued by Ryan Yarbrough. And going back to Kyle Hendricks, I remember one game he had a 8-inning shutout, I believe, or maybe I think he gave up 1 run actually. Went 3 for 4 in the game with 2 singles and an RBI double.
And you really love to see that from your pitchers, as a lot of them can't really make anything happen at the plate.
Well, here is the sacrifice bunt. Yarbrough just going to toss it over to first. It's much harder for a lefty to make the throw over to second on that perfectly placed bunt by Kyle Hendricks.
And that was a beautiful bunt from Hendricks, and did his job, advance to the runner. And now Almora will have a chance to drive in the run and tie the game.
And with Chris Bryant on deck, you have a very good chance of scoring if even if Almora can just get on base in some way.
You just got to get back to the top of that lineup.
It's 0-2 on him now. The pitch from Yarbrough. Curveball in the dirt. No chasing there from Albert Almora.
Yarbrough using that curve usually as his put-away pitch, but Almora not biting there.
And that swung over the top of good curveball, as you mentioned, his put-away pitch, and he puts him away right there.
The batter, the third baseman, Ryan.
Strikeout number 3 by Yarbrough. But now Chris Bryant's at the plate, and he's perfectly capable of getting some offense on the board even with 2 outs.
And he's at the top of just about every National League hitting category. Doubles, runs, walks, all in the top 3. He was 1 for 3 yesterday with double number 28 of the season for him.
One of 6 extra base hits for the Cubs in yesterday's affair, 3 doubles and 3 homers, yet none of that was the only offense they got. 6 hits, 6 extra base hits, and only 4 runs to show for it. 2-1.
Cubs never quite looked comfortable in the game yesterday as they were trying to chase the Rays the whole time. The Rays offense doing a great job of taking advantage of some slip-ups made by the Cubs bullpen.
Chris Bryant working a good count, earning himself a fastball more than likely, or he could draw his second walk of the game as that one is fouled away on the changeup. It's 3-2. Yarbrough coming set, and the pitch to Bryant. Laced up the middle into center field, rounding third, heading home, and scoring is Jason Hayward. The Cubs have evened the score here in the 3rd inning.
Great job there by Chris Bryant, getting that one right back up the middle. Hayward had just enough speed to beat out that throw from coming in from Kiermaier in center. Kiermaier, a fantastic defender, but just couldn't get that ball in soon enough.
And that is very big, and that just shows how good of a player Chris Bryant is. 3-2 count. He's not trying to launch anything here. He's just trying to hit a line drive up the middle in this case, or into a gap, just trying to get the runner home. And when you have situational players like that, you are always going to be a good team.
1-1.
So Anthony Rizzo at the dish here, looking to continue this inning. Finds himself 1-1 as that one is low. 2-1 the count.
And we've mentioned a lot of these Cubs hitters getting on base yesterday, but Rizzo 0 for 4. Not a great game for him to try and bounce back facing the lefty Yarbrough.
Rizzo, at least one of the players who has had some success against left-handers out of those lefty bats. He's a professional, and he knows how to hit, and he also knows when to take his walks like he has just now. 3rd on the day issued by Ryan Yarbrough.
Really strange from Yarbrough here. giving up, as you said, 3 walks already. He almost never walks bad. He's struggling a little bit with his control, maybe not used to these Cubs hitters' plate discipline.
He's already fallen behind 1-0 to Baez and comes even with a good comeback sinker. The 1-1 from Ryan Yarbrough is outside 2-1. 26 pitches this inning, more balls than strikes. Very un-Yarbrough-like this season.
And the Cubs looking like they can wear him down here, as pitch 52 will be on the way. But the Rays bullpen, very strong, relatively well rested right now. The Cubs might not catch a break from those guys.
2-2 on Javi Baez. Called strike 3. A good put away pitch there by Yarbrough. Strikeout number 4 on the day ends the inning, but the Cubs do tie it up. It's 1-1 going to the 4th. Great day at Wrigley Field. Heidi Watney reporting here. Again, this time on this Rays offense. You see Kevin Cash, the manager of the Rays, in the dugout. They're on a pretty good run of form recently. They're going to have a hard time challenging the Yankees for the division, but they're down, but they're definitely not out, and anything can happen in baseball.
And Kevin Cash having a lot of success with this Rays team here, hired in 2014 after playing in the major leagues for 8 years. And the Rays have had a great past 2 seasons, and we mentioned them having a hard time overtaking the Yankees, but really it might be harder for them to get one of those wild card spots.
That's absolutely true, as Javier Baez showing off the range right behind the second base bag, throwing over to first to get him out.
And that is not the first stellar defensive play we've seen from Baez this game. One of the best defenders in the league, a two-time All-Star, really fantastic player in the infield for the Cubs.
So that'll bring up Yandy Diaz for the Rays. He's 1 for 1, got a base knock in his first at-bat. As that one is chopped, Javier Baez gobbles that one up, throws it to first, and that's out number 2 very quickly here.
Now batting, catcher, Mike.
Is Hendricks looking much more comfortable here than he was earlier, and more comfortable than Yarbrough was last half inning.
So Mike Zunino comes to the dish, having a very good stretch of games these past 5, 353 on that batting average. Low and outside, it's 2-0 on the catcher.
Zunino, the 3rd overall pick for the Mariners in 2012. Bit of a disappointment there, as he turned out to not necessarily be worthy of the 3rd overall pick, though he has been in the major leagues successfully for a few years now.
Kyle Hendricks deals, and that is served out into the right center gap. Almora chasing, and he'll get it in, but it looks like Zunino will stand up easily at second base. A double, the first extra base hit of the ball game.
As that tear for Zunino continues, great contact there. Almora not able to cut that one off. rolling all the way to the wall. And now a great opportunity here for Kiermaier.
Well, we saw Kevin Kiermaier reach on that E4 in his last time up, which actually ended up leading to the pitcher knocking in a run. Last thing they want to do here is let Kiermaier get on base again, with Yarbrough proving that he at least has some rudimentary skills with the stick.
And Kiermaier, a very fast runner, some threatening speed on the base paths if he can reach.
An odd swing, and Javier Baez, almost a carbon copy of the one by Choi, fields all 3 outs on the inning. So nothing comes from that 2-out double. We head to the bottom of the 4th, 1-1. Cubs and Rays here at Wrigley Field on July the 4th. Heidi Watney again here with her 3rd report of the afternoon about this Chicago Cubs offense. They've been struggling the past couple games. Coming into this game, they lost to the Brewers 4-2 on Thursday. David Ross looking to just turn this team around here.
David Ross on the younger side for a manager, 43 years old. Close bond with this Cubs team as he actually played for them pretty recently and was John Lester's personal catcher at the Red Sox.
Maintained that personal catcher role, and he knows his friend John Lester very well, knows when he's done and when he's on. Of course, essentially a cult hero for the Cubs after that World Series, especially with that such an emotional Game 7 homer off of Andrew Miller. Great signing, a good successor to Joe Madden, trying to still keep things loose. We see swinging bunt, and that'll be a base hit for Contreras. Take him any way you get him.
And Willie Adames, not a bad shortstop, but that pitch was just moving so slowly he didn't charge it quite fast enough. And Contreras showing off that speed, getting up the line.
So a leadoff infield single will lead to Kyle Schwarber coming to the dish as he takes a big hack. It's going to be 0-1.
Kyle Schwarber, a man of many talents, sang in high school in his school's show choir and was also a linebacker with his high school football team.
Good block. Well, no, actually it goes through Zunino. So Contreras, decently fast catcher, can get over to second. Cubs are just a bloop single away from an RBI.
And Kyle Schwarber can provide much more than a bloop single. Some of the power he has, you see that big hack there. And he would love to send this one out of the ballpark.
1-2 called, strike 3. He will not get the chance, as that's strikeout number 5 from Ryan Yarbrough.
Yarbrough looking a bit more like the pitcher that we were expecting coming into this game now, as he's pulling himself together.
Ian Happ standing at the plate. A little piece of bonus this date in baseball history before I come back with a little bit of it, but July 4th, 2017, these two teams actually played each other. One of only 7 times that these two teams have played in the past decade. July 4th, 2017, Rays 6, Cubs 5 here at Wrigley Field, as we see another strikeout, back-to-back Ks for number 6 for Yarbrough. Chris Archer got the win in that ball game. John Lester the loss. Tim Beckham with a 2-run homer for the Rays, and current Cubs Steven Souza Jr. with 2 RBIs in that one as well. That one is out into left field. It's fair. Down the line, Contreras will score. The Cubs have taken a 2-1 lead, and Hayward Try to catch the infield napping. Not the correct decision as he's thrown out, but that'll be an RBI single, and the Cubs take a 2-1 lead.
Leading off for the Rays, the pitcher, Ryan Yarbrough.
So Yarbrough will lead off the inning with that RBI single on his line already today. Questionable running decision by Jason Hayward, normally a very smart base runner. Don't know what happened there.
Well, it did look like it would be a double off the bat, right up the line there. Maybe just trying to get into scoring position to try and tack on another run. He does have some speed, but Renfroe, a cannon out there in left field, able to get him out.
So a 2-1 count from Kyle Hendricks to Ryan Yarbrough. It's top 5, 2-1 Cubs at historic Wrigley Field.
Yarbrough looking more composed as a hitter than as a pitcher now, fouling off the deliveries from Hendricks, watching the balls go by. Really impressive.
Another foul ball there, fouling a pitch back. So it's 2-2 on him. He's working more pitches than pretty much everyone in this lineup as he fouls another one back. Watched outside. Ryan Yarbrough looking like a hitter today.
Maybe it's some of that pitching expertise, a little bit easier for him to anticipate what's coming.
I don't even know if you could hit that if you saw it coming from Kyle Hendricks. Good fastball. You can see 4th in the ERA leaders of the National League. So Willie Adames stepping in, 0 for 2, a ground ball to second and a fly ball to center field. His 2 at-bats so far today is that curveball catches a little too much air.
Adames traded to the Rays in 2014 from the Tigers as part of that David Price trade and was their #1 prospect for 3 years.
1-1. On that sinker, touching 86 miles an hour from Kyle Hendricks. And that's ripped. Watch out there in the first row. 1-2. Ripped over to short. Javi Baez. He's always alert, making the play there on the line out.
And this has been the Javi Baez show today, as we're just seeing play after play from him. He's just being absolutely spectacular with the glove.
Well, when you have Kyle Hendricks on the mound, he pitches to his defense. And you got to know when you're playing. The Cubs all know when Kyle Hendricks is on the mound, expect the ball to be hit to you. And make the plays for him because he normally is on probably 9 times out of 10. Hendricks, 2-1 delivery. Hit over to second. Ian Happ fields it, throws it to first. And that's out number 3, a 1-2-3. 5th inning, the Cubs have a 2-1 lead and look to extend it with 8, 9, and 1 coming to the plate.
Leading off for the Cubs.
Rays bullpen has a bit of action going. Jalen Beeks pitched yesterday, gave up 2 runs. And Trevor Richards, another one of their long relief options.
Nope, ball 1.
Yarbrough's outing might get cut short if he can't get some of these Cubs hitters out easily here in the bottom of the 5th. The pitch count not very high yet, only 66 at the moment.
Kyle Hendricks, a nice cut on the cut fastball. So it'll be 1-1.
One ball, 2 strikes.
Swings and misses at that cutter. It's going to be 1-2.
And that cutter is Yarbrough's favorite pitch, most frequently thrown, as he comes back with it again and gets the big strikeout there.
Number 7 on the day for Ryan Yarbrough. Doesn't always pitch for strikeouts. He's another guy like Hendricks who pitches for a little more contact, but definitely has strikeout stuff in him. And now he's going to have to face the center fielder, Albert Almora. Chops that one slowly. Does it stay fair? It does. Zunino throws to first, and a very weak out there on a 1-foot squibber.
Almora barely caught a piece of that one, as it stayed basically right in front of Zunino. A very easy play for him, as he hardly had to stand up to get to that one.
Would have been better off just cutting and missing at that one at that rate. At least gives you a chance to continue your at-bat. Bryant over to third. It's past Yandy Diaz into left field. So a base knock there for Chris Bryant. He's been on base in all 3 at-bats, and that's going to be an error. I'm interested to see your take, Charlotte. What do you see there?
Well, that was a really hard hit ball by Bryant. Just smoked right past Yandy Diaz. Not a poor third baseman, but sometimes when it's coming at you that fast, it's hard to get your glove on it.
So Chris Bryant's reached base all 3 times today on 3 different types of plays. A walk, a single, and an error. Just needs 2 more at-bats for some catcher's interference and a hit by pitch.
Well, I don't know if we want to see him get hit by a pitch. Though Yarbrough doesn't have a lot of velocity, so it might not hurt that bad.
And speaking of hit by pitches, it's the master of the hit by pitch himself, Anthony Rizzo, at the plate. He'll take one for the team pretty much any day of the week. He's down 0-2. Yarbrough's pitch count 74, number 75 incoming to Rizzo. That is down and away. That's going to be ball 1. It's 1-2, 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning. Good block, and the runner will hold it first. Into center field from Rizzo. Kiermaier didn't have to move too far. He's under it. Catch is made, so the Cubs get a base runner. Nothing comes out of it. It'll be Meadows, Renfroe, and Choi, 3, 4, 5 in the 6th inning against Kyle Hendricks.
Leading off to the ring, the right fielder, Austin.
Meadows 2 for 2 on the day, looking to make it an even 3 for 3.
Meadows, only 25 years old, grew up near Atlanta, and made his debut in 2018.
See Kyle Ryan and Jeremy Jeffress. Jeffress had a bad night, that's for sure, yesterday. 4 walks, gave up, I believe, 1 run, or maybe 2 even. Not a good night for him.
A really uncharacteristic outing for him, as he wasn't able to find the strike zone at all. And so a little bit of a risky move by the Cubs, trying to put him back in potentially today.
Well, a nice sliding play by Anthony Rizzo. He made a diving stop yesterday, sliding play today. Who knows what he'll do tomorrow. Renfroe takes inside. see 3 for 9 with a homer against Hendricks. Those all coming prior to today. Those all coming with the San Diego Padres.
Ball inside.
Ooh, just a bit inside. Been called both ways, that pitch. It's 1-1.
Yep, that ball went out.
Hendricks may be a little bit scared of Renfroe here, as he's not really giving him anything that he wants to swing at.
Gave him one to swing at there. Pitched right down the heart of the plate, and lucky to get the baseball back. That's only going to be a single for Hunter Renfroe.
Now batting, the first baseman.
And he absolutely clobbered that one, but not under it enough to send it out of the ballpark. There it was hit right to Schwarber.
Well, we have our trivia question of the day. What former Rays pitcher won the 2008 All-Star Game for the American League? The answer, well, the first guess was David Price, which is incorrect, as that is scorched foul by Ji-Man Choi.
Choi made his major league debut against the Cubs back in 2016.
That's going to be a 4, a 6, a 3, and both teams have grounded into 2 double plays today. So double plays, if you had that on your bingo sheet, you've got good stuff coming your way.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for
Trevor Richards going to be in the ball game now.
Trevor Richards.
Came over in that Ryan Stanek deal at the deadline last season.
Leading off for the Cubs.
Richards, the 27-year-old righty, signed by the Marlins in 2016. Interesting story, he went undrafted in 2013 and then played in the Frontier League for 1.5 seasons until he was caught the eye of the Marlins and was able to sign there.
1 ball, 1 strike.
He's 1-1 on Javier Baez, who's 0 for 2 with 2 Ks next to his name. Have another guess for the trivia question. Is it James Shields? That one coming in from EB. Another cut and miss. It's 1-2. Not going to get Javier Baez to chase that one. That's something a year ago he would have swung at 9 times out of 10. Now he's a little more patient. And right as I say that, he strikes out, and he's not too happy about that. That's number 3 on his line for the day.
Richards not usually able to get those big cuts on his slider and curves, but totally fooled Javier Baez there, who's way out in front of that one.
And Wilson Contreras, that one's deep into the gap. That's gonna one-hop the wall. Contreras will run over into second base. He's in there standing. So 1-out double, 21 on the season for him, and he's now 3 for 3 on the ball game.
And have yourself a day, Wilson Contreras. Absolutely stellar performance by him, putting himself in scoring position, putting some pressure on the not spectacular Trevor Richards.
And this one is hit well by Schwarber. Kiermaier, however, ranges back, and they're not going to test his arm. He got a good one, and now the Cubs are going to need a base hit to get a run home, and that'll be up to Ian Happ batting from the left-handed batter's box.
And Contreras already beating out the throw from Kiermaier at the plate earlier today, not trying to test it again. He does have some speed, but Kiermaier not quite deep enough for him to feel comfortable with that.
Ball, that brings it out.
Oliver Drake, the much-traveled relief pitcher, and Jose Alvarado, the young lefty, warming up in the pen for the Rays.
Ball, that's off the plate.
2-0 on Ian Happ. The answer for the trivia question was Scott Kazmir. 2-0 is looped out into shallow left. Is that going to get down? No, it's a souvenir for a lucky fan down the left field line.
Renfro lucky he judged that correctly. Didn't even bother to chase that, and he's lucky that it curved foul enough.
And that's weakly grounded over to short. Adames across. Ends the inning. So nothing doing for the Cubs in the 6th. Going to the 7th now. It's still 2-1 Chicago Cubs. Kyle Hendricks still out here for the Cubs in the 7th inning in a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel. 91 pitches for Kyle Hendricks.
You can expect that this will be Hendricks' last inning with that pitch count. Managers usually taking out their pitchers once they get to 100.
Couple arms still warming in the pen for the Cubs. I saw Craig Kimbrell there, mainly their 8th inning man. Excuse me, he's warming up in the pen. So if they can get Hendricks through this inning, no troubles, then they can leave it off to their two-headed monster of Kimbrell and Winkler.
Yandy Diaz at the plate right now, who defected from Cuba in 2013 to the Dominican Republic, as Cuba until recently did not allow their baseball players to play professionally anywhere else but Cuba. He was previously caught and arrested twice trying to defect. It usually includes smuggling yourself out of the country.
Well, he grounds to the shortstop Javier Baez, and that's can only count the number of plays he's had. That's about number 6 or 7 on the day, and it'll be Mike Zunino. First pitch is swung on and missed. It's 0-1. Cubs looking to even their score over the past decade against the Tampa Bay Rays. They've been 3-4 in the 7 games that they played. They played 3 here at Wrigley back in 17, and back in 2014 played them 4 times, splitting it 2-2 apiece. As that's a ground out to third.
The center fielder.
And what a throw from Bryant there. That was an extremely hard throw. Didn't need to throw it quite that fast to beat out Zunino. Not a ton of speed there. Showing off the arm a little bit.
And I'll bring up Kiermaier. This time he will need to use all of that arm, as that's going to be pitch number 100. And big cut. Nothing to show for it for Kevin Kiermaier. He's 0-2, and we are nearing stretch time.
Kiermaier not drafted until the 31st round out of Parkland College, a community college in central Illinois, but managed to make his way up through the minors and debuted only 3 years later.
Turned himself into a very good ball player. He's had some injuries, but he swings and misses here. We head to the 7th inning stretch. 2-1. The Chicago Cubs lead it. So we reached the bottom of the 7th inning. Do not have our resident organist Shark here for it. Could have Shark doing it for a Rays game. Think about how interesting that would be, too, with those names.
0-1.
An interesting matchup there. We see Trevor Richards come back out for the Rays. A long reliever, so we could expect to see him finish this inning out, potentially get another one under his belt.
He's quickly ahead of Jason Hayward, 0-2. That one sails on him, nearing the front forearm of Hayward. It's 1-2.
That's ball 2.
Richards prone to walks with that fastball as he continues to miss the zone. 2 consecutive fastballs missing there.
So 0-2 to 3-2. Zunino wants it up. Richards pitches it in the zone. Another weak chopper. Zunino on the run. Great throw. Out number 1 here in the 7th inning.
Much harder play for Zunino there than the one that we saw with Almora earlier. But great play, great running throw there. And able to just barely beat out Hayward at first base.
So it'll be the switch hitting catcher Victor Caratini coming in to pinch hit for Hendricks. His night is done, and I can only assume Craig Kimbrell is going to be coming in for the top of the 8th inning.
And Craig Kimbrell is exactly who you want on the mound for you in the 8th inning in a close game like this. He's been a star for the Cubs this season. I think the ERA about 1.33 at the moment.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
Richards looking for another strikeout. Worked a couple 2-strike counts on guys. Has only put Javier Baez away today. And that's grounded weakly to second in the shift. Loud a first, out number 2, bringing up Almora.
As the shift becomes more and more popular, I don't think I'll ever get used to seeing the second baseman out there in shallow right. It's still so strange to me.
And it's even more strange when it's Victor Caratini, who's not necessarily known to push the ball, but he's definitely not the guy who's a dead pull kind of hitter. He's a switch hitter. He can hit it all over the field when he needs to. So here's Albert Almora. He hits one into right field, right center. That's carrying much farther than I thought. That's going to one-hop the wall, and Almora will have a double.
As we've seen a number of balls hit towards right center. And that one, I also thought that was going to be maybe a bloop single, but instead getting all the way to the wall there. Easy double for Albert Almora. Now in scoring position for the Cubs.
And Chris Bryant, one of 2 Cubs players in this ball game to have reached in every single plate appearance so far. He had a walk, a single, and an E5 getting him on base. Richards coming set. Wanted to pitch up. Did he go? He did. Call made by the home plate umpire. Interesting, he didn't appeal down to first.
You can expect to see some change-ups from Richards here. That's his best pitch by far.
Almost got the call there. Some of those have been called strikes. It's been a little bit of a variable strike zone on the lower part of the plate. That one is low again. It's going to be 2-2. Good working of the count by Chris Bryant. Ooh, that's 3 pitches. I think Richards could say, you know, can you just give me one of those, please?
And that one was right on the edge of the zone there. I personally think that should have been a strike. That should have sent Bryant down.
And Bryant launches that one way up in the air, but with no distance behind it. A foul pop to end the inning. So another double going, begging for the Cubs. Still 2-1. We head to the top of the 8th inning.
Your attention, please. Now,
and here he is, Dirty Craig, they call him, Craig Kimbrell.
Craig Kimbrell, the 32-year-old from Huntsville, Alabama. He's been in the league for 10 years now. Led the National League in saves 2011 through 2014, but is now, as we mentioned, shifted into more of a setup position with the Cubs.
As Jose Martinez is going to be pinch hitting for the pitcher, Richards.
Jose Martinez was signed in 2006 by the White Sox, didn't actually make it to the majors until 2016.
And he grounds out to Anthony Rizzo. You can see the line for Kyle Hendricks. 7 innings pitched, 6 hits, 1 run, no earned. That was coming via an error. 103 pitches and 3 Ks. A pretty standard Kyle Hendricks outcome.
And I think that if you're asking who won this pitcher's duel, you've got to give it to Hendricks. It was an absolutely fantastic performance from him, as he was able to best Ryan Yarbrough here today and hopefully give his Cubs the win.
You can see the paid attendance a little over 37,000. It's off full capacity here, but still very good turnout for some holiday baseball.
Kimbrel, known for his hard curveball, which he combines with a 97-mile-per-hour fastball to get lots of swings and misses. Some concerns about his stuff deteriorating with age, but has proved the haters wrong this season.
That one misses, and it's going to be a walk to the leadoff hitter Adames, bringing up Brandon Lau.
Number 8.
Had a bit of a cold streak of late, 1 for 7 in the series, and he's trying to steer things back in the right direction.
Lau, such a promising young player, unfortunately a little bit injury prone. He broke his fibula 2 days before his major league draft in 2013. Excuse me, in 2015. And then was his 2019 season, his rookie season, was shortened by a number of injuries.
I believe he was also elected to the All-Star game, and another injury sidelined him from that, participating in that as well. As another good pitch there from Kimbrel. If that was a fastball, I think it would have been hit very well by Lau, but the change of speeds got him there. The 1-2. Chopped foul again. Austin Meadows stands on deck for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Meadows having a great season. Kimbrel would not want to have someone on base for him, and he gets the strikeout.
Strikeout number 1, and there is the curveball. You mentioned it, that's his pitch. To try to get guys out, and when you're facing 97, 98 on the gun, that curveball, you'll have no chance. Meadows singled in his first 2 at-bats, and then grounded over to Anthony Rizzo, who had a nice sliding stop.
Baseball, a bit of a family affair for Meadows. His little brother was drafted in the 2nd round in 2018. So maybe we could see a Meadows family matchup sometime in the future.
Called strike. It's 2-1 to Austin Meadows. He's going to be sitting dead red fastball, I would think. And there is the fastball ripped. 1 hop to Kyle Schwarber out in left. So 1st and 2nd now. Hunter Renfroe, the big power bat, coming to the plate, and Kimbrel's going to have to be careful.
You can see there Meadows nearly missed that one. He'd almost got it past him, but able to just catch the end of it and send that one into left field. As Hunter Renfroe coming to the plate with a lot of power and the potential to put the Rays on top.
First pitch to Hunter Renfroe is called strike one. Good fastball from Kimbrel. See Jeremy Jeffress and Dan Winkler, their closer, warming up in the pen.
Cubs fans hoping that Jeffress won't need to come out. In that situation, that would most likely be to replace Kimbrel if this falls apart for him.
Well, he's ahead in the count 2-0, and I'd put my money on a good dose of curveballs coming up for the next 1 or 2 pitches.
Renfroe will swing at them.
The 0-2 pitch. He watches that one. It's 1-2.
Renfroe showing off the patience there. Trying to make Craig Kimbrel throw a few more pitches than necessary.
Kimbrel comes set. The pitch, fastball up and in. That's going to be ball 2. Really needs a swing and a miss right now.
And those were 2 very good pitches, but Renfroe not biting on either of them.
That was close again. Could it be objectively a strike, but 3-2 full count. Runners will be going, so got to avoid a base hit at all costs. Kimbrel comes set. Cubs fans on their feet. Fouled away.
The high fastball there, you can expect Kimbrel to try and go low with the curve here. He would probably rather walk the bases loaded than give up an RBI hit.
And he does just that. Fastball off the corner. Not too happy with the call, but means that we're going to be seeing Ji-Man Choi come to the dish. That's 2 walks in the outing, in this outing so far for Craig Kimbrel. And Cubs fans ought to be shaking their heads or scratching their heads, just staring in a little bit of confusion as Jeremy Jeffress relieves Craig Kimbrel.
You mentioned Jeffress's horrible outing yesterday. 2/3 innings pitched with 4 walks and 2 runs given up. So a little bit shaky, hoping that he stabilized himself and will be able to get this one out here.
Manuel Margot will be pinch running for Hunter Renfroe. An interesting choice. Not like he is the go-ahead runner. The tying run is Ji-Man Choi gets a hold of that one. He was wishing it fair, and it is foul. And Cubs fans draw a big sigh of relief there. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Margot, Meadows, Adames, the base runners, and Ji-Man Choi thought he made this a 5-2 lead, and I think half the ballpark did as well.
Ji-Man Choi, not a stranger to hitting grand slams. Hit a big one for the Brewers in 2018 and has 16 home runs on the season right now.
Got a hold of another hanging splitter from Jeffress. His command has not been there. Cubs fans still on their feet there. They haven't sat down in a couple at-bats. Called strike 3. A comeback two-seamer. Jeffress is fired up, and the Cubs will get a chance to hit.
Your attention, please. This change for the Rays.
So Margot
Now playing left
replaces Hunter Renfroe in left field, and the new pitcher is the well-traveled Oliver Drake.
Number 47.
Oliver Drake, the holder of the major league record for most teams in the season with 5 in 2018. Not having a spectacular year, but hanging in there. 55 strikeouts in 42 1/3 innings. Big strikeout guy.
And he'll be facing 2-3-4 Rizzo Baez Contreras. Rizzo's trying to get something going after not having the best of games yesterday and currently nothing next to his name today.
We can see the unique delivery from Oliver Drake. A little bit destabilizing the hitters.
Chopped foul. The 0-2 pitch coming from Oliver Drake. Rizzo swings over the top of it. Strike 3. So Drake gets a strikeout coming out of the pen on 3 pitches.
Drake just cutting straight to the chase here, not wasting any time, not wasting any energy. Just besting Rizzo there.
Javier Baez steps to the plate, and for our piece of this date in baseball history, July 4th, a lot of famous things have happened, including Lou Gehrig's luckiest man on the face of the earth speech, Nolan Ryan's 3,000th K, and Adam Dunn's 300th homer, making him the 4th quickest to that mark. But I'm going to go 1966. Ron Santo extending the current Cubs franchise record for a hit streak to 28, and that's coming after missing a week due to a fractured cheekbone.
Well, ouch. A fractured cheekbone?
Yeah, that one, I don't know how it happened, but that's gotta hurt, and to come back and get a hit right after it, pretty impressive. And speaking of hits, Javier Baez with a base hit, finally, after a hat trick of Ks.
Now Contreras at the plate. 3 for 3 outing for him so far. The Cubs looking like they could tack on another run or two to this lead.
3 for 3 says a lot, but 4 for 4 says that much more. Wilson Contreras looking for that mark today. The 0-1 pitch is up. Ball 1. One more bonus this date in baseball history for the holiday, because why not? The year after Ron Santo got that hit for the hit streak, 1967, a matchup between brothers, a matchup between knuckleball brothers, that's right, Phil and Joe Niekro. A matchup between the Braves and the Cubs. Phil and the Braves would come victorious 8-3, but gotta love pitching matchup between brothers, and those were two brothers who were very good. As Contreras flies out to the newly inserted Manuel Margot.
Oliver Drake's got to be pretty proud of himself there, the first man to be able to retire Contreras in this game. But still not all the way out of this, as he still has Schwarber to get through.
Schwarber looking for a Schwar bomb, trying to make it 2 in 2 games. Not going to be able to hit that cutter in on the hip.
Schwarber third in the National League for home runs with 24 on the season.
That one is a ball. Two 2-0 pitch. Kyle Schwarber watches that one. 3-0. Ian Happ certainly no slouch standing on deck. Another called strike. It's 3-1 on the Cubs slugger.
As Drake is trying and recover a little bit here and get Schwarber out before any damage is done.
Nope, that's ball 4.
Outside, ball 4, Drake. issues the walk, and now it will be Ian Happ, runner in scoring position. 2 outs, and Happ trying to erase an 0 for 3 on the ball game.
Happ with 37 RBI on the season, already besting his total from last season, which was 30.
Happ had a shortened season that last year, I believe 58 games, sort of up and down between AAA, trying to figure out his swing, and if you look at his stats, he's certainly figured something out.
And
that's taken 0-2.
He used to be a big strikeout guy, why he spent some of that time in AAA. In 2017, had 4 strikeouts in the same game and a grand slam. Only the 5th time that strange combination has ever happened.
That's the very Joey Gallo-esque feat to be doing. A 1-2, drops the curve, or splitter, excuse me. It's 2-2.
And that splitter is Drake's primary pitch. A lot of movement on it, as we can see.
That one a little too much plate. The hard thing about throwing a splitter as your main pitch is that's a pitch that's supposed to be thrown outside the strike zone, so you have to rely on guys to chase, because if you throw that pitch in the zone, that's a pitch that doesn't get movement on it when it does and can be hit very hard. The 2-2, fouled away, 95 on that fastball from Drake.
And Happ staying alive here.
That one's inside, watch out. 3-2, Jason Hayward standing on deck. He has an RBI single, the go-ahead RBI in the ball game, which scored Wilson Contreras, and also a walk.
Oliver Drake really struggling with the control here.
Oh, that's inside. Ball 4.
And to your point, he walks him.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they take him out right about now.
The right fielder, Jason.
Well, we saw Jose Alvarado warming up, maybe throw the lefty in against the lefty Jason Hayward. But it looks like they're going to stick with Drake on 24 pitches so far.
A bit of a questionable decision, in my opinion. We'll see how it pans out for the Rays. I don't think it's going to end well.
Well, let's find out, shall we? First pitch, called strike.
The 4-seamer coming in at 96 miles an hour. Drake not a very hard thrower when he entered the league, but has been able to add about 3 miles per hour to his fastball since becoming a professional.
And he has Hayward in a favorable count, 0-2, looking for an out to get out of this inning and keep his team within 1. That one right down the heart of the plate, but fouled off.
And if you're Oliver Drake, you're thinking splitter here. You don't want to give him anything in the zone.
Goes with a fastball, 0-2, and you can't give any of these Cubs hitters hittable pitches. They proved that they couldn't hit hittable pitches yesterday, but you cannot rely on any professional baseball player to not be able to hit those.
I don't really know what Drake is doing here, continuing to attack the top of the strike zone. Obviously not working, as Hayward is just watching them go by.
Well, the 1-2, there is that splitter. Zanino to first. They get out of a bases loaded jam, but they are going to have to face the closer, Dan Winkler, in the 9th. Gonna be Diaz, Zanino, and Kiermaier. Double switch is gonna be made here.
Your attention, please.
With Dan Winkler coming into the ball game. He's been lights out.
Number 43, Dan Winkler.
Dan Winkler, 4th in the National League in saves with 26 on the season. Microscopic ERA just above 1. And 42 strikeouts and 34 in the 3rd innings.
First pitch down and away. That's going to be 1-0 to Yandy Diaz. Has a base hit in the ball game. One up by the head. It's 2-0. He's got to find some control. He can't do that in a 1-run ball game.
And Diaz getting on base here would be huge for the Rays.
And that was a pitch he should have done better with. Under it is Steven Souza Jr., who comes in as the defensive replacement for the Cubs.
Now batting, catcher, Mike Zunino.
See the save leaders. 26 for Dan Winkler on the year, looking for 27. Zanino gets a hold of that one. Schwarber chasing back, and he's gonna make the catch. Step and a half away from the track.
That one looked dangerous coming off the bat, but luckily for the Cubs, did not travel anywhere near as far as it would have needed to tie the ball game.
That's the Wrigley Field wind.
Yeah, we did mention that earlier, and it's helping out the Cubs here.
And now the not so hotly interesting Parkland College graduate battle between Dan Winkler and Kevin Kiermaier. One and one the count. Both Dan Winkler and Kevin Kiermaier both played on Parkland College. Both got drafted out of Parkland College in 2010. However, Dan Winkler opted to go to a 4-year college before getting drafted by the Rockies the following season. One and two. Cubs fans getting on their feet. Cubs looking to just get their 5th win out of 12 against their AL East interleague opponents. Only won 1 series so far, and it was against Boston of all teams. The 1-2 is hit over to third. Bryant to Rizzo, and the Cubs edge out a 2-1 victory today.
And that's a big win for the Cubs, ending that 2-game losing streak and not in danger of being swept in the series anymore. Disappointing loss yesterday and a very strong outing today.
Good pitchers duel today. Kyle Hendricks proving why he is the Cubs ace. They're going to need him to perform like that down the stretch every time, and when you've got Dan Winkler pitching like he did in that 9th inning, you can feel pretty certain he's going to close up shop.
Dan Winkler probably the biggest revelation for the Cubs this season.
So here are the highlights. Little bloop single from Ryan Yarbrough. Pitchers can rake. It is a proven fact.
They left 9 men on base.
Poor Yarbrough not really getting much of any support from his offense this game. They were absolutely shut down by Hendricks, so having to provide for himself there.
And this would be the 2nd run, the go-ahead run, back in the 4th inning. Seems like such a long time ago. Hayward with the single down the line, going the other way. And this was another big situation. Chris Bryant had a chance to maybe knock another run home, but it's a pop out to the catcher. The Cubs lucky that they're not going to have to regret not capitalizing on some of their situations.
Yeah, so many big opportunities for both teams here, and neither of them really able to do much of anything. Low scoring game, but it could have easily been much higher.
Both teams in the 8th inning had bases loaded and absolutely no offense coming out of it. And then Kevin Kiermaier just hits one down the line. Chris Bryant to Rizzo, the good friends, ending this ball game. So, as you mentioned, both teams struggled to take advantage of chances. Both teams with 7 runners left on base in this game. So the Tampa Bay Rays will have Tyler Glasnow on the mound tomorrow. The Cubs will have Yu Darvish looking to turn a corner. Charlotte, what do you see coming into that game tomorrow, and who do you think is going to come out on top?
I think with Glasnow on the mound, that's a very promising sign for Tampa Bay. And they should be able to ride on his pitching prowess to a victory, a series win. These wins are probably more important for the Rays than they are to the Cubs, as the Rays in pursuit of a playoff spot, the Cubs comfortably atop the National League Central. So I think that the Rays are going to come out on top tomorrow.
Well, we'll see if that one is on Bop Ball tomorrow. I have not checked the schedule. But good game from Wrigley. Okay. So we'll see a good game here at Wrigley. All 3 here on Bop Ball. See whether the wind is blowing in or out. Yesterday, blowing out 5 homers in the game. Today, blowing in a 2-1 game. So anything can happen. So we're about to move on to our next game, I believe. Going to be Yankees and Jays, if I'm not mistaken. We have EB, one of our broadcasters from the next game, in the booth. How are you doing?
Doing well, guys. How are you?
Pretty good. Good win for the Cubs. Not necessarily as offensively heavy as I thought it would be, and G-Man Choi gave me a heart attack, but other than that, I'm doing well.
Yeah, I saw that. Almost a grand slam there in the 8th inning. So I guess the Rays will be Blue Jays fans today because the Rays obviously lost this game that you guys just did. And they are still behind the Yankees, so they'll be hoping for the Blue Jays to pick up a win here today.
And I believe it's Garrett Cole on the bump for the Yankees, am I right?
Yeah, you guys want to stick around to give him some bad juju like last time, or are you going to...
I mean, I would love to. I might have to stay in the Twitch chat just to, you know, give you some positive mojo for these Jays. I think, Charlotte, you and I did pretty well at neutralizing Yarbrough. I don't know what we're doing, but whatever we're doing it well.
We just gotta keep talking about how fantastic these aces are and they'll collapse. It's proven now.
So we're going to take you to the Rogers Center. Good game. That one looks like we're about 10 minutes early on the schedule for Bop Ball today.
Yeah, so we can shoot the breeze a little bit, as they say. Yeah, so you guys have actually had a very interesting game. Yarbrough came in second in the American League in ERA to Hyunjin Ryu, so I didn't know what to expect from him. But it looks like we actually might get started early.
Yeah, well, maybe you have to tell some of your Jays hitters to get some homers today. We've had a very low-scoring affair. We've only had 4 runs spread out between 2 ball games. Do you want to, tell Vlad to hit a couple homers for us?
We will definitely try. Yesterday, the Blue Jays scored no runs, so we'll see what happens.
Well, I don't know.
J-Man joining us as well. How you doing, Justin?
Doing quite all right today. How are you doing?
Not bad. We just saw the Cubs taking one from the Tampa Bay Rays, so the Rays will be cheering on the Blue Jays to get a win today.
Yeah, that's a game that had big implications for the Yankees. They're fighting off Tampa, and the surprising thing is whoever wins this American League East, whoever comes in second, they're not guaranteed a playoff spot this year like usual.
Yeah, that's insane. You have obviously the American League Central. We saw earlier in our first game, you had the Twins and the Indians. And they're all bunched up in that division with the White Sox. So it looks like, unless there's some crazy change, that the two wildcards will come from the Central. So if the Rays want to get in the postseason, they're going to have to catch the Yankees somehow.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's looking, and it's not looking good for Toronto. Maybe people thought they could sneak in on a wild card, but the way the White Sox have been playing this year, I think they're playing a lot better than people thought, on that opposite side of Chicago.
Yeah, I, for one, am happy the Blue Jays don't have to play the White Sox again this year, because they went 1-6 against them.
Both teams in Chicago are doing very well this year. I didn't expect the Cubs to have such a good record.
Well, we might be seeing the first time since 2008 that both sides of Chicago make the postseason. And that didn't end well for either Chicago team in 08, so maybe they'll be hoping for better opportunities. And EB, if you're looking for a little bit of precedent for today's game with the Jays and the Yankees, I know you guys got shut out yesterday, but when the Cubs played them last weekend, they got one hit by Masahiro Tanaka and then came out and absolutely obliterated Garrett Cole. So maybe you guys have some good mojo today.
Interesting. Well, maybe the Blue Jays can pull off an upset like the Angels did in Atlanta, beating the Braves 3-2 here, I see.
Late inning heroics from someone in the top of the ninth.
Yeah. Just showing the Braves home runs. I'm not sure who got for the Angels, but looks like there was blown save by Will Smith, or I guess it was tied or something. It was tied.
That's something you hate to see, is Will Smith not having a good Independence Day.
Very true.
It is a tradition. That is something I do watch every year on Independence Day, and I plan on watching it after this game.
Well, this is not so much of a surprise. Oakland taking on the Orioles and taking this one 8-3.
Well, J-Man, we'll see how many more puns you can fit into this game. There was a couple that we could have had with the Cubs Rays. I think, EB, you said the game was going along very swimmingly. So I give credit to you on that one. I forgot to
wish I could take credit for that. I think that was the big guy who said that.
Oh, it was? Dang.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I apologize for giving credit to the wrong person. I'm sorry, big guy. I see you in the Twitch chat. I know.
I did have a pun in the game before. It was the Twins and the Indians turned a double play, and I said that's truly a twin killing. So you like that? So
that one's pretty good.
I'm sure we can come up with some puns, especially if this game goes like yesterday's did for the Blue Jays. So.
Yeah, it's not the only thing you could really talk about in yesterday's game.
Here we see the Pirates walking off on the Red Sox in 13 innings. Red Sox are really struggling this year, so are the Pirates for that matter. But Red Sox...
The first to 60 losses.
Red Sox are what's that, 11 under 500? Yeah.
Are the Pirates the first team to 60 losses, you said?
Yeah, and now the Red Sox have reached their multiple of 10 milestone.
50 losses, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of rebuilding going on in both of those organizations. And Ben Cherington was the general manager that took Boston to a World Series title. Now he's in Pittsburgh, so interesting to see if maybe they can turn things around there. Of course, they made a lot of moves in the offseason, trading Marte to Arizona. Now they've got a Marte Parte with two Martes.
Yeah, they could play them both in the outfield, too. They have one in right, one in center, and then you've got Peralta in left, and you just call him Marte every once in a while and you've got a full Marte outfield. There we go.
Boston is where the Blue Jays will go after this series with the Yankees, so maybe they can pick up some wins there. Of course, that's not guaranteed because funny things happen in Fenway, so we'll see what happens.
All right, well, it looks like you guys are about to get started. So Charlotte, any last notes before we give it over to these two?
I think that's it. It was a really exciting game, and I'm excited to see it. Another good matchup here with the Yankees and the Blue Jays.
Well, for Charlotte and myself, thank you for joining us for Cubs Rays. Now you've got a good one. Yankees, Blue Jays north of the border for 4th of July. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you very much. So it looks like we're getting a look at the uniform. They're going to do the red cap with the maple leaf, it looks like. alternate 2. There we go.
There we go. Perfect.
Gotta have some red on the 4th of July. It always makes me laugh when people yell, "Go back to Canada" to the Blue Jays players when none of them are born in Canada except for Vlad Guerrero.
And we had Russell Martin for a while, Michael Saunders, but yeah, that's like a handful, not even a handful. And yeah, it's USA, USA, USA when the Blue Jays are in ballparks north of or south of the border.
Yeah, a lot of them are American themselves.
I would open the roof today. It's a nice sunny day.
Gotta have the roof open for the 4th of July.
Yeah, beautiful day. It's very hot outside, so there's a heat wave in Toronto.
Oh, is there now? Now, what's the centigrade? Don't tell them what it is in Fahrenheit.
Oh, it's about 40, I think. So,
really?
Yeah, it's quite hot outside, but at least we're indoors in our broadcast booth. That's good.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we're getting things started underway today here in Toronto. We're going to see a pretty good pitching matchup. We're going to see Nate Pearson versus Garrett Cole. Blue Jays hoping Nate Pearson can be what Garrett Cole is to these Yankees, and that's the ace of the staff. We're looking at Randall Grichuk getting warmed up out there in the outfield today. And now let's get a look at Nate Pearson's numbers. 5 starts on the year, 2-1 record, 5.28 ERA. Made 5 appearances out of that bullpen. And what can you tell us a little bit about Nate Pearson?
Well, he is the Blue Jays' top pitching prospect, and they hope, like you said, he will be the future ace of the staff. He's just getting his feet wet. Not a lot of starts, as you saw there on the screen. First start that he made was excellent. I believe you were on the call for that. He had a no-hitter going into the 8th inning. But since then, he hasn't really gone deep into games. So the Blue Jays will need some length from him facing this very tough Yankees lineup.
And DJ LeMahieu swings at the first pitch and skies that one to center field. Randall Grichuk coming in. 1 pitch, 1 out, and that's what you like to see.
Absolutely. Obviously, the Yankees scored 8 runs yesterday. 5 of those came off the starter, Chase Anderson. So if you can get quick outs, especially with the top of this lineup, you'll have a good day.
Going to bring up Gleyber Torres. Torres on a 7-game hitting streak, as it says there. Yesterday, 2 for 4, scored a run and walked. Swings and misses at that pitch. Now Torres, he's 4th in the All-Star vote in shortstop, and you look at his numbers, you think, who could possibly be better than that? And I just keep going back to this. The shortstop position in the American League is just so deep right now.
I'm going to guess maybe Jorge Polanco of the Twins might have more votes than Torres. That's one guy I was thinking of.
That's correct, and it's very bunched up. He's number 1, and Torres is 37,000 votes behind him. Swings and misses at that one, and down goes Torres. So a pretty good afternoon so far for Nate Pearson. Gets the first 2 Yankees in order.
And he gets a strikeout there on the 96 mile-an-hour fastball. 2 quick outs, good to see. We have another tough customer coming up. I think you can say that about pretty much everyone in this Yankees lineup.
Yeah, a lot of talent up and down this Yankees lineup. Aaron Judge batting 3rd. And you look at these numbers, 289 average, 361 on base, 530 slugging, but only 17 home runs. You expect him to be hitting more than that. He's got less home runs than the shortstop for the Yankees, Gleyber Torres.
Yeah, that is strange. He doesn't have a 4-game hitting streak as we see, and you do expect a lot of power from Judge. We know he can get a hold of them and hit them pretty far, so I'm not sure why not as many home runs, but I'm sure the Yankees are happy with 289 on the batting average.
Yeah, and the surprising thing to me is that 289 batting average with all the strikeouts Aaron Judge has so far on the year. 115 strikeouts in 304 at-bats.
Yeah, it's always been his bugaboo, I would say. Strikeouts.
Well, big swing and a miss there on that 98 mile-an-hour fastball from Nate Pearson.
Pearson, of course, has been clocked at 100 and even more So he can bring it.
2-2 pitch. Oh, I don't know where that one missed.
That looked like a pretty good pitch. Umpire didn't think so.
Well, we'll see what happens on the full count pitch. Just gets a piece of that changeup, fouling it away. Yet you see 2 strikes on Judge, you expect to see the strikeout sometimes. Well, that one's lifted in the outfield. That one's going to split the gap. Teoscar Hernandez is going to play it off the wall, and Aaron Judge is in with a 2-out double.
That's kind of tough. You have them 2 strikes, and then you end up serving a double. Stayed in the ballpark, which is a good thing, but unfortunately, looked like it's going to be a quick inning, but it was not meant to be. And now a guy who does have quite a few home runs.
Yeah, it looked like he should have been called out on that 2-2 pitch. I don't know where it missed, but that ran the count full. Judge was able to foul off a couple tough pitches and then send one into the outfield. And yeah, now a 9-game hitting streak for Giancarlo Stanton. And he's homered in 2 straight games as well. Starts him off with that slider. Now he's had that slider up to 92 miles an hour before, because he just throws everything so incredibly hard. That one was at 85, though. Stanton gets a piece of that one, chops it foul, and now another 2-strike count for Pearson.
Now he's got to put him away and not throw a lot more pitches.
That one's hit up the middle. Bichette gets a glove on it. Fires onto first, not in time. Wow, what a nice play by Bo Bichette. That saved a run. If that gets through the infield, Aaron Judge is going to score on that play.
That's a way to extend your hit streak to 10 games. In fact, that's probably an indication it's going well for you. You just beat out an infield hit and continue the streak. Now, once again, Pearson's going to have to get out another tough batter.
We had Judge and Stanton to 2-strike counts, and both of them reached. And now a very difficult batter, you're right, and Gary Sanchez just coming back from the injured list this week. I believe this is only his 4th game back.
Maybe I should just put myself, just record myself saying tough hitter, and just replay that throughout this game.
That one is hit down the line, and that one's going to go into the seats. A 1-1 pitch. Sanchez lays off of that 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's a 2-1 count to him. I'm surprised Sanchez is hitting so high in the order after just coming back from an injury. I mean, especially look at the numbers Luke Voigt has put up. Ooh, big swing and a miss there from Sanchez. Nasty slider from Pearson. Count is now even at 2-2.
Very good slider, and I guess Aaron Boone has a lot of confidence in Gary Sanchez to put him in the number 5 spot despite missing so much time.
See if Pearson can put away Sanchez here. Gets him swinging and missing on another slider. Well, Pearson strikes out 2 in the inning, and the Yankees leave 2 on with 2 hits. Going to the bottom of the 1st inning, it's 0-0.
Very good job there by Pearson to get out of that jam, and we're going to see Garrett Cole making his 17th start here. He's got a 7-3 record, 2.39 ERA. You see those strikeouts, 142 in 94 innings, a whip under 1. But as we spoke about in the pregame show, he had a rough one the other day against the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, that's right. His last start out against the Chicago Cubs. 1 2/3 innings pitched, 4 hits, 5 earned runs. Still 5 strikeouts, though. He's going to face the top of the Jays order. It's Bo Bichette, Vladimir Guerrero, and Travis Shaw. Defense for the Yankees around the infield is Urshela, Torres, LeMahieu, and Voigt, and the outfield, Gardner, Hicks, and Judge.
I believe he had a lot of walks in that start as well that he had against the Cubs.
And 5 walks in that one. 5s were wild. 5 earned, 5 walked, 5 struck out.
Now, I don't usually expect a guy like Garrett Cole to have back-to-back bad starts, but as Blue Jays fans, we can only hope.
Well, he started Bichette off 3-0. Yeah, that last start before the Chicago game, it was a complete game shutout against Baltimore, but that was his first start back. He missed a couple starts with a nail injury. So maybe there's some lingering problems with that nail as he loses Bichette here on 4 straight pitches.
Yeah, it could very well be. I'm sure you remember we had Aaron Sanchez here, and he had those nail issues, and that was ongoing. It wasn't like you can miss a couple of starts and it'll get back to normal. Like, he struggled with that for a while.
Yeah, you're right. Aaron Sanchez is a very heartbreaking case for Jays fans. Broken nail, blisters. He had a nail removed, and then now he's got a shoulder injury, and he's going to miss the entire year because of that.
Count 1-0.
Well, 5 straight balls now for Garrett Cole. And an ominous start.
And if I were Charlie Marte from the dugout, I'd tell Vlad to be patient here, not swing at anything you see, despite the hitter's count.
Well, he is taking there. Doesn't offer at that slider down and in.
Pretty good slider there from Cole.
Yeah, they're similar pitchers, both Cole and Pearson. Both throw in the upper 90s, both with an excellent slider, but it's the changeup and the curveball that are a little bit more advanced for Cole. The changeup really improved last year for him. Got a lot more whiffs on that. Evens the count now to Vladimir Guerrero, 2-2. You mentioned 142 strikeouts at the beginning of the game. That leads the American League. That's 9 more than Charlie Morton, and he's thrown 20 fewer innings, I should say, than Charlie Morton.
You got a full count?
Vladdy putting a nice bat here together. Full count.
Full 4. Take the break.
Wow, back-to-back walks for Garrett Cole.
Like we said, it's not something you see often from him. Let's see if the pitching coach goes out there or if they just let him keep going until he figures it out.
Yeah, 5 walks in that game against the Cubs, but no walks against the Orioles on the 22nd. His first start back from that broken nail. He even struck out 15 guys that game. So something to monitor going forward is the control of Garrett Cole.
1-0.
And another ball.
We saw Travis Shaw at just 2 for his last 20, so if anyone could use a big hit, it's Travis Shaw.
The Jays have faced a lot of tough pitchers lately and a lot of tough left-handers. Shaw sends that one through the hole on the right side, though. Bichette's going to have to stop at third, and the bases are now loaded.
There we go. We said he needs a hit, so he gets one, and you do not challenge the arm of Aaron Judge, so Bo Bichette did a good job there, just staying at third. Judge, we know he hits for power, but he has a cannon around as well.
So how about this now? The first 3 Blue Jays have reached here in the first inning against Garrett Cole. They've got the bases loaded, nobody out, and Teoscar Hernandez is at the plate. Swings at that first pitch. This could be a double play ball. Urshela throws wildly. I think they're safe all around.
Oh, they got no one. It's an 8-5, and there you go.
Wow, I mean, Urshela is known for his defense, but he threw wildly to second at LeMahieu, pulled him off the bag, and he was unable to get the speedy Hernandez at first. Bichette comes around to score, and the bases are still loaded.
Urshela might have thought that he needed to hurry because Teoscar does get down the line pretty quickly. But he ended up making a bad throw and got no one.
Yeah, still, just take your time and get the throw to second. You need to at least get one. This is another possible double play ball. Wow, a bad throw again. Unbelievable. So LeMahieu booted the ball to Torres, and he was unable to get much on that throw to first. Pulled Voit off the bag, and another run comes down to score. It's now 2-0.
I didn't see an error go up, so that might just be a fielder's choice and an RBI for Rowdy.
Well, that brings Lourdes Gurriel up in this very sloppy first inning for the Yankees. 2 walks, 2 missed plays that should have been double plays, and now the Blue Jays still have a runner on scoring position in third and only 1 out.
You have to capitalize if you're the Blue Jays because you're not going to get a lot of scoring opportunities against the Yankees. So if they make errors, give you free base runners, you got to take advantage.
Absolutely, and Lourdes Gurriel goes down swinging. Big strikeout there for Garrett Cole.
The center fielder, Randall Grichuk.
And that brings up the struggling Randall Grichuk, Blue Jays center fielder. Jays still have 2 on, 2 out. They'll need a little bit of 2-out magic here. Ooh, swinging at a terrible pitch there, Grichuk.
There was a thought by Charlie Montoya to maybe sit Grichuk today, but ends up keeping him in the lineup. You do like that defense that he can provide in center field. If he can only get his back going, it would be a great asset to this team.
He's hitting low in the order, hitting 7th, and if he was hitting like he hit in 2018, 2019, showing any amount of power, you could sort of live with it. And this one is hit pretty well to left field, but not well enough. Gardner is there for the final out. So the Blue Jays do get 2 runs in a wacky first inning. Garrett Cole walks 2. The Yankees throw the ball around the infield and allow 2 runs to score on 1 hit and 1 error.
Well, it's a good start. Now we'll see if Pearson can continue to go out there and get outs, put up some zeros.
Going to face 6, 7, and 8 here in the top half of the second inning. 20 pitches that first inning, not too bad. Aaron Hicks fouls that one down the right field line, and it's quickly 0-2 on the Yankees center fielder.
Yeah, we thought he got the first pretty easily, but some good bats, especially from Aaron Judge, so a couple of runs got on.
And another strikeout for Nate Pearson, back-to-back strikeouts. That one again on that slider.
Down and in. A lot of movement, and Hicks couldn't do anything with that.
Ooh, it just swung right on top of that one. Real nasty pitch there. And that brings up Luke Voigt, and Yankees fans could not be happier with the numbers Voigt has put up. Came over in that trade with St. Louis, looked to be a very lopsided deal for the Yankees. Giovanni Gallegos going the other way, but Gallegos has turned himself into a very good reliever for St. Louis, and I'd have to say both sides are pretty happy with that deal.
Yeah, I would think so. You see the numbers for Voigt, 331, hitting for well above average. And you see, like you mentioned, Gallegos over with the Cardinals. It's turned into a pretty good closer. Obviously, the Cardinals are not playing very well, so they haven't had many closing opportunities, but he's stepped forward when they have come up.
That one's hit hard but right at Vladimir Guerrero. Nice reflexes down there at third base for Vladdy.
Very nice play.
Well, that's 2 quick outs again here in the second inning, and that's going to bring up Brett Gardner. Gardner had a pretty good day yesterday at the plate. He swings at the first pitch and pops it up in the infield. Travis Shaw's going to take that one on the mound, and that is a 3-up, 3-down, 7-pitch inning for Nate Pearson.
Just what you want to see if you're the Blue Jays. Get quick outs and get your team back in the batter's box.
Leading off for the Jays.
Yeah, and a long inning for Garrett Cole. He was out there on the mound throwing a lot of pitches, 23 that first inning. Defense definitely did not help him. He's going to face 8, 9, and 1 here. That's Kevin Biggio, Danny Jansen, and Bo Bichette. And then again, you see teams really do that big shift for Biggio.
Yes, they have pretty much ever since he came up, or close to when he came up, and that's exactly why.
Yeah, right on the outfield grass, DJ LeMahieu is there in shallow right field to make the play on Kevin Biggio for the first out.
Number 9.
Talk about Garrett Cole in the first inning. Obviously bad defense, but issuing 2 walks did not help him either. So he's going to have to get his command back if he wants to stick around in this game.
What's going to bring up the red-hot Danny Jansen. Jansen has gotten a little bit more playing time here recently for the Blue Jays and rewarded Charlie Montoya with a lot of home runs.
Yeah, he had that streak where he homered in a bunch of games in a row. I think it was 5 or 4 or 5, I don't remember.
4 or 5 straight, I believe.
Yeah, so he was really on a tear there, and it's good when your number 9 hitter can give you some production, especially from the catching position.
He's got a favorable count here, 3-1. That breaking ball of Garrett Cole is not being as effective as he'd like it here in that second inning. Goes right back to that fastball. That's what you expect out of Garrett Cole, 97 miles an hour. Oof, big swing and a miss on another fastball from Danny Jansen. Unable to catch up with that one.
You see the velocity on that one? 100. So Garrett Cole dialed it up to get the strikeout.
A much better second inning so far here for Garrett Cole. Getting that strikeout and a ground out. Now he's got 2 outs and nobody on for the top of the Jays order, and Bichette swings and misses at the 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
I watched your game yesterday with Ed, and he mentioned that obviously Tanaka threw a lot of off-speed stuff because he knew the Blue Jays could hit fastballs pretty well, and obviously worked pretty well for Tanaka. Now, I expect more fastball with Cole because he can get up there, but just because he can get up there doesn't mean you can actually hit it, as we saw the last couple of hitters.
Fastball pulled on the outside, 98 miles an hour. Woof! And he gets him swinging on that slider at 90 miles an hour. A 1-2-3 inning for Garrett Cole. Nice
Much better
inning for him.
Yeah, much better second inning. A couple of strikeouts on both the fastball and the off-speed stuff. So he's going to look to turn things around and have a good outing the rest of the way.
Third inning here for Nate Pearson. It's 2-0 Blue Jays. He'll face 9-1-2. Urshela, LeMahieu, and Torres. Only 27 pitches so far for Nate Pearson here in the third inning.
Count 1-0.
First pitch misses low for a ball, 1-0. I'm looking in the Twitch chat. I'm a little bit bad at that one. I'd like to look at the chat a little bit more, and I see Chris Mykoski's mentioned in the chat. What a first start that was for Nate Pearson, and yeah, we called that one together. That was quite a good game to call.
Yeah, that was when he had the no-hitter going into the 8th inning before Robinson Chirinos broke it up against the Texas Rangers.
Of course you remember who broke it up. I called the game and I don't even remember it.
Well, it was no-hitter going into the 8th inning. You got to remember who broke it up.
Those are the things I purposely forget. I'm like, don't want to remember that.
Of course, Gio Urshela was picked up by the Yankees from the Blue Jays in 2018. He was a guy who played so terribly here that John Gibbons kept him on the bench for months just so the GM would get rid of him.
I do remember that, and hits it to his counterpart Vlad there for the first out. Yeah, Gibbons was not a fan of Urshela's at all.
Well, because
that was in 2018, and I believe, was he trying to get Brandon Drury some at bat? I just don't know who else he had there at third base.
Donaldson was injured most of the year. I don't remember, but Urshela wasn't really doing much of anything, and he didn't have any track record of ever doing anything in the majors. And it was only after he went to New York that he became this great power hitter that he was last year.
Power has been absent this year in ball for him, except for the double power. Well, Nate Pearson is fallen behind DJ LeMahieu 2-0, and that's not what you want to do on a dangerous hitter like LeMahieu. LeMahieu's homered in 2 straight games.
He was very aggressive his first time up. He saw one pitch and had a flyout. So yeah, you definitely have to get these guys at the top of the order out, number 1 and 2.
Well, swings at that one and sends it out to right field. Easy catch there for Teoscar Hernandez, and there's 2 away.
Now batting.
Good recovery, falling behind and then getting him to fly out.
That brings up Gleyber Torres. 11th in batting average, 11th in home runs, 8th in on-base percentage. Swings at that first pitch and sends it right through that hole on the right side as they're playing him to shift, and he just sends it right through that hole.
The right fielder, number 99.
Nice piece of hitting there by Torres, going the other way. So here comes Aaron Judge, who doubled his first time up.
Yeah, hitting in that 2 hole, you really just want to get on base in front of these big boppers and Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton. He's done a pretty good job of that so far this year with that .396 on-base percentage. See if Nate Pearson can buckle down here with 2 outs. Judge touched him up for a double his first time up.
Judge had a really good at bat too before getting that double. Worked it to a full count.
He starts him off with that slider, and slider's been working very well for Pearson today. Ooh, dumps that fastball on the outside corner for another strike.
Okay, then down 0-2, now you gotta finish it off.
Well, tries to get him to chase on another slider. You got 2 strikes on Aaron Judge. He's struck out 115 times. This is what you want. Do you go with another slider here, or you try to pound him in with a fastball up and in? The 1-2 pitch. He comes in with a fastball, but misses badly.
Once again, he fell down 0-2, and he's doing a good job.
Whoa, nice slider there. Aaron Judge was expecting that fastball, and he's unable to pull the trigger.
Leading up for Toronto, the third baseman, Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Now. Ooh, big breaking ball. That slider from Garrett Cole gets Vladimir Guerrero looking.
The first baseman, number 6.
We see those standings. Blue Jays at 500. 9 games back of these Yankees. Tampa Bay taking the loss in Chicago today against the Cubs. They're 3.5 back now. As we talked about earlier, if Tampa Bay wants to get into the playoffs at this point, they'll have to catch the Yankees somehow.
Yep, this is a big opportunity for the Yankees to gain a game on the Tampa Bay Rays, go up 4 games there. They've got their best pitcher on the mound, but they find themselves trailing already 2-0 here in the third. Garrett Cole has struck out the last 3 Jays he's faced.
And he's only given up 1 hit. It was to Travis Shaw his first time up.
Oh, that was a favorable call there. I thought that call that should have gone to Aaron Judge just went to Garrett Cole.
Oh boy, what a swing that was. Not a good one.
Yep, and now that's 4 strikeouts in a row for Garrett Cole.
I was going to say a favorable call to a guy who wasn't really throwing strikes earlier. So I guess his reputation worked to his benefit there.
Well, it is the 4th of July, and they are playing an American team here in Canada, and these umpires, they are American themselves.
I gotta love how.
Wonder.
Yeah, I gotta love how MLB scheduled the Blue Jays to play home on the 4th of July, host the Yankees of all teams.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, it's difficult because you always want to give the Jays the July 1st game at home, and a lot of the times it just ends up being a wraparound with the series.
Yeah.
Well, this is a good inning again for Garrett Cole. He's gotten the first 2 Jays here. 2-2 count to Teoscar Hernandez. Does not get him to chase that inside pitch. Count goes full. Three-two pitch to Teoscar. And another walk for Garrett Cole. That's his 3rd walk already today.
There it is, right there on your screen. Just the 1 hit so far, a couple of runs, 5 Ks, but 3 walks. Not typical of Garrett Cole at all.
And if the Jays are able to get to the Yankees bullpen early and get Cole out of this game, we may see a familiar face. We may see Jay Happ coming in out of the bullpen. Yankees just recently moved Jay Happ to the bullpen. They've got Jordan Montgomery coming back from an injury, and Happ was sort of the guy that drew the short straw.
Yeah, he's going to be one of their long relievers, and given Buckball Manager's love for long relievers, we may definitely see him in this game.
Brings up Rowdy Tellez, 0 for 1 today. Tellez has been in a little bit of a cold funk. He was one of the Jays' better hitters earlier in the year. Came in today hitting only .244, though.
It seems like that's been the case all year long. There's one guy who's hot, and then maybe for a little bit of time everyone is gelling, but not everyone. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not all the time. That was a terrible sentence.
Strikes out the side. I understood what you meant. You meant that no one's gotten hot all at the same time. It's just been one guy trying to do it, but definitely not hot there as Garrett Cole strikes out the side.
I don't know who these guys are, but I can tell you that we have a trivia question in the chat from the Big Eye 73. And the question is, since the year 2000, name the 4 former Yankees pitchers to win a Cy Young, but for a different team.
That is a good question.
I guess it's my turn on the play-by-play now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So, Giancarlo Stanton will come up and take a strike. I almost forgot 4th inning. Swings at that one, sends it up the middle. That's going to be a base hit, so the leadoff man reaches for the Yankees.
Well, that's twice today we've seen the Yankees go the other way on the shift from Nate Pearson. I guess they're figuring they're unable to catch up to that 100-mile-an-hour heater, so just might as well dunk it into right field for a base hit.
You see 3rd in hits for among the Yankees, and yeah, you know what? Maybe the Blue Jays should do the same thing with Garrett Cole, because he throws just as hard, if not even harder. Gary Sanchez is 0 for 1 with a strikeout today. Takes it outside. We'll have to think about that trivia question.
So now I know Esteban Loaiza has won a Cy Young for the White Sox, and he pitched for the Yankees. I wonder if that one counts.
There's a ground ball to 3rd, the 2nd for 1, back to 1st, double play.
Nice double play there, turned by Vladimir Guerrero, showing Gio Urshela how it's actually done.
You would think Gio Urshela would show Vladdy how it's done, because he's always been a great defensive 3rd baseman. Just not on that play in the 1st inning. Aaron Hicks.
Looks like Gibby knew what he was doing. He said, well, shoot, I figure old Vladdy can play 3rd base better than Urshela.
I don't know if you remember, but Urshela even had some games at shortstop when he was here. That's outside 2-0. Takes a strike, 2-1. I wonder if Roger Clemens, I know he played for the Astros later in his career. I don't know if he won a Cy Young there.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He won a couple of Cy Youngs here in Toronto, but that was before he went to the Yankees. Outside, 3-1. Oh, Clemens is 104. Look at that. I guess he did win one with the Astros. I wasn't sure. 3-1 to Hicks. In for a strike. Full count. 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. Blue Jays leading 2-0. Nate Pearson looking to finish this inning. Full count is fouled away. So yeah, Clemens won it in 2004. And he won it, I think, in 97 and 98 while playing for the Blue Jays. Full count to Hicks. It could be ball 4.
Yeah, we had Pat Henkin win the award in 96, and then Clemens win it in 97 and 98.
The first baseman.
Then later on, Halliday won it for the Blue Jays. And those are the only pitchers, I believe, who won the Cy Young for the Blue Jays.
I believe Halliday's was in 2003, and Loaiza was the runner-up, so maybe that's what I was thinking of.
Luke Voigt takes one way outside. The slider. Voigt lined out to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. his first time up.
I feel like I'm just going to want to start naming names, you know? I feel like Andy Pettit, but I don't think he ever won a Cy Young. And then there's Chen Ming Wang. He had some good years, but I don't think he ever won a Cy Young.
They can win it before they came to the... Okay, I got it. The requirement is Cy Young from 2000 or after and pitch for the Yankees. Okay, I think I got the question.
So does that include Randy Johnson? Did he win a Cy Young in 2000?
Might have. I don't know. 3-1 pitch to Luke Voigt. This is going to be lined again to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He's done that twice. Twice he's hit it to third, and twice Guerrero has caught it, and that's why he looks frustrated. Go to the bottom of the fourth, 2-0 Blue Jays.
Yeah, who would have thought the standout defensive plays from third base today would have been Vlad Guerrero and not Gio Urshela?
Randy Johnson is correct. He won it in 2002. So you're close. You got the name, just not the year.
Well, Heidi Watney telling us to remember to donate to charity. Today's charity is RAIN. That is the nation's largest anti-sexual violence organization. RAIN created and operates the National Sexual Assault Hotline in partnership with more than 1,000 sexual assault service providers across the country. So it's a very great charity that we are asking you to donate to today.
Yeah, we do all this for charity. None of us get paid. Just collecting funds for Charity of the Week, which is RAIN, as you mentioned. And Lourdes Gurriel Jr. will come up here. 1-0 count from Garrett Cole. He misses again. It's 2-0.
50-plus pitches here starting that fourth inning, and you'd like to get him out in that sixth inning. Don't want to see him pitch too many more innings than that.
And he's fallen behind yet another hitter. 3-0 count to Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
Yeah, Gurriel, not a patient guy either. Only 13 walks on the year in 300-plus at-bats. So if Gurriel's got a 3-ball count, you are not close to the strike zone.
Taking all the way, takes a strike at 97. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Gurriel. Swings and fouls it off. Another nasty fastball. It's a full count.
Yeah, a 3-0 count now. Garrett Cole just one strike away from getting Gurriel in the chase.
And he does just that. Swing and a miss on the curveball.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been swinging at that 3-1 pitch if I was Gurriel. I'd just say, just walk me because I'm not going to get on base either way.
So 7 punch-outs now for Garrett Cole.
And his last 6 outs have all come via the strikeout.
Randall Grichuk will foul that one away, lined out. Actually hit it pretty well to the left fielder Gardner his first time up.
Did David Wells win Cy Young in 2000, maybe?
Ooh, who was that in here?
David Wells. Did he ever
Wells.
win Cy Young before coming to the Yankees?
I'm not sure. He pitched here for a long time, obviously, and then he was traded to the Yankees as he pitches outside 1-2. I know he was traded to the Yankees for Roger Clemens from Toronto. 1-2. Outside 2-2. That was his second stint here, and he said he hated the trade at the time.
Yeah, it was the worst day of his career when he was traded back to Toronto. He said, never happy to be back here in Toronto.
2-2 pitches inside, full count. I'm going to guess that's probably because, obviously, the Yankees were contending for a World Series, and the Blue Jays at the time were not. Because I do think he was pretty successful here the first time that he played here.
Yeah, he had
the World Series. As Grichuk takes a walk. So, another walk for Garrett Cole.
Yeah, I remember Wells had some issues with how he was used. He came up as a reliever, sort of relievers were used differently back then in the early 90s. You know, they would get at least 100-plus innings out there in the bullpen. But he wanted to be a starter, and he was always a huge Yankees fan, too, growing up, a huge Babe Ruth fan, which is why he wore the number 33. So
Did you swings and misses? Of course, he couldn't do that in New York.
Yeah, number 3 was definitely retired.
And I think that he asked for that number, like he was daring enough to ask for that number in New York. Of course, they told him no, but he tried. You can always try.
Steal. Nope, that's down.
Runner's going Grichuk, and he's going to be out by a mile.
Ooh, that's
So
a
it's not
bad
stealing.
move. If you've got a base runner against Garrett Cole, you don't want to get thrown out.
So we've gotten another one in the chat. It's Sabathia, of course, winning Cy Young, and then
Yeah, of course, Garrett Cole.
1-1 is outside 1-2. Did he win it last year? I don't remember.
Didn't he? He had to have. I mean, look at those numbers. Just be silly if he didn't. Or did was it
1-2 is fouled away. I thought it was Verlander, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It must have been Verlander.
And the big guy's saying that Cole has not pitched technically for the Yankees, which is true. So even if he did win it, he would not be the answer.
Yeah, and Verlander last year.
1-2 is inside, 2-2. Yeah, only the virtual Cole has pitched for the Yankees, as we see here. 2-2 pitch on the ground, and once again into the shift. So Garrett Cole only ends up facing 3 in the inning, as DJ Leno throws out 3. So as we go to the top of the 5th, it's still 2-0 Blue Jays.
Big guy taunting us, asking if he wants us to reveal the final answer. I don't know.
I'm not sure either. Of course, when you're calling these games, it's easy. It's not so easy, actually. It's very easy to draw blanks when you're thinking of who pitched for who and when. But sometimes I have a lucky guess that ends up being right. So
I think it maybe give us another inning.
Yeah, give us another inning. Of course, the people in the chat as well. Stop Mussina. It's not Cole. I don't think he's actually won a Cy Young anyway. Brett Gardner steps up. Takes a strike. Gardner swung at the first pitch he saw in his first at bat, and he popped it up right to Shaw.
Had that very good game yesterday. Hit that triple right off the wall.
Inside one. Oh, of course, Bartolo Colon. Yeah, I think he won it with either the White Sox or the Angels. As Gardner hits it on the ground, and that's going to be the first out.
I forgot Bartolo Colon even pitched for the Yankees. He's just such a Met in my mind.
He's pitched for a lot of teams. Mets, yeah, more recently than others. Yeah, it was the Angels in 2005. Okay, yeah, because I remember he won it somewhere in the AL. I just couldn't remember where. So, yeah, he's pitched obviously for Cleveland. That's where he started, and he's I guess he's still active because he hasn't officially retired, but he's still the last active player to have played for the Expos.
Oh, wow.
So Shella comes up here, grounded out his first time.
Did you ever make it over to Montreal and catch any games over there?
I've made it to Montreal. I've not been to a game. Obviously, they still play those...
Yeah, the exhibition game.
Training, the exhibition, yeah.
Yankees were actually supposed to play this year in Montreal.
Yeah, it's too bad that that didn't work out because obviously I think it would have been very well attended. As Shell takes a big cut at that slider. Doesn't make any contact.
Yeah, you got to be happy with what you're seeing so far from Nate Pearson today. He's got his fastball and that off-speed slider really working today.
Swing and a miss. There's another fastball down and away, and Urshela goes down. 5th strikeout for Pearson. And you're absolutely right. Good to see him pitching well after kind of struggling the last couple of times out.
Well, he started off like a house on fire, 8 innings, 1 hit against Texas, and then, a pretty decent start against Seattle, 5 innings, only 1 earned. But that start against Tampa was a bit of a scare. That comebacker hit him against the arm, and the next 2 starts after that were a little bit shaky. Maybe he's still feeling a little bit apprehensive after that.
Especially the last one where he gave up 5 runs, and the 5th one came in to score after he left the ball game as LeMahieu fouls that one off. Ryan Baraki gave up a home run to Albert Pujols on the first pitch he threw last Sunday with a runner at second and was charged to Pearson.
Count 2-1.
So LeMahieu takes it low. It's 2-1. 2-1 to LeMahieu. Swung on and missed. Another slider. It's 2-2. Fly ball right field. Going back is to Oscar Hernandez. He's not going to make the play. It's going to take a hop off the wall, and LeMahieu will have a 2-out double. Better throw they might have gotten.
Yeah, I thought that there might be a play at second base there. Maybe if Jose Bautista was your right fielder with that cannon of the arm, or maybe even Yasiel Puig, who's still a free agent, that is a closer play. But as it is, it's another 2-out double for LeMahieu.
Gleyber Torres comes up. He singled the other way his last time up. Struck out his first time up. He came over from the Cubs in that Roldis Chapman trade, and they just signed Chapman back as he takes a big swing down to a knee. 1-1.
Yeah, Chapman is on the injured list still for the Yankees, though. He'll be on the IL for, I believe, 6 more days.
Fly ball to left field. Gurriel is under it in the shade there. Makes the play, and Pearson gets out of trouble. So we are going to the bottom of the 5th. It's still 2-0 Blue Jays. Chapman, I think 6 more days at least on the injured list with that herniated disc.
I would not want to have a herniated disc. It does not sound very pleasant.
Yeah, for anyone, but especially for pitchers. Or even baseball players in general. Not a good thing to have any back injuries. Remember Marco Estrada, his back injuries plagued him for a while?
Yeah, he's still not that old. He's in his mid-30s, I think, and those back injuries have really sapped him of what could have been a nice mid-career.
0-2 to Jansen is a high, 1-2. And I know that he was contemplating maybe signing this year, but now with this big shutdown, who knows if Marco Estrada will even have an opportunity.
Yeah, hopefully the year off does him some good health-wise. Yeah. I'd love to see Estrada come back, but, Halliday also had to end his career a little bit early because of back injuries as well.
Obviously, Estrada with some big stars for the Blue Jays in the postseason. As the 2-2 to Jansen, fouled away.
He may be their best postseason starter in the Jays postseason history, to be honest.
Quite possible. A few times facing elimination, he took the team on his back and kept them alive. 2-2 pitch to Jansen, fouled away.
Yeah, big starts in 15 and 16 as well.
And a 2-2 to Jansen, swing and a miss. Garrett Cole racks up his 8th strikeout of the day, and that's the first down here in the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, he has those strikeouts working. You know, only 1 strikeout there in that first inning, but then 2 in the second, 3 in the third, 1 in the fourth, and gets Jansen to start off here in the 5th.
Bichette takes outside, so that's 150 strikeouts now in the season for Garrett Cole. One-0 is inside, 2-0, but he's also been wild, as we see here. Falling behind hitters, issuing walks.
Yeah, Bichette walked his first time up, and now he's got a 3-0 count.
And you have 80 pitches in the 5th inning, so definitely I can't see Garrett Cole sticking around too long in this game. 3-0 is inside, ball 4, so a 4-pitch walk after a strikeout, and that's the second time Bichette has walked today.
It's the second time he's walked on 4 pitches as well.
There's Guerrero, he walked.
So
his first time out, struck out the second time.
That's the 5th walk already for Garrett Cole again today. So 5 walks his last start against Chicago, 5 walks today. He's just pitched a little bit better, I would say, here. Only allowing the 2 runs.
There's a fly ball to right field. Going back is Judge, and he will make the play for the second out. And there's that cannon throwing it back into the infield.
Now batting, first baseman.
Well, I'm not sure I like that. You just walk Bo Bichette on 4 straight pitches, and then Vladimir Guerrero swings at the first one and helps out Garrett Cole.
Yeah, he's done that quite a bit. I've seen erratic pitchers, and then he just swings away. As Travis Shaw swings away as well and doesn't get it.
Yeah, that was, again, another borderline pitch. And when you're struggling, sometimes you're just trying to do a little bit too much.
Check on Bichette first. He gets back safely. Travis Shaw still has the only hit for the Blue Jays today. Back in the 1st inning.
It's funny
I'd say he went around on that one, 0-2.
The Jays only have 1 hit in this game so far, and they find themselves in the lead.
0-2 inside, 1-2. Cole going with that knuckle curve, missing inside.
Yeah, that curveball's really not been there for Garrett Cole today. It's just a fastball slider combination. It's really been good for him.
Oh, and he hits Shaw with that slider. So he's going to take first base. Probably still hurts because it's 92 miles an hour. It's a slider, but it's not anything soft.
Yeah, I mean, it's hit him in possibly a meaty part there in the back, but still, I don't want to be hit there.
No. So, Teoscar Hernandez reached on an error and walked.
Yeah, and he's been one of their hotter hitters since moving into that 4th spot in the lineup, and Jays fans are just hoping that Teoscar stays hot.
Takes it outside, 1 ball, no strikes. He does have 17 home runs, which is 2nd on the team.
Trailing only Lourdes Gurriel, who's been on a little bit of a homer binge himself. Ooh, I'm not sure that was a strike. Favorable calling again for the Yankees.
Again, and he hasn't been throwing a lot of strikes, so I don't understand why you would give him any calls. That one was a pretty good pitch, too. He's been erratic at best, so I don't know, Blue. 1-2 outside, 2-2. Two on, 2 out, 2-2 count. Blue Jays leading 2-0. Pitch to Teoscar fouled away.
He just got a piece of that one. Late swinging on that one. He realized that fastball was going to be called 3rd strike if he didn't get a piece of wood on that.
Here's another 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Another fastball. This time Teoscar doesn't get it. So 9 punch-outs for Garrett Cole through 5 innings. We go to the top of the 6th. It is still 2-0 Blue Jays.
Leading off for the Yankees, the right fielder, number 99.
Aaron Judge will step up here, 1 for 2 today. He had a double in the first inning. Struck out a second time.
This is the third time through the order for Nate Pearson. This is the third time Judge, Stanton, Sanchez, and Voit are all going to be seeing him. This is a big inning for Nate Pearson.
To strengthen the ball, I'm sure that meant to say 941 slugging percentage or something like that, not batting average, because that would be pretty good for his career. It is high, 2-1. Graphics department playing games with us here. 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 2-2.
Oh, that changeup fooled Judge.
2-2 pitch, fly ball left field. Gurriel barely has to move, and he makes the play.
Well, I think Nate Pearson got away with one there. That was a heater down the middle, and Judge just missed it. You know, throwing that changeup before slowed down his bat just enough, so Aaron Judge didn't get all of that one.
Indeed, and it's hard to tell sometimes with the fly balls. Gurriel didn't have a problem. Stanton has been on base both times with singles. He's second in All-Star voting for left fielders. I guess Jordan Alvarez, even though he's technically DH, probably leads in that category.
Well, so is Giancarlo Stanton. He's DHing today.
I know that technically Alvarez is a left fielder, but he only plays there in interleague games, just like Stanton, because he takes inside 2-1.
Yeah, with the offensive production of this Yankees team, you'd expect up and down the lineup they'd be leading the league in All-Star voting, but only DJ LeMahieu leads his position in All-Star voting. He's first at second base.
2-2 Stanton, fouled away, stays alive.
Yeah, you can't blame anyone voting for Jordan Alvarez over Giancarlo Stanton. Did he go on that one?
No. Umpire says he checked his swing, so it's going to be a full count to Stanton.
I thought that was in the strike zone, and then he went around. But again, these calls are not going the Jays' way.
That one is hit well to left field, and Gurriel can only watch. Solo shot from Stanton, his 31st. And that cuts the Blue Jays' lead to 1. It's 2-1 Blue Jays now.
Well, I thought they should have had him on that strikeout, that last pitch before. And I said Aaron Judge just missed one. Well, Giancarlo Stanton does not miss this one at all. That's his 34th home run of the year. He is now 2 behind Soler and Jordan Alvarez for the league lead.
Almost had him, but not quite. And then the next pitch, 403 feet. Souvenir up there in the first deck. So Gary Sanchez will come up here. He's 0 for 2.
Well, now we see some action in that Blue Jays bullpen. Thomas Pannone and Wilmer Font warming. And I just had to say, thank goodness it's not Ryan Baracki.
Ryan Baracki is one of the long men here as the pitch is in for a strike to Sanchez. Then we see the right-hander and the left-hander warming up. Someone else there just standing around.
Yeah, up to 88 pitches, so probably trying to be conservative. Oh,
and
no.
That one is hit pretty well to left field. Will it stay fair? It will. It's back-to-back home runs for the Yankees, and this game is tied. Sanchez with number 6. A lot further than the Stanton one, 453 feet.
Yeah, that was an absolute no doubt about it moonshot. Nate Pearson, you could see his reaction on the mound. He was really upset with this himself. And now he is no longer in line for a win. This is heartbreaking.
There it is. Look at that exit velocity and the distance. Oh my goodness. So he will stay out there. Now you see Ryan Baraki up in the bullpen. Now that this is no longer a hold or a save situation, it's a tied ball game. So Pearson will have to hopefully finish this inning. 2-2 tie. Swing and a miss by Hicks.
Yeah, a brand new ball game here, and the Yankees have had more hits all afternoon, so only one hit this afternoon for Toronto, but a score was what had mattered, and now it's a brand new ball game.
I was going to say, you're not going to win a lot of ball games with just one hit. 1-1 pitch. Hit pretty well to right field, but Teoscar has that one, and that's the second out.
Now batting, the first baseman, Luke Voigt.
Luke Voigt has lined out to Vladimir Guerrero both times that he's been up at the plate. He came 0 for 2 on the day. Yankees have tied it up here in the 6th inning, and they may have taken the lead way back to left field, and no doubt about that one either. Luke Voigt, number 18, 395 feet. Instead of hitting it to Vladimir Guerrero's glove, he just hit it to the glove of the spectators out there.
Now,
Third home run of the inning.
I said before this inning started, this was the real challenge for Nate Pearson. He's going to be facing these batters for a third time around, and well, the Yankees batters, they're able to time up that 100-mile-an-hour fastball now, and it could have been 4 home runs. I think Aaron Judge just missed his, and this is really taken the sting out of what was a very good outing for Nate Pearson till this inning.
The left fielder, number 11.
Indeed. So 2 outs and strike to Gardner. Gardner's 0 for 2 today.
Yeah, 3 runs in this inning on 3 home runs.
1-1.
Oof.
Amazingly enough, if this score holds, Garrett Cole, who was erratic all over the place, could get a win, and Nate Pearson will take a loss. 1-1 pitch. Gardner helps him out there by fouling something that was way off the plate back. So 1-2 on Gardner. Pearson will make the play and throw to first, and that will do it. However, 3 solo home runs, no doubt shots, have made it a 3-2 ball game in favor of the Yankees, and we go to the bottom of the 6th. Did I ever tell you, Justin, I really don't like being in the AL East.
Absolutely. You know, and I keep going back to Paul Beeston when they did that realignment. He said he wanted the Blue Jays to stay in the American League East because he wanted that gate revenue from New York and Boston.
And they do fill the stadium when they come to town, so, well, there you have it, Mr. Beeston. We're down a run. Rahi Torres takes it for a strike. And 19 times against these teams every year is really tough. Yeah, so you get like 9-10 games at home against the Yankees and the Red Sox, whereas you only get 3 or 4 if you were in another division.
Yeah, it's not
is the first strike, 0-2.
I mind being in the East so much because, I mean, in a way, you have to build your team to be better. You know, you can just build mediocre teams if you're in a mediocre division, but you know each year, if you want to make the playoffs in the AL East, you have to basically build a World Series contender. And, you know, that's what they had in 2015 and 2016. Those were World Series capable teams.
Torres takes it high, 2-2. You also have to take advantage of when one of these other teams, the Yankees and Red Sox, is weak. Rowdies takes it inside, 3-2. Now, the Red Sox are not having a great ball year, so you could take advantage of that, but I don't know that they'll be weak for that much longer. Full count is strike 3 call. I don't know about that one.
Rowdy Tellez has a right beef there with that home plate umpire. You can see that one strike by pitch track. This home plate umpire has been garbage all day, I'll say it.
Gurriel will step in. So the 100th pitch coming for Garrett Cole. And it's going to be outside. Didn't call that one a strike. I guess we should say thank you for that.
It's a 4th of July homer call.
.1-0 pitch to Gurriel, high 2-0. Blue Jays are looking to avoid falling below 500, but they're going to have to get more than one hit if they're going to pull this one out. On the ground foul, it's 2-1.
They got the right man at the plate to do it. Gurriel has hit 3 home runs in his last 4 games. Garrett Cole had 100 pitches, so maybe at least on the bright side, this is the last inning the Jays will see him.
2-2 to Gurriel. Swing and a miss. Help them out there. That's the 11th strikeout. And we see the ERA leaders coming in today. Hyun-Jin Ryu leading the way, 1.63. Garrett Cole, 2.39. Yarbrough just pitched for the Rays in the last one, 1.99. And also Zach Plesac pitched for the Indians in the first game we had. So those are the leaders. Garrett Cole trying to make his way up the leaderboard as Grichuk takes a strike.
So some pretty bad numbers in his career versus Garrett Cole.
Yikes. 1 for 10. They might have matched up in the National League Central. Cole was with the Pirates, Grichuk with the Cardinals. 0-1 is in for a strike, and now it's 0-2.
You know, he's at 100 pitches, but he looks better than he looked in any of these first 2 innings. I'd throw him out there for the 7th.
And he strikes out the side in the 6th inning as Grichuk goes down swinging. So, it was a good day, now it's a terrible day. We go to the top of the 7th, and J-Man, take it away.
Oh, someone take me away from this.
Here comes our good friend Shark. Maybe he can cheer us up in the stretch.
I certainly hope so. This got out of hand pretty quick.
Yeah, Charlie Montoya looks like he wants to give up, so he sends in Ryan Baraki to the mound.
Yeah, 3-8 record for Ryan Baraki. He's well, he can't get the loss today, so but he can.
He can only make it worse, like he did in the other day against the White Sox when he gave up a 2-run shot that was the difference in the game. Can you tell I'm not in a very good mood?
Well, he starts things off the Baraki way with a missing on a first pitch ball there.
How are you enjoying your 4th of July, Shark?
Oh, it's been pretty good so far. Slept in a little bit later than I meant to, but that's perfectly fine. It's the American way.
Gonna do any grilling or anything like that later today?
No, not really. Under here in self-isolation, I have nowhere really to do it.
Well, Baraki gets one quick out here in the 7th inning.
Second baseman, DJ LeMahieu.
We have Sledgehammer in the chat saying, you guys are making me laugh. Well, at least we're entertaining. We are trying.
It is an entertainment business, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. I was going to say with... you're right, maybe it's good that Cole will be out of the game, but then you're going to face the bullpen when you're down.
This one's hit pretty well to right field. Teoscar Hernandez giving chase, and he makes the catch there on the run for the 2nd out.
Nice little basket catch there for Teoscar. So yeah, you're facing the Yankees bullpen when you're down a run. It's not as comforting as when maybe you're tied or you're ahead.
Well, if I'm Aaron Boone, I send Garrett Cole back out for that 7th inning. He just struck out the side in the 6th. You know, looked in.
Bring him to 12.
Oh yeah, 12 strikeouts. As this one's hit very well to Teoscar Hernandez. That one's going to be off the wall. Gleyber Torres is in with a double.
Now batting.
Just watching him trot to second.
Aaron.
Very leisurely.
Yeah, no chance of catching this one. That one just bounced off the face of the wall there. Torres doesn't have the greatest speed in this game, only a 39, but he's able to easily get into second base.
It keeps going the other way. They keep shifting on it. So maybe we should get better scouting reports.
Well, now Aaron Judge has a runner in scoring position and a chance to give the Yankees a little bit of insurance run here in the 7th inning. Rocky starts him off with a strike, though.
1-1.
Almost gets him to pull the trigger on that one, and it's 1-1.
Judge has had some pretty good at-bats today.
He had that really good at-bat in that first inning, drove up Nate Pearson's pitch count a little bit before he got that double to the wall. Struck out and flew out to left his other 2 times up, though.
It hit pretty well, though, when he had the fly out.
He had just missed that home run in that 3-home-run inning in the 6th. Well, Baraki's fallen behind him 3-1.
Yeah, I'll just walk him and give the guy who hit one of those home run a chance with win out. It's a good idea.
3-1 count here to Judge. That one's hit on the ground to Bichette, who was there, fields it cleanly, and fires onto first to end the 7th inning. So it's stretch time here, going to the bottom of the 7th in Toronto. Okay. Okay. Let's play ball. Okay. Okay. Let's play ball. Thank you very much for that, Sharky. Hopefully that gives the Blue Jays a little bit of momentum here as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning.
Yeah, I tried to spice it up to put a little pep in their step at the end, so I, for one, would love to see the Yankees fall.
That makes me feel a lot better just hearing that music. Thank you.
Well, happy it can help out, and I'll let you two get back to it, so have a great rest of your call.
Thank you very much.
So Chad Green entered while we were singing OK Blue Jays, and he has a 6 ERA, but he is ahead of Kevin Biggio here.
Yeah, it's a guy with a 6 ERA and a guy who strikes out all the time. What's going to happen? Well, that's the matchup here. And Chad Green does get a fair amount of strikeouts, 68 strikeouts in 54 innings pitched.
He did struggle a bit last year. They had to send him down back to the minors to figure things out. So for this year, they had high ERA, but like we said, a lot of strikeouts. So I guess they'll live with it.
It's not as deep of a bullpen as it usually is without that Aroldis Chapman back there in the 9th inning. Everyone else has a little bit more solidified roles. You've got Canely and Britton for the 8th inning and Ottavino for the 7th. But without that, you got to go into your the soft underbelly of the bullpen, and that's your Chad Greens, your Tyler Lyons, your Ben Hellers. And this is the opportunity Toronto has. They've got to get something going this inning. Biggio's doing a good job working that count full.
I'm just looking at those numbers. You have Green with the 6 ERA, Lyons 4.86, Heller 6.55. So yeah, definitely not as good, but there's a good start.
A leadoff walk here for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, if you get into the 8th and 9th and you're still down, then you have a problem. But this is a good opportunity to get back in the game.
That brings up home run hitting Danny Jansen. Jansen is 0 for 2 today and not having that great of a series so far. Swings at that first pitch and sends it down the right field line.
Got a bit of a hanger there.
Yeah, I'd like that pitch back. He was just a little bit late on that one. Oh, takes that big breaking ball there for a strike 0-2.
Chad Green got ahead of Biggio 0-2. We'll see what he does here. We can put Jansen away.
Green throws that fastball slider and occasionally throws in a splitter in there. 0-2 count to Jansen. Oh, swinging and missing at a ball right there. 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
Now batting, shortstop,
Well, he's frustrated, and he should be, because he didn't swing at a strike.
Well, it brings up Bo Bichette. Bichette having a pretty decent day today, 0 for 1. But 2 walks, and he scored the Blue Jays' first run of the ball game there in that first inning.
As you mentioned, he had one of the hits yesterday that the Blue Jays were able to muster. There wasn't a lot.
Yeah, 4 hits yesterday, only 1 hit today. You know, they've scored more runs today, though. They got shut out yesterday. The Yankees pitching has been absolutely outstanding today, as well as yesterday. And they've got a tough one tomorrow with Domingo Germán starting for the Yankees. I'll be against Matt Shoemaker.
Indeed, and if you like the Blue Jays and you like me, you can listen to that 12:15 tomorrow afternoon with Dane Richardson and Dan Call with me.
Well, Bichette hits that one down the line. That one is going to just get into the seats there, away from Aaron Judge's reach. Now another big 1-2 count here to Bichette. And that one's hit well to right field, but not well enough. Coming in to make the catch is Aaron Judge, and there's 2 away here in the 7th.
now batting, the third baseman, Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Well, this inning started out promising with a leadoff walk, but
so that was just
quick outs. Yeah, now Jonathan Holder.
2/3 of an inning, and then we'll bring in another Brady. At least his ERA is a little better than Chad Green, 2.81, and I said both righties and lefties doing pretty much nothing against him, 191 and 198 respectively.
Yeah, well, Chad Green's given up 12 home runs this year. And I guess Aaron Boone thinking, I want to go with the guy that hasn't given up any home runs. That's Jonathan Holder. Oh, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong numbers. Holder's given up 9 home runs. Ben Heller's given up no home runs.
But Guerrero is hasn't hit barely any. He only has 10, which is, I think, second lowest on the team. So
yeah, he's not going to get that invite back to that All-Star Game home run derby, unfortunately, this year.
No, doesn't look like it. So.
Well, 0-2 count here to Guerrero. Biggio the runner at first, and Guerrero takes that one high, 1-2.
Guerrero got his 10th home run the other day against the White Sox.
Every J in this lineup has 10 home runs except for Randall Grichuk, who has 9. 1-2 pitch to Guerrero. Doesn't chase that high fastball, and it's 2-2.
Grichuk led the team in home runs last year. Didn't hit for average, but he did it for power, so you'd expect him to have more.
And that's the confusing thing about Grichuk this year is the power numbers have just completely vanished for him. Guerrero lifts that one into the outfield, and that one is going to fall down for a base hit. Biggio's rounding third. He's going to get the wave. The throw is not going to be in time, and we've got a tie ball game.
There you go. Second hit of the day for the Blue Jays, but hey, he's pumped up. It's his 23rd double, and we are tied.
Yeah, big double there from Vladimir Guerrero. With that double, he now moves into sole possession of 10th place in the league. Now one behind Jose Ramirez, Devers, Garcia, and Tim Anderson. But we've got a brand new ball game, a runner in scoring position now for Travis Shaw.
Shaw, before this inning, had the only other Blue Jays hit out of the day, 1 for 2. And of course, Jonathan Holder has to face 3 batters, so Aaron Boone couldn't go to the lefty here.
Well, again, that was only the second hit of the day for the Blue Jays, but it was a big hit, tying the game up here at 3. And now Nate Pearson can no longer lose it, but Ryan Borucki could.
You could also win it if the Blue Jays get the go-ahead run here.
Absolutely. If you want to think positively, a 2-0 count here to Travis Shaw. Now it's 3-0.
You know, this is why I don't like the 3-batter minimum. Because if one guy doesn't have it in a game like this, you could be on the losing end before you know it. Or tied like we are.
3-0 count here from Jonathan Holder. Shaw taking all the way. Yeah, conversely, though, I've enjoyed that there's a 3-batter rule. You can't take him out here right now.
Yeah. Well, definitely, I do think that pitchers should be able to get hitters out no matter which side of the plate they're batting from, but it just, some guys are not going to have a perfect year. Most guys will not, so you have an off day, you're in trouble.
This one's hit pretty well to center field, but Aaron Hicks is right there to make the catch, the final out of the 7th inning. But the Blue Jays do tie it up on a big RBI double from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. We're going to the 8th inning. It's a brand new ball game. We're all tied at 3.
As we go to the top of the 8th. Looks like Ryan Borucki will stay out there.
That's too bad. He is going to face the heart of this Yankees order, Giancarlo Stanton, Gary Sanchez, Aaron Hicks, and should anyone reach, Luke Voigt. Again, Charlie Montoyo loves using his relievers, his long relievers, for multiple innings. And again, he's got the long relievers warming up in Thornton and Kay. Both of these guys pitching in the game yesterday.
And both of them got hit around a little bit, if I remember correctly.
You are remembering correctly. And again, Borucki's going to get hit around well, as this one is off the wall. Another big hit for Giancarlo Stanton. And it's a lead-off double. And unfortunately, the wrong guys are warming in the bullpen for Montoyo.
And he's been on base all 4 times. He's 4 for 4, 2 singles, that home run, now a double. I can tell you for sure, in the real world, Ryan Borucki will not be out here in the 8th inning with a tie ball. No way.
No, absolutely not. It's the very frustrating thing about this bullpen management of Charlie Montoyo.
You'd probably have Anthony Bass or Wilmer Font, one of those guys, coming on in a situation like this.
Even Jordan Romano.
Yeah.
That one's hit well on the ground, but just foul. That had an RBI double written all over it. Jays getting lucky that one shot foul. 0-2 pitch now to Sanchez. Dances away from that one. Well, look at that. Big attendance here, 41,895. And I will point this out. Ironically, a bigger number of attendance than on the Canada Day game.
That's why Paul Beeston wanted to stay in the East. So you get 41,000 on the 4th of July against the Yankees.
Absolutely. I mean, the plan is working perfectly when you point it out that way. 2-2 pitch here. Oh, that's a strike for Garrett Cole.
Yes, it definitely was more than once, but Blue is not making any friends up north today.
No, and he's definitely getting Ryan Borucki frustrated there on the mound.
Might be Vic Carapazza again, I don't know. He was behind the plate in that Canada game where all the Blue Jays got ejected.
Yeah, Edwin Encarnacion ejected in that first inning of a 19-inning game, and that one is a base hit up the middle. Giancarlo Stanton is going to come around to score on this one, and it is, like I said the last inning, Ryan Borucki can get the loss, and he now is in line for it.
Excellent job. Very good. Just keep him out there and let him get up 5 more, I say.
Yeah, very frustrating. The Blue Jays clawed their way back into this game only for it to be given away by Ryan Borucki.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to say as the color guy here.
Yeah, not very colorful feeling right now. Well, Baraki now has the count even to Aaron Hicks. And another base hit right through the right side. Again, that's multiple times the Yankees have gone the opposite way through the shift for a base hit in today's game.
Now batting, the first baseman.
I think the MLB The Show is stuck in 2017 with the thumbs down as, hey, we get a new reliever who probably should have started this inning. It's more fun.
Yeah, Ryan Baraki does not get a single out here in this 8th inning. He gives up a double and 2 singles and a little bit too little too late for Charlie Montoya.
This is like absolutely insane that he'd still be in there in a tie game. And Luke Voigt had a good swing of the bat against Pearson earlier.
Now, Wilmer Fonten has done a very good job out of the bullpen so far this year. You see he's got that 2.80 ERA, 31 appearances for him, 35 innings pitched, only given up 3 home runs. I would have liked to have seen him start this 8th inning, but he comes in with 2 on and nobody.
Inside.
Now batting, left fielder, Brett Gardner.
Going to bring up Brett Gardner. Gardner 0 for 3 today after having a pretty good day yesterday at the plate. Gardner yesterday 2 for 4, tripled, homered, scored twice, drove a run in and walked.
Nope.
Takes a first pitch breaking ball from Wilmer Font.
Gardner, of course, the longest tenured Yankee, and he was there on the team when they won the World Series in 2009. And one thing I know about him is he will always give you a good bat.
1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. And interesting thing about Brett Gardner is later in his career he's added power. You know, never really slugged much above 400, but last year it was a 500 slugging percentage.
He almost slugged that one right out of here. So, yeah, he's been able to pick it up in recent years.
Throwback over to first, nothing doing there.
Maybe all those juiced baseballs helped Brett Gardner.
Yeah, the ball was juiced last year. Fly balls went out of the ballpark at a rate Major League Baseball had not seen before. A lot of guys were the beneficiary of that, and I was really interested to see what the home run numbers were going to look like this year. That one is hit on the ground, down the line, fair ball. That's going to score at least a run. Sanchez is in to score. It's now 5-3 Yankees.
Up next for the Yankees.
Told you he's going to give you a good bat, and more often than not, he's going to get on base. Hits that one right past Travis Shaw. In for a double, and the Blue Jays' hole is getting bigger and bigger.
Yep.
Yes, I don't think a hex is going to work here. Sorry to tell you, Ace.
Yeah, Yankees now with a 2-run lead, and they're able to go to either Ottavino or Britton.
You're intentionally walking Gio Urshela to get to DJ LeMahieu?
Well, it will put a force out there and a double play available, but
oh boy,
I'm not sure I agree with that one either. So the bases are now full of Yankees. Hicks is the runner at third, Gardner is at second, and Urshela is at first. And DJ LeMahieu could blow this game wide open here with a base hit. 1 for 4 today. The 1-0 pitch misses low, 2-0.
And when you walk the bases loaded, you do have to throw strikes because obviously there's nowhere to put him.
Yeah, walking a very dangerous tightrope, Wilmer Font. 2-0 pitch. That one is sent into center field. That one is, I thought it had a chance to fall. Hit shallow. Tagging is Hicks. That throw is up the line again. Another bad throw from Randall Grichuk, allowing Aaron Hicks to score.
Didn't think they have a shot at him anyway, but the better throw might have helped.
Well, it was hit pretty shallow to center field. I'm surprised that they sent him, but again, a weak throw there from Randall Grichuk up the line. Swinging at that first pitch is Gleyber Torres. He's going to send that one back to Font, and the inning is over, but not before the Yankees put 3 on the board in the 8th inning. Ryan Borucki was unable to get a single out, and well, you look at the hit column, this one shouldn't be as close as it was going into that inning.
I guess this is a family production, so I can't really say anything. Well, Adam Ottavino is going to come out here. Lefty's really hitting him hard at 318. So we'll see what happens here. Take over from Jonathan Holder, who is now the pitcher of record for the Yankees.
Here in the bottom of the 8th inning, he'll face 4, 5, and 6. Teoscar Hernandez, Rowdy Tellez, and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. It was a tie game going into that 8th inning, but the Yankees score 3 runs. They scored 3 in the 7th, and they scored 3 in the 8th. 3 in the 7th off 3 solo home runs. 3 in the 8th off of a double, 2 singles, and then another double and a sac fly. And Yankees closer Tommy Kahnle warming up now.
I do think that the Blue Jays will consider perhaps making some moves in the bullpen.
Yeah, there definitely needs to be something done with that Jays bullpen. It's been their Achilles heel this whole series.
And
1-2.
Against the White Sox, I would say, too.
A big strikeout there from Ottavino, getting Teoscar Hernandez to chase on that slider.
Number 44.
Oh, 1 away. That'll bring up Rowdy Tellez. Big breaking ball there for a strike. Tellez, another 0 for 3 day for him. He's been struggling a lot lately as well.
The count's 1-1.
Well, he hits that one through the hole on the right side, finding a hole on that shift, and he's got himself a base hit.
Now batting, left fielder.
Just found the one right spot to sneak it through. We just need, obviously, some bloops and blasts to get back in this one.
Well, if the Yankees can score 3 in an inning, so can Toronto, right?
You'd think. There was a graphic on the first game that we had today on Pop Ball. It showed the leaders in ERA, and the Blue Jays and the Yankees were even. They had both had 3.82 team ERA, but somehow in the standings, the Yankees have a 9-game lead over the Blue Jays.
Well, the Blue Jays taking a page out of the Yankees playbook, just hitting the ball the opposite way. Gurriel on board now with a 1-out single.
That'll work. Tying when it comes to the plate.
And it's our man Randall. Look at that 369 slugging percentage. That is just putrid. Let's just call it like it is.
He's just the guy you want to see up when you have a chance to tie a game. If you're the Yankees, that is.
Definitely. Well, he's got a 3 for 8 and a 375 batting average against Adam Ottavino, so We'll see what's happening here. Telez is at second. Gurriel is at first. And Grichuk quickly in an 0-2 hole.
That's a lot of, I mean, he's very tough on righties because of the slider and the way he delivers the pitch. So I'm actually surprised that Grichuk has had some sort of success against him.
Well, a very small sample size, 3-8. He can still go
after righties.
He can still go for 2 though and be hitting 300. 1-2 count to Grichuk. That one's hit on the ground. That one finds a way through the hole, and they're going to hold Telez there at third. The bases are now loaded.
Yeah, 13 speed. We're not going to try to score him there because probably be out. So Gardner can still throw the ball pretty well. So it's a smart decision, and now the Blues will have the bases loaded. We'll see what Aaron Boone does. You would think Zach Britton because it's a lefty, but I guess he's going to stick with Ottavino.
Yeah, and that brings up Kevin Biggio. Biggio does have some pop in that bat. He's got 14 home runs on the season already. He hit for the cycle last year. Only 25 years old. Swinging and missing at that first pitch from Ottavino. It's 0-1.
Try to drive him all in on that swing. You see 219 with runners in scoring position.
Jays fans on their feet here, hoping for something. Biggio fouls that one away, and it's quickly 0-2.
He's going to have to battle. So at least the Blue Jays are getting some more hits in this inning. They came into this inning with just 2, and they've had 3.
3 singles in a row. Telez, Gurriel, and Grichuk, but no one able to cross the plate. All those 3 singles. 0-2 pitch. Oh, swung on and missed. Biggio swinging at a terrible pitch from Ottavino.
Now batting, number 9.
Terrible pitch indeed. Cutter. Might have hit him if he didn't swing it.
He's a very patient hitter. I find it hard to believe he'd be swinging at that kind of pitch, but he goes down swinging anyways. Now Blue Jays down to their last hope here in the 8th inning. Danny Jansen with 2 outs and the bases still loaded. .1-0 pitch, missing 2-0.
That's pretty good average. 302 with runners in scoring position. We'll see what he can do here. Obviously, he's going to need a hit because there are 2 outs. So no productive out can get a run here.
Here's the 2-0 count. Ooh, another ball missing. 3-0.
See Sanchez there trying to get Ottavino to calm down. Get back in the zone. This has got to be an automatic take.
You definitely think so. Everyone on their feet here at the Rogers Center. 3-0 pitch. Taking all the way, and that's ball 4. That's going to walk in a run.
Let's take a look at the pitch track. So we'll show the entire sequence. That first one might have been called a strike, even number 3 I see. But, tell you what, 3 of those pitches were quite borderline. I think Jansen got a break.
Your attention, please.
Yeah, I think that's the first break the Jays have gotten all day today.
So that will bring in the lefty, Zach Britton, to face the top of the order, 40th game, 0-1 record, 39 with 3rd innings, 41 strikeouts, and you see lefties a little bit better.
Yeah,
I'd really like to see Vlad Guerrero come up in this inning, if you remember what he did against Britton last year.
Yeah, Britton throws those bowling ball sinkers, and Vladimir Guerrero was actually able to square one up and hit it out of the ballpark. Those sinkers of Britton are so hard to hit home runs on.
Something that was below his knees, pretty much, like his dad.
Well, the Jays have a man up that you'd like to see in this situation. Bo Bichette, 0 for 2 today, but with 2 walks. He's had a pretty good eye at the plate today. And he's quickly in a hole, though, 0-2.
Similar pitch to what Ottavino threw that wasn't called. So this stuff has really been all over the place.
Yeah, you just would like to see a little bit of consistency, and unfortunately, the strike zone has not been consistent. 0-2 pitch here to Bichette. Oh, big swing and a miss from Bichette, and the Jays will leave the bases loaded. They're able to get one on a bases loaded walk, but that one stings.
And I think we see why these two teams, despite having very similar pitching stats, have very different win-loss records. Yankees hitters come up in the clutch. Blue Jays hitters do not.
And Yankee relievers are able to close the door as well, it seems.
Indeed.
Will Wilmer Font out here for a second inning of work. And he starts Aaron Judge off 2-0. It'll be Judge, Stanton, and Sanchez. 2-0 pitch is fouled away, and it's 2-1.
That was another hanger.
That's ball three.
Well, that one misses, and it's 3-1 now. Ooh, big swing and a miss there from Aaron Judge, and the count goes full. Remind you that after this game, we have the San Francisco Giants against the Colorado Rockies, and Eddie McCarthy's going to be calling that one. Judge sends that one on the line to left field. Gurriel lazily comes in and makes the catch.
Now batting.
I think Eddie McCarthy's going to go Vince Scully on us today with that solo call. Well, Mr. Stanton, believe it or not, could get a cycle if he hits a triple here.
4 for 4, 2 singles, a homer, and a double. And yeah, let's see it.
0-1.
I'd like to see a triple. Then there's the graphic department right on it.
Yeah, you know what? We're usually going to lose. At least do something interesting. Have someone from the Yankees hit for the cycle. I saw Mookie Betts hit for the cycle once against the Blue Jays in a game the Red Sox lost, so I was pretty happy.
1 and 2.
Yeah, that's got to sting. You hit for the cycle and your team still doesn't win.
Ball, that's out. Three, two. That's ball 4. Take the base.
He's not going to get that triple unless we tie this one in the ninth and it goes to extras.
Yeah, he's not going to get a triple today.
Oh, you don't think there's going to be a tie?
No.
Well, it will be Vlad Shaw and Teoscar Hernandez in the ninth for the Blue Jays, should this deficit stay at 2.
Yeah, well, there is a possibility, but you do have to not allow any more runs here.
1-0 pitches in there for a strike to Gary Sanchez. Well, it'll be Tommy Canely in the ninth for the Yankees. That one's hit on the ground to Bichette. That one could be 2. And they do turn it. 6-4-3 double play turned by the Jays. So we go to the bottom of the ninth inning. Toronto trailing by 2. It's Guerrero, Shaw, and Teoscar Hernandez.
Your attention, please.
And indeed will be Tommy Kahnle, the fill-in closer. 35th appearance here, 3-1 record. He does have 3 blown saves. And another guy with a lot of strikeouts. Blue well, they've struck out quite a bit today, so we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, and it's those 3 blown saves I want to point out.
He had one against the Pittsburgh Pirates in one of the games that we had here on Bopal, I remember.
shadows are coming into play now here in that 9th inning. Guerrero doubled his last time up and drove in a run. One count to him is hit on the ground, and that one is going to find a way through the hole. Another base hit through the right side for the Blue Jays.
Did a nice job going the other way. Obviously, flat tied this game up the last time he was up with that double. And that's a start.
Well, it brings the tying run to the plate in Travis Shaw. Shaw has 15 home runs on the year.
Ace is all excited, so at least somebody's excited.
Well, and that misses low, 1-0. Big at bat here for Shaw in the 9th inning. Swing and miss there from Shaw on that changeup. He was expecting a fastball.
Yep, throws a changeup in the fastball count.
1-1 pitch. That one is another changeup that Shaw's able to get some wood on and foul off.
Is there even a thing as a fastball count anymore? I don't even know, because it seems like everyone likes to go with the off-speed stuff.
Yeah, really been an off-speed revolution in baseball. Some pitchers used to throw their fastball 60, 70% of the time. Now sometimes you don't even throw them half the time. Well, Shaw's worked the count full. 3-2 pitch on the way, and that is ball 4.
Rather good start here for Caney in the bottom of the 9th. Single and a walk.
First 2 batters reaching here in the 9th inning, and the go-ahead run is now at the plate. And Teoscar Hernandez, and they're going to pinch run Billy McKinney there for Shaw.
I wonder what the difference in speed is. Is it that big a difference?
Well, if big strikeout there from Tommy Canely.
Now batting, number 44.
So he'll be 4 for 9 now.
Teoscar was thinking of ending this game on one swing there, but unable to connect on that slider, and that's the first out here in the 9th. Yeah, Tellez swings at the first pitch and sends that one to shallow center field. Aaron Hicks is going to be there to make the catch. And now there are 2 quick outs here in the 9th inning.
It's the kind of guy who wasn't exactly throwing strikes, but you swing at the first pitch. I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, another bad day here for Rowdy Tellez. Struggles continue for him, and now the Jays are down to their final out. It's Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
Gurriel struck out the first 3 times and had a single his last time.
Oh, that was a good pitch to hit. That was a hanging breaking ball slider in there for a strike. Canely's been throwing those sliders on 1-0 pitches when the Jays have been expecting fastballs.
Another big swing on the fastball.
Swung at the pitcher's pitch there, and now there's 2 strikes down to their final out, and that swung on and missed. Oh, no, that was fouled away.
He got a piece of high fastball. I don't know how, but he did.
Well, we'll do it again. 1-2 count here to Gurriel. And that one is skied into the outfield. Aaron Hicks chasing over, and he's going to make the catch there for the final out. Well, the Jays threatened here in the 9th inning. They get 2 on with nobody out, but they go quietly after that. And this is a bit of a heartbreaking loss for the Jays. A game they were in the whole time until the bullpen sort of imploded. 3 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th, and the Yankees pull ahead late to win this game 6-4. They've won the first 2 games of this series, and if Toronto wants to salvage one of these games in this series, they're going to have their work cut out for them tomorrow.
Yeah, Reese McGuire, I'm upset too. I can see he's not too happy. Yeah, what can I say? Just 6 hits here today, and really not a lot to say. Giancarlo Stanton, well, he must have had a cycle, so yeah, he should get the player of the game.
6 runs on 13 hits. 1 error.
Yep, not too many hits for the Jays. In a game Garrett Cole started, you've got an opportunity to win. It just stings when you do not end up winning that game, and we can see some of these highlights. Gio Urshela there in the 1st inning, throwing wildly, pulling LeMahieu off the bag. I thought he should have held on to that throw, but you're able to make a good throw there to first. Everyone was safe on that play, though, and a run scored. After that, though, it was all Garrett Cole. You know, he was down 2-0, but the strikeouts just kept coming. He ended this game with 11 strikeouts, and he struck out, I believe, 6 batters in a row at one point.
He was off to a rough start, a lot of walks, and obviously those bad defensive plays behind him, but he finished strong, and if not been for that double that briefly tied this game, he would have gotten a win.
Yeah, there in the top of the 7th, Aaron Judge grounding out. It was a nice play there at short. Not sure why we're seeing that as a highlight. That was what ended the 7th inning. There, and then the bottom of the 7th inning, it looked like we had a brand new ball game. Vladimir Guerrero with a big double, his 23rd double of the year. That one tied it up in the 7th, but that was a short-lived tie. The Yankees would then go on in the 8th inning to score 3 more runs.
There it is. Ryan Baraki doing Ryan Baraki things, and probably should have been in this game when it was tied, but he was. This was when the bases were loaded.
Yeah, that was their best chance there in the 8th inning. Bo Bichette with the bases loaded. He was unable to come through. And then again in the 9th inning, the Blue Jays had runners on. They had opportunities to score in this game. This was just a game of missed opportunities for the Jays, and sloppy play all around. Is the only reason really Toronto was in this game was because New York was sloppy in the 1st.
Yeah, that's definitely the way I would summarize things. If it hadn't been for that 1st inning where they were throwing the ball over the place and Garrett Cole was really wild, then you may have had those exciting moments that we had when the game was tied and untied and all that stuff. So, yeah, rough day, and the Blue Jays are now under 500, or back to 500, I think. I don't even know about that. Game under, okay. I was hoping, but it's a game under, so they will have to avoid a sweep tomorrow if they want to get back to 500.
And if you want to look at the positives, a pretty decent start here for Nate Pearson. Bullpen problems continuing for Toronto, and offensive problems continuing. But we are now joined in the booth by Eddie McCarthy. Eddie, how is it going?
Hey guys, going well. Looks like you guys had a really exciting one over there in Toronto. Thought that the Jays might be able to come back. I was keeping my eye on the game. It looked like they loaded the bases in the 8th, and then were they loaded again in the 9th?
They got 2 on in the 9th with nobody. Yep. Yeah, they had the
it's
winning
only
run.
exciting if you actually come back. So I don't think it was an exciting game.
Is that a little bias I'm hearing towards Toronto, EB?
Sorry, you were cutting out on me, so I didn't hear you. Say it again.
Is that a little Toronto Blue Jay bias I'm hearing from you?
Oh yeah, of course. Absolutely, 100% Blue Jays bias.
Well, yeah, this was a close game early. The Yankees able to pull away with 3 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th. They end up winning this game by a final score of 6-4. And we're going to take things out to Colorado for the Giants and the Rockies. Eddie, what can you tell us about this game?
Well, this is a game.
Is he cutting out for you as well, EB?
Yeah, I'm having trouble hearing both of you guys, so
talk hot, then we run your jaw. I'ma hop in the phone and zoom off. That be my dog, I'm calling him Rudolph. I'm in love with the way I get chewed off. Pull up with Blake, he getting screwed off. Brand new Mozzie, big body, we cruise off. He think he hot, we knocking your crew off. Call me now.
Well, it seems Eddie is no longer in the booth. Oh, now you're back.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, there we go. I apologize, guys. I had a little bit of technical difficulties to start. Thank you, J-Man, for stepping in there. I really appreciate that.
Anytime. It's been too long since we worked together, I feel like.
Yeah, it's been way too long. I'm flying solo today, so...
Well, if I hadn't just called one right now and didn't want some burgers for 4th of July, I'd be joining you.
Hey, as soon as this one's over, that's exactly where I'm going. So go hit the grill. I'll take care of things over here.
All right, have a good one.
All right, thank you, J-Man. Again, apologies for the bit of technical difficulties at the start. Antonio Senzatela will start things off with a strike here on 4th of July. First pitch coming in at 5:38 Eastern Time. Again, as I was saying before, I was cut off here in the open as Crawford jumps back. Two struggling teams with the Giants and a little bit more of a deeper hole than the Rockies. Giants come in 35 and 53. The Rockies 7 under. They're at...
Nope. Aye. Aye.
Batting second, the third baseman, Evan Longoria.
One ball, one strike.
That once again. I'll bring up Evan Longoria now with 1 out here in the first. That's fouled away. We'll take a look at the defensive alignment for the Giants, for the Rockies today, excuse me. Across the outfield, Ian Desmond. Then Dahl is in center. That's David Dahl. And then in right field, Charlie Blackmon has another strikeout to start the day here. For Senzatela, off to a very good start here in the early going. Around the diamond in the infield, Nolan Arenado, he's at third. Trevor Story's at short. Ryan McMahon at second. Daniel Murphy plays first.
Ball one, no strike.
And Senzatela on the hill, he throws to the catcher, Tony Walters. As Mike Yastrzemski will step in now for the Giants. 1-0 is high, 2-0 the count now to Yastrzemski. Hitting .285 on the year, got the day off yesterday. Saw the graphic right there, Yastrzemski 18 home runs on the season. Good enough for the team lead.
Nope, upstairs.
And now Senzatela has fallen behind 3-0. Hunter Pence on deck. Crawford, Longoria, and Yastrzemski. You saw Crawford and Longoria already. It'll be Pence, Sandoval, and Posey in the middle for the Giants. As this one is hard hit and through, and that is going to roll for a while. Into the gap in right center field. And it's a 2-out double for Mike Yastrzemski, his 18th of the year, and the Giants are in business with 2 outs. Good hitting there from Yastrzemski. He gets on second base, and now it'll be up to Hunter Pence to see if he can drive him in. Hunter Pence, a lot more successful against right-handers than left-handers, as you can see right there. Average 83 points higher when facing guys who throw from the right side. Strike one from Senzatela. Pence with 40 RBIs on the season. He'd love to add number 41, as this is a Giants team who's been struggling to score runs. Here's an 0-1 from Senzatela. Pence will chop at it to the second baseman McMahon, and that will end the inning. A 2-out double, no harm done. And Senzatela is through the first. We will see Drew Smyly when we come back. Antonio Senzatela towed the rubber in the top of the first. Now it's the bottom of the first inning, so it's Drew Smyly's turn. There you see the numbers. Making his 18th start today, a 3-9 record, 3.84 ERA. And the 9 losses tells you that the run support from his team behind him just has not been there. 3.84 ERA, respectable. But the Giants sitting in last place for a reason.
Count 1-0.
Starts them off with a ball. It'll be Blackman, Murphy, and Arenado, the 3 at the top for the Rockies. Trevor Story, Ian Desmond, Ryan McMahon there in the middle. And then the bottom, Tony Walters, Senzatela, the pitcher. He bats 8th. And then David Dahl, the center fielder, is in the 9th spot. Already a 2-0 count here to Charlie Blackman, who was 1 for 5 with a double yesterday. Here's a 2-0. Blackman gets into one to the right side, but it'll go foul. Charlie Blackman hitting .266 on the season. And he hits this one a good ways into right, but that will angle foul. 2 consecutive hard-hit foul balls by Charlie Blackman. But now here's a 2-2. Strikeout starts the first as Blackman goes down looking. First strikeout of the afternoon for Drew Smyly. He's off to a good start here in the top of the first. Smyly's support staff around him will start with the outfield. Brandon Belt, Yastrzemski, and Hunter Pence. That's the outfield from left to right. Evan Longoria is at third. Brandon Crawford, Mauricio Dubon. Shortstop and second base combo up the middle. Pablo Sandoval plays first. Buster Posey, the catcher. And of course, Drew Smyly toes the rubber today for San Francisco. Here's a 1-1 to Murphy. Called strike 1 and 2. Daniel Murphy, huge day yesterday. 3 for 5 with 5 RBIs and 2 home runs. He'll stay alive on the 1-2 with a foul ball. Murphy wore number 28 whilst with the Mets, number 20 whilst with the Nationals, and now number 9 with Colorado. As it's 2-2 the count. Now the Rockies in their white uniforms with black pinstripes, the Giants their traditional road jerseys, gray with Giants across the front, as Murphy hits another foul ball to stay alive. And there's another one, as Daniel Murphy was down in the count 1-2, but is now battled back and is making Drew Smyly work here. That misses low, and now the count is full. This is the part of the Rockies order where you really don't want to get into trouble. Daniel Murphy, Nolan Arenado, Trevor Story, the 2-3-4. A lot of firepower, a lot of money invested into those 3 guys. 3-2 to Murphy, on the ground to third. Evan Longoria, 2 out. And a good job is done there by Smyly to battle with Murphy. And that'll bring up Nolan Arenado with 2 out in the inning. Arenado, what else can you say about this guy except for the fact that he is having another chart-topping season? Hitting .317 on the year, that's good enough for first on the team. 19 home runs, 53 driven in, and of course you can't forget about his glove on the defensive side of the field. First player in Major League history to win the Gold Glove in his first 7 seasons at third, and unless something changes, in line to win it again this year. 0-1 to Arenado.
1-1.
That's low. Count even. Ball and a strike. Arenado also a big day yesterday. 3 for 5, a double, 2 runs scored as he chases that and fouls it off. And now Smyly 1 pitch away from working a 1-2-3 first. Arenado gets into 1 to left. This is chasing Belt back at the wall, and he will make the catch as he was right on the edge of the warning track. A long fly ball from Arenado, but it stays in the park, and we've played one here at Coors Field. No score between San Francisco and Colorado. Pablo Sandoval will dig in to lead off the top of the second, which means it's the second inning of work for Antonio Senzatela, right-hander who's on the mound for the Rockies today. It'll be Sandoval, Posey, and Brandon Belt, 5, 6, and 7 for the Giants this inning.
1-0.
Sandoval will take a ball down low to start the at-bat, ball and no strikes. 1-1 as Senzatela will locate the curveball. Sandoval hits it hard, but foul down the third base side. Now behind 1-2. Already 2 strikeouts in this ball game for Senzatela. Sandoval right side. Easy for McMahon, and that's the first out of the inning.
Batting fifth, the catcher, number 28, Buster.
Well, we told you about the performance that the Rockies put together yesterday as far as defensively. John Gray, the complete game. 9 innings, only 2 hits allowed. But what we didn't get to yet was the offensive performance put up by the Rockies. They'd win 12-0. Big days for Murphy, Arenado, and David Dahl. We'll talk more about that. The Giants, they are in a hole right now. They started this series against the Rockies having dropped the past series. They got swept by the Mets in New York. Then were lambasted here at Coors yesterday. So they've now lost 4 in a row, 2-8 in their last 10. Is the team from San Francisco. Buster Posey ahead 2-1 here. Posey, one of only a couple of guys on this Giants team to have been a part of all 3 of these World Championships, and he is aboard with 1 out in the second here. Base hit to the left side for Posey. Second hit of the day for the Giants.
Number 9, Brandon Belt.
Buster Posey continuing his fine season, hitting .280 on the year. Didn't play yesterday, got the day off. Pinch hit in the late innings, and that'll bring up Brandon Belt, who takes a strike. Brandon Belt 0 for 2 yesterday with a strikeout. Not a whole lot offensively to tell you about for San Francisco. I said a couple of seconds ago, only 2 hits recorded yesterday. Here's an 0-2 to Belt. Belt skips back to avoid it. Senzatela still in command. Posey at first, 1 ball, 2 strikes to Brandon Belt. And again, Belt is forced to skip back. Senzatela tried the curveball twice in a row, but was really not able to snap it off, both times inside. Now the count even 2-2. Buster Posey does not have a stolen base this year, not expecting him to be running. 2-2. On the ground to second, they flip to second for 1, and back to first, double play. That is easy as it gets if you're the Rockies. The 4-6-3 to end the inning. And Senzatela is through the first 2 with flying colors. So after the inning-ending double play in the top half of the second, Trevor Story will get things started for Colorado in the bottom half of the fray. Middle of the order coming up for the Rockies. That means Story, Desmond, and Ryan McMahon will all be seen as Drew Smyly starts his second inning of work. His first lasted 18 pitches, and he starts things off with a strike to Story. That's inside, 1-1. Good day for Story yesterday. Great day, actually. 3 for 4, a home run, 2 runs driven in. As this is grounded to third, the toss by Longoria in plenty of time, and that's the first out of the inning. As the first 4 have been sat down here by Drew Smyly. As Ian Desmond will now come up for the Rockies. Desmond takes a strike. Ian Desmond came up with the Washington Nationals, was actually drafted in 2004 when the Nationals were still the Expos. Would spend 2009 to 2015 with the Nats, would be part of quite a few playoff heartbreaks over there in Washington. Spent 2016 with the Texas Rangers. In Colorado since 2017, but he strikes out here, and it's a great start to the day for Drew Smyly. The first 5 sat down, second strikeout of the day. With 2 outs, it'll be Ryan McMahon. McMahon playing second base today, lefty-lefty matchup. And he'll take a ball outside to start the count. Native of Santa Ana, California, is Ryan McMahon. Here's a 1-0.
Nope, outside.
That's down and away. Count now 2 balls and no strikes. If McMahon can continue, Tony Walters, the catcher, will be next. McMahon hits one into left. This chases Belt back. He's at the wall. It is gone! Ryan McMahon announces his presence. First hit of the day for the Rockies, and it is a long ball. And Colorado strikes first here at home. They lead it 1-0. Well, Ryan McMahon goes the other way, keeps the hands inside the ball, and maybe helped by the altitude in the air here at Coors Field, known for being a place where the balls just fly out of. That one only carried 366 feet, but it was enough. As here's another one hit into left, almost the same spot, but about 30 feet closer as Belt will handle it. But Ryan McMahon gets the Rockies on the board, his 17th home run of the year, and Colorado leads it by 1 as we're through 2 in Denver. Mauricio Dubon will lead it off here for the Cardinals in the top of the third as we welcome you back to some 4th of July Major League Ball coverage of the San Francisco Giants in town at Coors Field to play the Rockies. Eddie McCarthy flying solo today, reminding you to please donate to RAIN, ML Ball's charity of choice this week. There'll be Dubon, the pitcher Smyly, and then the lineup will turn over for Brandon Crawford. Here's a 2-0. Popped up right behind the plate. Walters barely has to move. And that's the first out of the inning. Good job by Senzatela.
The pitcher, number 18.
As we take a look at the pitch, perfectly positioned, up above the hands on the 2-0 count. Maybe not the best pitch to be swinging at if you're Dubon, and that'll bring up the pitcher Smyly, who's probably still smarting over that opposite field home run.
0-1.
And he swings through the first one 0-1.
I got the count. 0-2.
Again, Smyly attacks and comes up empty. A career 102 hitter is Drew Smyly.
Oh, that's too high.
As that one's up and in for ball 1. Hitting 192 this year, 5 hits on the year, in 26 at-bats.
No,
that one just misses low, and now the count is 2-2. Brandon Crawford, the leadoff man, waits on deck. 36th pitch of the day for Senzatela, and Smyly will spoil it. Two is inside. And how about Drew Smyly, who's now worked the count to 3-2. Smyly back up the middle. Tough play for Story. But he makes it nicely done by the shortstop for Colorado. First 2 men have been sat down, and that'll bring up Brandon Crawford, the leadoff man, with 2 out in the inning. Brandon Crawford got the day off yesterday. Playing for the Giants has always been Crawford's dream as he takes a ball to start the count. He grew up in the Bay Area, went to UCLA, was drafted back in 2008 by the Giants, and has been very happy ever since. And the Giants, they've been very happy with him. Part of the 2012 and 2014 World Series champion teams. A 2-time All-Star, 3-time Gold Glover. And a quality player for this organization. Here's a 1-2. A strikeout will end the inning, and it's the 3rd of the day for Antonio Senzatela. He has pitched a terrific first 3, and we head to the home half of the 3rd with Colorado up by 1. Antonio Senzatela, the pitcher, will lead it off in the bottom of the third. Colorado, one of the teams who bats their pitcher in the 8th spot. It'll be Senzatela, David Dahl playing center field today. He's in the 9th spot. And then Charlie Blackmon.
At the ball.
As the 0-1 misses outside. And you can see Smyly asking where that pitch was. Well, Drew Smyly's day was going beautifully until the home run from Ryan McMahon last inning. And as we talked about when we saw it, didn't look like it was hit very hard, but it just kept carrying. As this one is hit hard down the left field line, but it'll go foul. One-two here to the pitcher. Is popped up on the right side. Over to get it is Hunter Pence. And he will not get there. 1-2 again. That skips in, is blocked by Posey. And now we're even. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Strikeout starts the third. Third strikeout of the day for Drew Smyly, and he gets his counterpart Antonio Senzatela on the high fastball. This will bring up David Dahl now for Colorado, who's hitting .256 on the season. Last year was the .302 hitter and an All-Star. So not having the year that Bud Black and the rest of the Rockies were expecting him to have, which is why he finds himself hitting in the 9th spot today. Ahead here 2-0. As that's a strike on the outside corner, 2-1.
Ball.
3-1 the count now as Smyly misses low, with Charlie Blackmon, the leadoff hitter, on deck. David Dahl yesterday 1 for 3 with a 3-run shot.
That's ball 4.
And he'll walk on 5 pitches. First walk of the night issued by Smyly.
Now batting.
Second base runner of the day for the Rockies. But the first base runner technically was Ryan McMahon, who hit the home run. So now Charlie Blackmon will bat for the second time. A strikeout looking his first time up. David Dahl has good speed, but not a great base stealer. 6 attempts this year, caught 3 times, as Blackmon takes a strike. Blackmon played his college ball at Georgia Tech after growing up in Dallas, Texas, as that's inside for ball 1. This is a guy who can flat out hit, Charlie Blackmon. Career .304 hitter. Batting champion in the National League back in 2017. There goes Dahl. Throw down is in time. Buster Posey. The former Gold Glover, shows why he's one of the best. Dahl is caught stealing, and the base runner is erased. That pitch was a strike, by the way, so 1-2 now, the count to Blackmon.
That's ball 2.
Just misses, and now the count 2-2. Daniel Murphy on deck with 2 outs and 2 strikes to Blackmon. Swing and a miss, and Blackmon is gone for the second time. 4th strikeout of the evening for Drew Smyly, and we've played 3 in Colorado. Home team up by 1.
Leading off for San Francisco.
Evan Longoria is going to kick things off for San Francisco in the top of the 4th. 2, 3, and 4. That's Longoria, Yastrzemski, and Hunter Pence. We're all scheduled or due up this inning. Quickly 0-2 is Senzatela on Longoria, and Senzatela has been brilliant so far. Only took him 42 pitches to get through the first 3. That's outside 1-2. Evan Longoria day off yesterday. Most well known as being a member of the Tampa Bay Rays, which is where he was from 2008 to 2017. 1-2 to Longoria, outside 2-2. Longoria, 3-time All-Star, Rookie of the Year back in 08. This is grounded right side. They check on McMahon. 1 out.
Now batting, the center fielder, Mike.
Antonio Senzatela has been brilliant so far, and we'll take a look at our Road to the Show report for the Rockies. The AAA affiliate, the Isotopes, they drop a game 4-2 to the Rangers. And then the Yard Goats, boy, isn't that a great name? They defeat the Thunder. That's the Rockies' AA affiliate. Mike Yastrzemski bats for the second time and takes high for ball 1. Yastrzemski also got the day off yesterday. Coming into today hitting .285. Here's a 1-0. On the outside corner for a strike. Mike was drafted by his grandfather Carl Yastrzemski, who played 23 years for the Red Sox. Mike was drafted by the Red Sox, but opted to honor his commitment to the Vanderbilt Commodores of the SEC, and would instead be drafted by Baltimore. Yastrzemski left side, there's nobody there. This is gonna roll. It gets to the wall, and digging for second with a stand-up double is Yastrzemski. Beautiful job hitting against the shift, and the Giants are in a good spot to do some damage with a man on second and only 1 out in the inning, with the cleanup batter Hunter Pence coming up. Terrific hitting here from Yastrzemski as the entire infield shifted over, and Yastrzemski makes them pay. He represents the tying run on second. This is slowly hit on 1 hop to third, and quickly 2 out. Unproductive from Hunter Pence, and a good job by Antonio Senzatela. 2 out now in the inning, and that'll bring up Pablo Sandoval. The Panda 0 for 4 yesterday. He and Buster Posey, the only 2 men on this Giants team who were here for all 3 championships. Sandoval, an ugly swing on the first pitch. They really goes around. 0-1 the count. Oh, 0-1 to Sandoval, grounded left side. The Gold Glover Arenado will get Senzatela out of trouble. A 1-out double does no harm, and a brilliant job by Senzatela through 4. Home half of the 4th coming up. Murphy, Arenado, and Story for Colorado. Eddie McCarthy coming at you solo as we welcome you back to Coors Field with Heidi Watney, reminding us to donate to RAIN here on this beautiful 4th of July Saturday afternoon. Actually, I guess it's safe to say we're into the evening now. Rockies playing host to the Giants in the second game of 3. No contest yesterday as the Rockies would explode for 12 runs and shut out their opponent 12-0. A little bit of a different story, at least thus far today. A home run from Ryan McMahon in the second. A solo shot, that is the only run on the board right now. Both pitchers, Drew Smyly for the Giants, who's working now, and Antonio Senzatela for Colorado, have been very good. Here's a 2-0 to Murphy. In there for a strike, 2-1. That's on the ground left side. Grabbed over there at third, and the throw to first is in time. Nice play over there by Evan Longoria, and Murphy is retired for the first out of the inning. The task gets no easier, however. For Drew Smyly, as now it's Arenado, who flew out to left his first time up. Just missed that pitch, by the way, the fly out in the first inning. Brandon Belt would catch it with his back against the wall. Oh, 1 delivery on the way. Inside 1-1. Nolan Arenado grew up a huge Dodgers fan. Went to El Toro High School in California. Same school that Matt Chapman and Austin Romine would attend. Behind 1-2 here to Smyly. That chases Arenado back off the plate. Count now 2-2. Arenado hitting .317 this year. No surprise, we've come to expect those numbers from him. As he fouls this one hard down the third base line. Another 2-2 from Smyly. Arenado will stay alive. That took a chunk out of Posey. Smyly at 55 pitches on the day thus far. 2-2 to Arenado. On the outside corner for strike 3. That is the 5th strikeout of the day for Drew Smyly, and that was right down the chute. And Arenado knew it. Trevor Story with 2 out in the inning will try and extend, try and bridge to Ian Desmond. Drew Smyly, though, has been terrific thus far. Guy who's bounced around in his career. As the 0-1 to Story is inside. Grew up in Arkansas. Grew up in Little Rock actually. Went to the University of Arkansas, would be drafted by the Tigers in 2010. Would remain in Detroit until 2014, as here's one into right, pretty well hit, but over is Hunter Pence. Another 1-2-3 inning for Drew Smyly, and we've played 4 in Colorado. Quick moving game. The Rockies up by 1. Top of the 5th rolls in here at Coors Field as we send it to Heidi Watney once again to talk about rain, our charity of choice this week. Buster Posey, Brandon Belt, Mauricio Dubon are all due up this inning for the Giants. 6, 7, 8 in the order as they try and solve Antonio Senzatela.
Leading off for San Francisco.
Mike Yastrzemski has 2 doubles for the Giants. Buster Posey has a single. 3 hits is all they've been able to manage thus far in this ballgame. Posey into right. That is going to be caught by the second baseman, McMahon, for the first out of the inning. 1 pitch, 1 out. And this is what Senzatela has made a living doing today, keeping that pitch count low. 3 strikeouts on the day, but for the most part, pitching to contact. And that's why the pitch count looks as good as it does. The Rockies have been incredibly lucky as of late with their pitching. John Gray went 9 shutout innings yesterday, as this one is check swung at by Brandon Belt. Arenado will take care of that, and quickly 2 out in the inning before you can blink for Senzatela. John Gray 9 shutout innings yesterday, and so far, Antonio Senzatela trying to match Gray's total. Only at 57 pitches thus far, as Dubon takes one down low for a first pitch ball. Here's a 1-0.
That's out.
Outside, 2 balls and no strikes the count now. To Mauricio Dubon. Only the second player in Major League history, Dubon, first since Gerald Young, to hail from Honduras, from San Pedro Sula. He would come to the United States at only 15 years of age as a foreign exchange student to focus on baseball.
I got 3-1.
Would make his Major League debut with the Brewers, was a deadline acquisition by the Giants just last year, and now finds himself settling into a starting role at second base. 3-1-2 Dubon is on the outside corner for strike 2. Senzatela is looking for his second 1-2-3 inning of the ballgame. Payoff to Dubon. Down, and that is ball 4. And Mauricio Dubon works the 2-out walk. And that'll bring up the pitcher Smyly with 2 out and a man on. Smyly a ground out to short his first time up. And he'll swing at the first pitch and drive one into left, but moving over to get it is Desmond. How about Antonio Senzatela? Scoreless through 5 and only allowed 3 hits. Desmond, McMahon, and Walters coming up for the Rockies in the bottom of the 5th.
Leading off for the Rockies,
Ian Desmond trying to get some insurance runs for his pitcher Senzatela, who has been nothing short of remarkable in this ballgame. His counterpart, though, Drew Smyly, he's been very good as well. Desmond will start off the inning. It's a base hit into left. Desmond is aboard for the first time today. Good start by Colorado here in the 5th.
second baseman, Brian McMahon.
And now you can see the crowd getting into it here at Coors Field. Despite their team leading in this ballgame, offensively speaking, very little to cheer about. That hit by Ian Desmond just a moment ago, only the second of the day for this Colorado team.
Ball 1, no strike.
Here's a 1-0 to McMahon.
2-0.
Inside 2-0. And Smyly has made a name for himself as far as getting ahead in counts and getting the leadoff man out. But now the leadoff man is on, and McMahon is ahead 2-0. Right on that, but he hits it foul. Right back into the screen. 2-1 the count now. Last time the Rockies had a base runner, it was David Dahl who worked a walk. He'd be caught stealing by Posey. Here's one up the middle, diving stop by Crawford, only plays to first. But beating it out is McMahon. It's a base hit, that's the ruling. And now look out, back-to-back singles by the Rockies here in the 5th. They're starting to percolate a little bit. Tony Walters, the catcher, in a first and second no-out situation. Not bunting, and he hits the first pitch foul hard into the third base seats. Walters a fly out to the left fielder back in the 7th inning. This is a guy who came up with the Cleveland Indians. Never actually played a game, though, for the Tribe. Would be claimed off waivers by the Rockies before the 2016 season. And has now settled into the starting catcher role. This is slowly hit, but it's going to bounce foul, touched up on by Posey. Drew Smyly really needs this out. Here's the 1-2 to Walters.
I got to count 2-2.
Upstairs, 2-2. Walters' career numbers last year, 262 average, 42 RBIs. And he hits this one down the first base line. Sandoval, the bobble, he'll flip over to Smyly for an adventurous out, but an out nonetheless. Walters does his job. He moves the runners over to second and third. And now look for Gabe Kapler to bring the infield in here. With the way Senzatela is pitching, runs will be at a premium. And now it'll be Senzatela who has a chance to support his own cause. Takes a strike right over the heart. 0-1. Senzatela will be followed up by Dahl. As there's another strike, now it's 0-2. And it's an unfortunate position to be putting Senzatela in. Such a high-pressure spot. And he's been pitching so well, you don't want to rattle his confidence if he's unable to deliver. He'll stay alive there, fouling off the 0-2, and we'll do that again. Senzatela, no home runs in his career. He does have 2 doubles. Career .070 hitter. On the outside, on the inside corner, for strike 3. 6th strikeout of the day for Smyly, biggest one yet, and he is 1 out away from being out of trouble. Here's David Dahl now. Dahl, a walk back in the third, would then be caught stealing. A base hit right now is the difference between a 1-run and a 3-run ball game. Desmond is at third. McMahon is at second. Foul ball into right field by Dahl. And the count now 1-1. Charlie Blackman, the leadoff hitter, waits on deck. But right now it's in the hands of David Dahl, and that's down for ball 2. 2-1 here. As Smyly is having to sweat here in the 5th. Back-to-back base hits started the inning from Desmond and McMahon, but Smyly able to get the following 2 batters. Now just needs to get Dahl, and he's 1 pitch closer to doing so. A foul ball makes it 2-2. Dahl comes set at the belt. The 2-2 delivery on the way. We'll do it again. Just getting a piece of that was Dahl. Second and third, 2 out in the bottom of the 5th. Big spot right here for the 9-hitter. This is on the ground to first. Sandoval will take it himself. And Drew Smyly gets out of trouble. 2 hits, but neither one comes around. And we're through 5 in Colorado. Rockies up by 1. Brandon Crawford will lead things off here for the Giants in the top of the 6th inning, as we'll see the top of the order here for San Francisco. First pitch swinging, grounder to third. Arenado, not a care in the world, over to first. Look at that arm. 1 out in the inning.
Now batting, the third baseman, Evan Longoria.
With Crawford retired, that'll bring up Evan Longoria. A strikeout and a ground out to the second baseman so far today. First pitch swinging again, they call on Arenado again. Same result, 2 out.
The center fielder, number 5.
And Antonio Senzatela, this is what he's been doing all game. Keeping the pitch count down, pitching to contact. No different here in the top of the 6th. It took him only 2 pitches to get through Crawford and Longoria. Now it's Yastrzemski. Little too far outside, ball 1. Yastrzemski does have some power, 18 home runs on the year.
1-1.
And already, there's only 3 home runs away from eclipsing last year's mark. of 21, which actually tied him for the top spot on the team with Kevin Pillar. Here's a 1-1. On the outside corner, strike 2, and there you see the splits on the day. Not an inning where Senzatela's been over 15 pitches. 1-2 to Yastrzemski. Hit hard, but foul down the first base line. Crawford and Longoria both grounded out to Arenado. Now Senzatela trying to finish Yastrzemski, who lays off on the 1-2. Now it's 2-2. Hunter Pence, the right fielder, waiting on deck. But right now, this is in the hands of Mike Yastrzemski. 2-2 on the way. Is hit in the air to right center. That is going to get down and to the wall. The third double of the day for Mike Yastrzemski. What a day he's having. If only his team could help him out. Now they have another chance. It's a 2-out double. Yastrzemski's 20th on the year. And this guy just keeps finding gaps here today. Giants only have 4 hits on the day. 3 of them are Mike Yastrzemski doubles. Hunter Pence first pitch swinging. Hits it foul. Pence came up in the first inning after Yastrzemski hit a 2-out double. He would ground out to the second baseman. Trying to make things a little bit different this time around. Here's an 0-1. Outside, count even, 1 ball and 1 strike. Pitch counted at a respectable 74 for Senzatela, looking to go deep into this ballgame. That's a curveball, that's a strike. 1-2 now the count to Hunter Pence. This crowd gets to its feet. Senzatela set at the belt. Just missed on the outside corner. Walters unable to woo the umpire with the frame. 2-2 the count now. Pence swinging, grounds to short. Story the catch, and he will put it away. Once again, Senzatela nullifies a double. Mike Yastrzemski stranded at second, middle of the 6th, with the Rockies coming up, and they lead it 1-0.
Leading up for the Rockies, the right fielder, Gallen.
Well, once again in the top of the 6th, the Giants would strand a runner. 4th man they've left on base tonight, as Charlie Blackmon will get things going for the Rockies here in the bottom of the 6th. 1, 2, and 3 for the Rockies. That's Blackmon, Murphy, Arenado.
1-1.
That's down and away for ball 1. First time we've seen action from either bullpen. Trevor Gott, Handel Gustav, both getting up for San Francisco. Here's a 1-1 to Blackmon. He'll reach at it and hit it foul, 1-2. Drew Smyly, the man they call Smiles, quite fittingly actually. Ahead 1-2 on Blackmon, who hits it hard at first. Right there though is Sandoval to make the play, 1 out. And although Colorado is leading on the scoreboard, you can't undercut the performance that has been delivered tonight by Drew Smyly. 6 strikeouts on the afternoon, only 3 hits allowed. And for a guy who has bounced around a lot in his major league career and has a 3-9 record, you'd never know it the way he's pitching tonight. And we'll see just how long Gabe Kapler wants to stick with him. As that's in the air to center from Murphy. 2 out, as it's handled by Yastrzemski.
Up next for Colorado,
Drew Smyly started his career in Detroit, was traded to Tampa Bay at the deadline in 2014. He would remain in Florida with the Rays from 2014 to 2016.
Count 1-0.
First pitch to Arenado is high for ball 1. An off-season deal before the 17th season would bring him to Seattle, but he'd never play a game. He'd tear his UCL and would require Tommy John surgery. He'd spend 2019 with Milwaukee and Texas after being acquired by the Rangers at the deadline. Signed a 1-year deal with the Giants prior to this year. And he's been terrific thus far tonight. 1-1 to Arenado. Curveball misses. 2 balls, 1 strike. Smyly doesn't throw hard. Only gets the fastball to around 93, 94 tops. But it's been enough today. Arenado swings at it, fouls it off. And now it's 2-2. Drew Smyly trying to get into the 6th inning. Length has been an issue for him this year. Just low, and now the count is full. Trevor Story, the cleanup hitter, he's on deck. Nolan Arenado, who's flown out to left and struck out looking. Here's a 3-2. Arenado will jump on it and foul it off. Full count yet again. A strikeout ends the inning, as that one is right down the chute and Arenado is frozen. We're through 6 in Colorado, and the home team up by 1.
Leading off is San Francisco.
Pablo Sandoval will come up first for the Giants here in the top of the 7th. As they try and give their starter, Drew Smyly, who's been terrific, he needs to get some run support here. Only 3 hits in the ballgame, allowed by Smyly. And yet the difference right now, a opposite field home run off the bat of David Dahl, of Ryan McMahon in the 2nd inning. Sandoval hits one into left center, coming on, but not going to be able to get there is Desmond. Good start in the 7th for the Giants. Sandoval's on with a hit. It's his first of the night. And now we'll see how Gabe Kapler decides to play this with Buster Posey. Posey is an old pro. I'm sure if they decided to sacrifice, he would be able to. Runs today have been at a premium. But Posey hits one into center, and that is going to get down. Back-to-back hits to start the 7th for the Giants. And for the first time all night, 2 runners have reached at the same time against Senzatela, and he's in trouble here in the 7th. There you see the numbers from him thus far. As it looks like a mound visit from Bud Black, and my goodness, is that really going to be it? It appears so. Antonio Senzatela tips his cap to the crowd, and they give him a salute, and it's a well-deserved one as he comes off the field after 6 innings and 2 batters of work. Jake McGee will take over. There you see the numbers for McGee, the left-hander. A 5-3 record and a 6.50 ERA on the year. It's a delicate situation. And he'll face Brandon Belt, Mauricio Dubon. And then, depending how those 2 go, it'll be the pitcher's spot. We'll see if Gabe Kapler decides to keep Smyly in the game. Belt first pitch swinging, but he swings through at 0-1. We can't yet close the book on Senzatela. Still responsible for Sandoval on second and Posey, who's on first. (0-1) to Belt. Handcuffed him, and now it's 0-2. So good job by Jake McGee. Quickly getting ahead on Brandon Belt. McGee, the left-handed specialist in this bullpen, one of only 2 that the Rockies have, just missed on the 1-2. Excuse me, on the 0-2. And now the count 1-2. Ball and 2 strikes here to Brandon Belt. Got him swinging. 1 down in the inning as Brandon Belt chases on the inside part of the plate. First time Belt has struck out tonight. 3rd time he's been retired. And that brings up Mauricio Dubon. And what a big spot this is for the youngster. He picked up 1 of the 2 giant hits yesterday. And now trying to deliver with a runner in scoring position. Of course, on the flip side, a ground ball will get McGee out of trouble. Here's a 1-0. High and tight, 2-0 now the count. Dubon hitting .210 on the year. Giants don't have anybody who hits better that they could play at second base, as they've been forced to cope with the poor offensive production put together by Dubon. And it looks like that's going to continue here. Into shallow right center, out to get it, McMahon, 2 out. And the Giants in danger of stranding multiple runners yet again. Scheduled to come up is Drew Smyly. That is not going to be the case, however. Wilmer Flores, the former New York Met, will take over, so we can close the book on Smyly. He goes 6 innings, only gives up 3 hits and 1 run. Terrific outing for him. And now Wilmer Flores will try and see if he can provide some support. Flores hitting .236 on the year, was 0 for 4 yesterday with 2 double plays grounded into. That's a curveball and a strike once again. And Jake McGee is now 1 strike away from getting out of trouble. So much at his disposal. What will he go to? The 0-2 delivery is fouled off by Flores. He'll stay alive. Wilmer Flores loves left-handed pitching. He's killed it throughout his career. But in a deep hole right here. The 0-2 slowly hit left side. This will be a tough play. Walters the catcher, out to get it. The throw to first in time. Nice play by Tony Walters. And leadoff base hits to start the inning. Do nothing. Middle of the 7th, time to stretch here in Colorado. The Rockies lead it 1-0.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
Trevor Gott is going to come on for San Francisco in the bottom of the 7th. He'll face 4, 5, and 6. That's Story, Desmond, and McMahon for these Rockies.
For the Rockies, the shortstop.
Gott did not work yesterday. This is his 18th appearance on the season. 4.5 ERA. And he'll have his hands full with the middle of the Rockies lineup here in the 7th, with the Giants desperately needing to keep the lead to only 1.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Misses on the outside, 1-0. Big cut by Story, but he comes up empty. 1 ball and 1 strike. That's a low strike, and now it is 1-2. Should mention, by the way, that the Giants in that last inning left 2 more men on base. They've now left 6 so far today. 1-2 to Story, struck him out. Inside fastball, they dialed it up, Gott did, 97 on the gun, and Story is gone. Retired for the 3rd time today, and now it'll be Ian Desmond with 1 out. every out that passes, that second inning solo shot by Ryan McMahon looms larger and larger. It was really the one mistake that Drew Smyly made on his day. And McMahon didn't even hit it all that hard. Just snuck over that left field wall as he went the opposite way with it. And that's the difference. It's been that way for 5 innings. Two-one to Desmond. Grounded. Foul. And now the count is 2-2. Desmond is caught looking. Back-to-back strikeouts for not Drew Smyly, that's Trevor Gott, and he's off to a good start here in the 7th. As Ryan McMahon, the hero thus far, is up with 2 out. That's inside for ball 1. Trevor Gott can really dial it up. Fastball sits 96, 97 consistently. 1-0 from the hard-throwing right-hander.
1-1.
Dropped the sinker on him that time at 94. 1-1. McMahon gets into this one down the left field line, but it'll slice foul, and now it's 1-2. One-two on the ground to first, diving stop Sandoval, the recovery in time. What a play by Pablo Sandoval, who switched over to first base, and we've played 7 in Colorado. McMahon's home run still looms large. That's the difference right now. Bud Black coming out, lineup card in hand. That lets you know he's going to be making a double switch here.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
James Pezos will come in.
For Colorado. Now pitching.
Pezos will work the 8th. You see the numbers right there.
James Pezos.
Record 0-1 on the year.
Number 1.
With a 3.48 ERA. Struck out 27, walked 10. He'll face the top of the lineup as it'll be Crawford to kick things off.
At the ball.
Takes one outside for ball 1. 1 for 5 with a home run is Crawford in his career against Pezos. It's a tough matchup, though. You can see how tough this guy would be on lefties. But he misses again, and now it's 2-0. Good crowd today on hand at Coors Field. 41,151 the attendance today here on 4th of July Saturday. That's a strike. Crawford taking all the way. 2-1. Carlos Estevez, Scott Oberg, the closer, both of them getting up in the Colorado bullpen. Bud Black needs to get 6 outs. We'll see how he wants to play it. Here's a 2-1 to Crawford. That's outside, 3-1. Crawford has twice struck out and grounded to third so far tonight. Trying to be a base runner here in the 8th. Swinging at the high fastball, drives it into right center. Chasing Dahl back, but he's there. First out of the inning, and Crawford's probably swung at ball 4.
The third baseman, Evan Longoria.
With Crawford gone, it'll bring up Evan Longoria, who is 0 for 3 today, a strikeout and 2 groundouts to his name. And he takes a strike. Longoria out of Long Beach State. Spent most of his career with the Rays. Traded to the Giants before the 2018 season. And now he finds himself behind 0-2 to James Pezos. Longoria hits this one pretty well into left center. That is going to get down, and that's going to take a seat in the gap. Longoria digs for second. He'll be in standing up. It's another double for the Giants. Their fourth on the day. First hit of the afternoon for Longoria. And once again, there's a runner in scoring position for San Francisco. And who better to have up right now if you're the Giants than the king of doubles himself. Mike Yastrzemski has 3 today. Yastrzemski has been stranded 3 times on the bases by his teammates. Now he has a chance to try and drive Longoria in himself.
1-0.
That's inside for ball 1. And if you're Bud Black, you have to weigh your options. You could consider bringing in Scott Oberg for the 5-out save, but Oberg has been anything but reliable this year. 4 blown saves and only 19 chances. But Pezos having trouble finding the strike zone. It is 2-0 to Yastrzemski, a .285 hitter coming into today. The 2-0 misses down. Slider's ineffective. And now Yastrzemski's ahead 3-0, and as good as he's been hitting today, have to imagine Gabe Kapler will send in the take sign right here. Taking all the way is Yastrzemski, and it's a strike, 3-1. A 1-out double by Evan Longoria has put us in the position we are now. Longoria at second, Yastrzemski at the plate. The 3-1. Inside pitch, Yastrzemski chases it. Fouls it off, and now it's 3-2. Crowd on their feet here at Coors Field. Full count. And Yastrzemski just got a piece of that one. Nicked it off the gear of Tony Walters. Another 3-2. Struck him out. Mike Yastrzemski chases the curveball. James Pezos has his first strikeout. And that is going to be it for him. Carlos Estevez will come on to try and get the final out of the inning. He'll pitch to Hunter Pence. There you see the numbers for Estevez. 30th appearance of the year. He's worked 29 innings, allowed 29 hits, and a 4.97 ERA. And the Giants, once again, they've been in this position quite a few times. 2 outs, a man on second. Can they bring him home? It'll be the seasoned veteran Hunter Pence who takes a strike. Pence started his career with the Astros back in 2007. Now 36 years of age in his second stint with the Giants. Outside 1-1. Day off yesterday for Hunter Pence, hitting .266 on the year. Came back on a 1-year deal with San Francisco. That's inside, it's 2-1. Bud Black is trusting Carlos Estevez more than his closer Scott Oberg in this high-pressure situation right now. The 2-1 to Pence. Misses downstairs, and you can see Walters trying to settle Estevez down right here. But he's fallen behind 3-1 on Pence. Pablo Sandoval will be next. Base hit his last time up. Hunter Pence hitless thus far today, 3 groundouts. A 3-1. That catches the top of the zone for a strike, and the Giants are apoplectic. Full count here to Hunter Pence. That is hit hard, but right at McMahon, and the Giants strand one more. 7th man left on second today by the Giants. Middle of the 8th here in Colorado, the home team clinging to that 1-run lead.
Leading off for the Rockies,
Tony Walters will lead things off for the Colorado Rockies here in this bottom of the 8th inning as Trevor Gott begins his second inning of work. Nick Vincent, Handel Gustav, both getting ready to go in the bullpen. Right now, this is Trevor Gott's game. A terrific starting effort by Drew Smyly. He went 6 innings, only gave up 3 hits, and struck out 6. But he allowed a home run to Ryan McMahon, and that is the difference right now. As falling behind 3-0 here is Trevor Gott. That's ball 4, a 4-pitch walk issued to the catcher Walters.
Now batting, number 1.
And now it will be the man who came in on the double switch, who we're just finding out right now, Garrett Hampson, will take his first hacks of the day and takes a strike. First strike of the inning coming there from Trevor Gott. As he allowed the leadoff man to reach on the walk. 0-1 inside. Count even, 1 ball and 1 strike. Garrett Hampson, a 3rd-round pick back in 2016 by the Rockies. Hits this one hard, but right at Dubon for the first out of the inning. And a sigh of relief right there from the pitcher Gott. So if that was a little bit higher, it was in the gap. David Dahl will dig in for the 3rd time today. 0 for 1 with a ground out and a walk so far today as he takes a sinker for a strike at 95. Dahl, a native of Birmingham, Alabama, was the 10th overall pick of the Rockies back in 2012. Takes that one outside for a ball, 2-1. His wife, Jacqueline, founded One Up Sports Marketing, high-profile sports agency representing athletes such as Danny Amendola and Patrick Mahomes of the NFL. (3-1) to Dahl. On the outside corner, strike 2. As Trevor Gott has run now 2 3-ball counts in the inning. It is Dahl with Blackman on deck. The 3-2. Misses outside and low. And it's the second walk of the inning issued by Gott, and they're at first and second with 1 out. And the top of the order coming up for Colorado in the form of Charlie Blackman. Blackman takes outside for ball 1. And we'll see how long Gabe Kapler decides to stick with Trevor Gott right here. Remember, this is still a 1-run game. Very winnable here if you're San Francisco. But they have to keep it at 1 for that to be a possibility. That misses just low, and you can see Gott give a glare. He thinks he's being squeezed a little bit. I might have to agree with him. That one looked pretty close on that last one. A 2-1 to Blackman. Is hammered into right. Charlie Blackman goes deep. It is 4-0 Colorado, and the Rockies have blown it open here in the 8th. That ball was absolutely smoked from Charlie Blackmon, 456 feet. It's a 3-run shot, his 8th home run of the year, and he earned the right to watch that one leave. A long home run for Blackmon. It brings in both Tony Walters and David Dahl, and unsurprisingly, Trevor Gott will be shown the door. Handel Gustav will come on and try and get the last 2 outs here in the 8th. But that right there, folks, that's a back-breaking blow for the San Francisco Giants.
First baseman, Daniel Owen Murphy.
RBIs 37, 38, and 39 for Blackmon on that one. And that sent a jolt of energy through Coors Field. Here's a 1-0 to Murphy, and he fouls it away. Count even, 1 ball and 1 strike. Murphy 0 for 3 so far today.
No, that's low.
Looking to better that number, as he's ahead 2-1 here as that missed. A 35-year-old from Jacksonville, Florida. He's on his 4th major league team. Murphy hits it hard. Oh, what a play. What a job by Evan Longoria. Former Gold Glove third baseman, making what is the play of the day thus far, and Daniel Murphy is retired with 1 out in the inning. Excuse me, 2 out in the inning. Speaking of great third baseman, Nolan Arenado can applaud that one, and he'll bat now with 2 out here in the 8th.
Ball.
And he'll take a ball on the... He'll take a ball low. Count now 1-0. Again, Gustav misses low. Count now 2-0. Handel Gustav has a 2.56 ERA on the year. This is his 28th appearance of the season. 27-year-old out of the Dominican Republic. 2-0 to Arenado. On the ground to second. They will call on Dubon to put him away for the 3rd out of the inning, but Charlie Blackmon goes big fly on that one. And that baby is still flying. 4-0 Rockies. Last chance for the Giants as we head to the 9th.
Leading off for San Francisco,
Pablo Sandoval will get things started here for the Giants in the 9th inning. Not a save situation, so no Scott Oberg. Instead, they will stick with Carlos Estevez, who came on to get Hunter Pence to bounce out to second in the last of the 8th. And now will be asked to carry over to the 9th, enjoying a 4-0 lead. Sandoval, Posey, Brandon Belt, all scheduled to come up this inning for San Francisco, but they'll need more than that if they want to win this one. Brian Shaw, Jairo Diaz, both up in the bullpen. That's just in case, as Bud Black would like to ride Carlos Estevez through the 9th. In a good spot here, 0-2 to Sandoval. 1 away as Pablo Sandoval goes down swinging. First time he's struck out today, first strikeout of the night for Carlos Estevez. Only 2 more outs to go for Colorado. Should this result hold, the Rockies will play 1 more at home with the Giants before they head... before they remain in Colorado for 3 with Arizona this week, and then they'll have 4 at Milwaukee before the break. This is a tough play for Arenado. Big arm over there at third, And he makes it look easy. And now the Rockies are down to their last out of the day.
Left fielder, number 9, Brandon Belt.
Nolan Arenado has made some fine plays over there at third. Translation, it's just another ball game for the Rockies. And now Brandon Belt is the last hope here for the Giants, who can't complain they didn't have their chances here in this one.
0-1.
The Giants have stranded 7. And then the home run, the 3-run tank by Charlie Blackmon last inning, probably put this one out of reach. 0-1 to Belt.
Nope, that's down.
Is down for ball 1. Brandon Belt 0 for 3 with the strikeout so far tonight. Does not have a hit yet in the series. And he swings through the 1-1. Now it's 1-2, and the Giants are down to their final strike. That one came in at 101 from Estevez, who can bring it. And Belt looks overmatched as this crowd will get to their feet. 1-2 on the way, struck him out. And the Colorado Rockies go up 2-0 here in this series. They win it 4-0. That is your ball game. Charlie Blackmon, big home run in the bottom of the 8th, but it all started with Antonio Senzatela. What a game he had. He went 6 innings, gave up no runs, and only six hits. As the Rockies defend their home field once again here against the Giants. With the win, they'll move up to 41-47. With the loss, the Giants, they'll fall to 35-54. Giants have now lost 5 in a row. As we take you to our post-game screen, our player of the game, Antonio Senzatela. It was a toss-up between Senzatela and Charlie Blackmon. That Senzatela won. He goes 6 innings, only gives up 6 hits, no runs allowed, 3 strikeouts, as we'll take a look at some highlights. And this is what we thought would be the only run of the game for a very long time.
Thank you for joining us here tonight.
This Ryan McMahon opposite field home run that just snuck out of here was the difference for a while. Flash forward to the top of the 7th. This was a really good play from Tony Walters on the pinch hitter Wilmer Flores. That got the Rockies out of trouble in the 7th. And then in the top of the 8th, with 2 runners on, Hunter Pence would be unable to deliver. He'd ground out to second. And that would really be where the tide turned, because Charlie Blackmon in the bottom of the 8th, with 1 out and 2 men on, would send this one deep into the night into right center field. A long home run made it 4-3. And then this was a terrific defensive play. And if there's one thing you can say about the Giants, they did play good defense today. The Rockies, their only offensive production, 2 home runs, but they were 2 home runs that came at the right time. And then Carlos Estevez finished it off. This strikeout against Brandon Belt ended it. And the Giants would fall to the Rockies for the second time in as many days, 4-0. The Giants, by the way, have not scored a run for over 18 innings. They were shut out yesterday by Colorado 12-0, and now shut out today 4-0. As we take a look at our box score, the key players, of course, as far as offensively, Charlie Blackmon with the 3-run shot, Ryan McMahon, he was 2 for 3 with that home run in the 2nd. And that was pretty much it for the Rockies. Only actually managed 4 hits on the day. 2 came from McMahon, Blackmon the 3-run home run, the lone outlier, a base hit by Ian Desmond. As that is going to do it here in Colorado. Antonio Senzatela picks up the win and moves up to 6-5 Drew Smyly, he gets the loss, falls to 3-10, although he pitched really well. Carlos Estevez, he finished it off. And the Rockies will take this one 4-0, and they win Game 2 of this series. We've got a little bit of time, 9 minutes to be exact, before first pitch of the next one. Cookie just let me know that he is going to be in a moment, just getting himself all logged on the Discord. Shouldn't be more than a couple of minutes before we hear from him. I'll bridge the gap in between, meanwhile, as looks like we may be simulating some games. Right now on the screen, the Yankees, they beat the Blue Jays 6-4 earlier today. That was a really exciting one. New York would come on, they'd get 3 in the 8th and carry that game away. The Cubs are hosting the Rays, which is also a very interesting matchup. I'll be on the call with Charlotte tomorrow for that one, so that should be a really good one. The Cubs right now are tied for the best record in ball at 58-31, in command of that NL Central, 5 games ahead of Cincinnati. The Twins, on the other hand, in the American League, are tied with the Cubs for that best record mark, 58-31 on the year. But it's a much different story in the AL Central because that thing is a war right now. The Twins at 58-31, they have the top spot. The White Sox only 1 game back. The Indians, they've actually fallen to 3 games back. Not too long ago, they were ahead in this division, but they've lost 4 in a row, which has put them in the spot that they are now. And then, elsewhere where there have been some surprising swings as far as divisional leaders are concerned, look no further than the NL West. The Diamondbacks have all of a sudden surged in front. They're at 53-35. The Dodgers have fallen to 3.5 games out of first place. They've dropped their last 7 and are in a real rough spot right now as we welcome in Cookie Eater 45, who hopefully was able to scarf down at least a little bit some delicious burgers and dogs before doing some 7:15 bot ball.
You know, Eddie, I wish I could say I could, but I went back to the kitchens and I was like, you know, I'm not going to leave poor Eddie waiting all night, so I'm here now. Maybe we'll see my mic muted a few times during the game. But, you know, it's the 4th of July. Baseball has to go on.
Yeah, I'm sure no one will judge you for having your mic muted. Well, Cookie, I'll get out of your hair. First off, want to wish you a happy 4th of July and a 4th of July weekend. But that's going to do it for me. Eddie McCarthy is going to sign off here. The Rockies, they beat the Giants 4-0. The winning pitcher is Antonio Senzatela. The loser, Drew Smyly. We started at 5:38. We finish at 7:02. Game time, 1 hour and 24 minutes. And now from Denver to Chavez Ravine, California we go for some cross-country National League action. Cookie Eaters got the call for you. The Marlins in town to play the Dodgers. Cookie, all you, my friend.
All right, thanks, Eddie. Happy 4th to you as well. Hope it's a good one. Good evening, folks. It's the 4th of July, Independence Day here in America, and we're out in Chavez Ravine, Hollywood. Time for some National League bop ball as the struggling Dodgers look to face off against the Miami Marlins. Go ahead and take a preview at those lineups right now. Exciting times here in LA. Could see some new names in this lineup too in the coming days and weeks. Where and who? Those are questions still up in the air, but Dodgers are definitely going to be buyers at this year's deadlines and buying aggressively, trying to win the World Series after winning their division for the last way too many years in a row. Maybe we see a new outfielder joining Betts and Bellinger. Maybe we see someone push Lux or Seager to the bench on the infield. Maybe Will Smith and his struggling average aren't enough, and he heads to the bench. Or, you know, maybe we see a new name in the rotation with David Price showing he isn't quite what it's going to take to get things done. Do we see the Dodgers go after a starter, or with a struggling bullpen, the likes of Jimmy Nelson, Ross Stripling, Scott Alexander just not exactly lighting the world on fire? Do we see the Dodgers go for some bullpen arms? Who knows? But we know they have the prospects to do it, and we know this is going to be an exciting trade deadline here in ML Ball's universe. And we got the All-Star game up and coming too, and right now that Dodgers leadoff hitter Mookie Betts leads the voting in that category. In the rotation, Walker Buehler and Clayton Kershaw are second and third in starting pitching voting. And then Kenley Jansen in the bullpen, second place for closers. And of course, today we'll be seeing Alex Wood with his low 90s, mostly 80-mile-per-hour stuff on the mound. He's been a solid, if not unspectacular, 3, 4, 5 kind of guy, and he'll look to keep a hot start going, try and solidify his spot in the rotation.
If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounces. If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, clothes off. Pull her to the flame with my doze off. Try to count a million and I dozed off. And I got my fingers in the air. Yeah, hanging with Paul Bear. Turn you to lawn care. Rex in my Montclair.
With that said, though, folks, looks like we're going to try and get this one started. Sandy Alcantara and Alex Wood facing off here for 4th of July action. We'll see if there's fireworks going off here at Dodger Stadium in the form of home runs. We'll hope that's the case here on ML Ball.
If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounces. If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, clothes off.
I'm cool, yo. I'm starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, dog. How much you think my coat costs? I'm spitting like Mozart. This till I gotta flip Noah's Ark. New Lamborghini, the doze off. Fell asleep in the doze off. Get it? My diamonds and stones water. I GD like Coach Carter. Ain't talking about no soda. Girl with me want some products. I pull her on turning head. I close the curtain when she turn her nose. This off white. I be rocking virgin clothes.
Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounces. If a chick with me, she like big houses. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, clothes off.
We see Miami. Oh, excuse me, folks. Like I said, we're eating dinner fast tonight. But Miami, that 42-46 record, sitting just under 500, facing off against these Dodgers. Like I said, in a free fall. Falling out of the lead in the NL West, and I believe out of the wild card race as well. Looking to bounce back, finish the first half strong, and try and start to make something of a statement with those Diamondbacks in the lead in the Central. Alex Wood in his 3.87 ERA, 4-7 record on the mound. Whip at a nice 1.15, pretty good strikeout to walk numbers. We'll see if he can have a solid start against these kind of surprisingly good Miami Marlins. I said under 500, but you know, a lot of people say Lowell Mets. I'd say Lowell Marlins the last few years, especially when they traded away Yelich and Ozuna and Stanton for pennies on the dollar. But, you know, they're finally coming back somewhat well. And we'll go ahead and see Mr. Wood start his day with a strike to Jonathan VR, playing third base today for these Marlins. Having a pretty nice season. I suppose. In the leadoff spot still, but batting about 230. Has some pop in the bat, though. So your side panel, your Reds and Diamondbacks will be coming up after this with Doug and Jake, and Brotherbeard and TARDIS will bring you Mariners and Phillies in the late night here on the 4th of July here in the United States of America. A nice, you could say, 69 degrees here at Dodger Stadium as we get this one underway. 2-1 will miss outside from Wood, so after starting with a strike, 3 straight balls from Alex. We'll see him find the zone here.
Down, ball 4, first base.
Batting second.
He won't. That's ball 4, and we'll see a runner on first base now for Corey Dickerson, having a pretty good season. Perhaps someone you could see in trade talks, batting almost 290, 13 homers. We saw 6th in the left field all-star vote. And he'll take ball 1 to start this at-bat.
Ball, no.
Two-0 is going to be rocketed foul. Don't want to see control issues from Wood today, not what this team needs. Looks like he'll get a double play ball instead. 5-4-3. Justin Turner to Gavin Lux to Max Muncy. And that'll make it from 1 on, nobody out, to nobody on, 2 away here in the first inning. Nice double play by the Dodgers. And that leaves the bases empty for a dangerous bat in the form of Jesus Aguilar.
Ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
The 1-2 outside.
2 strikes.
Get ready for the 2-2 pitch with 2 away here in the first. Aguilar will dribble it back up the middle. We'll see Lux do a Jeter throw, and he'll get the out. So a nice 1-2-3 by the Dodgers. Well, minimum based, I suppose, because they didn't have that walk. But no hits, no runs, and the Dodgers will get the bats back, and they'll be facing Sandy Alcantara, 3.13 ERA. 1.4 whip, though, not telling as pretty a story. Plus, you look at those walks, almost 50 already for Sandy. So we'll see how he does in his 18th start here, facing a Dodgers lineup with a bit of a rejuvenation with Justin Turner back in that 3-hole. Of course, before we'll see him, Mookie Betts and Max Muncy will get things started. You see Betts struggling a bit at home. A chance to right the ship here.
Ball. 1-0.
1-1 to Mookie. And he'll take outside a nice slider. 2-1. Whips this one foul. Gonna get in the seats.
Three balls, 2 strikes, the count is full.
Full count now, 3-2 to Mookie Betts. Max Muncy would be on deck. This one's going to be racketed foul. Just staying alive, Betts. 8 pitches already. Pitch number 9 could be the last, or we could see 10, 11, 12, 13. Really, we could see infinite. So long as Mr. Alcantara and Mr. Betts don't pass away throughout the duration of the at-bat. Could be long if we go to infinity, but oh well. The 3-2 will be lined, though, to short, and that's handled easily for out number 1. So 10 pitches, but that does it for Betts, and that'll bring up Max Muncy leading the Dodgers in homers. It's an outside shot of participating in the home run derby. Well, not even an outside shot, a pretty good shot of participating in that home run derby in a couple weeks. One off, 1-1 in the 2-hole. Has a nice on-base percentage, and like we mentioned, can slug like there's no tomorrow. Muncy can. 2-1 will be outside. Justin Turner back from that IL stint stands on deck. To 3-1, up high. So that's ball 4. Muncy will trot down the first. And that'll be the first base runner of the day for LA. Sandy Alcantara not really showing any put away stuff so far. The 10-pitch at bat to Mookie. Eventually it was a rocket to short after 10 pitches that got him out. Now the 5-pitch walk to Muncy will bring in Justin Turner, who will start the at-bat, taking a fastball at 99 up high for ball 1. Swing, miss through a changeup. Yeah, definitely reason for optimism here in LA. Even if you think about the trade deadline, you could think, hey, we just acquired Justin Turner. He's been out for a month and a half, and now all of a sudden he's back. You got to think having him in there every day instead of Kike Hernandez or Chris Taylor will provide a big boost to this offense. We'll take inside, 2-2. It's Cody Bellinger on deck. But we probably won't see him. This is grounded to second, throw to second for 1, relay to first in time. So a double play for both sides in the first inning. No hits for either side either. A couple of walks and a couple of double plays mean that we've seen the minimum through 1 for both teams. Miami gets the bats back. You're watching ML Ball. Jorge Alfaro to lead things off. He'll be followed by Brian Anderson and John Birdie. Ison Diaz, Justiro Christian, and Sandy Alcantara round things out for Miami. Swing and a miss. A 3-pitch strikeout for Wood. Nice knuckle curve. His first K of the day. And that'll make it 1 away.
Number 15, Brian Anderson.
Brings in Brian Anderson. The right fielder takes strike 1.
No ball. 2 strikes.
PO2 from Wood.
Ball.
Down low. It'll be ball 1.
No.
Another one missing. Evens the count at 2. We'll see how Wood looks here. Anderson's had a pretty good campaign in right. I think he has a good chance to be one of these all-stars here in a week or so. The 2-2. Be a swing and a miss. So Wood's changeup gets him his second K of the day and second K of the inning.
The center fielder, number 5, John Birdie.
John Birdie will come in now. Batting .250.
No.
Missing outside ball 1. As always, folks, when it's a cookie solo call, I encourage you, get some action going in that chat over there. We'll kind of break the barrier of the broadcast booth a bit. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are, what your commentary is. Have a bit of fun back and forth. You know, let's have some fun. It's the 4th of July. Independence Day.
No.
Or for our Canadian friends, it's your friend down south's birthday. So, hooray, I guess. Wood works 2-2 to Mr. Birdie.
Ball. Full count.
And we'll see both three in the dirt. So it'll go full. Ice and Diaz on deck. Glad you like that, EBJ bet. I'll get to that question in a second. First, we'll see a 3-strikeout inning from Alex Wood. Gets 1, 2, 3 Ks. And the Dodgers will be back up. Bellinger, Peterson, Lux, 3 lefties. You're watching ML Botball and J-Bot with our question. What position are the Dodgers looking to improve on at the Botball trade deadline? The sarcastic answer would be right field and center field and the top of the rotation. As we see that center fielder in now, the shift is on for Cody. But in all honesty, J-Bot, the Dodgers really, you could argue their needs are nowhere or anywhere because this whole team's been underperforming. They could definitely take a look, see if they could try and find an upgrade on Smith or Lux up the middle, but that, or my bad, Seager or Lux up the middle, but that could be hard. They could look at maybe a catcher with a better average than Smith, but I mean, the only other catchers you'll see, you know, Remuto, Grandal, Garver, and they're all on contenders. So he's going to foul one off. So they'll probably be set back there. You could see them maybe look for an outfielder, push Jock Peterson to a bench role. He already does struggle against lefties, so maybe you look for the upgrade there. Maybe you look for a true number 3 guy to throw behind Walker and Kershaw in the rotation. Because Wood and Urias are a nice 4-5, but that 3-hole with Price's struggles has kind of been left up in the air. And then, of course, the bullpen has kind of been an Achilles heel for this squad, and there's never enough depth back there, so we could definitely see some sort of trades out there as well. So lots of options for the Dodgers, and they have a lot of nice assets in AAA too, so you can bet they're going to do what they can, not only to make themselves better, but to perhaps even try and prevent Arizona from getting better as well. Bellinger grounds out to second, and there's going to be one away here in the second inning. Of course, the big question will be for LA salary. How much room do they have in their budget to pick up some guys? How much don't they have? That'll be the real question. Ooh, favorable call for Alcantara. Change up. Pearson takes it. 1-1 count. Like we mentioned, Peterson struggles against lefties, but he does mash righties. And they're in the 5-hole, batting .240. Not the worst numbers for your third outfielder, but
3 balls, 1 strike.
You know, let's say a team like the Royals were selling, maybe go after somebody who could improve you there. Let's say, however unlikely, Milwaukee's out of it. It'd be fun to see Yelly and Belly. Though we know that's never going to happen. We'll see a walk. Well, it could just be blowing air at you, y'all. The Dodgers hold many secrets. And I encourage you to keep track on what we do. Is maybe this team doesn't want to win a World Series, but maybe they do. Gavin Lux will line one into right for a single. Puts runners on first and second now. A little bit of a hit parade going here in LA. Peterson and Lux both reach. That brings up Corey Seager, batting 7th, playing shortstop. And yeah, we talk about improving up the middle. Seager's really been a bit of a disappointment this year. He used to be one of the best, number 2 hitters in the game, but it's just fallen off with injuries the last few years. He'll pop one deep to right. Anderson gets there. Makes a strong throw, no advance. Keeps runners on first and second now with 2 away, and Will Smith will come in. They don't win it all, and Bob Ball will be firing Dave Roberts. If we think we have a readily available replacement, yes, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter, because once the World Series is over, I'm assuming Butball will be over, so. Deep fly to center, gonna be a nice catch by Birdie. And we'll see bottom of the order, Diaz, Chisholm, and Alcantara for Miami. You're watching ML Ball. Heidi Watney checks in. Look at those Dodgers ranks in the pitching stats. You see they're doing pretty good there. Lowest opponent average, 4th lowest DRA, 2nd lowest whip, 2nd in home runs allowed, and 4th in both walks and Ks. Top 4 in all those categories in the National League. That's what you like to see.
Leading off for Miami, the second baseman, Isan Diaz.
Deals will take strike one. Wood had a 3K inning his last time out. We'll see if he comes back with it again here. No 1-2-3 on Ks this time, but Bellinger handles a high pop-up from pitch number 2 for out number 1.
Batting it, the shortstop.
Look at those standings. Arizona 3.5 up on LA now. Really the only two teams with much anything left to contend for this year in the National League.
No.
Ball one up high. Like we mentioned, the Dodgers were on like I want to say at least a 6-7 game skid. I'm not sure if they managed to snap it yesterday. I didn't tune in, but well, no, my bad. I did tune in yesterday, and they lost 6-0. So they're on a 7-game skid now, looking to snap that. Thanks, EB, for the rough reminder in chat. For some reason, I was thinking it was Sunday, and Saturday just happened, because I know they were shut out yesterday by Miami, which is apparently Friday.
3 balls, 2 strikes, full count.
Full count. It's Jazz Chisholm. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. That's a nasty name, and I googled it, didn't see anything. So I'm assuming it's pronounced as written. But he'll work a walk. You see, batting almost 350 the rookie is, so nice debut for him. And he'll be on first base now for the pitcher, who will likely be bunting, Sandy Contra. And a 6-0 shutout for LA last night. Preceded by I believe it was a 4-game sweep in Cincinnati, and then they lost a game or two at the end of their series prior to that, which is so far back now I don't even know who they were playing.
No.
Of course, the Diamondbacks have heated up too, so a win for LA today at least guarantees they don't fall 4 games back, and if they Diamondbacks lost facing one of the hotter teams in baseball, the Cincinnati Reds, they could conceivably get back to within 2.5. And maybe coming in clutch, it was the Giants before the Reds. Wood is going to turn a double play, and that'll end the inning. So a couple double plays for the Dodgers early on. Woods looks sharp, and he'll start off the batting in the bottom half. You're watching ML Bat Ball here on the 4th of July. Steps in will remind you to donate to RAIN, folks. It's a sexual assault support relief kind of charity. So all your subs, donos, all that fun stuff goes directly to them this week. Presumably we'll see a new charity next week, although I don't think we've seen any strong proposals put forth so far, but we rotate every week, so just a few more days left with the rain. And Wood with the base hit to left field gets things going here in the 3rd, as we'll see Mookie Betts now. Top of the order for LA. Don't want to hit into the double play. They've already done that once. He'll be followed by Muncy and Justin Turner. Takes high. Betts the only Dodger currently on slate to start in the All-Star game. The only other spots they're really seriously in contention for would be first base, although Max Muncy is pretty distant back there. And starting pitching with Walker Buehler and Clayton Kershaw, 2nd and 3rd right now in voting behind the Diamondbacks' Madison Bumgarner. So strong finish from Walker and Kershaw and a bad start from Bumgardner could bump a second Dodger up into that starting 9. He'll rip one foul. And Betts goes down on strike. Sandy, his first K of the day. Isn't paying attention. Just trying to find some fun stats I set up earlier for you folks on the depths of this lovely thing we call Discord. So we'll see a base hit to center from that would be Muncie now. Nice job by him. Just takes that pitch, works it. Work it, brother. Nearly gotten by Chisholm at short, but that puts 2 on, 1 away. Justin Turner, a big opportunity. Gonna take strike. Ooh, ball 1. Don't know where that missed. Swing and a miss by Turner makes it 1-1. I'll get you your NL All-Star vote leaders here at the end of the inning as we transition to the 4th. Let's focus on the game for now because I'm notoriously bad at doing that. Alcantara throws the sinker way outside, looked more like a slider for ball 2. And I think that time it might have actually been a slider outside for ball 3, maybe a curve. We have the 3-1 on the way to Justin Turner in just a second. Might have been ball 4, but he'll foul it off to bring the count full. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a foul. So a battle brewing here between Sandy and Justin. I wonder if Sandy Alcantara ever gets SpongeBob jokes made about him, like Sandy Cheeks. Turner works the walk, though. That'll load him up for Cody Bellinger. Double play is in order.
Cody Bellinger.
And he bats. A chance for LA to break this one open. If you want to snap this skid, this is where you got to do it. You can't keep leaving guys on base. Somebody has to come in clutch. And Cody has a chance to be the guy right here. He started off the season putrid, but you see 16 homers, average up to almost 240. He was red hot coming into today. And he has a chance to really start to make himself memorable here. Alcantara's going to set, get ready to deliver, working from the stretch. It's going to be a fastball outside, fouled off by Belly for strike 1. You have seen the graphic there. Bellinger and Scrouden in a 13 double plays here. Sandy looks to make it number 14, but Cody's going to take one that was not really threatening the zone, nearly hit him for ball 1. Kind of surprised he didn't maybe lean into that, because that would have forced in a run. Instead, he'll take a fastball down the chute for strike 2. Way outside. Waste pitch, but Cody's not chasing, evens it at 2. You'd rather take the strikeout than ground into the double play. If you can get something in the air, that should bring in a run. Grounded to short. Throw over to second for 1. Relay to first, not in time. So a fielder's choice and an RBI for Cody Bellinger, as that will give the Dodgers their first lead of the day. Their first run of this series as well. It's 1-0 LA. Now 2 away for Jock Peterson though, who walked his last time. Has a runner at third base. He's going to try and bring home. Nice job by Bellinger to run that one out. If he dogged it, like Mr. Not Johnny Hustle, Manny Machado, that easily would have ended the inning.
ball.
1-0 miss inside 2-0. Way inside, it's ball 3. Gavin Lux is on deck should we see the walk. I'm also hearing from my sources Cody Bellinger might get pulled from this game. It's Cody Bellinger for Mike Trout. A big trade is close as Peterson will take ball 4.
The batter, number 9.
Could we see
baseman,
opposite sides of LA for Cody and Mike? Who knows? Maybe I'm spreading bogus and I'm Bob Nightingale. Gavin Lux with 2 away, full bases. Gonna take ball 1. Can't walk him, so we'll see if he comes back in the zone. Lux was 0 for 2 and struck out in yesterday's contest. Looking for better fortunes here. Already 1 for 1. Another base hit here could do wonders for this LA team. Or even just standing up there taking them if Sandy won't throw in the zone. The hottest pitch of the day, number 67, will be a sinker outside for ball 2. Takes the fastball, strike 1. And we'll get ready for now the nicest pitch of the day, the 2-1. Going to be high and deep in the gap. And that is off the base of the wall. 1 run is in. 2 runs have come around the score. And there's going to be 2 runners in scoring position for Will Smith. It's a 2-run double for Gavin Lux, and it's 3-0 LA. Oh, that almost had Grand Salami written all over it. Ball's short, though, but still a nice 2-run double for Gavin. Definitely the nicest pitch for Gavin Lux. That's a good one, EB. Sixto Sanchez out in the Canis. Corey Seager flew out his last time. Has a couple runners in scoring position here.
Ball. 2-0 to count.
But yeah, folks, keep the chat commentary coming. We love it. I love seeing what you guys have to say and talk to you and have a lot of fun over there. 3-0 to Seager. This is Sixto Sanchez warming up in the pen. Should Alcantara continue to lose it, about to walk Seager on 4 pitches if he doesn't find the zone.
Ball 4, take your base.
And he will. So it'll be bases loaded again. Will Smith had a 3-homer game a week or 2 ago. That might have been right about before LA hit their big skid. And a chance to hop in here and make something happen. Fellow rookie Gavin Lux with the 2 RBI double earlier in the inning. Could see another one from Smith here. Takes strike 1 down the chute. Oh, jam job. That was way inside, but fell back. I'll go ahead and ask you guys a question. Maybe that'll get some conversation spurring. What do you think is the Dodgers' biggest area of need? Everyone in the chat, feel free to chime in. What do you think they could use? I already shared what I thought they could use an inning or 2 ago. Smith's down 0-2. The pitch fouled back. And no. Caught on the run by Birdie. And that does it. But LA gets 3 in the inning. And they'll lead 3-0 as we head now to the top of the 4th, top of the order for Miami. VR, Dickerson, and Aguilar. And as promised, folks, Wood will deliver strike 1. Your current National League All-Star leaders. On the mound, it's Madison Bumgardner. In relief, Sean Doolittle and Austin Voth lead the 2 different categories, relievers and closing pitchers. High and deep, but Betts will get there for out number 1. Oh, he nearly hit that one out. VR's retired, brings up Corey Dickerson. Kurt Suzuki of Washington leads for catchers. We'll see this one grounded to third. Turner makes the throw. It is not in time. Speedy Dickerson reaches base, and that'll put a runner on. Yeah, Suzuki of Washington at catcher leading. Freddie Freeman of Atlanta leading at first. Ketel Marte in the desert at second base. Chris Bryant of the Cubs at third. Trey Turner of the Nationals at short. Juan Soto was leading in left, but he's hurt. So right now, Christian Yelich leads among healthy players. Ronald Acuna Jr. leads for center field out of Atlanta. And these Dodgers' own Mookie Betts lead in right. Jesus Aguilar is trying to keep an inning going here. It was a strong run for Dickerson to reach. Now we'll have another one for Turner at third. This time it's a double play. The third double play Miami's hit into. And we're heading to the 4th inning. 9-1-2 due up for the Dodgers. So you're watching ML Bop Ball. Believe it or not, that's how we started the last inning. It batted around in the 3rd. As Heidi checks in, I'll give you the AL leaders as well. It's Hyun-Jin Ryu on the mound for the AL with Hunter Wood and Brad Hand leading the 2 relief pitcher categories. Outfield from left to right, Yordan Alvarez, Mike Trout, and Jorge Soler. Infield, Bregman, Polanco, LeMahieu, and Edwin Encarnacion with Mitch Garver leading behind the plate. So a lot more diverse out there. A lot of Nationals leading here in the National League from that reigning world champ squad. And EB answered my question. They could use a batter, 2, and a starter and a reliever, in his opinion. And I can agree with that. Maybe a second reliever, but we'll see where things go. Wood goes down on K's instead of the base hit this time. Alcantara has just his 2nd strikeout of the day. He's going to be 1 out to start the 4th. Fun fact for you all, I don't know if you guys have Sonics near you. Sonic drive-ins, but I went to my local Sonic today. And it'd been a while. And last went when they had a special promotion for a cake batter milkshake. But when we went today, apparently that's on the menu full time now, at least at my local location. So if you like cake batter, if you like cake, I highly encourage you to go check out those milkshakes because it's like drinking liquid cake batter. It was amazing. I kind of want to go back and get another after this game's over. I'm not going to lie. Betts a swing and a miss. 2 Ks for Alcantara here in the 4th. That'll make it 2 away for Max Muncy. I love going on tangents that don't relate to the game.
No.
Once he takes that fastball in. I do apologize too, folks. For now, it's fine here in LA, but as you know, we like to get crazy here. You'll probably see all sorts of, or hear all sorts of fireworks going off from my mic here in the booth. So, you hear that, rest assured. There's not riots in the streets, it's just fireworks. As it's a 1-2-3 inning for Alcantara, we'll head now to the 5th. Alfaro, Anderson, and Birdie due up. You're watching ML Ball. This cake batter milkshake EB, it's at Sonic. It's a fast food chain where you, well, typically you'd go up and it's like one of those drive-in places. You press a button, you order, and they bring the food out to your car and you just eat in your car. But they've changed to drive-through only now with COVID, at least here in Michigan. Yeah, I'm a big guy. I like my cake batter ice cream, but even cake batter ice cream, it doesn't compare to this milkshake. I mean, this milkshake, it's literally like you're drinking liquid cake batter. Like you just mixed it up from the mix and you threw it in a cup instead of in the pan. So
Ball, no.
1-1. Wood to Alfaro. No Sonic in Canada, apparently, and that doesn't surprise me a ton. I mean, they're kind of new here in Michigan, too. It's a lot more of a more South thing here in America. Kind of like Chick-fil-A. Although Chick-fil-A is starting to grow here in Michigan. It's going to be a single from Alfaro past Lux. So runner's going to be on to start things here in the 5th. Wood's going to have his work cut out from the second hit he's allowed today. Only 4 base runners through 4 innings for Wood, but doesn't want to let this one get out of control. This is a huge start for his squad. No Sounder fan chiming in. They got some Sonics out in Washington State. Never been out on the West Coast, so it's cool to hear you guys got them out there. Love to visit Washington State someday, just see them. Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, California, Nevada, Utah, just kind of go sightseeing out there on the west side. Of course, can't leave out Arizona, too. Have to go show up at Duggo's house, make sure I give him a nice annoyance. Anderson pops out.
Ball 1. 1 ball, no strike.
You see the stat there. Miami's grounded into 3 double plays here so far. That's how Woods managed to stay so efficient. He could look to try and get them to ground into a 4th here with just 1 away and a runner on first. And he's going to check that runner, make sure Alfaro's not going anywhere. See Max Muncy with the stars and striped socks. The 1-0.
Ball 2.
Down, make it 2-0. Another check. Ooh, a bit closer that time, but Alfaro's back. See the 79 speed rating, so he's really fast for a catcher. Kind of surprising to see a catcher that fast, but Alfaro is. And do we have another one? 5 or 4 to 6 to. I had it right the first time. 6 to 4 to 3, but no chance to get the speedy birdie at first base. It's just a fielder's choice, and that's going to make it a runner on first with 2 away for Ison Diaz. Jazz Chisenholm is on deck. Ball in the dirt, blocked by Smith. Looks like LA's skid might be about over, and Alex Wood, a heck of a start to help propel them out of it. Fastball up, 1-1. Knock on wood so I don't jinx anything. Either that or that was trash can banging and Miami's cheating. Nah, Miami's allowed to cheat. They're so bad it wouldn't help them anyway. 2-1. Grounded to second, and Lux. What the heck, Lux? He goes to short, throws to Seager at second to get the out, but all his momentum was taking him towards first base, and he didn't make the throw there. I wonder if he has a concussion or something. That was poor decision making.
Now pitching for the Marlins, number 45.
Oy. These ball players, they're going to take years off my life expectancy with these decisions. See, Sixto Sanchez in to pitch for Miami. That's going to be the end of Alcantara's day, and it's going to be 3-4-5 for the Dodgers. Turner, Bellinger, and Peterson. And Turner's going to start with a foul ball. 97 on the fastball from Sixto. And Peace saying he's from LA. He's going to Seattle, Portland, Salem, Utah. You like it out here? Well, I'm going to have to check it out someday then, as we'll see a 4-3 ground out for Turner to start the inning. Nothing going for LA since that big third inning rally, but they still lead by 3. Yeah, I love to travel to the... I've only been to the left side of the Mississippi once, and I didn't get much further than Missouri when I went to St. Louis.
Ball. Ball.
Ooh, Sanchez, a fellow 45. We gotta root for him, folks. Cookie Eater falling 5. Cookie Eater falling 5. Oh boy.
Ball. No.
Maybe I'm concussed, or... What is it when you start slurring your speech? Is it you're having a stroke? There's so many different things you're supposed to know about these days. I can't keep them all straight. 3-0 to Cody Bellinger. Hopefully I'm not having a stroke. It'll be ball 4. I assume I'm not. I'm only 20. But I suppose you never know. Better safe than sorry.
Peterson.
My brain just thinks so fast, it already goes to the next word before I say the one I was thinking of previous. It's quite sad. It's Peterson takes strike 1. He's 10th in the NL All-Star vote in the left field, so in other words, he's a pretty safe bet to not participate. MP squared, stay hydrated. You know, I don't know if you were around for the start of the broadcast, but I kind of had to chow down dinner really fast because the burgers were running late on the grill. But I realized I didn't have any water when I ate that, and I had some pretty salty chips to go with it, so maybe I am a bit dehydrated, but oh well. Like I said, though, we're going to go to Sonic, get more of that liquid cake batter.
The batter, number 9, second baseman.
After the game, Peterson goes down. Gavin Lux is 2 for 2. He'll step in. We'll check on Bellinger. He gets back. Lux is, like we said, 2 for 2. I really am hyped about this guy, folks. I think he can be the Rookie of the Year in the National League this year. He's putting up good numbers. LA seems to churn them out year after year. And this guy just seems like he has all the right tools. He has power, he has average, he has defense. And Bellinger is going to be out at second base. That was a dumb choice. So Lux will get a fresh count in the 6th. But first, we'll see Miami get the bats back top 6. You're watching ML Bat Ball. 8-9-1, we'll see a pinch hitter come in for Sanchez after Jazz, good buddy, hits here. Maybe they don't have cookie dough milkshakes for Cookie. You know, AB, I bet they probably do, but we'll see a fly ball to left for Peterson. In all honesty, I like cookie dough stuff, but I prefer cake batter just because with cookie dough, it's a lot of times when you hear cookie dough, they'll do chocolate chip, and just those frozen chocolate chips.
Pinch hitting for the Marlins.
They're not easy on the teeth, as Matt Kemp, the former Dodger, is going to pinch hit for Miami. Putting up pretty nice numbers off the bench. 350 with a homer, an OPS over 900. Gotta assume that's a bit fluky, maybe due for a down pinch hit. But yeah, those hard frozen chocolate chips, I'm just not crazy about it. So I usually tend to go cake batter, though. Cookie dough is usually my number 2. If I can't get a nice cake batter.
Now batting, third baseman, Jonathan
Air White, welcome aboard, buddy. What's ML Bat Ball? ML Bat Ball is the most authentic simulation of the 2020 season. You'll see we're simulating all 162 games for all 30 squads, during 7 games a day with guest announcers like totally unqualified people such as me. So I encourage you to stick around. Tune in if you will enjoy my rambling. The computer plays the computer, and we try and see what the 2020 season would have looked like if COVID had never happened.
Playing 12, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Into to VR is going to be grounded to short. And that'll be the last out. So 6, 7, 8 due up for the Dodgers, and we'll see a new pitcher for Sanchez. So you're watching him on Bat Ball, and Art, am I unqualified? I mean,
your attention, please.
I'm a college student studying computer and data science, so technically yes, but that's kind of the glory of it, is if we let all sorts of people hop on. We have people from all sorts of professions, ages, and we do actually have a group of minor league ball broadcasters who've joined us as well, who like to call games. So it's a fun little community here. If you like baseball, stick around. I definitely encourage you to, because we'd love to have you.
Ball. 1-1.
1-1 count to Lux. It's Hernandez in the pitch for Miami. I'm not going to attempt that first name. And Lux will swing through a nice changeup to make it 1-2. He'll go down on K's. 4-pitch strikeout for Hernandez to start the 6th. And I'm glad you like it, Air White. Stick around. We're going to be happy to have you. If you want to join our Discord, I'll pop that link down there too. That's where a lot of our discussion takes place. And if you ever want to give a shot announcing your game yourself, that's where we'd have all that take place. An NP squared, listening for a good while, makes for a good distraction. I'm glad you've enjoyed too, NP. It's always nice to see you on. And I'm calling the game. It's nice to get some sort of baseball while we wait for really any sort of professional sports to come back. Nice job to get there by Birdie in the gap for out number 2 to retire Seager, and that means Will Smith will bat with 2 away in the bottom half. It's ball 1. The simulation is powered by MLB The Show, but it's AI playing AI. So that's what you're seeing right now is the show play the show, with the only real human component being making sure rosters are all set with injuries and such, and announcing like this. But on a personal level, I do play the show as well, and I'm quite bad at it, but I mean, it is what it is. 2-1 to Smith will be in the dirt. 3-1. The pitcher spot's due up. It'll be interesting to see if they let Wood stay in the game. My vote would be to keep him out there, but let's see what Dave Roberts has in store. Smith does indeed walk and trot down to first. They will keep Wood out there. He is 1 for 2. He singled to start that rally in the 3rd inning. That gave LA their first 3 runs, and he'll take strike 1. Airweight saying he got the championship series last season. That's pretty good. If I can make it to a wild card, that the 600 points, I consider that a good season for me. I usually sit in an all-star and pennant race. Woods quickly down 0-2. And he'll take inside. For those who don't play MLB The Show online, talking about Diamond Dynasties, Wood goes down on Ks, but essentially it's kind of like your standard sort of ranking scale. You kind of have points. Generally, people don't go below 400, which is where All-Star starts, because after that, if you lose, you don't lose any points. But if you get up to 900, that's World Series, and it's increments of 100 down from there. Various different stages. And the Championship Series at 800, Division Series at 700, Wild Card at 600, and Pennant Race at 500, with All-Star starting at 400. Side tangent aside, Alex Wood's back out there after striking out, and he'll get strike 1 to Corey Dickerson. Dickerson 4 for 9 with a double in his career off Wood. Pretty nice numbers. He's 1 for 2 off Wood today. He'll take ball 1. Pedro Baez and Ross Stripling are up in the pen. Should Wood start to hit the fan. Yeah, Tanaka today, scary situation. For those who don't know, Giancarlo Stanton hit Tanaka right on the head with a line drive. Simulated game in New York today. Scary situation. I haven't seen an update on how Tanaka's doing, but we can only hope he'll be okay and it's nothing too serious. He was able to get off the field on his own power, so that's a positive sign. Dickerson keeps battling 2-2. Make it full. Jesus Aguilar is on deck. Catcher Alfaro and the right fielder Anderson, the next 2. And the full count right to Mookie Betts. He didn't have to take a step, and that's out number 1.
Now batting, the first baseman, Jesus Aguilar.
One away. Jesus Aguilar will take strike one. Yeah, come on, Jake, get used to the times. It's been 7 games for like 2 months now. For those of you who've been around a long time, you'd know we used to do 6 games a day before we really had a boom of people discover us, and we kind of had to up our time slots to accommodate the increase in demand. Try to get everyone who requests to announce a game an opportunity to get a few in. Usually at least 2, maybe 3 a week. Another fly out to left, 2 away.
The batter, the catcher, Jorge Alfaro.
No, Tarda said no, but we are we're somewhat similar in that we simulate the games, but there's no real betting or anything that goes on. We do have our daily fantasy on the website though, just for competitive fun between friends. But
ladies and gentlemen, please join me.
Other than that, it's just staring 7 baseball games a day, and it's stretch time in LA. They lead by 3.
Leading up for the Dodgers, the right fielder, Mookie Betts.
Top of the order for LA, Mookie Betts lead it off. Hernandez can be back out for a second inning of work. Start things with a slider for a strike. 4th of July, ball keeps on going here.
Ball 1. 1
1-1.
ball, 1 strike. Hard, 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Oh, don't go jinxing anything yet. Still 3 innings left to play.
No.
But it certainly does look like the Dodgers are going to snap a 7-game skid here today. And of course, we'll see if they pick up a game in the NL West, as we'll have Diamondbacks and Reds coming at you right after this. Duggo and Jake on the call. This game is cruising along, though. Jeez Louise, it's only 8:20.
Ball 3.
We're already in the bottom of the 7th.
Full count. 3 balls, 3 strikes.
The full count pitch to Mookie Betts. Going to be hit on the line. That is deep, and that is in the gap. That's going to be extra bases. He'll make the big turn ahead to second, and that'll be all he can get. It's a leadoff double for Mookie Betts, the all-star vote leader in right field. And he's going to have a good chance to be driven in with Max Muncy and Justin Turner, the next 2 up to bat. He's 1 for 2 with a single. Also worked a walk today. He'll take ball 1.
1-0.
Fly out to left, out number 1. Nice throw in by Dickerson to hold the runner. Strike one to Justin Turner. And a high, deep drive. Heading back is Anderson, and he'll make the catch on the track. Oh, almost a home run for Turner. Betts will advance to third, and he'll stay there with now 2 away, and Cody Bellinger coming up to bat. Mo asking about fish flies taking over in Windsor. I know closer to the coast, I don't live exactly on the coast of the lake and the river there, but I know they do get pretty crazy along the river and lake front, but where I'm at, we usually don't see many of those fish flies. So I pity you for having to deal with them, because I know they can be really annoying and get in, well, everywhere.
Ball. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Two and one to Cody. Going to drive in that runner from third, fouls the ball back, evens things at 2. And a swing and a miss. And a burp that hopefully didn't get aired. Nice job by Hernandez to work around the leadoff double. It stays 3-0 LA as we head to the 8th. I'm saying, surprised he didn't do a Tigers game today. Well, Mo, I do whatever Mark tells me to. When I put in my availability for the week, I usually just check the Dodger and Tigers games every day of the week, and whatever Mark decides I'm going to do is what I'll do. Had a nice long streak of the Tigers there going this week, but back out in LA today, and thankfully, maybe I'm the little blessing they needed to get out of the rut they've been in. Deep fly to right. Or center. Oh boy. That's out number 1.
Number 5, John Birdie.
I don't know. In the words of Michael Scott, I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. Yeah, NP Squared actually pointing out something I didn't even think to mention. Alex Wood's back out there for the 8th inning, and looking at that pitch count, it's at a sparkling 82. That is phenomenal. He has a chance to go the distance today. Of course, I say that, I probably jinxed it, and yeah, we'll see that jinx in effect right away with a single to right, but nice stay for Alex Wood.
The batter number 1, second baseman, Ethan Diaz.
Diaz now with a runner on. Woods got 3 double plays already today. Got close to a 4th earlier. Let's see if we can get that 4th one here. Speedy runners all around though. Be at first. He ran out that almost 4th double play earlier. Ooh. What a knuckle curve there from Wood. Makes it 0-2. Made Diaz look silly. The 0-2. It's low, was looking for the double play, but the swing and a miss works too. Woods just the 4th strikeout for Wood. Here with now 2 out in the 8th. He's 1 out away from going through 8 full, and it'll be Jazz Chisholm standing in his way.
No, that's the ball.
1-1, a foul off. Fireworks already going off crazy in this neighborhood, despite the fact it's not even dark yet. So that's always great. Yeah, later tonight, like I mentioned, we got Duggo and Jake bringing you Cincinnati and Diamondbacks after this, and that'll bring you up until Bop Ball after dark here on the 4th of July, where it'll be Brotherbeard and TARDIS bringing you Seattle and Philly.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Miami.
Adam Conley going to come in to pitch the bottom of the 8th, hold it to 3 in the deficit. He's got an 0-4 record, an ERA at 4.4, and a putrid batting average against lefties, of which he'll face 3 to start this 8th inning.
Peterson.
TARDIS, if you could send that list my way too. I'm losing track as well. (1-0) in the dirt, 2-0. Speaking of that command list, maybe something worth putting in our description below the video. Two and one. That's weird. We got a Tampa Bay game scheduled tomorrow. I thought they weren't supposed to be scheduled anymore since they're out of the playoffs. Long foul ball makes it 2-2 for Jock.
Ball. Full count.
And now it's full. I agree, MP. We could see Wood go all the way. I'm curious to see if Dave Roberts will stick with him. I certainly hope he does. Adam Conley will strike out Peterson, though, for the first out here in the bottom of the 8th. Dodgers looking for some insurance runs.
Ball.
Flex 2 for 3 on the day. The big RBI doubles what really, I wouldn't say blew the game open for LA, but gave them that 3-run lead up from 1 run. He'll take strike 1 here. Was nearly oh yeah, that's what I was saying. It was nearly a home run. Sterling Sharp and Ryan Stanek. Ooh, I hope I got that last one right. Up in the pen for Miami. 1-2 pitch on the way from Conley. Going to be down low. Even things at 2 for Lux. And a swing and a miss. He goes down. There's 2 away here in the 8th inning, and that'll bring up Corey Seager.
Now batting, shortstop, Corey.
Yeah, folks, my obligatory All-Star Week plug. We just have about 1 week left of Bop Ball before we hit that All-Star break. We got the Futures game next Sunday. The Home Run Derby is going to be a lot of fun on Monday. The All-Star game Tuesday. Some minor league All-Star games the week after that. A throw pulls Aguilar at first off the bag, so that'll be an error that allows Seager to reach. Brings up Will Smith.
High. No ball. 1 strike.
Ball.
That's a negative, Mo.
Down low.
Should probably work on a fun little graphic for that. Kind of announce to everybody formally that, yeah, Bop Ball will be aired through the All-Star break. Lots of fun stuff, like we said, the Home Run Derby, the MLB All-Star Game, the Minor League All-Star Games, a Minor League Day 3.0, the Futures Game, and of course, our Broadcaster Tournament. So if you like seeing people actually play, that'll be your chance as your favorite personalities play the game and your other favorite personalities call the game. And we're through 8 now, no dice on doing anything with that error. And we'll see if Alex Wood closes things out in the 9th. We'll see a pinch hitter for Miami. It looks like Ramirez off the bench is going to pinch hit. Harold Ramirez will round the first pitch. He sees up the middle, and Seager knocks it down but can't make the throw.
The third baseman, number 2, Jonathan DR.
There's a runner on with nobody out. Woods only at 90 pitches. He's now going to have to go through the order a 4th time. DR 0 for 2 with a walk. Takes ball 1. In the dirt. No one's going. It's 2-0.
Yep.
And it is worth noting for everybody too, with the MLB tentatively scheduled to come back on the 23rd of July, that Bop Ball will not be going anywhere. We'll continue to air as many games as we can for the demand we receive for the remainder of what would have been the original schedule for the 2020 season. Passed ball by Smith will allow Ramirez to advance to second base, and it's gone 3-1 now to Jonathan VR.
Ball 4, down.
And it's ball 4, so Woods allowed couple walks now. We'll see if that ends his day. 4 hits, 3 walks in 8 innings so far. Kenley Jansen's got to be warming in the pen. They don't want to blow this. This is a huge win for the Dodgers. And Dave Roberts will indeed come out and give a double switch.
Your attention, please. These changes for the
Why a double switch? I'm not sure. I don't see Jansen going more than 2. But he will come out, and he will be pitching to Austin Barnes now. Will Smith out of the game. A battery switch.
Austin Barnes.
Corey Dickerson to get his cuts, and Mo saying it probably won't be 7 games. Honestly, I don't think anybody's sure. I think the goal right now is to stick at 7 games, but I mean, it all depends. Maybe we go down to 6, maybe we go down to 5. The goal will definitely be 7 as long as we have the fans who want to see it. 2-0 to Corey Dickerson. And ooh, it's a nice strike on the cutter on the outside part. Couple runners on. Tying run at the plate. Pressure is on for Jansen here. The 2-1. Fly ball. Left field, and That'll be handled by Peterson. Strong throw in, holds the runners. And now a double play ends it with one away in the ninth. Glad you'll be sticking around, MP Squared. And we'll be happy to have you, as well as everybody else. We'll see if these Dodgers can climb back into that NL West race. Maybe this is the year they were going to win the World Series. Heck, it still could be in real life too, and a season that'll have an asterisk by it for a lot of fans for a long time. First step is the win here today. Jansen goes 1-1 to Jesus Aguilar, who's 0 for 3. Of course, Miami here in the bop ball season. What a bounce back. Nearly 500 after being one of the worst teams in baseball the last few years. They got a promising future. Shut out the Dodgers in Game 1 and being shut out right here so far. But they've come a long way too. I know I'm a bit of a homer. I've given a lot of love to the Dodgers, but Miami's really taken a lot of strides. Ground ball foul. They probably won't be in the postseason this year, but the future is looking more and more bright as we see a lot of those younger guys like Jazz Chisholm make their major league debuts. 2-2 ripped, but foul. 1-2. Oh boy. Hoy. Up high, 2-2. Winning run on deck, tying run at the dish. 2 runners on it, first and second with 1 away. The 2-2 pitch from Kenley Jansen to Jesus Aguilar. It's a swing and a miss. It's a K for Jansen, and there's 2 out. Looking like he might get another save here. He's currently second in the closing pitching race in the National League behind Sean Doolittle, so a save here today could help solidify his spot on the All-Star roster. Ooh. 189.08's around. Glad you like the caps. I like them too. That's really sick hats for both sides, I think, today. And we'll see those hats all day as we continue to celebrate the 4th weekend. One's up high. For those of you who love Cookie, I'll be back on the air Tuesday at 7:15 for a solo call again. Ooh, and safe. Maybe another passed ball makes it 2-2. It is another. Giving some points to Rain for the 4th. Thanks, Mom. We really appreciate it. Donating to Rain here on the 4th of July. And a ground ball to second. Throw to first ends it. So a little bit of drama, but Jansen works out of Woods' mess. On the Dodgers snap the 7-game losing skid with a shutout win over Miami here today on the 4th of July. What a day here in LA. They'll be smiling as they go home to see the fireworks go off tonight. Nearly a complete game shutout for Wood, but he'll go 8 allowed no runs, and a great job by Kenley Jansen to clean up the mess and secure his 28th save of the season. Miami no runs on 4 hits, Los Angeles 3 on 5. Wood rises to 5 and 7. Alcantara falls to 4 and 6. And like I said, save number 28 for Jansen. Player of the game goes to Wood, but I gotta give a close second to Jansen and Lux. Jansen for doing a great job slamming the door, and Lux giving that big double that kind of probably crushed the Spirits of Miami a bit.
They left 6 men on base. Time of the ball game, 2 hours and 37 minutes.
So we'll see the highlights here in a second. Happy 4th to everybody too, by the way. Thanks for all the nice calls. And no problem. Enjoy the cookout. It's the 4th. Baseball's always great, but let's be real. The 4th of July is a treat for us all. Enjoy the cookout. Let's enjoy those highlights. We see bottom of the 3rd, fielder's choice, nearly a double play, but it turned into an RBI. And boy, the fact Bellinger ran that out, not only for the RBI to give the Dodgers lead was huge, but also the fact it let Gavin Lux do this, hit that double deep into the gap center field off the base of the wall. Was nearly a grand slam, but made it 3-0, and that's about where everything would end for the day, as Hanley Jansen would go ahead and take care of business in the 9th inning. After Wood goes 8 strong, but after allowing the first 2 to reach in the 8th, gets pulled. You see that ground out to second, end the day. I guess not much of a highlight reel, so you didn't miss much, but you had Duggo and Jake coming up for the next call. Brotherbeard and TARDIS doing Phillies and Mariners after that, so a great evening slate for you all in the 4th. And Jake's in the booth, so Jake, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Congrats, Cookie. The Dodgers finally won a baseball game. I was wondering how long I was going to have to wait for that to happen.
I think we all were, Jake. It was seeming like they kind of forgot that they were supposed to win and not lose, but it appears it just took some national birthday spirit to get things back going for them.
Indeed. We'll see if the Diamondbacks, though, can get back to 3.5 after that Los Angeles win. The Dodgers now just 3 back in the NL West, but like you just said, the Snakes coming up. Cincinnati coming to town for Game 2 of a home series for the D-backs. Zach Gallen on the mound, so a good chance for the D-backs to get a W and keep the pace. But either way, you know, it's going to be a really fun NL West battle down the end of this season.
Yeah, Jake, that's exactly right. I'm excited to see how this turns out. It feels like the Diamondbacks just continue to perform at an elite level in all aspects of their just team. I mean, they have great pitching. They've had a really solid batting lineup, nice defense as well. Well, these Dodgers seem to stay in it despite a lot of struggles, although maybe with Turner back and Bellinger finally starting to show respectable numbers, we see things get back to normal.
As we are taking a quick look at the starting pitching all-star votes right now in the National League, you see the Dodgers have a number of representatives up there, but Diamondback Mad Bum leading the chase, currently at 11-3, and you know, wasn't the pitcher of today's game for the Dodgers that's up there on the leaderboards, but the Dodgers all around have had a pretty good rotation so far to start off the year.
Yeah, if you get rid of David Price, it might be one of the best in baseball.
Well, good news for you, Cookie. David Price came out today and said he wouldn't be playing baseball for you once the bots have to go away and the real players come back. But for now, David Price, you're stuck with him. But Kenley Jansen, wow.
Yeah, after the save today, goes up to first in the National League closing pitcher vote. Sean Doolittle will fall down to second after that.
Somehow Archie Bradley down there, even though he's been demoted, and he hasn't been that great. Get a look at the catchers, and pretty much the names you know: Kurt Suzuki, Contreras, Ramos. Everyone else is really not having much of a season to write home about.
Yeah, the interesting thing could be Wilson Ramos potentially on the block if the Mets don't get back into things. That could be a big catcher, maybe for your Snakes if you have the money and the prospects to land him and give you an upgrade back behind the dish.
Yeah, well, former D-back there, Paul Goldschmidt, second in the first base voting. And
for the second straight category, a Dodger in fourth, Will Smith fourth at catcher, Max Muncy fourth at first base.
And Christian Walker starting to get some respect, too, as his righty stats go up. Ketel Marte clearly leading in second baseman in the National League. And I don't know how Howie Hendricks not beating him, but Ketel Marte is definitely a great choice.
Yeah, Kendrick, 50 less at-bats, but more homers and a higher average.
And more RBIs.
And more RBI. Oh, a considerable amount more, too. But hey, you'll take that. That's currently, he'll be starting behind Madison Bumgarner, assuming we were to play that game tonight. Chris Bryant leading at third base with Arenado, Suarez, Eduardo Escobar. A whole plethora of guys really on Bryant's tail there at third.
And shortstop, it's obviously Trey Turner, I think, in the National League. Trevor Story's really cooled down, and Didi Gregorius, not really what I'd call an all-star caliber season. I mean, the home runs are there, but pretty much everything else is rather pedestrian. Javi Baez, I'd argue, doing a little bit better than Didi this season, but you know, I don't represent all the votes. And you see the two arguably best left fielders so far this season, both out on the injured list. So it's right now Yelly who looks poised to start that All-Star game.
Yeah, big loss. Soto going down just the other day. David Peralta a week or two ago now. Those were two of the best guys in all of the league and still up there in the votes. But I might throw them in that All-Star intro video still as pretend they're just standing there on the field, even though we know they're not going to be able to play down hurt, unfortunately. Center field, Cody Bellinger up to fourth. Wouldn't have thought that the way he started this season, but it doesn't look like he'll catch Acuna and Co above him. Dodger Mookie Betts leading in right. It's a rather uncompetitive field there, if we're going to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how Mookie Betts is leading, but whatever metric they're using.
I mean, you look at the balance between average and home runs. I mean, Mike Yastrzemski, 40 or 60 less at bats, but maybe the only other guy you could really make a strong case for, and he probably ends up making it as the reserve and representative of the Giants.
Oh, we're gonna go through the American League too, I guess.
The wonderful American League. Garrett Cole in fourth place. Ryan Yarbrough, Zach Plesac, Hyun-Jin Ryu, and Kenta Maeda. Currently your top 5 starters. I don't really get why they do relief pitcher and closing pitcher separate, but I mean, they do.
Yeah, I mean, I also couldn't tell you how little excitement I have about who wins the relief pitcher / closing pitcher all-star race in the American League. I don't think there's an award in baseball I care less about.
Well, you see Brad Hand, the sub-1 ERA, the whip just about 1, leading the closing pitchers in the AL. Jose Leclerc in Texas and Ken Giles of the Blue Jays. A couple guys on rebuilding squads. Maybe we see move at the deadline. Maybe we see held on to. Second and third. Mitch Garver. You know, this is a guy who's having a heck of a season, Jake, leading at catcher.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have him on my squad. I'd love to have a catcher who can just hit above 200.
Batting 333 with 23 bombs. I don't think anyone, including the Twins, saw that one coming, but they're happy to take it. He's running away above Yasmani in that race. And Edwin with his bird when he hits the home run, leading at first. Santana's right on his tail, though, and Jose Abreu, Mattles, and Luke Voigt not having terrible campaigns either.
The cheaters in third. Boo.
Jose Altuve. Cesar and DJ, currently your top two there. The good news is the Astros have been really bad this year, and outside of Yordan Alvarez and this guy, Alex Bregman, it doesn't look like they're probably going to have many others in the All-Star game.
Yeah, well, Alex Bregman doesn't deserve to be in the All-Star game. He deserves to be jailed for ruining a great sport.
Yeah, one of the top vote getters in either league, though. 18 homers, batting almost 360, presumably without the trash can this year.
Doubtful. Knowing the Astros, they're pretty scummy people. They'll figure out a way to cheat once again.
Semien, Polanco, Anderson, and Torres all neck and neck in a race for shortstop in the AL. And there's the guy, Yordan Alvarez. 105 RBI, 33 dingers, and batting almost 360.
Yeah, not sure where that came from. Chris Davis there in fourth, longtime DH and I guess outfielder now for the Athletics.
Yeah, I believe for the All-Star vote, they don't actually have a DH category for the AL, so we're seeing guys like Nelson Cruz and Yordan Alvarez who are actually DHs showing up in the vote here as outfielders for whatever reason. Mike Trout, of course, your center fielder, as any other year when he's not hurt. Jorge Soler, rivaling Yordan for one of the best seasons so far. 33 dingers, only 74 RBI in the first half, heaven forbid. A 330 average.
Aaron Judge, pretty far down there. And there you go. That's your look in at the American League All-Stars. I don't got much else for you in analysis than those are the highest vote getters. You know, those are the squads. Not sure where we're going now.
Looks like we're looking at Oklahoma City's lineup.
Okay.
I don't know why exactly. Maybe talking about the various trade pieces the Dodgers have, as they'll be looking to improve their squad in the coming weeks as the trade deadline looms and they try and catch those snakes in the West. Yeah, I don't got much other than that as to why we're looking at this.
Neither do I, yeah. Now we go to the rotation.
Yeah, a couple of nice names.
Muhtar Graterol. Wow, that's quite a name, Cookie.
It is, but you know, he's a highly thought of guy. Maybe we see him, Tony or Jimmy, Caleb Ferguson, Scott Alexander. You know, who knows how many of these guys will be gone in a couple weeks. But Garrett, if you're listening, why don't we go ahead and take a look at the D-backs and the Reds Major League rosters as we try and preview this game.
Yeah, we're going to see Starling Marte still doing well now, back in the leadoff position. Okay. Zach Gallen will be pitching for the Snakes here tonight. He's been doing really well for him so far this season, in just his second year of Major League action. And already, you know, pretty much up at the innings he pitched last season, but a lower ERA. Feels like he's striking out a few more people, and now that he's off the Marlins, he's actually getting some wins to go along with that low ERA. So it's been a great second season for Zach Gallen.
I actually stand corrected. I said Garrett, but I meant Big Fund. Big Fund is, of course, operating this, Jake, as always, right?
Ah, yes.
But yeah, I'm excited to see these D-backs today. I mean, like you said, this is a lineup that's been doing good things. Seth Beer in there every day now on the left with that kid Peralta down, so that's pretty cool.
I don't know if Peralta's a kid, but 100%.
Everyone's a kid if you play baseball. Doesn't matter if you're Nelson Cruz, 40 years old, you're still a kid.
Well, Andy Young's definitely a kid. Lowest rated player overall on this lineup, but does have some potential. And we're going to be looking at these Reds who, finally came to a halt yesterday when facing these Snakes. And hopefully they'll come to a halt once again. Joey Votto, though, showing a little bit of a resurgence, proving that still in the end of his career, he can get it done.
Yeah, I like this Reds lineup, too. Surprisingly cold, considering they just swept the Dodgers last week. Of course, the Dodgers haven't really been playing good, so maybe you can do it with half the lineup cold. But I mean, Suarez, Moustakas, Castellanos, Aquino, and Votto in your 2 through 6. That's pretty good.
That is pretty solid indeed. I got to give you that, but hey, Robbie Ray was able to shut him down yesterday. Hopefully Zach Gallen will do the same. And yeah.
Yeah, not the best starter going for Cincy today, though. Tyler Mahle? Oh, I hope I said that one right. 4.30 ERA, whipped at 1.42, and facing a lineup as good as the Diamondbacks, it's going to be a tall task for him to get through this one unscathed and give his boys a chance to even up the series tonight. Do the Dodgers a favor.
Indeed. And at this point, Big Fund, haha. I think we're good to start getting going. Might be a couple minutes before Duggo joins me in the booth. He's finishing up dinner. Did not expect this game to finish so early, but Cookie, thank you for a great call. Thank you for taking it Vin Scully style once again, and I'm excited to catch you again next Tuesday, I believe, or not next Tuesday, this Tuesday in your next game.
Indeed, and Jake, enjoy the call. Hopefully Doug gets there soon. I'm in the same boat as him. I kind of had to eat dinner on the call, muting my mic because the games have been flying by today. But go ahead, take this one away. Pleasure to do the pregame with you and enjoy the call here on the 4th of July.
Indeed. Thank you, Cookie. One of the best bot ball announcers out there as we now head to Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. It's the second game of the series between the Reds and the Diamondbacks. It'll be Mahle versus Gallen. And that retractable roof should definitely be closed. It is far too hot in Phoenix, Arizona to leave the roof open here today. It's just a balmy 108 degrees Fahrenheit here in the desert. And without further ado, let's get ready for some 4th of July baseball as we come in here. The Reds 5.5 games back of the Cubs there in the National League Central. The Diamondbacks with the Dodgers win in the game before this, now just 3 games up in the division. And we will head to Chase. The fans are here. They're ready for some 4th of July baseball. The Cincinnati Reds at 53-36. The D-backs at 53-35. Both teams putting themselves in a playoff position right now. And this should be a fantastic game as both the Reds and the D-backs have been playing exceptionally well coming into this series. And a guy who's been playing exceptionally well all season, Zach Gallen, the youngin' for the Diamondbacks, the glass-wearing slinger. 2.4 ERA on the season, 14 starts, a 5-2 record, and honestly, should probably have more wins than that, just not always there with the offensive support. And we'll see if the Diamondbacks can bring it to him today. But to lead off the baseball game, it'll be Nick Senzel, the second baseman. He's hitting .271, 351, 42 slash line on the season. As you see, some interesting shadows right now from the windows here at Chase Field as we take a quick look around the D-backs infield here. Everyone wearing the Stars and Stripes cap for the 4th of July. And the second pitch from Gallen's going to be outside, so So far, Gallen a little bit outside of the zone. We'll see if he can work his way back in here. And he will indeed. That one's going to go down the middle high. Four-seam fastball at 93 miles an hour. And these shadows going to be tricky until the sun sets a little more. Right in the eyes of the batter there. So definitely advantage pitcher at the current moment. And you see it there, the swing and the miss. That knuckle curve just dropped. And Senzatela had no idea what to do with it. 2-2 count. Fires in. Ooh, just outside. Drops down. So the count goes full to the first Reds batter here tonight. They weren't able to score any runs in yesterday's baseball game. But they will get their first base runner on. Gallen walks him, and that's a little odd knowing how low the whip has been so far this season for Gallen. But no problemo. He's been able to work himself out of the limited trouble he's found himself in, but he has a test here. It'll be the veteran bat, the longtime Red, Joey Votto, playing first base once again here today. Votto readies himself in the box. Once again, the sun shining directly in his face there. Ooh, gets squeezed at the top of the zone. It looked like that would be a strike. However, umpire behind the plate says, no, that's a ball. And Zach Gallen really having some control issues now to start this one off. The steal, and Senzatela's going to be there in plenty of time. That throw was nowhere near it. The break was great, and that'll be stolen base number 4 on the season for Nick. Surprised with his speed that he doesn't have a few more, but now runner in scoring position, nobody out. Joey Votto at the plate, and Zach Gallen finally able to get a strike there on the outside edge with that cutter. Just nicks the corner of the zone. And he lets that one outside, 3-1. Yesterday was a big game for these Diamondbacks as they took the first game of the series and gained another on the Dodgers, as we're also going to welcome finally my broadcast partner for the day, Duggo. How you doing, sir?
I am doing a lot better now. How did you manage to stall for like 20 minutes to get this one on time?
We just looked at the All-Star votes for a very long time until I figured we couldn't do it any longer, and then I just said, all right, we'll start without him.
Copy that. That one's going to be lifted behind the plate, and Stephen Vogt is there for the first out of the inning. So Senzatela able to reach base via either the walk or a single, can't tell. Stole second, and that's where we're at, right?
Yeah, so he reached via single, then stole a base, and that'll catch you up.
So then, after the pop-out for Joey Votto, a rare thing in his career, it's Eugenio Suarez. Talking about all-star votes, he is third in line to represent the National League at the hot corner. Zach Gallen's first pitch to Suarez is in the zone, looked at, strike one.
Yeah, dangerous position for that cutter there. You want it a little lower in the zone if you're going to throw it in the middle. Either way, though, it's a strike, and the 0-1 comes in.
Now on the ground, right back at Gallen. He's got to be afraid of all those comebackers, man. It was a comebacker that took him out with a broken hand earlier in the season. He's able to deflect it, get it to first for the second out. But Senzatela able to move 90 feet closer. And now Mike Moustakas could get the first run in of this ballgame.
Moose did not have a very good game yesterday. Hasn't been having some very good luck as of late. Just 223 average on the season. And he's going to take a strike there. That one just falls in. That knuckle curve's been working for Zach, but most of his other pitches have had some issues locating properly.
Swung on and missed, and that is strike two. So after the leadoff single, stolen base, and more or less sacrifice there, Gallen is 1 out away from getting out of this untouched. 0-2. Swung on and missed, and there it is. Zach Gallen's first strikeout of the day, coming in a big spot. If the Milkman can keep this up, should be something fun to watch. See what Arizona's got. Marte Escobar.
Yeah, I said that Gallen in his limited stressful situations this season has expertly dealt with them, and you see why his ERA is so low right there. As Tyler Mahle now comes out to the mound, just a 4.29 ERA on the season, a losing record through 17 starts, and a big reason why is that whip right there. Over 1.4. He's allowing far too many base runners to keep himself in a lot of games, and hopefully the D-backs can strike early right now as Starling Marte, the ever-speedy guy, comes up to bat.
See what he can do. He looks at strike one here to start it off. You know, last night, I don't know if you talked about that at all.
Briefly, but not in much detail.
Well, last night was game one of the series featuring Tony Disco and Robbie Ray. Both guys, expert strikeout artists, so expected to see, you know, very little offense early on, but not quite as little as we got. You know, neither team able to really string them together as Starling fouls that off, stays at 1-2. But the Diamondbacks came through eventually with 3 home runs in the game for the 5 total runs that made it that 5-0 win. So they were never really able to string them together and get it going. So curious to see now with Mahle and his whip issues, if maybe we see a different story here tonight. 2-2 pitch. Going to be in the air, driven by Marte, retreating back as Castellanos, and making the catch at the wall for the first out.
Well, we almost saw a big fly there, but unfortunately, we're not going to see a traditional Marte parte. Cattell now up here, 13-game hitting streak coming into today, trying to make it 14.
I know over in the AL, the big hitting streak finally came to an end. Tim Anderson over there on the south side of Chicago. I think that was up there, like, that was creeping on 40, I think. That's going to be 2-0 here to Marte. So Marte's last night. Looks at that, 3-0. He was one of the guys with those home runs, a 2-run shot back in the 7th. Helped make it taco night here in Arizona. But he's looking at a possible walk, as they will say that catches the zone. 3-1 now. Mahle delivers, and he'll get squeezed on that one, so get one, you give one. 5-pitch walk here to Cattell Marte.
Yeah, Mahle is upset, to say the least. He throws his hat on the ground. Better watch himself before he gets ejected from this baseball game, if that's even possible.
I don't know, man. I'm not 100% sure on what...
I think you have to hit some batters in order to get ejected. I think that's the only way for the CPUs to get kicked out of this one. But, you know, we won't worry about that now as Eduardo Escobar, the RBI leader here for these Snakes, comes up to bat. He does have a runner on in Cattell. But, man, the RBI production has been slow as of late. I think he was at 50 RBIs come the start of June. And not much since then.
See what he can do here. The runner on. He gets under that. But out there in center is going to be Akiyama to easily camp under that for the second out of the inning. Toss it over now to a guy who's come up big when this team has needed him, Christian Walker. You know, with the injury to David Peralta, this team, you know, lost a huge guy in the lineup. You know, that guy that had been batting cleanup all season. And Christian Walker and the guy on deck, Seth Beer, have really stepped it up and really haven't lost a whole lot of a step here. And that one's going to hit Walker. You know, I'd love to see him swing the bat, but that might almost be one of the safest moves. Gets him right on that front shoulder as he turns away.
Looks like Christian Walker will be okay, though, and now Mahle's whip is, coming to fruition here. Already let 2 base runners on for Seth Beer, who's been fantastic in the clutch, been absolutely fantastic at getting extra base hits. He's got a runner in scoring position, and a quick one at that. We'll see what he does with it as he takes the first pitch, that splitter inside, as Mahle's splitter there doesn't just break down, it seems to break a little bit to the left as well, and it just broke out of the zone.
That'll happen here. The lovely air in Chase Field gets a little bit funky sometimes. The humidor can affect the way the ball travels off the bat, but not so much out of the hand, as that one's going to be hit on a line to Joey Votto. Tough break here for the Snakes. They strand 2 here off a walk and a hit by pitch. Both teams still looking for their first hit as we are through 1.
Yeah, that's a bummer right there. I thought that was going to get through. Unfortunately, just hit right at Votto at first. And now we will see Nicholas Castellanos, the left fielder here for these Cincinnati Reds. He's got a 297, 354, 494 slash line on this season. 15 home runs, one of the many Cincinnati Reds right now in those mid-teens in home runs.
Castellanos, one of the big offseason moves for the Cincinnati Reds. They made a couple. It was Castellanos, Moustakas, bolstering their rotation. It was big, man. I was really stoked on it. I hate to be stoked on a division rival as a Cubs fan by birth. But, man, it was exciting what they were doing over there. You knew that we're going to give a run for the division. Just didn't expect the Cubs here in the Bop Ball universe to come out to such a screaming start, as that one's going to be into the outfield, but almost off the rafters. Calhoun is there for the first out.
Batting fifth, the right fielder.
So, Jake, how are you doing on this lovely Independence Day? Anything fun in your world?
Well, let's see. I've sat in my apartment, watched Netflix, and continued to sit in my apartment because Tempe is a coronavirus-filled apocalypse of epidemics right now. So not really safe to go to any pools, not really safe to go to any grills.
Fair enough.
Just sitting inside, and we'll keep sitting here all night. It'll be a really exciting time, Duggo.
Fair enough.
What about you?
After this pitch, I'll get into it, as it's now 2-1 here to Aristides Aquino. I decided to treat yourself 2020, and not just treat myself, but I decided to meet myself. You ever been to what is it? The name Van something Meats down in Chandler. Oh, what is it? Meats Chandler Van something.
Oops, sorry there, I froze out, as that's going to be swung and missed by Aquino.
First strikeout of the day here for Zach Gallen.
Second strikeout of the day.
All right, you are totally correct. That's what I get.
And Shogo Akiyama's going to take that changeup low for strike 1. And what'd you grill for yourself, though, then? What was the cut of meat that...
So this is it's a lovely story. So I've told you the story about Hot Doug's up in Chicago, right? The gourmet sausage place up there. I've really been jonesing for some gorgeous encased meats. And yes, Von Hansen's Meats and Spirits down in Chandler. Alma School, down there just south of the 101. Or south of the 60, excuse me. I was craving for some fancy encased meats. So I was looking all around the valley to find the best variety of encased meats. That's going to be the second strikeout, but no, the throw will not be in time as Akiyama is going to reach on the strikeout, but error by Stephen Vogt behind the plate.
That's just an absolutely terrible play. That's a throw that you make like hundreds of millions of times in your life as a catcher.
Right.
And to miss it that poorly, so far outside, I don't know why he rushed it. I don't know how he couldn't just get it somewhere in the vicinity of Christian Walker. But huge mistake there by Vogt, and another reason why we need literally anyone else catching for these Diamondbacks.
It's an open invitation and an open reminder. Diamondbacks currently on the market for another catcher. So if you're listening, get at us. But no, I've been jonesing for some fancy encased meats, was looking for the best place with some sort of exotic encased meats in the valley, and Von Hansen's kind of had it, man. I ended up going with the ones I did tonight were called Big Papa, a jalapeno popper bratwurst.
Ooh, that sounds good.
I got some red cherry bratwurst too, habanero too. So like a habanero pork cherry sausage. And ended up also getting some chicken bacon ranch brats too.
Okay.
I'm a huge sucker for CBR, because that's going to be another foul tip. Going to stay at 2-2 here. Do the catcher Tucker Barnhart.
I'm more of a CCR kind of guy myself, but
like Credence. Oh my God, Credence is my life. As that is looked at, and he will strike. That is 3 strikeouts in the inning, even with the flyout. I wish Castellanos would have struck out now, had that 4 strikeout inning. Instead, we are going to just see the 4th strikeout of his day. We are heading to the bottom of the second.
Indeed, Zach Gallen, the fortunate son, getting it done once again for these Diamondbacks as the former Sun Devil Cole Calhoun comes up to bat. Part of the offensive onslaught yesterday, but not a big part. We'll see what he can get going. A very respectable 250 on the season as he almost yanks 1 yard. 2 home runs in his last 9 games. So definitely not out of the question to see some power from Cole.
Big hanging breaking ball there. Could have been trouble. Cole a little bit early. And he's going to lay off that. Count goes to 1-1. So yeah, no, I ended up getting all those encased meats. I got 1.5 pounds of some lovely Applewood smoked bacon. And picked up a 4-pack for myself, man. It really is treat yourself, meet yourself 2020 here.
There you go. I had a nice Greek yogurt for dinner. Does that count as treating yourself?
Oh my God, we gotta. Whenever we do that that broadcaster tournament, we gotta feed you right, kid.
Well,
we're gonna take care of it.
All right, sounds good. As the count's now 3-1, Mahle versus Calhoun. Mahle's been pretty efficient up until this point, but now. Oh, for a second I thought they were going to try to throw him out. I was like, that's a walk for sure, as Mahle's really had some control issues, but he's gotten some quick contact outs at the same time. So only thrown 21 pitches despite the 3 free passes, and that'll bring up Gold Glove shortstop Nick Ahmed, who took one absolutely deep into left field yesterday. It was good to see.
Nick Ahmed was the one that got it started. That was the go-ahead run that ended up being the only one that Diamondbacks needed. They were able to tack on 4 more. As I apologize for my itchy trigger finger. I was going to go try to select the text and copy it so I didn't have to type later. And sure enough, I didn't mean to ban you there. My bad. That's I gotta really stop, man. I was trying to get the text at the line under it, man, and it, a little bit too sensitive on the mouse, and all of a sudden, oops, banned. Not trying to do that. I apologize. That's on me.
Well, it's an 0-2 count now to Nick Ahmed, who's trying to avoid the K here, trying to keep this second inning going, but he will in fact strike out. So Nick Ahmed, that curveball confuses him a little bit there. Mahle gets his first strikeout of the day.
Man, I'm just rolling today. This is what happens when man, I haven't drank and done this in ages, man. Feels like I really haven't done it since we started.
Well, it looks like Stephen Vogt drinks and then tries to play baseball every day, or at least that's what his average would tell you. Just 173 on the season, rather atrocious.
My apologies, NP. That's not what I'm trying to do. Just going to blame that on this lovely Surly Brewing Company beer. Then that's been another thing I haven't had in a minute, man. Surly, one of the big Minnesota breweries. Everything they makes pretty well. That one's going to be roped foul. Going to stay at 1 and 2 here to Stephen Vogt.
Honestly, I think Vogt's happy that one goes foul, as probably a really easy double play ball, if not.
And that one's going to hang in the zone. Retreating back is Castellanos. Does it have enough to get out? Oh, and making the catch at the wall again. Man, that is now 2 balls that look like they could go out, and 2 balls that Castellanos has made the catch at the wall. Man, it is a Wheaties day here at Chase.
Yeah, it looks like the D-backs batters have been doing a lot better, putting a lot more pressure on Mahle, but they got nothing to show for it, and now it'll be up to pitcher Zach Gallen, as he's actually not hitting bad, but swings through that fastball.
Apparently, at one point, you were able to ban yourself. That's totally the kind of thing I would accidentally do. I'm great at this, apparently.
Well, I mean, that's maybe why they haven't given me moderator privileges on Twitch. They're worried I'm going to ban myself.
There you go. 1-1 to Gallen. Going to be fouled off. So Cole Calhoun able to work the leadoff walk. Is threatening to get stranded there at first. Be another runner left on base here for these Diamondbacks, unless Zach Gallen can keep this inning alive. 1-2. Going to be right at Senzatela at second base. That was a hard hit ball, but unfortunately you're supposed to hit it where the people aren't.
Yeah,
so
Duggo, it's
the end
like
of the inning.
Man, just some bad luck so far. Some just absolute screamers in the infield that go right at where the infielder's standing. Some just deep fly balls right at the fence, and unfortunately, the Diamondbacks just not getting it going. So even though we see these great pitching stats, especially that ERA and the few home runs that the Diamondbacks have given up, in fact, the fewest in the major leagues, they need to get some offense going. Those balls need to start finding gaps, because Zach Gallen can keep the Cincinnati Reds shut out as long as he wants, but the Snakes got a strike as well. And Gallen, though, going to have an easy task to start off this third inning with Mahle up. Mahle, not a great hitting pitcher. In fact, a pretty putrid hitting pitcher.
0-1. Just 4 for 25. No ribbies. 9 strikeouts, no walks. Dude, could you imagine, though, a couple years ago, hearing that the Diamondbacks were first in home runs allowed? Like before all the humidor anything that was going on here, the way the ball used to jump off the bat here at Chase, between the weather and, altitude, just everything here that made it such, it was like Coors Jr. And here we are, credit to the Diamondbacks staff as well, but it's wild to see.
Indeed, the humidor, though, definitely has had an effect, but then they juiced the ball, so I guess that kind of negates it out, as that's going to be hit down the line. Cole Calhoun was in hot pursuit. I'm not sure why he thought he had a chance in you-know-what of getting that ball. It'll be 2-2. And the K.
That is the 5th strikeout of Gallen's day. That is the 4th in a row here for Gallen.
Second baseman, Nick.
He is doing what he's done all year well, man. That's why that was so devastating for him to go down. Pretty much that losing streak happened when there was no Zach Gallen. That rough skid in May that the Diamondbacks had to endure pretty much was the duration of Zach Gallen's injury.
The 1-0 pitch comes in. Ooh, down at the bottom of the zone. A great dig by Nick Ahmed, and the speed over there almost gets him a single there, but Christian Walker able to corral that one just in time. That'll be the 2nd out of the inning. And that'll bring up veteran Joey Votto. Had a pretty terrible pop out in the first. Vogt was able to just range over a few steps and grab that one, so he'll try and get something better here. Gallen at 44 pitches, so a little higher than you'd like, but if he can get Votto in just a few pitches, he'll be perfectly in a zone to at least get through 6, if not 7.
All right, getting a little bit of live updates here. hearing that Mike Hazen is possibly looking to bolster this bullpen here today. And getting some live discussion with an unnamed team out east. You know, things could be very interesting here for the Diamondbacks as
How was that
Mr.
not
on
a
base.
strike?
Because it's Joey Votto, man. If he says it's a ball, it's probably a ball. Votto takes his first walk of the day.
Cookie, stop pretending like you got the inside deets on which team it is. You don't know who it is. The Pirates are out central, so you know.
You also, like, you don't understand how many teams that we've actually been talking to. I spent most of my night last night working deadline deals and, like, doing my research, trying to talk to folks. And, you know, I was up till 1 in the morning doing that, man. I mean, I'm sure you loved seeing it, Jake, hearing your phone probably go off the hook.
Yeah, I'm trying to do work last night, and it's just ping, 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 ping. But, hey, you know, it's good to see that someone's taking charge, taking action. And Zach Gallen tries to do just that with a high fastball. It'll be fouled off by Eugenio Suarez. The count now 0-2.
All right, I think do we have our boy Torpedo Sneak here watching with us today? If not, I'm about to ping you because there might be something going down. Handle this for a second because I apparently have some GM duties to handle here.
Well, that's a perfect double play ball, but unfortunately Nick Ahmed was shifted towards the third base bag, and so he's not able to get to that one in time. See, he took a couple steps before that at bat and just really didn't have a chance to make that play, so the Reds now runners at first and second with the Moose up. He struck out back in the first, and Zach Gallen would be doing well for himself to get another strikeout here, but is going to throw that one low and inside the four-seamer there, so the count's 1-0. That ball swung on, fouled to the side, 1-1.
Totally just lost what happened there. Sorry, I'm like on overload right now, dude.
You're good. I saw the deal you want to do, and I'm with it.
All right. Just want to get the last guy in before we officially can pull the trigger on that. We might have the first move of the deadline. Excuse me. It's not the off season at all. Nothing off about this right now. First move of hot stove season happening live on air.
Well, Mike Moustakas, 1-2 count, and he's going to strike out yet again. So the Reds strand a runner in scoring position. No damage done there. They do get a hit, but we're midway through the third. It's still scoreless here from the desert. Zach Gallen throwing another good one.
Lineup going to flip over here for these Diamondbacks. 1, 2, 3. So Marte Escobar. As that one's going to be on the ground. Going for that drag bunt single. Going to go just foul, unfortunately. As I'm watching on the tiniest screen, trying to get this all going at the same time. 0-2 on a foul ball here. Marte flew out to left to start it off. That was the first of a couple balls that have looked like they were gone, but instead, that was the first out of the inning. Threatening to do here the same as 2 straight balls in the dirt. Run it even at 2-2.
Yeah, Mahle there, once again, showing that he doesn't have perfect command of those breaking balls. He's left a couple outs on the table, I'd argue, as that one's also hit hard. Backing up, though, it looks like it's going to be too high. So Starling Marte is absolutely driving the ball to left, but Castellanos has been there for all of him. Hopefully Marte can tune up that swing. Third time around the order, it'll be actually over the wall this time. But until then, it'll be the other Marte up to bat here. Cattell getting ready to take his cuts. He got a walk back in the first, trying to get a hit to extend his hit streak to 14 games.
Ball 1.
as he's
it seems like he's been doing it in his last plate appearance every time. He'll take it to like the 7th or 8th, and that's when he finally gets it. He's going to have to wait another couple, as that's quickly grounded out to Senzel. Toss to Votto in time for the second out.
Eduardo Escobar.
I don't know. I think it could be a pretty realistic move. I can't quite talk about it.
1-0. That pitch just outside. You see the aggressive shift on Suarez, Senzel, and Votto all on the right side of the infield. So if Eduardo could just punch it through over there by the third base bag, the position he plays, we might see a nice first hit of the game for these Snakes.
2-1.
Trust me, Cookie, the trade that we're proposing will go through the commission's office no problem, as Eduardo Escobar's trying to make this game go through quicker. He's swinging at stuff that almost hitting him in the stomach.
Whatever, man. Things happen. Sometimes you just get a little bit excited about, maybe having a new teammate. But we'll see what happens. Full count here to Escobar. Gives that one a ride, but right there is Aquino. No shot for these Diamondbacks. Quick 3 outs here in the bottom of the third. Still no score for either team. A third of the way through the game.
Leading off for the Reds, the left fielder,
5, 6, 7 for the Reds. Castellanos, Aquino, and Akiyama. Castellanos flew out to right in his first plate appearance. As that one's going to be inside. 1-0 here to Nicholas.
Nicolas Castellanos, 7th right now in the voting for the All-Star game. Definitely not going to be making an appearance this season, but honestly, for what he's been brought in here to do, he's performing, I think, up to the Reds' expectations, if not exceeding them. Only 40 RBIs on the season, but part of that, I think, has just been placement. Does have quite a few strikeouts at 71, but, the 354 on base percentage, the 15 home runs, 15 doubles, can't complain about that if you're Cincinnati, and you can't complain about that walk if you're the Reds as well. As I think a couple of those might have been a strike if you ask me, but the zone's been tight all day, and Zach Gallen hasn't necessarily been super great at adapting to it, and that'll bring up Aristides Aquino. He's the 6-hole hitter here today for the Reds, and he's 0 for 1.
Count 1-0.
Yes, that's another ball. So after losing Castellanos, Gallen's still flitting around the zone. And since everything's been going so crazy, and I don't remember what happened to Suarez, that was either the second or third walk given up by Gallen today. Two 2-0 now. Another ball here from Gallen. Gallen just needs to get one in the zone, calm down, finally gets it, change up, gets Aquino looking pretty silly there for strike one.
Maybe if Aquino didn't face a completely other direction than his stance when he hits the ball, he might be ready for it. I honestly don't understand how he moves his legs that much in the lead-up, but whatever's comfortable for you, Aristides, as the 3-1 pitch comes in, and that'll be a strike there. The count's gone full. But Zach Gallen burning a lot of pitches in the end of the last inning, beginning of this one, so hopefully he can kind of pull it together, at least get through 5, if not 6. But he walks yet another batter, and I'm not really sure where this Zach Gallen's coming from. He's been really great at controlling his pitches all season, really good at using his combos, and today just seems like he's not locating how we've come to expect.
So now back-to-back walks to start off the inning. Brings up Shogo Akiyama.
Triple play.
Akiyama showing bunt And we'll see where Ed goes with it. He goes to second.
Oh
the
my
throw will be knocked out of Ketel Marte's hands with the hard slide there by Akiyama. So now bases loaded, nobody out. Cincinnati threatening here.
Yeah, that's just gross. I don't know. You always want the sure out there, but I don't really think that Marte got hit hard enough on that slide to really miss it. It just looks like he didn't catch the baseball. Some sloppy fielding so far throughout this game for the Diamondbacks. And that one's going to get hit up the middle. At least it'll be a double play ball, and they get him! Oh my! He didn't step on second? I swear he... Okay.
Let's see here. Ball up the chute. Ahmed, oh my God. Years ago, that would have been the neighborhood play. He's out at second. And a possible triple play instead. That is going to be just the one out. I disagree with that entirely.
No, honestly, a good idea not to step on the bag because you would have gotten rid of the force out, which means there would have had to be a tag there at home. So, honestly, the only way you were going to get the lead runner is by avoiding the bag. I just didn't expect them to make that play, so still could get out of it without giving up a run here if Mahle hits into a double play or at least strikes out, but a pop fly should score one. Count now 0-2 to Mahle. So some exciting baseball.
No, this is keeping it exciting here on this lovely 4th of July, as that's a strikeout here to Mahle. And after getting the bases juiced with nobody out, they're one out away from disappointment. Disappointment putting it lightly. This is baseball, man. This is fun. This is excitement. And I am loving it right now.
All right, Nick Senzel, who's got a walk and a stolen base, 0 for 1. Other than that, he's up to plate, and it's the clutchest of clutch situations right now. If you're the Reds, you need at least something from this. You can't load the bases with nobody out and walk away empty-handed. That'll really screw you up, as you know, you don't get these kind of opportunities all the time, but you know, we'll see if Gallen, he doesn't really seem to want to hit the strike zone this inning, so I never know what's going to happen.
You know, we'll see. Senzel, definitely no stranger to taking a walk. You know, the on-base percentage up at .351 coming into play today. You know, if Gallen just wants to flirt carefully with the zone, it's going to be dangerous as that one's in the dirt. 3 straight balls to start off this at-bat. Bases loaded, could walk in the first run of the ballgame if he's not too careful here. Already up to 75 pitches. Gallen pipes him one in the zone, but late to it is Senzel. First strike in this at-bat. 3-1 is the count.
Gallen's got to get another strike here. He's got to focus. Stop looking at the runner, Zach, and just look at the batter, and there you go. Got the 3-2 count.
Ooh, runners probably in motion here. This could get really exciting. Payoff pitch. Loses him, and that is the first run of the ball game in probably the most disappointing fashion.
The first baseman, number 9.
Zach Gallen walks 4 base runners in the evening. No, 3. The single by Akiyama. And it is now a 1-0 ball game in favor of the Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah, I think that's a trash call once again by the umpire. I think the Diamondbacks should make a complaint about him after this game's over.
Kino comes across here. Brings up Joey Votto now with the bases loaded still. And Zach Gallen leaves another one outside of the zone.
Well, it has not been a calm, collected start like we're used to seeing from Zach. And just really not his day.
It's just wild because, we saw 3 strikeouts in that second inning, and then all of a sudden we got 4 walks here. for 3. God, this is what happens when I try to drink. Got 3 walks already in this inning alone. And he's threatening with another one here, but he finally finds the zone against Votto. 2-1 is the count.
Yeah, the D-backs going to have to turn to their bullpen early today, it seems. Gallen already at 81 pitches, and it doesn't look like it's getting any better. Threatening to walk yet another run in here, and man, the Snakes going to have to respond quickly with some offense of their own.
All right, well, full count here to Votto. We saw it in the last at-bat. It ended with an RBI walk. We'll see what he can do here. Just another batter down. Payoff pitch to Votto. There we go. That's a strikeout. They leave the bases loaded, but are able to walk in the first run of the ballgame. Arizona hopefully going to counter here with Walker, Beer, and Calhoun due up.
Christian Walker, the righty slayer so far this season, got hit by the very first pitch that Mahle threw him. Or Mahle. We're not 100% sure. Different sources are...
if you're telling me that's from a Reds pronunciation guide, I feel like that's the one I would trust. That's just me.
Yeah, I mean, it is from their official MLB.com site. It says it rhymes with rally, but
all right.
Baseball Reference has some other ideas. Who even knows?
I'm guessing the team that pays his paycheck knows.
You never know. He could have just never complained about it.
God, that like brutally just honest. Is that one's going to drop, and that will go for extra bases as the throw is going to be just offline. Could have been trouble, but instead Christian Walker slides in there with his 11th double of the year. Diamondbacks with no outs and a runner in scoring position.
That's exactly what the Snakes needed to do to counter the momentum that the Cincinnati Reds kind of built up over the last 2 innings. Be good to see them tied up quickly here, and a great chance for Seth Beer to add to his RBI total on the young season. The June Rookie of the Month in the National League, and he's trying to be the July Rookie of the Month as well. Great way to get started on that campaign would be scoring the tying run here. Nobody out, a ball to the outfield should get it done.
See what he can do. No stranger to extra base hits, but no stranger to some nice discipline. Takes ball 2.
After Beer, you'll have Calhoun and Ahmed also with chances to knock in this run.
2-0 pitch, fouled off.
That 4-seamer low just wasn't on time with it, so Beer needs to work on that timing a little bit, try and get one right on the barrel, push it out over the infield. And he'll do that there, but he's going to hit that one far too high. Castellanos in left field's easily going to get that one, and the runner's going to have to stay put at second base. So Beer, once again, can't get it done with runners in scoring position here today. He's 0 for 2.
Cole Calhoun now still no official at-bat today. Walked back in the second inning. We've seen Calhoun come through with a lot of doubles on this season. Would be a great time to get another.
Yeah, he's at 21 doubles, and that's in part-time action for these Snakes. The home runs really haven't been there as much as you might expect, but the doubles surely have. And that should at least get the runner to third, but he will be out there on the play. The 3-1, you can score that. First baseman throws on to the pitcher, and they're 2 down here now, but a runner on third. Nick Ahmed needs to get on base somehow. He struck out back in the second.
It was Nick Ahmed last night who was able to get that first run across for the Diamondbacks, and if it drops, we'll see it here. And instead, a running catch by Akiyama is going to leave the first Diamondbacks run 90 feet away as it is still a Reds ball game at the moment. 1-0 is the score through 4.
Yeah, Nick Ahmed just needed a little bit less on that one. Instead, just flared out there a bit too long and didn't drop down. So that's unfortunate. Zach Gallen still right now in line for the loss as Eugenio Suarez comes up to bat.
Tell me that's not the most fun name in the major leagues to say.
I still don't understand why he pronounces the A in front of it, but it's funny enough.
That's how it is, man. I love it, though. You see Alex Young and John Duplantier getting loose out there in the bullpen, both the long options for Arizona. As that one's going to be in the middle of the zone. Could be trouble. Marte's going back at the wall in deep center field. Makes the catch. About 410 feet deep out there.
Yeah, that one made me nervous, but the Reds getting a taste of their own medicine. One that got all the way to the warning track but did not get out of here, and that'll bring up the Moose, who struck out in a huge situation last time up, has 2 strikeouts on the day. And trying to get off that hump, really hasn't been playing well as of late.
Just looking over a couple things, I apologize. So much going on this lovely Independence Day. Once we've hit the month of June, or July, oh my God. So we've hit the month of July, things have started to get real interesting in the Pop Ball Network. Pieces moving, people deciding whether they're buyers or sellers. And all the extra research that's going into this makes me feel like I'm doing something with my life again.
Well, that's good. You know, we all want to do things with our lives.
I was doing things with my life until the Fire Nation attacked.
I hate when they do that.
Or the Pandemic Nation attack, whatever you want to call it.
Did a young Avatar arise and start learning the ways of vaccine bending? Because that'd be useful. As the 3-1 pitch comes in here, and that's just going to be on the outside. Another walk. Zach Gallen does not have it here today, and I'm not sure how much longer the Snakes want to leave him in. I think turning it over to a long man might be the move.
If they go to a double switch, the long man's the move, but right now with Gallen due up second, it would not be the smartest thing to go to a guy that can give you multiple innings. But God knows that's how the Pop Ball universe works.
Yeah. That one's going to be chopped over, and the throw to third. Not in time. Is that just an aggressive shift again? I just hate how
No, it was just a hit right off the bat of Castellanos. Just perfect. Moves the runner over to third. Still just the one out, and that's got to be it. It will be. It'll be Alex Young, the left-hander, coming in here. You see that average versus right-handed batters, not great, and that's terrifying considering the first batter he's going to face out of the pen is Aristides Aquino. All right.
Well, a double play ball would get him out of here, no problemo, but Aquino's got that power bat, and I think he's ready to try and swing for the fences here. A deep fly ball would score the run from third and give Cincinnati another insurance run here.
That's going to be inside, and so we go from the control issues of Zach Gallen to the control issues of Alex Young.
Young readies himself, throws to the plate, finally a strike there, but that is hit far, far away, and that's what we were worried about. The RBI ground rule double probably helps the Diamondbacks there, actually.
Yep.
As otherwise, I think at least 2 are coming around, then Aquino might be standing on third because that got out there in a hurry. So Alex Young gives up the double. That'll be another run on the line of Gallen, and it's Akiyama now who swings at that first pitch, but not a great start here for Alex Young.
Not exactly what you want to see, but that's also the joy of having a guy that really has spent most of his time starting, working out of your bullpen. You know, your leash is a little bit longer as a starter. That one's going to be on the ground. Christian Walker with the nice snag, but run number 3 will cross the plate. Both runners advance. Yes, 2 outs, but now Cincinnati 3, Arizona nothing.
See, I don't like Christian Walker going to the ground on that one because I think he could have made the play at home had he just kept running. Instead, for some reason, he thought he needed to slide and dirty up the bottom of his uniform, and therefore the D-backs give up a run. Another piece of pretty bad fielding from the Diamondbacks here today. There's been issues with drop third strikes not being thrown over properly. There's been some issues fielding the ball effectively, and then just an interesting call on the decision to go to first.
Now Tucker Barnhart with a man at third and 2 outs. 2 already across on the inning. Both of those going to be credited to Zach Gallen, so his day is done. But I did such a poor job of actually recording what happened here today. I'm not going to have a final line until it pops on your screen.
Well, for now, we'll just focus on trying to get Tucker Barnhart out and get the Diamondbacks out of this terrible 5th inning. 1-1 count, pitch comes in, and that's going to be outside. You know, Alex Young just needs to stop trying to mess around with these outside breaking balls and just throw a strike.
As there it is. 2-2 now to Barnhart as he looks at a sinker through the zone.
Alex Young
get out of it.
Yeah, technically hasn't given up any earned run of his own, but he's done a poor job coming out of the pen, giving up a ton of contact in a situation where you're really trying to do quite the opposite.
As that's going to be fouled off. We're going to stay at the full count here. Another full count pitch from Young, going to be outside, and we will just continue to walk here at Chase.
Yeah, this is kind of a lame game to watch. You know, if it was getting destroyed on a bunch of hits, at least exciting things going on, but a lot of free passes, lots of base-on balls. For both teams, really hasn't been all that much of an offensive output. It's just more been about which pitcher can, you know, throw a few more strikes than the other.
So now it'll be the pitcher spot here for Cincinnati. Tyler Mahle behind 0-1. Mahle. It's Mahle. Like Tyler O'Malley, like some sort of weird hybrid Irishman.
Martino.
That's going to be off the bat of Mahle into the outfield. Extra bases for the pitcher. That scores a run. Barnhart goes up to third on the Mahle double. And things continue to suck here at Chase Field.
Yeah, falling apart. Just falling apart.
Breaking my heart here. Cincinnati 4, Arizona nothing right now. Nick Senzel up to bat. So far 0 for 1 on his day.
And once again, the lack of run support for Gallen this season continues. This time, though, part of it's his fault if he ends up taking the L. But a lot of it's the fault of this man right here, Alex Young, who's come in and delivered just a god-awful relief appearance, but he finally gets through it. Please sit down and please never come back. It's now 4-0 Cincinnati. Vote Young and Marte up to bat. At least we won't have to see Young for long. I can't wait to see who replaces him.
8-9-1 for the Diamondbacks, trying to get back in this one. It was a 5-0 score last night, and currently sitting at 0-4 here on this lovely 4th of July. Hope all of you listening are having a wonderful time. We know we're trying over here. Trying being the imperative word. Down 4 runs here to Cincinnati. Not looking great.
Yeah, and against one of their worst pitching options, I just not really sure how the Diamondbacks offense hasn't gotten going. So hopefully we can see a late inning rally here, but it's going to take quite a bit of effort as Vogt, who nearly hit a home run earlier but was caught at the wall, comes up here 0 for 1.
Ball 1. Come on. 1-0.
The 1-1 pitch in. Swung on, hit hard. Another deep fly ball for Vogt, but it's not going to stay fair. So once again, a near home run, but no siree.
There we go. Another foul ball. Vogt's at least staying alive here, trying to drive up the pitch count for Mahle. Still, this will just be his 60th pitch of the day. We've seen Gallen already leave after a slew of walks. Chased him early and made it this ugly game that we're sitting at right now.
Well, the walks didn't make it that. Alex Young giving up just contact to everybody made it that way. But the reason it was set up that way was a number of walks from Gallen. But Gallen, you know, got out of most of his own damage, was able to get out of that bases-loaded situation with just a run, despite there being no outs. So, honestly, he kind of recovered when he needed to. Just Alex Young not able to get anything done for these Snakes. As Vogt's going to take that one outside in the full count. The cutter misses, and that'll be a walk to lead off the inning. So maybe a little bit going here for the Snakes in the bottom of the 5th. As they're not actually going to bat Alex Young, are they?
They appear they are. Apparently they're thinking this one might be a little bit out of reach. They will let Alex Young take what looks like it's going to be his first hacks of the year.
Why?
He's going to square to bunt. That's why, as that one's way in the air, and the sacrifice bunt is botched.
Now batting, the center fielder.
Well, if we lose this game, I know my most valuable player for the Reds, and his name is Alex Young. I think he forgot which red uniform he was playing for. Starling Marte up to bat now. He's hit 2 near bombs. Both have been caught at the wall. We'll see what he does here. 3rd right now in the NL center field all-star voting.
Nope, outside.
Man, apparently there's some fun stuff going on. Here and there's the stove is simmered a little bit here in Arizona. But apparently some people with some dual interests are keeping it exciting.
Well, that was so funny when you proposed a trade to the Toronto group chat, and I immediately was like, hey!
I'm on it. I was curious about that.
But, you know, they wanted far too much in return for Giles.
That's an interesting man out there, man. He's sitting there, that super low ERA. That's what, below 1 right now? What, like 0.82?
No, I think he's just below 2, but no, he might be below 1.
That's a swing and a miss for Starling Marte, just the second strikeout of Mahle's day.
But I think us in Toronto are pretty pat on keeping him in the rotate or in the bullpen. He's been a fantastic option, and not sure what else the Blue Jays have to turn to.
So now 2 outs. Ketel Marte's up. You're going to actually let him swing the bat. Yeah, this is just frustrating, man. Get a leadoff walk, and you're just going to leave it in the hands of the pitcher, and the bunt gets botched. As Marte gives that one a ride, could we see these Diamondbacks closer?
Nope.
At the wall, jumping is Aquino, and that one is bouncing off the wall back into play. Oh my God! I thought if it hit I thought it was on the top of the yellow, it was gone.
I think so too. That's what? I need to see a replay. So that's absolutely moonshotted out there to right field, and then
Oh,
I think according to the rules of baseball, that should be a home run. Alas, it'll just be an RBI triple there.
First triple of Ketel Marte's year. And if Eduardo Escobar can at least get him in, I can stay excited. But instead, he's looking at a 1-0, or an 0-1 count, excuse me. Marte now at third. Big swing and a miss. 0-2. What do we have here? Ed, 0 for 2 on his day, 2 flyouts. Something with a little bit less launch angle could make it 4-2.
Yep, that ball went out.
Lays off one outside, 1-2. Reds finally got some action in the bullpen. Stevenson and Bowman getting loose, a pair of righties.
So, runner on third, counts 1-2. Mahle trying to keep his fantastic start going as Escobar hits that one. It's thrown on the line from second, and that'll be the third out of the inning. But before that, Ketel Marte hits, I guess, not a home run, despite it hitting the yellow, which would mean it's a home run. But he's only credited with a triple, so it's 4-1. Reds right now through 5. The D-backs got to catch up here. As you see, once again, it bounced off the yellow. So, home run.
They'll call it just the 1 run, so through 5. Cincinnati 4, Arizona 1. Alex Young out to continue pitching for the Snakes, still trailing by 3. Joey Votto's now been up 3 times. This is 4th plate appearance. 0 for 2 with a walk. Struck out looking to end a possible big 4th inning. Joey Votto just struggling on this year, and I just have a hard time believing that slash line is Joey Votto.
I mean, Joey Votto's, he's starting to get up there, you know. Still over 300 in on-base percentage, but it wasn't like he was lights out last season either. But he's doing pretty well against Alex Young here. For some reason, this dumpster fire of a pitcher here today is still in the baseball game. And the 3-0 count now. Alex Young trying to see how efficiently he can walk somebody. Oh, gets a strike there. Change up.
Just a little bit disheartening. We saw these Diamondbacks be able to put a few together. Winners of 7 of their last 10, as that one's finally going to bail Young out. 5-3 goes the first out of the inning.
The bat.
Joey Votto's average continues to drop here into territory that I don't think he's really familiar with. And that'll bring up Eugenio Suarez, 1 for 3 on the day. Had a single back in the 3rd. But it was part of that bases loaded situation that didn't end up really panning out for these Reds.
Suarez behind 0-1. 1 for 3 on his day. Singled back in the 3rd inning. One and one is given a shot, but out there is Marte in center for the 2nd out.
Young finally starting to get something going where he's not giving up runs. Marte didn't even have to run for that one, though. The D-backs expertly shifted their outfield, and that'll bring up the Moose, who walked, scored a run, but before that had 2 strikeouts, and strikeouts in pretty big situations with runners on, so we'll see what he does here. Back up against Alex Young. That is
one
tied.
Ooh, just a couple big fly balls here for Cincinnati, just not enough to get it out of the park. That one's in the glove of Seth Beer as we now head to the bottom of the 6th.
Your attention, please.
Yeah, the D-backs lucky to be within 3, and now Mahle's out of the game. We're seeing Robert Stevenson on the mound. He's pitched in 51 1/3 innings so far for the Reds. Been a workhorse for them this season. Just over a 4 ERA. Nothing too awful, nothing too great. Just kind of a slightly below average bullpen arm here for the Reds.
Ball 1.
There we go. Stevenson misses.
Christian Walker is happy to continue to face up against right-handed pitching that he's absolutely raped over the last couple weeks. The D-backs are
zone.
Yeah, the D-backs going to need him to rake here, too, if they want to try and get back in this game. They have 4 innings to try and score at least 3 runs, tie it up before 9 innings are through. But the way the offense has been working today, I'm not sure that that's possible. And Christian Walker looks at a fastball just, high, but definitely a hittable area.
And there he goes. Down swinging is Walker for the first out of the inning.
Now batting, the left fielder, Seth Beer.
Yeah, tries to chase there and just looks like he's not seeing the righties here today as well as he has been in previous days.
Ball, that counts.
So Seth Beer's up here. Looking now to 1-1 count after a slider right down the zone. Apologize for everything fun here, but hopefully we've been entertaining you here on this lovely 4th of July. No, you don't have a whole lot of other options. So either way, thank you so much for sticking with us. We appreciate all of you guys. If it wasn't for you, we'd probably do it anyway. But
yeah,
it wouldn't be nearly as fun. That's going to get Beer looking there. Second strikeout for Stevenson and his many batters.
Oh, did you hear that, Duggo? We're fireworks according to Sledgehammer. So that's perfect. We fit the theme of the day perfectly.
That's what Katy Perry taught me, baby.
Yeah, if the Diamondbacks could start shooting off some fireworks instead of watching pitches come into the zone, that'd be great. Not sure I'm going to get that wish, though, as Cole Calhoun there swings and misses at the fastball high. He's used to this Phoenix heat, but looks like the heat's gotten the best of the Diamondbacks here today. Some lethargic play in the field, some lethargic play on offense, and Cincinnati really just feels in control of this one. They felt in control of it for a few innings now as Raisel Iglesias starts warming up in the pen.
0-2 to Calhoun is going to be the first ball of the at-bat. Fastball low and inside. Just makes me think of the time I actually got to work a Katy Perry show once. That was a good time. That was actually, I did feel like a plastic bag, actually, because I got stuck on a fence for a little bit.
Did you feel paper thin?
I was paper thin, actually, about 160 pounds and 6'2". It's not big, not big.
Were you hot and cold or just hot and hot? Because it was a show in Phoenix, Arizona.
It was actually in Denver.
Oh, well, then you could have been hot and cold.
And
the count's now full.
I think it was November as well. It was November or December as the full count pitch by Calhoun is going to be screamed down the line, but just barely foul. But somewhere I've got pictures of me. I was like this close, dude. I mean, obviously me saying this close means nothing without a visual aid, as that one's driven out into right. But Aquino is there. 1, 2, 3 inning for Stevenson here in the 6th.
And now we welcome into the booth ML Bop Ball organist Shark Shavery, who has a special rendition of the stretch available for us here today.
Indeed, I do.
But before we start off the top of the 7th inning, I do want to encourage everyone listening in right now to donate to RAIN, fantastic organization that works with survivors, victims of sexual assault, sexual abuse, and rape to get them the resources they need and ensure that perpetrators are brought to justice. It's a fantastic charity with a lot of different resources for people in need. And if you like what we do here at Bop Ball, please consider donating, as that ball's hit on a line over to Marte, but it'll bounce and he'll throw on to Christian Walker at first to get the out.
Number 44. I just found this lovely picture, and I'm going to have to throw it up in the Discord as well, but the hotel they put us up at when we go work over in Denver is walking distance just over the river from Coors Field. So there I am with a buddy after a couple drinks in between the load in and the load out. Actually, no, I think it was like a Friday night load in, Saturday show and load out. So there we are, just putzing around town in the afternoon. We were so close to breaking into Coors Field. We were so close. I will show you how close we were. I was literally straddling the line, literally, figuratively, and legally on trespassing.
Well, right now it kind of feels like the Reds are trespassing here at Chase Field as they have a commanding lead, and Alex Young continues to struggle with finding any semblance of a strike zone, as it's now 3-1 to Aristides Aquino, who took him for a ground roll double to give up that first run back in the 5th.
Oh, I put that in the wrong general chat. Thank you, phone, for being so good to me.
It's now a full count here from Young to Aquino. Young readies himself, throws to the plate, and that's going to miss badly. I really don't understand how Alex Young's still out here pitching this one. 36 pitches already on the day, and he has not looked sharp. So Shogo Akiyama will come up to bat now with a single and an RBI already on his line and a base runner over at first. Torrey's going to leave Alex Young in.
It's just scary, man, because, you know, there's part of you that says, screw it, this game might be shot, don't worry about it. But, you know, the Diamondbacks, I know, that's the thing, man. The Diamondbacks are always capable of that.
Yeah, I mean, just think that Marte home run actually gets called a home run.
Right.
You're only behind 2, and 3 runs, you don't even need a grand slam to get that done. So, not 100% sure what Torrey's thinking here. Maybe some pitchers need some rest. Either way, it seems like Alex Young for the rest of this 7th inning, as it's already 2-0 to Shogo. And that ball is roped. Calhoun, though, finds his way over, catches it, and right. That was close. Almost a gapper there. But the second out of the inning is recorded. Aquino still at first, but Young making a little progress towards getting out of this one. His final test of the inning will be Tucker Barnhart, the backup catcher.
That's the stuff that scares me, man. When we're thinking about a possible return from David Peralta, it means we're probably going to see Seth Beer still stick in the lineup. You know, Christian Walker still batting over 300 against right-handed pitching. It's going to be a little bit of a liability out there in the outfield.
Well, we'll see at right. Not 100% sure who'll be playing there every day. You know, Calhoun probably going to get some time. LeCastro might get a spot start there once in a while.
I mean, realistically, the way I'm seeing it play out is Christian Walker at first, Beer in left, Peralta in right.
I think I'd leave the Gold Glove left fielder to play left field, but that's just me.
The problem is, though, Seth Beer technically only a left fielder, not a right fielder.
Ooh, well.
Yep.
San Diego Studios might have led us right into a trap, and it's now 2-1 here to Barnhart. Either way, good problem to have, you know.
Right. Oh, no, we're trying to get all of our guys slugging like 550 in the lineup. Ooh.
Yeah, might have to see a little bit of time for Beer in the infield as well.
Christian Walker is eligible some other places, too, if we really want to start getting fun.
Well, but Christian Walker doesn't need to be in there against lefties, I can tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
As that one is flared to left field, talking about beer. He runs in, and he will not get to that one. So now we will see runners at first and third. That one just kind of got blooped out there. Beer, not slow, but also not the speediest guy of all time.
He's not going to get the best jump on it, man.
No, I think if Tim LeCastro's out there, he gets it done. And finally, we get the merciful substitution. Silvino Bracho comes out to pitch. He threw in yesterday's game and 23 others so far on the season. 2.88 ERA. Does better against lefties than righties, but I think pretty much every pitcher in the show has some pretty drastic splits. And we're going to see a pinch hitter here for the Reds. Phillip Ervin comes in. 289 average on the season, 7 home runs, 21 RBIs. And a first pitch strike from Bracho. Good to see, an aggressive strike. I feel like Alex Young hasn't done that in a while.
No, good to see Bracho getting out here early. Nobody really for the Diamondbacks outside of, that hot start, or that hot end of the first through like the second inning, the start of the third inning for Gallen, where it was just strikeout after strikeout. Outside of that, nobody for the Diamondbacks really has been aggressive, getting the zone, finding where they actually want their pitches, man. And that's almost the kind of thing that makes me be like, all right, that's just the game, man. It's just kind of a lost game.
There's that one swung on, fouled off. I do agree that this ump is looking hungover. He's made some interesting calls here today, but none so far in this at-bat. And that one will be a ball very high, that four-seamer, 95 miles an hour. So the count's at 2-2. I want Bracho to go back to the aggressive stuff. Kind of try and catch Ervin not prepared. And he's going to do it there. Gets the K with the curveball high. Ervin set down. Bracho does his job. Maybe he should have been brought in earlier. Either way, it's 4-1 Cincinnati. And we head to the stretch.
Apple pie, baseball, and jazz.
Thank you for that special rendition, Shark Shavery. I like the jazzy sounds of the stretch.
It's hot in Arizona, so cool off with some cool jazz. And with that, I'll let you two get back to the call. Have a great rest of this Independence Day.
Well, Nick Ahmed, while that special performance was going down, took 2 strikes and then took one right off the shoulder there. Looks like that one had to hurt. But Nick Ahmed's on base for the Snakes. Leadoff runner on here in the 7th, so maybe something going for the Diamondbacks. Stephen Vogt up to bat.
So Nick Ahmed with a leadoff hit by pitch. However it comes, man, you'll take it. As you said, maybe that missing run could be big as Ahmed takes off for second. Throw not in time. Great jump by Nick Ahmed to get there, man. Not exactly known for his wheels, but we'll take it here. Going to be the 5th stolen base of the year for Ahmed.
Yeah, he has been caught stealing twice on the year, and I thought it was going to be a 3rd time right there, but just gets in ahead of the tag. And honestly, with Stephen Vogt at the plate, probably not a bad idea, because probably not going to see anything productive here. Vogt has hit a couple balls pretty deep today, but nothing in the field of play. Did take that walk earlier as well, but really can't swing the bat very well, and unless it's like the 10th inning, he can't swing the bat in clutch situations.
Hey, man, all you need is something here. Get your team back in it. Maybe if it's just a single that can maybe score Ahmed into the outfield, even just move him along. take it here as he takes a pitch outside 1-2.
So Matt Bowman, 8 pitches so far in this inning. The runner standing on second is Ahmed. Counts 1-2 to D-backs catcher Stephen Vogt, who swings through a pitch. I don't even think he was at the right altitude for that one.
Your attention, please.
Man, that was a bad miss, and we see the best player, at least in my heart, Timmy LeCastro, stepping up for the Diamondbacks. He'll be pinch hitting here. He stretches himself out and gets ready. The fastest man in the major leagues.
Love to see something doing here. Castro takes the ball low, 1-0. Ahmed takes his lead at second.
Ooh, just on the inside edge, that slider. Timmy Lowe so far in bot ball hasn't really shown the same level of plate discipline that we see in real life. Gets hit by a lot of pitches, takes a lot of walks, and then uses his wheels on the base paths. San Diego Studios, though, seems to think that Timmy Lowe strikes out a bit more than he really does. However, right now, showing us some of that control as it's a 3-1 count now.
Castro's main skill is getting hit by a pitch, but that will be a foul ball, bringing it full. Settle for a walk here.
Really settle for just a nice single into the gap in the outfield. Get Ahmed home. Start inching your way closer, but we will get that walk. So we got runners on first and second. Only one guy down in the top of the Diamondbacks order coming up here. And we'll see a new pitcher for Cincinnati, Michael Lorenzen. He came in yesterday. 6 ERA on the season through 33 innings in 39 appearances. And pretty even splits for a bot ball pitcher between right-handed and left-handed batters. All right, runners at first and second. Starling Marte up. He's hit 2 nearly over the fence here today, and if he could do one that actually gets over the fence here, he could tie it up for the Snakes. The tying run is at home plate. We'll see what happens. 1-0.
Zone 1-1 here to Starling Marte. 2 flyouts to left and a strikeout so far in this one. Would like to see something productive here. With LeCastro at first, Ahmed at second. Just the 1 out. Marte representing the tying run here. As that one's going to be right at shortstop Eugenio Suarez. Good job getting there for the second out.
I mean, just another hit that was pretty much roped off the bat, but directly where a Reds defender was standing. Some days the balls just don't fall. But Ketel Marte does have the sole RBI on the day for the D-backs, and they could use a couple more if he's got it in him. Hit a triple earlier that bounced off the top of the yellow, so should have been a home run for him. Instead, only got the 3-bagger, his first 3-bagger of the year. His hit streak, though, is extended, so no need to worry about that. Just need to worry about getting a runner home.
That one's in the zone to Marte. And like I said, man, it's been these late inning clutch hits that have kept his streak going. This would be exactly the time for it to happen. Now it's 0-1 here for Mikey Biceps. Pitch comes into Marte, looked at for ball 1.
1-1.
This is probably one of the more pivotal at-bats in this game. D-backs really need this, and Ketel Marte is not going to... Oh! It's dropped! The bases are loaded! I don't know what happened there. I don't know how that's a base hit, but, hey, we'll take it.
I guess he just stopped it. He wasn't able to get the glove on it, but he was able to stop it from going into the outfield, likely scoring Ahmed, so I guess that saves a run. But now, bases juiced for Eduardo Escobar.
Yeah, not sure what happened there, but the go-ahead run at home plate now for the Diamondbacks. And they really need this one. They need something here from Eduardo. He needs to get back on the RBI horse. Instead, though, he's going to take that first pitch for a high ball there. 100 miles an hour for Mikey Biceps.
Man, he's an incredible pitcher, incredible center fielder. This is a man who can do it all. Take note, American League. This is how you're supposed to be. Though I swear it's going to be like right on time that he gives up a grand slam, and I'm going to be like, yep, that's exactly what pitchers are supposed to be. It can never be easy. Always how it's got to go. 2-0 is the count here to Escobar. Oh, my God. Pipes in a fastball down the chute. Oh.
Well, Nick Ahmed standing on third. Timmy LeCastro's on second. Ketel Marte on first. Escobar up the bat, and he beams him. He beams him. That is the third hit Diamondback of the game, and Eduardo Escobar's not happy about it, but I really don't think Mikey Biceps meant to do that, as he will walk a runner home. 4-2 now. So, the D-backs still firmly within this one, and Christian Walker's up here, the power bat, a right-handed pitcher against him. Oh, Duggo, this could be it.
Ooh. Christian Walker has this habit of destroying right-handed pitching. Michael Lorenzen tends to throw a baseball with his right hand. As that one's going to be in the zone, looked at for strike one.
That he does. He does throw it with the right hand.
Hey, man.
In fact, he doesn't tend to. He exclusively does so.
You don't know what he does in his off time. 0-1 pitch to Walker in the dirt. No break. God, I would have loved to see LeCastro just break for home on something that just slightly gets away from Barnhart.
Yeah, unfortunately, just needed to be a few more feet behind him, and maybe you do send Timmy low. Christian Walker thought he had something there. Instead, though, Michael Lorenzen's just one strike from getting out of this without too much damage.
1-2. A foul ball by Walker. Gonna stay alive here. The tying run is Marte there at second. Go-ahead run on first. Lorenzen delivers. And that's going to be into the outfield. That's going to score LeCastro. And now a one-run ball game. That botched home run call is looking worse and worse as we get closer here.
Well, the D-backs, though, still with the bases loaded after that clutch single from Christian Walker. And now the Reds got to get a little more cautious. It felt like for a while all the momentum was in their favor, but now they've used quite a few relief pitchers here in this inning as Amir Garrett now takes the mound. He also threw yesterday and ended up really kind of just torrentially downfalling in terms of home runs, just to right, then to left. He just did not have it yesterday. Gave up 4 runs, I believe, in that 7th inning that really allowed the Diamondbacks to wrestle control of the baseball game, and they never looked back. We'll see what Seth Beer, who's 0 for 3 on his day, can do here.
Beer did not have a chance to face him in that inning. He went from Calhoun, pinch hitting in Tomas, and got pulled but for Ketel Marte after Ketel Marte's second home run, or rather his home run, the second of the inning. And all that occurred with 2 outs last night. Can we have some more 2-out magic? Seth Beer swinging through some cheese, slider, high and away, 0-2.
Tying runs just 90 feet away. Seth Beer, though, in the hole, 0-2. Got to defend against anything. Amir Garrett looking far more confident to start out his outing today.
0-2 pitch from Garrett. Beer is way too early, going to be in the air, and that will finally get these Reds out of the inning. But it is a lot spicier than they would have wanted. Arizona able to get a pair of runs here late. As the score going into the 8th. Cincinnati 4, Arizona 3.
But man, if the D-backs lose by 1, I'm going to be very angry about that Ketel Marte home run call. In fact, I think I'm going to file a protest with the commissioner's office.
Playing the rest of this game under protest.
Nick Senzel, who's got 2 walks and an RBI. up here to bat. 0 for 2, though, in his actual at-bats.
1-0.
That first pitch from Crichton going to miss far to the outside edge. As 47,536 fans have packed themselves into Chase here tonight, trying to escape that heat outside. And that first pitch is heat from Crichton. Not really, but an 84-mile-an-hour slider anyways will hit the bottom of the zone for a strike.
Didn't feel that bad outside. Have you probably popped outside with the big fuzzy girl, as that one's going to go for extra bases into the right field corner. Calhoun's throw will keep it to a double. So leadoff double here for Nick Senzel. He continues to terrorize.
Yeah, just hit out there, and there was no chance for Calhoun to cut that one off. Kind of caromed weird and had to steady himself before he could throw it in. An easy stand-up double, and that'll bring up the veteran Joey Votto, who really hasn't looked like himself here today. A pretty lame fly out to the catcher, a ground out back in the third. 0 for 3 overall.
Big swing and a miss out of Votto. 0-1 is the count. Senzel over there at second with nobody out. Cincinnati's lead has been slashed to just 1 after a rough bottom of the 7th. Went through 3 pitchers for the Reds. Oh, 0-2 here to Votto. Crichton looking for strikeout number 1. Not going to see it there. Fastball low and away, ball 1.
One and 2. That is going to be a hit out there to the gap. That's going to score at least a run. And yeah, wow. Votto going to get to second. Crichton not getting it done here in the top of the 8th. So the lead back to 2 for Cincinnati.
Man, we've seen some crazy things. There's always hope. Always hope here on a lovely Independence Day. Crichton, though, not what you want to see. Back-to-back doubles to lead off his day. So nobody out, 1 across.
Yeah, Crichton looked great yesterday, but not so much in this one. Now he's got to face Eugenio Suarez, who's just 1 for 7 in the series with that single back in the third, but still definitely a very capable hitter.
So that one's going to be in the zone to Suarez. Big swing and a miss. Suarez swinging a hot bat with runners in scoring position, which helps explain the fact that he's rocking 75 RBI, best in the National League.
I got 2-1 the count.
Yeah, that one's going to dip just below the zone, just below the lasers. 2-1. And that's given a ride. No one. Oh, that is just short of a home run. And 3 straight doubles on the inning.
Well, Stephon Crichton really started to perform well for these Diamondbacks, but honestly, just a collapse of pitching overall today. Does not look like the day for the Snakes. And Torpedo, Crichton's been pitching pretty solid. All the pitchers have sucked today, whether their name was Zach Gallen, whether their name was, Alex Young. We've had mop-ups in all game. Now the Sheriff, though, out here. 5 ERA on the season. 1-2 record. His batting average against is actually pretty solid. So, just giving up hits in clutch situations when you got runners in scoring position. We'll see what he does here.
Lovely, the Sheriff, Andrew Chafin. It'll be this lefty before a pair of dangerous righties after this. Not the best spot here for Andrew Chafin.
2-0.
Or the Diamondbacks. And therefore, the world. Lovely Canada reference here on July 4th. 2-0 here to Moose. Walked and scored a run earlier, but has yet to record a hit in this one.
Yeah, and you know what's the biggest bummer for the Diamondbacks is it once again finally felt like since the first or second inning they had the momentum back on their side, but quickly all the air's out from underneath their sails. And when they had the bases loaded, they couldn't get a ton of runs through. So really probably their best opportunity to take control back at this game has passed. And unless they got something special for us planned in the bottom of the 8th and maybe the bottom of the 9th, it not looking so hot for the Snakes as Escobar ranges out and catches that one first out of the inning.
Finally, after 3 doubles, we see some let up. Archie's getting loose out there. Castellanos 1 for 3 on his day. First pitch is playable out into middle of center field. No tag. 2 out.
Now that
starting to lose steam over here, man. So
Yeah.
it was getting real excited, and then all of a sudden just nope.
Yeah, back to a kind of out of reach game here for the Diamondbacks as Aristides Aquino comes up. He has a double, an RBI, and 2 runs on the day. Solid day for the young player for the Reds. And that first pitch, though, gonna be a strike. So the Chafin Sheriff, putting down somewhat of a law here today, but maybe a little bit too little too late for these Snakes. As he's even getting the borderline calls that no one else has really been getting all day. That sinker there looked like it was off the zone just a bit, but gets the 0-2 count now and might be able to get himself out of the inning. Mop up for what Crichton could not complete. And he will. The K there. Aquino goes down on 3 straight pitches, but the Reds get 2 back. So it's a 6-3 ball game headed to the bottom of the 8th. Calhoun, Ahmed, and Stephen Vogt up to bat.
Ladies and gentlemen,
So Diamondbacks will have 6 outs to try and get something to happen. It'll be against Rizel Iglesias here in the 8th. Likely Pedro Strop in the 9th. But Iglesias, stingy against lefties. Not bad against righties. Fairly serviceable in his own right. Former starter turned valuable late bullpen option.
That'll mean Cole Calhoun has to get it started off for these Diamondbacks, and he'll take a first pitch low and inside. That'll be a ball as we see the 2 righties. Lucas Sims and Pedro Strop, just like you predicted, Duggo, up in the bullpen. But for now, it'll be Iglesias on the mound, and he throws one high, but definitely in the zone there at 96. Calhoun just watches it, 1-1. Oh, another hard-hit ball by the Diamondbacks that immediately finds the glove of a Reds player standing still. It's like they haven't even had to move to field today, Duggo.
It's been rough, man. It has been missed opportunity after missed opportunity. The BAPIP gods are not here today.
And now Nick Ahmed, who's 0 for 7 career against Iglesias with 4 Ks. So definitely some start numbers. Trying to find some semblance of offense here, but he's going to, again, hit it just right at the pitcher there for the Reds. And quickly, there are 2 down. Ouch. Just out.
It's just time for late inning catcher heroics, right? Granted, Stephen Vogt can't hit a 3-run home run with nobody on base, but God knows he's going to try as he takes strike 1 from Iglesias.
Stephen Vogt, though, did almost hit a home run earlier down the right field line, and then in his next at-bat, hit one just foul down the left field line, but he's going to hit an easy ground ball there, and yeah, honestly, just not the Diamondbacks' day in terms of offensive luck. It looks like the Reds will be holding on to win this ball game, but we still got an inning to go, and don't go anywhere, as there will be a late night ball tonight. we're going to see the Mariners play the Philadelphia Phillies, if I'm not mistaken, from Seattle. Brother Beard and Tired of 16 on the call, so another great pair of announcers. And should be a fun end to our 4th of July extravaganza here on the ML Bop Ball Network, as Andrew Chafin's going to continue on for his second inning of work here.
One and 0 here to Akiyama. Down the line, foul. I wonder if he'll just get through Akiyama, Barnhart, and they'll call it a day. Not the worst idea. That one's going to be playable for somebody if they get there.
Nope. I don't understand why Chafin doesn't go for that there. And I don't understand how Ketel Marte isn't charging in harder. That really should be a playable ball. But you see, Marte just kind of waits back there, thinking that Chafin's going to get it, and then notices he's not and starts charging in. But by then, it is far too late. And that'll be a base hit according to the score.
Not going to win you any gold gloves pulling stuff like that. Look over to first, keep Akiyama honest.
I don't think Chafin was going to win a gold glove either way, and I don't think the D-backs will win this ball game. So, honestly, probably not that big of a deal as we see backup Reds catcher Tucker Barnhart, who takes a slider just right down Main Street.
0-1 the count here to Barnhart. So a leadoff single here for Akiyama. Puts a man on, nobody out. Keeping him honest with another throw over there to first. Chafin, primarily a loogie, is not able to rep that designation anymore as that one's into right field. They're going to test the arm of Calhoun. And Akiyama is standing on third now. Going first to third on a Tucker Barnhart single. Game continues to chug along as Freddie Galvis comes in to pinch hit now.
Freddie Galvis.
Oh, jeez. What are we gonna do? Where's shooting off fireworks here in town? Let's think of something fun, Jake.
I'm guessing, you're going to see fireworks in pretty much every direction. People in Arizona really love their illegal fireworks and love buying them places, despite the fact that we have some of the largest forest fires in Arizona history raging right now. So if anyone's listening in Arizona, and I could encourage you not to light off any fireworks tonight, please do not light off any fireworks. But if you're going to have to, because, you just love America that much, please be safe with it. Please watch out for any fire hazards as Galvis takes that 0-2 pitch to right field. Cole Calhoun has it, and the runner's coming into home. The play's in time. They get him coming in. So they won't get the 7th run. The 4th run there, the sacrifice doesn't end up working, and there's 2 down now in the double play. Nick Senzel, the final batter here for the Reds with 2 down in the top of the 9th.
And the classic 9-2 double play. Cole Calhoun showing you why he won that gold glove. It may have been a handful of years ago, but he is still rocking it in the hardware case. As that one's going to be out to center field off the bat of Senzel. That will do it for the Reds. Diamondbacks got 3 outs to get 3 runs or more. Head to the bottom of the 9th.
Well, Chafin definitely is not going to stay out there to hit, and you have the Marte Parte coming up, so this game isn't over just yet, folks. Stick around as Pedro Strop has blown 3 saves on the season. I mean, he doesn't walk people, but hey, he gives up hits to righties like it's nobody's business. And that'll bring in Ildemaro Vargas to bat here, the utility infielder for the Diamondbacks. And I apologize, that's Pedro Strop.
Seen Vargas swinging a very competent bat as a pinch hitter. You see the average definitely there. A little bit of pop at that 789 OPS. Not much of a home run hitter, never has been.
But the D-backs don't need a home run right now. They just need a base run.
You know, all you got to do is just get on base, toss it over to the Martes. That one's given a ride out to right. That's going to drop for extra bases off the wall out there. And you said it, don't need a home run, but I will take a leadoff double out of Vargas. There is some life for these Snakes.
And there you go, Ildemaro Vargas getting it done with the double there, and now it's up to the Marte Parte to hit him home here. The D-backs still trail by 3, but just an inkling of offense here for them in the bottom of the 9th. And Cincinnati Reds fans got to start getting a little bit nervous, maybe a little bit of sweat on the palms, as D-backs maybe with a little bit of danger here coming into the end.
Marte 0 for 4. He's had, that last time he was up, it was a screamer right at shortstop Eugenio Suarez. Could have been something big in that 7th inning that allowed Diamondbacks to get back in it, scoring 2 runs on a handful of base men to the plate. We're going to add a 1-0 count. Swinging at one, just not good contact. Fouls it off, 1-1.
Starling Marte really swinging that bat there in the box. Gets contact on that fastball, low and inside, but it's going to go foul, so the count goes to 1-2. Marte needs to protect anything close here. Has got to be hitting to the field to play. We'll see what he does. And he's going to swing on that one. It's going to be a drop third strike, but quick throw over, and that'll be the first out. So we've started to look a little optimistic, maybe, just maybe, for the Diamondbacks. Quickly comes crashing to a halt there as Starling Marte swings at a ball just bouncing in the dirt. Bad swing there for the third strike, bringing up Cattell.
So Cattell Marte with that robbed home run call. They credited him with a triple. Could have been 6-4. Diamondbacks instead 6-3. So Cattell with a single and a triple to his name so far. The hit streak continues here.
And it looks like he's just going to leave a cutter that was right about belt high. Probably a good one to swing at, try and drive, but instead he's just going to watch it into the zone, 0-1.
Ooh, another one just looked at in the zone. 0-2 is the count now to Marte. He strikes slowly ticking away here for Arizona. Stroke delivers, and it hits him right in the goods.
And as we're almost approaching our 11th hour of streaming here today, Eduardo Escobar comes on as the tying run for the Diamondbacks and takes his first pitch inside. 1-0 is the count.
And notably, that is the 4th Diamondback hit by a pitch here tonight.
And he's just going to watch that one right down Main Street. That cutter, though, really has kind of confused the D-backs no matter who's been throwing it here today. And he takes another one there, high, 1-2. Eduardo, you need to swing at it, buddy. Can't get on base without it.
1-2 almost hits him. Should have just played the LeCastro long con, taking it. Instead, he dives out. It's 2-2 now. Vargas at second. Marte at first. 2-2 pitch. Did he hold up? He did. It'll go full.
Well, the drama's rising a little bit here as we now have roughly 50 of you watching in as that one's hit, and that'll be a double play ball, and the game is over. So the Reds take game 2 here in Phoenix. The series tied up 1-1. The D-backs fall to just 2.5 games ahead in the National League West, and just really wasn't the Snakes' day here today. Some missed offensive opportunities, some struggles with control from their pitchers, and alas, it'll be a 6-3 victory here for the Reds. Duggo, who's your player of the game here tonight?
I'm just looking through it right now. I think it's got to be Aristides Aquino. 2 runs scored, 2 walks, and a big RBI double on his line. Looked serviceable out there in right field as well. So not a whole lot of negative things to say about him. Or maybe, I don't know, you could probably give it up just as much to Iglesias and Strope working out of the pen here tonight, making sure that the Diamondbacks didn't do anything. They threatened to, but nothing happened.
Somehow Tyler Mahle gets the player of the game. Not sure how, but he does get the win. Zach Gallen will be charged with the loss, and Pedro Strope will get the save here from Chase Field. The fireworks will be going after the game here from Phoenix, but D-backs fans will be less than happy while watching them. It seemed like a good opportunity to keep ahead of the Dodgers and secure a win here in this series, but really from the start of the day, it didn't look great for the Diamondbacks. In that 4th inning, Zach Gallen walked 4 separate batters and in fact walked a run home, but was able to get out of it by striking out Votto and, striking out another batter. So got out of most of the trouble, but then things really started to fall off the rails. Even the pitcher getting in on the offense as Mahle was able to double to right and get an RBI himself. And from there, even when Marte got this, what should have been a home run, but ended up getting scored a triple, the Reds were able to respond pretty quickly and in kind when the Diamondbacks started to trouble the Reds.
I guess they're saying it hit off Aquino?
I don't know. I'm not in charge of the programming there for San Diego Studios. Vogt was able to get home on the play. Marte got to third, but he wouldn't come around to score. Walker would nearly tie it up with this line drive single there, but right after that, Beer would fly out to right, and the Cincinnati Reds would quickly start to just hit double after double in the top of the 8th inning to get that lead back.
Yeah, that would be the ball game with that. Oh, I am looking at the wrong screen. There we go. Joey Votto countering and breaking up that score there with the RBI double, making it 5-3. Arizona there in the top of the 8th. Followed up by an Eugenio Suarez, keeping his lead on that National League RBI stat number 76. Right there, made it 6-3, and that is where it would stay as far as the score. This one, a beauty, though. Galvis got a runner at third. Nice fly ball out into right, and Cole Calhoun showing off the guns, man. This is Arizona. It's always a gun show here. 9-2 double play. Akiyama out at the plate. So as I said, that's where it would stay, 6-3. There's your final play of the game, 3-6, and back to 1 ball game.
And there you go. That was the story of the day. The Diamondbacks fall to just 2.5 ahead in the West, like I said. And I think it is now time to bring in our final duo here on America's Independence Day. It's Brother Beard. It's TARDIS 16. Phillies Mariners action coming up. How you doing, boys?
I'm doing fantastic. It's always good to see the two of the guys who I enjoy watching the most call a game right before me, because I always got to watch that game to know when I'm coming in.
Right.
It's always good to watch you guys.
Oh, I always appreciate it.
Thank you. It'll be good to watch you guys while making dinner. It'll be a nice little multitasking I do there. But
speaking of dinner, we were talking about that earlier. Did you guys celebrate with anything festive here today?
I celebrated by trying to avoid all of the people playing in the park while I was taking my girlfriend's dogs for a walk.
All right.
There you go.
I had chicken pot pie.
Man, you guys are everybody's killing it today, man.
All right, well, if anyone listening wants to celebrate 4th of July a little more, I'd encourage you to make a donation to RAIN, our current charity of the week, a fantastic organization helping victims of sexual assault and sexual abuse. And it's just really a great cause. And if you like Doug and I's Call, if you like what Brother Beard and TARDIS 16 are about to bring you, please consider going to that donate link below. But I think it's time for a dog walk and time for me to get out of y'all's hair. Have a great call from Seattle.
Well, thank you as always as we get ready here for Game 2 between the Phillies and the Mariners. I'm joined in the booth by TARDIS 16. It's good to be here again, my friend.
Oh yeah, it's always good. Always.
Well, coming into this presentation of Ball After Dark, we're going to get out to a nightcap here on the West Coast, the late game of the day, and it's coming in late, even here in Seattle, about an hour after usual game time. We'll get going about 8 o'clock here in the Northwest. This is going to be a matchup between Wei-Yin Chen taking the mound for the Mariners and Cole Irvin taking the mound for the Phillies. A couple of big lefty hurlers on the mound, and well, it's going to be an interesting ball game.
Yeah, we've got some, I'm hearing some shoutings about some possible trade news that could be coming to us during this game. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be cool.
Always interested to see what sort of trades are in the work across the league. Apparently I've got my preparation wrong. It's going to be Nick Margevicius going to be taking the mound today.
Looks like Chen's due to go tomorrow.
The right fielder, number 3, Bryce Harper.
I swear. Well, nonetheless, it's going to be a lefty on the mound for the Mariners. They are flush with lefty pitchers. And Bryce Harper is going to lead it off here for the Phillies. We got the roof open here on the 4th of July as we get the first pitch across at 7:57 here in Seattle. Strike one to lead it off to Bryce Harper.
110.
Harper with a monster of a day yesterday. Again, for these Phillies, about the only one with some offensive magic. As Yusei Kikuchi had an absolutely lights out starting 6. About the only person to actually get something productive for Philly was Harper, as he does it again here to lead off the ball game. Lines one, a hard hit ground ball all the way out into the left field corner, and he's going to be standing up over at second. His 25th double of the year.
Harper fighting that one the other way. You love to see an opposite field hit, especially leading off the game.
Well, Nick Margevicius is going to have to get it together here against JT Realmuto. As he'll look at a curveball on the inside corner there, 0-1.
I just realized how close my keyboard is to my mic. I should probably keep that in mind.
Well, 1-1 is the pitch here. Realmuto lifts this one into shallow center field. Smith is going to corral it and make the throw in. Harper is going to have to retreat back to second.
Batting third, the shortstop, Didi Gregorius.
Well, we're going to see Didi Gregorius step in here. One away here for the Phillies.
Didi's home road splits, for some reason, way better in the road than at home, although not much happened for any of this Phillies lineup really yesterday.
Ground ball over to the first base side. Evan White's going to take it himself. 3 unassisted for the second out, but that moves Harper up to third base.
The first baseman, number 17, Reese Hoskins.
Well,
Basically works as a sack bunt.
that's going to bring in the heavy hitting Reese Hoskins. 24 homers and 65 RBIs on the season so far. First pitch to him is going to get fouled off, 0-1.
Something not represented from Hoskins in this game, but he has it in real life. He's got the Mike Schmidt, like, kind of 80s style hair with the mustache now.
Everybody's got to go ridiculous mustaches. Speaking of ridiculous mustaches. Little cheese from the home plate umpire. 1-1 now. Swing and a miss. Caught him out in front of that off-speed pitch. The 1-2 here from Margevicius. And that gets him looking. He gets out of the inning, stranding Bryce Harper over at third base. And that's going to do it here in the top of the first. Philadelphia, no score here so far. So we're going to have Zach Eflin take the mound for the Phillies here tonight. 5-4 record across 17 starts. It's a 4.18 ERA. Giving up 95 hits and racking up 72 strikeouts. Still under 30 walks on the season so far. The guy who you do not want to walk here to lead off the inning is going to be Mallex Smith. He leads the American League in stolen bases. Tries to put this one in play. 0-1. 3 for 4 in yesterday's game. A home run on the very first pitch in the bottom of the first. Got these Mariners off to an explosive first inning, putting up 5 runs on that solo shot from Mallex, and then the bases got loaded, and Kyle Seager getting out the rye bread and mustard is that was really close on Mallex Smith there. 1-2 is the count. Fouled off here. The count remains 1-2. Eflin delivers. He'll miss high with this one. 2-2. Smith's average has been recovering here, sitting at 272 entering play today. He puts this one on the ground, corralled by the second baseman. Josh Harrison's going to make the throw over in time for the first out.
Josh Harrison, one of the many former Pirates the Phillies have picked up for some reason. You got McCutchen on the bench. Is he DH today? I'm not sure. He might be DH. And then you got Harrison at second. We have Neil Walker in the minor league system. Lots of former Pirates on this squad.
McCutchen, the former All-Star. I believe he's DHing today, as Kyle Lewis is going to ground out to Harrison, give him a little bit more work here. Harrison making a beautiful stop and turn here. That's going to bring in the Mariners All-Star from last season, Mitch Haniger. He's hitting really well against lefties. Not so well against righties. We'll see how he does here today against Eflin. Eflin misses high with that 96-mile-an-hour fastball, 1-0. A 1-0 pitch. That's going to get fouled off. Counts even at 1 here to Haniger now. Eflin kicks and delivers. Breaking ball on the outside, 2-1. It's going to be a hard hit ball over to Josh Harrison. He takes all 3 putouts in the bottom half of the first inning. Some good defensive practice over there on the right side of the infield. We'll go now to the top of the second. Still scoreless here in Seattle.
Leading off for Philadelphia, the center fielder.
And another example of weird home road splits. Adam Hastley slugging it at home. Not so much on the road. The home run and RBIs are pretty much exactly the same.
Oh, and 1 here from Nick to start off the top of the second. And you got to wonder how much, of course, how much that travel really wears and tears on these ball players, not being able to go home at the end of the day, sleep in their own beds. You know, a lot of times they got to get on a plane and go to the next town, go back to the hotel, get some more work in. This is going to be a ground ball over to the left side. Crawford with the big play out there over in the shortstop position. Kyle Seager not able to make the snag, but they get the first out on the throw over. Alex Baum's going to step in. He'll look at the first pitch in there for strike 1. First round draft pick for these Phillies back in 2018. Imagine the organization has some high hopes for this young man.
Yeah, his offense is a big part of this guy. His defense isn't great, and I would expect to see him play a little more DH. But with Kutch and Jay Bruce, I think it's reasonable to have him play third on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, you probably don't want to throw one of those old guys out there on third base, especially considering they're both outfielders.
I mean, like, they're both worse defensive outfielders than he is at third base. I guess you could throw Harrison over there or something and then have Kingery play second, but...
Sure. Just trying to make it a joke about old people as he racks up a base hit out to right field here. Puts it on the ground and gets it through the infield. So there's a runner on first here for Andrew McCutchen, former All-Star for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Now here across the state of Philadelphia, playing for the Phillies.
He just moved into his rental, and he posted a picture trying to recreate that scene in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, where he's just in the house and it's all empty.
They'll check a swing and a ball. They rule outside, 1-0. Margevicius with a fastball missing low, 2-0 to Kutch. Two-0 pitch. Ooh, I'm not sure where that missed, but 3-0 here. Margevicius kicks and delivers now. Fastball right down Main Street, 89 miles an hour. Not a lot of heat on it, but he does have the movement.
This at bat kind of reminds me of a video McCutchen posted on his Twitter page where he commentated over some simulated stuff Sony San Diego studio was doing, and he was complaining how inaccurate the simulated version of him was compared to his real life at bats.
Well, he draws a walk here, and now there's runners on at first and second. I imagine he's probably not the only player that has questions or criticism for how they should be represented in the game, but he's been in quite a few of them.
Then there's also Rhys Hoskins, who hit a walk-off home run with himself in the tournament.
Boy, what an ego
It's got to be the coolest thing you can do. That's got to be the coolest thing you can do. Like, honestly, hitting a walk-off home run with yourself in a video game.
The 1-1 pitch here. This one's going to be grounded out to second base. Turning around is Shiner. He just makes the throw over to second. They only get the one out, so now there's runners at first and third on that fielder's choice. Trying to turn two here, but Shiner going the long way to second. No chance to beat him over to first.
I'm getting some flashes back to when McCutcheon got hurt last year. That was an almost identical play to what happened.
Look over to first as Kingery's going to get back here. Josh Harrison at the plate. His first time here today, and it's with runners at the corners. 2 outs here in the top of the second. No score yet. The 1-0 pitch. In there, strike one. One's going to catch the top of the zone, 1 and 2. So outside, inside, inside and high. Look for a breaking ball or an off-speed pitch on the outside here.
No.
That's going to miss low, 2 and 2. Another look over here. As it's a little bit off. Two on, 2-2 count here with 2 outs in the top of the second. Full count. Of course, you got Bryce Harper on deck. Another look over. Trying to get that out here. Save an AB. I'll have to start off against Bryce Harper in the third. 3-2 pitch. It's going to be a ground ball up the middle. That'll get through for a base hit. A run will score from third. And that's how we started off here in the second.
Bryce Harper.
Josh Harrison just getting added to the Phillies starting lineup the other day after the struggles of Gene Segura continued. And then he had a walk-off single that he got double switched into the game for, so they just decided to put him in full-time. And it's working out.
Contributing here today with that RBI single, as now the Phillies lead 1-0, and Bryce Harper steps to the plate. You see there 24 pitches already. Bryce Harper's flies it out into left field. They're going to say that got down. And boy, an RBI ground rule double. And we'll get a visit from the pitching coach here for Nick Margevicius. 37 pitches already here in this outing, and it could be a short one. He catches the inside of the zone, 0-1. You don't want to leave too many of those pitches over the plate for a guy like JT Realmuto.
You never want to throw that to anybody, but especially the guy trying to fight to get paid this offseason.
0-2. He challenges him again with another one. I'm surprised Realmuto hasn't pulled the trigger on either of those. He chases one on the outside here. It's an easy ground ball to second base. Jake Shiner takes the lazy route to it and doesn't make a throw in time. Another run scores here as Philly now leads 3-0. Runners at first and third.
And that's part of JT's game that most other catchers don't have, his speed.
Well, mercifully, he flies out to Mitch Haniger out in right field. Didi Gregorius does to end the inning. But the damage is done here in the top of the second. 3-0 here in Seattle. Philadelphia leads.
Leading up for the Mariners.
See there, Daniel Vogelbach stepping into the plate, 2 for 17 over his last 5 games. Not a great looking number for the designated hitter. The 0-1 here. Eflin delivers in there, strike 2. Missing low and outside, 1-2. Run it inside, perhaps trying to try to jam him. 2-2. Leaves this one out over the plate. He pulls it over the first baseman, who gets it, flips it to Eflin, covering, and there's one away. 3-1 for the putout.
We were talking about comparisons from players and their digital counterparts. Rhys Hoskins cannot make that play in real life.
Strike 1 here to Kyle Seager. Missing high, 1-1. Ooh, lined right back up the middle, but he hits into the shift. There to make the play is going to be Didi. And so there's 2 away here. And that's going to bring up the first baseman, Evan White. Talk about first baseman who can make those defensive plays. This guy can in the game and in real life. Part of the reason why Seattle decided to extend him on a 6-year contract before they ever saw him in the major leagues. 0-1 pitch here to Evan White. He lifts this one out in the right field, but there's going to be Harper. And that's going to do it here in the bottom of the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Phillies still lead it.
Leading off for the Phillies, the first baseman, number 17.
You can see Rhys Hoskins dig in for his second AB of the ballgame. Now, Nick Margevicius going to need to have a good, quick inning here if he wants to get this outing back on track. 41 pitches coming into this inning so far. 1-0 pitch in there, strike 1.
No,
1-1 pitch inside, 2-1.
Rhys Hoskins is leading the team in home runs and RBIs, but is also one of those guys that are about halfway to breaking that strikeout record.
Play deep into the shortstop position behind third base. There's going to be J.P. Crawford making his beautiful, fantastic plays out there. We're going to see Adam Hazley dig in. First pitch to him is going to miss low, 1-0.
1-0.
A 1-0 pitch is fouled off. Counts even now at 1.
But I just went on Twitter to see if anything interesting was happening, and I see 2 things, and I'm close to Twitter.
Anything interesting? You mean like a baseball game being played in front of your eyes?
Now batting, third baseman, Alex.
Well, I can multitask. I got 2 screens in front of me. There's some interesting things happening in the world, and I do not like 2 of the first things that I saw in my feed. Although there's LeVar Burton watching Hamilton, that's cool. But
well, a fly ball in the first pitch here to Alec Boehm, and that's going to fly out to center field. Alex Smith is going to put it away to end the third here for the Phillies. We'll see the 7, 8, and 9 hitters due up for the Mariners.
Leading up for the Mariners.
It's going to bring up the shortstop, J.P. Crawford.
JP.
That's not been doing so hot this season so far. 198. That's been pretty common across this whole lineup. Flashes of good hitting, but overall not the greatest. This is going to be a big... Is that going to be ruled a home run? J.P. Crawford hitting another home run in the series. As that's going to be his 4th of the year. It careens off of the foul pole, and that means that it's fair. We'll take another look here. He pulled this one, and it hugs the line all the way down. That is an absolute line drive.
J.P. Crawford, Phillies legend.
Starting to fight back here. Phillies legend, about to be Seattle legend.
I remember his first home run. That was fun.
I've been doing some watching of clips of last season for the Mariners, and what keeps coming up the most is J.P. Crawford making some amazing throws from the shortstop position as Tom Murphy racks up his first strikeout and the first strikeout of the ball game here for the Mariners. J.P. Crawford taking Jeter-esque throws to a whole new level of contortion.
And that's one of the few things Crawford did right as a Philly, just defense, and he had like maybe 5 home runs that I can remember off the top of my head.
Well, already 4 here in this season, so perhaps his bat is developing a bit more. Of course, that's the name of the game here in Seattle this season. Getting better. Get good, scrub. Get some work at the major league level as Jake Shiner is going to ground out to Josh Harrison. Josh Harrison getting a lot of work defensively here today.
Speaking of former Pittsburgh Pirates, or possibly former Pittsburgh Pirates, I'm hearing Pirates prospect Kella is very hot on the market right now, and we might be hearing something about him pretty soon here tonight.
Well, speaking of hot, Malik Smith, second in All-Star voting for the center field position in the outfield. Right behind Mike Trout by about 100,000 votes, but we get those Mariner fans out there to vote. We can get Malik's a invite to the All-Star team, as he's going to fly out to left field to end the inning. Seattle fighting back here with this big home run. J.P. Crawford keeping it right down the line, and it even just grazes the outside of it. Phillies still lead 3-1. Of course, we'd like to take this moment to remind you that we are raising money for RAIN, that wonderful organization that we heard Jake talking about earlier. They help victims of sexual assault and abuse, and it's a super important organization to support. So if you have the resources, if you got $1, you got $2, go throw them $1 or $2 through the PayPal link. Every little bit helps. Andrew McCutcheon's going to dig in here to lead off for the Phillies. Fighting off the first pitch into foul territory. 0-1.
Oh, and I'm getting word from some reporter guys and some of my sources. Pending league approval, Pirates are going to get Caleb Ferguson for Cologne Kella.
So the first trade of the ML Bot Ball season in the works. Stay tuned as we release more details about that. 2-2 here to McCutcheon. So after giving up the 3 runs in the first, Margevicius seems to have it back under control here as he battles with Andrew McCutcheon. It's going to be grounded out to shortstop. Crawford with the amazing throw over. Off balance as usual, and that's going to be the first out. Well, an obvious pitch power difference between the two pitchers tonight. Zach Eflin throwing upwards of 95 miles an hour, 96 topping out there. Nick Margevicius lucky to hit the low 90s. See, he runs one in there. 1-0. This one's going to be lifted out into right field. Ranging back is going to be Haniger. He's at the wall, and he collides with it, but he makes the catch.
The batter, number 7.
Mitch Haniger with a beautiful
Josh Harrison.
Well, that's going to be two-way here for Philadelphia. Here in the top of the 4th, that brings up the number 9 hitter, Josh Harrison.
No.
I thought that was gone off the bat with the crowd in the outfield standing up a little bit. But nice catch there, and not breaking any face bones or anything, crashing into the wall.
Yeah, Haniger, of course, missing a lot of time off of injuries recently. As Kyle Lewis is going to track one down, almost getting over his head, but he's able to make the catch just short of the wall. That's going to do it, but some hard hit balls to the outfield there off of the pitches from Margevicius. We'll see how this Mariners lineup responds here in the bottom of the 4th. 1-0 here to Kyle Lewis. This one's going to be driven out into right field, and that'll get down for a base hit. Harper's going to corral it and bring it in. They will keep him to a single. Just short of Bryce Harper bringing it in.
No ball. 1 strike.
Haniger's going to step in here, 0-1. Elfin delivers.
No ball.
Eflin. Eflin, not Elfin, Eflin. The 0-2 pitch. Comes set, kicks and delivers now. This one misses high, 1-2. 1-2 now. Yeah, missing with that one. Mitch Haniger checking his swing. 2-2 here in the fourth. 3-2, a full count. As that bat has turned into quite the little battle.
I love duels like this. I wish we could play that one song that I can't play because copyright reasons.
Fouled off. Count's going to remain 3-2. And, oh man, a real missed opportunity here as that's going to be popped up behind the plate for the first out.
Now batting, number 20.
Well, that's going to bring up the designated hitter, Daniel Vogelbach. First pitch is going to catch the outside, 0-1. Catches the inside, 0-2. No help from the umpire here for Vogelbach. He's going to have to play. He's going to have to protect the plate here with 2 strikes. And he goes down looking. They'll ring him up as that slider catches the inside, and that is Eflin's second strikeout of the ball game.
One ball.
Missing here with the first pitch to Kyle Seager, 1-0.
We're playing 11.
So Kyle Seager's gonna swing at this one, 1-1. And now you got a runner at first, 1-1 here to Seager. This one's gonna be lifted into left field. That'll get down for a base hit. Kyle Lewis is gonna hold up at second as they'll just go 90 feet.
Now batting,
And we'll see Evan White coming up to bat now. Runner in scoring position here, 2 away in the bottom of the fourth. First pitch misses low, ball 1. And Evan White's going to fly this one out into right field. That'll get down for a base hit. Rounding third is going to be Kyle Lewis, and he slides into home head first, and he gets in there, no tag applied. A good throw by Harper gets it in. This one is right down the line, perhaps on the wrong side of the glove. Kyle Lewis was probably going to beat that throw no matter what. And so Seattle continuing to claw back here in the bottom of the fourth. And in steps J.P. Crawford, who swings after the fact. Of course, he hit a solo homer to start off the scoring here for the Mariners in his first AB. And he'll foul this one off, 0-2.
A bug just fell out of nowhere and landed on my screen. That's cool.
J.P. Crawford fouling it off, 0-2. The 0-2 pitch This one's up and in. Crawford puts a right into it, but not enough. He gets under it. Does Harper, and that's going to be the third out. Philadelphia still out in front 3-2 as we go to the top of the fifth.
Oh, I can confirm the trade has gone through. The dog.
Off for the Phillies, the right fielder, number 3, Bryce Harper.
Saying
you can confirm what you cut out there.
Sorry, the trade has gone through. Kella is going to the Dodgers in return for Caleb Ferguson.
Well, that's big news here on ML Bot Ball.
No. 2012. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
1-2 here is the count to Bryce Harper. Still is yet to record a out. Has Bryce Harper 2 for 2 on the day. Margevicius looking to get a big strikeout here against the ever successful bat of Bryce Harper. And he gets it. Strike 3 swinging. Big slider working to the outside, gets him to swing over it. Well, that's going to be just his second strikeout of the ball game. He's going to face off against JT Realmuto here. He's going to flare this one out into right field. That'll get down for a base hit. Haniger's going to corral it and bring it in, so that'll be a single after the strikeout to Harper.
That was kind of a jam job, but I guess it counts as a single, so who cares?
Well, I'd say JT Realmuto cares.
Helps his average either way.
Yeah. Didi Gregorius stepping in. 0 for 2 on the day as Nick Margevicius getting ready to deliver the nicest pitch of the ball game, and it misses high. 1-1. Didi Gregorius, you see there, leading these Phillies in doubles, 29 on the season so far. Steal. 1-1 is going to be flied out into deep left field. Ranging over is going to be Kyle Lewis, and he makes the catch. The runner had taken off on what seemed to be a hit and run situation. So he'll have to turn around and come back to first. Kyle Lewis able to track it down at the track. Margevicius delivers the first pitch here to Rhys Hoskins. Missing low, ball 1. And that's an impressive number. 105 career home runs for Rhys Hoskins on only 3 seasons of work.
I was on the call for his 100th home run not too long ago. I think it was a couple weeks. It's love to see young guys like that figure stuff out right away.
Ooh. Well, Kyle Seager figured him out here as that was a hard hit ball right at Kyle Seager at third. And that will be the third out here in the 5th. A really hard hit ball, but right at him.
Heidi probably reporting about the trade that she didn't realize we had already talked about. And I'm hearing fireworks outside again. Be quiet.
Yeah, they've been going off here pretty much all day, which has been not the greatest to say for any of the dogs in the neighborhood. They are just having a really, really tough time right now. This one's going to be hard hit down the line. That'll get through for a base hit. They'll call it fair. Tom Murphy leading off the bottom of the 5th with a shot down the line.
Lucky bounce off the wall there, making it just a single instead of a double. Goes right back to Kingery off the wall.
Certainly did. Well, hopefully starting a little bit of a rally here as Jake Shiner steps up to the plate for his second AB of the ball game. First pitch is going to be inside, ball 1. Shiner kind of rocketed through the system this year. Hadn't played any higher than AA last year and had a strong showing and at AAA in the first part of the season here in Tacoma. And due to injuries at second base, he got the call up and has done okay out there at second base. He's got some good defense out there, makes some good plays, and his bat has not been absolutely terrible. So that's kind of an improvement for these Mariners as he grounds into a double play. 1-4-3 is how you score that one.
Beautiful stop by Eflin there. That was amazing. He barely even reacted to it.
Yeah, some really lucky placement of his glove there. If his glove isn't in that right position, that's going to get through for a base hit. Rather than a base hit and runners at first and second, there are nobody on for Malik Smith, who rips a line drive out into the corner for a double. He rounds first, easily into second, standing up. And that just goes to show you that probably would have been at least 1 run scored had that ball gotten through. Instead, we have a runner on second with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Brings up Kyle Lewis now. 1 for 2 on the day already. He's going to look to drive in Malix from second. Any base hit to the outfield is going to do it. And with 2 outs here, don't exactly look for him to steal third, but and that was, oh boy, Rhys Hoskins with a beautiful snag over there at first base to end the inning. Had that gotten past him, we're seeing a tie ball game here. Well, we're going to see Adam Hazley dig in. 0 for 2 on the day with a couple of groundouts. Margevicius going to dig in for his 6th inning of work, and he'll have to get out of the way of this one, as that's fired right back up the middle.
Now batting, the third base.
A leadoff single here by Hazley. And that's going to do it here for Nick, as manager Scott Servius says, "Thanks, son. Go take a seat. We'll take it from here." This pitching change brought to you by the memory of Dave Niehaus. My, oh my, what a pitching change. We're going to see Nestor Cortez Jr. coming in, making his 20th appearance of the season, 29 innings of work, a 4.66 ERA. He's been called in for some long innings of work. Probably look for 1, maybe 2 out of him here today. First pitch here to Adam Bohm. If it stays fair, it's good, but it's not. 0-1. Camera fake out here.
The camera guys love messing with us.
They love getting that butt shot too. The 1-1 here from Cortez Jr. 2-1 to Bohm. The 2-1. It's going to be a ground ball out to the second baseman. He'll flip it over to second for one. Over to first to get the double play. 4-6-3 is how you roll it up.
The designated hitter.
Shiner playing at double play depth there. Coming in, the easy flip over to Crawford. And the good throw over to White to get it done. McCutcheon digging in, 0 for 5 on the series so far. Looking for a hit here. Swing, gonna miss.
My Discord crashed. I'm back now. There we go.
Well, oddly enough, we didn't actually lose you.
My Discord crashed. I guess it didn't kick me out of the booth.
It's interesting how some of that stuff works. That's going to be a easy 3 unassisted for Evan White over there at the first base to end the inning. We'll go now to the bottom of the 6th. Haniger, Vogelbach, and Seager, the big bats, due up.
Leading off for the Mariners, the right fielder, Mitch Haniger.
Digging in is going to be the RBI leader, Mitch Haniger, as he'll drive this one back up the middle. Zach Eflin with a Gold Glove performance here today.
Oh no!
As he took that one, it looked to be off of the ribs, and out of an abundance of caution, Phillies manager is going to pull him from this game, so that's going to be the end of it for him. Tough break for Eflin there.
Especially since it was on a great defensive play there, too, making a nice stop, keeping the ball from being a single up the middle. Hopefully he's okay.
Well, it was a good defensive play there because he did exactly what every Little League coach tells you to do. You get your body in front of that one. Of course, you never really want to put your body in front of it when it's 45 feet away, or it was 60 feet away? 45 or 60 feet? I think it's 45. Anyways, that's gonna hurt.
Now batting, number 12.
Well, we're gonna see Jose Alvarez here for the Phillies.
Oh shoot, I just dropped something on this one.
Vogelbach's going to dig in here to face off against Alvarez. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Vogelbach chasing this fastball outside. 1-1. As we get later into this ball game, folks, I want to make sure you're staying safe tonight. Don't go blowing off your fingers. Step away from the fireworks. One and two here to Vogelbach. This one's gonna miss outside. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 for Daniel Vogelbach.
The batter, the third baseman.
Another strikeout here today. Vogelbach not having a great time at the plate lately. 2 for, I think that makes 2 for 20 now. Kyle Seager gonna dig in. He singled back in the 4th. Two for 6 on the series. That single and the big grand slam yesterday. Oh, and 2 as this one catches the bottom of the zone. Kyle's quickly in a hole here. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts here for Alvarez, and that's going to set down the Mariners here in the 6th. We'll go to the top of the 7th, where the Phillies still out in front, 3-2.
Leading off for the Phillies, the left fielder, number 4, Scott Kingery.
Scott Kingery going to dig in to lead off here for the Phillies.
1 ball, no strike.
Nestor Cortez delivers the 1-0 pitch. Going to foul it off 1-1. This is going to get fouled off 1-2. Of course, both of these teams not exactly making a run at contending this year. I don't know about the Phillies, but I know the Mariners are going to be listening to offers on offers from contending teams if they want to. And if they see a piece that they like, we might be able to work something out.
Playing 2 balls, 2 strikes.
See a 2-2 pitch here from Cortez. Strike 3 looking right down Main Street with the fastball, and he gets him looking. It's going to bring up the always active in this ball game, Josh Harrison.
I think I prefer seeing Josh Harrison start instead of having him come in the 7th inning for no apparent reason.
Oh, he's going to ground out to Kyle Seager here.
The right fielder, number 3, Bryce Harper.
Well, with 2 away here in the top of the 7th, we'll see Bryce Harper dig in.
And speaking of right fielders, Big Guy's got a trivia question for us in the chat. He says, it's not really trivia, but what did Ichiro do in his 10th ever at bat?
Let's see. Not really sure. As Harper gets another put out here as he hits into the shift. The inside the park home run is not correct. His 10th ever at bat. That would have still been in the opening series against Oakland.
Now pitching for the Phillies, number 66, Robert.
Boy, I don't know. Meanwhile, we're going to see Robert Stock pitching change for the Phillies. 4.34 ERA across 18 2/3 innings of work.
First baseman, Evan White.
No ball, 1 strike.
Swing and a miss at the first pitch here from White. Ichiro would be too fast down the line to be caught in a triple play. Even if he did hit into it.
Ball.
1-1 here from Stock. White's going to turn on this one and hit it through the hole. That's going to get through into left for a base hit. A leadoff hit here in the 7th. And Mariners going to need to put something together here to tie this ball game, as they're still down by 1. Let's see JP Crawford digging in. Watch the first pitch outside, 1-0. Crawford with his 4 home runs, 19 RBIs, sitting right at the Mendoza line at 201. Fouls this off 1-1.
Well, we've got the answer to our trivia question. Ichiro hit a single up the middle, and it brought his career average, lifetime career average, to 300, and it never went below that mark for the rest of his career.
Watching Ichiro play baseball was probably the greatest period of baseball that I will ever witness. I mean, the guy hit absolutely everything. JP Crawford gets a base hit up the middle here. Pitcher's mound has turned into high traffic area on those batted balls. As in steps the catcher, Tom Murphy. He singled in his